Welcome to the 100 Days to $100,000 Full Agency Accelerator Program. Now, last year, this program actually used to go for $5,000. Now, obviously, with that $5,000 price tag, you got one-on-one access to myself, you got daily group calls, you got a community, there was a whole bunch of other stuff. But the core course content that we shared inside of that program is exactly what I'm going to share with you. Now, you might think $5,000 is a lot of money, but we got results like this over and over and over again. And this is just a few of the hundreds of case studies and testimonials that we had from this program. We used to deliver it through WAP.com, which was like a way to, basically give access to Discord communities. We had a 4.97 review with 48 reviews. It was a top tier program. So who am I? My name's Dylan Wilson. I'm the founder of Catalyst Holdings. I'm a washed up hockey player. I'm an average golfer with an 11 handicap. I'm also the founder of Wilson Media, which had 200 clients, and I was the Young Entrepreneur of the Year running that business. I was the founder of Outwork Media that I took from 0 to 25K in 5 weeks, was a gym agency. I was the founder of Relentless Success Club, which was a $100,000 a month coaching business. Founder of Mortgage AI, which is when I went from 0 to 36K a month in 7 weeks. Documented that entire thing, uploaded onto YouTube. If you want to watch that, go check that out. And lastly, here I'm the founder of Catalyst Holdings, which is my current marketing agency, which does around $200,000 a month. Now, full transparency, my agency, Catalyst Holdings, works with agency owners, coaches, and info products to get clients for them and work with them one-on-one to operate and automate their business. And I'm sharing this content with you. I'm sharing this full course with you in hopes that you use it, you scale to your first $10,000 a month, and then you consider working with me in the long run. So there's my evil plan, there's my evil intentions, and that's why I'm doing this. Now, who this is for, marketing agency owners or SMMA, even though I hate that bullshit term, but use it because most of you guys just understand what SMMA is. It's for content agency owners. It's for B2B service providers, meaning you have a service that helps other businesses grow and you sell to other businesses, coaches, consultants, and info products, and people between $0 a month and $10,000 a month that want a clear step-by-step roadmap to making their first $100,000 online without forking out money to some guru like myself. And who this is not for, it's not for local businesses. So if you have like a local business and you're trying to get clients locally, it's not really going to be applicable to you. It's also not for B2C businesses, like you sell to consumers. So maybe that's, like in-person services or like retail stores or anything like that, or anyone looking for a get-rich-quick scheme. Obviously, I'm giving you guys everything that you would need to make your first $100,000, but it's going to be easy. It's going to be hard. There's going to be a lot of ups and downs that come with this process. And if you're just looking for a quick get-rich-quick scheme, this probably is not for you. Now, the course modules that I'm going to go over is first creating our $100,000 roadmaps. We're going to work together to actually, map out our agency, our business, whatever we are trying to build, how to onboard clients like a pro. Then we're going to dive deep into service delivery. So we're going to go over a Go High Level Mastery, which is basically how to set up a CRM for your clients. We're going to talk about how to create offers for your clients. We're going to talk about Facebook ads, how to run those Facebook ads for our clients, setting up a pay per show option if that's what you're looking to do, or if you're starting out and you need to get your first couple of clients first and you want to start with a pay per show option, how to set up client communication, how to convert free trial clients into paid clients, how to set 100 appointments a month, through 4 different ways. We're going to talk about how to do it with social media outreach. We're going to talk about how to do it with cold email. We're going to talk about how to do it with cold calling. We're going to talk about how to do it with paid ads. And part 2, we're going to share with you some sales training to help you close cold traffic. We're going to talk about how you can get clients coming to you without an audience or paid ads. So basically how to set up an inbound acquisition funnel that doesn't require an audience or actually spending any money on paid ads. Basic agency marketing to help pre-sell people and warm them up before they jump on a call with you, how we can hire a team of virtual assistants to do all the outreach or do a lot of the work for us, how to create video sales letters, and at last, a little tip that's going to help you guys unlock an infinite amount of motivation so you can stick through this when times get tough. All right, so that's it. Now I'm just going to start rolling the tapes and allow you guys to consume all of the course content that we've put together over the last 2 years. All right, so the first thing we're going to do together here is we're going to build our business plan. So I'm going to walk you through 6 different videos where I'm breaking down how we can set our income goals and then how we can reverse engineer that process so we can see what we're doing on a day-to-day basis to make sure that we're actually putting in the inputs, and then how we're actually going to be building the systems to actually deliver on those inputs to logically and mathematically guarantee that we can actually hit our income goals, so long as we can keep up with the inputs required. Alrighty, fellas, so before we get into building out your custom SMMA roadmap, we first need to calculate the numbers that we need to hit and the numbers that we're going to input into our roadmap. Because as I've said many, many times before, the reason why 99, probably 0.9% of people never achieve their SMMA goals, never hit that 10K a month, never hit that 25K a month, isn't because they didn't work hard, isn't because they didn't want it bad enough, but it's simply because they never took the time to crunch the numbers, calculate the actual input that was required, and then built systems around to guarantee that happens and thus guarantee that they can achieve their goals. So what we're going to do here and what I've created for you guys is a calculator that you guys can use to input to figure out the actual number of cold emails, cold calls, social DMs, or paid ads that you need to run in order to achieve your SMMA income goals. So before we get into how to actually use the calculator, I'm going to first break down how do we calculate our OKR numbers? How do we calculate the numbers that we're going to put here, that we're going to put in the appointment setting section, and that we're going to put in the closing section? Well, the first thing that we need to do is decide what our target earnings is. So let's say, for example, it is $25,000, right? We want to make $25,000 a month. Well, then the next thing that we do is we need to divide that by the average order value. Now, the average order value isn't necessarily what your retainer is, isn't necessarily what your program is. It's what the average person pays when they sign up to work with you, okay? So this means if you close 10 people and over those 10 people, you collect $25,000, your average order value is 2.5K. Even if you're selling a 5K program, because you have to factor in, well, some people split pay, some people you maybe had to work out a different deal, whatever the case may be, you simply divide how much money you have made total divided by how many people you have closed total to figure out what your average order value is. So to repeat that one more time, you take how much you want to make, you divide that by what your average order value is, and then you get the number of closes that you need in order to hit your target earnings. Pretty simple. Then you take that number of closes, you drop that down to here, you divide it by your close percentage, right? Obviously expressed as a fraction. So let's say you have a 10% close percentage, and one tip is to always be extremely conservative with your closing percentage to make sure that we, shoot for the stars and land on the moon as opposed to doing the vice versa. And then once you divide the amount of closes that you need by your closing percentage, you will get the number of appointments that you need to input into your calculator here. So let's say in this case, we're going into cold call. All we need to do is come over to here and we input how many appointments that we want. And then here's what it tells us. It tells us that in a month, we need to do 3,300 dials, which is 110 per day. We need to maintain a pickup rate KPI of 30%. We need to have a pitch percentage, which means how many times do we get past the first 20 seconds of the call, 60% of the time, and we need to have a 3% appointment book rate, or what's more important is a pitch to appointment percentage of 17%. Now, everything that you see here in yellow is to be edited, right? So if you think you can do better or if you think you can do worse with your pitch to appointment KPI percentage, you can change that number and all the numbers will change as a result of that KPI being changed. That being said, I will tell you right now, what I have put in here right now is the average that I've seen after working with, hundreds of different SMMA owners, the average numbers that they get. So this is a really good starting point. You shouldn't need to change these numbers unless you have real tangible data that applies uniquely to your situation. Getting in here to cold email, okay? Let's say, again, we want our 100 appointments being booked. Here we go. We need to do 1,000 new contacts a day, which is 333 new contacts per day. Let's say we have a 4 email sequence. So we send our initial email and then 3 follow-ups. That means total, we need to be sending 1,333 emails per day, which is 40,000 a month. So we're going to need 61 different email addresses. We're going to need 30 different domains. We're going to need to maintain an open rate of 80%, 6% reply rate, a 1% meeting to book rate. You can change that if you have tangible data that backs up your reason to changing. Otherwise, this is the average. This is the best that I've seen. This is how many appointments you'll get, which is obviously in alignment with how many appointments you need. Social DMs, same thing. So let's say you're doing social media outreach, Instagram DMs, Facebook DMs. You have a 5 sequence message, right? So you send 1 message and then you send 4 follow-ups. You need to do, 67 new contacts per day with 333 total DMs per day, including all the follow-ups. You'll need 17 profiles required, assuming you're only sending 20 messages per day per profile to assume that they don't get banned. a 30% response rate KPI, a 5% meeting KPI. This is the average amongst all the people that I have worked with before. Some are higher, some are lower, but this on average is the number. 100 appointments a month, obviously, to hit your KPI. And same thing with paid ads, except paid ads is the simplest one when it comes to a calculator perspective, because it's just simply what you want to optimize your cost per book call. Again, this is the average with the people that we work with, although we have a lot that are much less than $50 cost per book call, especially if you have setters calling them up. But this is, again, worst case scenario. So if you need to book 100 appointments with a $50 cost per book call, you need to be spending $166 a day and $5,000 per month, okay? So this is step one. This is how to use the OKR calculator. This is how to calculate the numbers that you need to input into your OKR in order to guarantee that you hit your desired results. Now with that, the next videos in this course are gonna cover exactly how to build out each and individual ones and give you kind of more tangible assets and some case studies of other people who have done that before. Alrighty guys, so now that you have calculated the numbers that you need to do in order to actually hit your OKR numbers, it's time to actually build out the OKR. Now this is going to be extremely simple, and yes, in this case, even if you are a complete moron, you'll be able to figure this one out, and that is simply because 99% of the work has already been done for you here. So before we get into how to actually build out your OKR, I've made a legend for you guys to follow, and I recommend that you guys keep this in implementation. So as you can see right here, I have white, which is a benchmark to hit, right? So in that case, we need to focus on optimization, working with our team, managing our skills in order to hit these benchmarks. The purple squares, the purple rectangles are things that we do one time to set up. The blue squares are things that need to be done on a daily basis. And the dark gray, blue, black squares are things that should be optimized on a weekly basis. So once you have your numbers that have already been set out from the OKR, you can simply come in here and you can change these numbers. So you put what your goals are, how many appointments you need, whatever number that's spat out in your appointment setting calculator that you've put in, and then you can just update it, right? So let's say, for example, you want to set 100 appointments a month through cold calling with these different KPIs. That's 110 cold calls per day. So you'd want to update that to 110, 30% pickup and a 60% pitch percentage, right? So you'd put 60% there. I think we had a 3% meeting appointment percentage KPI, so you'd put that there, and then you input your scorecards in here, your data, and then make sure that you make weekly tweaks based on the data. And then once you've done that, in order to not overcomplicate everything, what I would recommend doing is, if you're not using cold email, for example, just simply coming here and hitting the delete button to keep your OKR as simple as possible as you are following it, to make sure that you don't distract yourself, don't get shiny objects in there, because if you guys remember correctly, all you need to do is stick to this for 90 days and not get distracted, and you will achieve your goals. Remember that, guys. The biggest reason why most of you guys haven't gotten to where you want to be is because you keep getting distracted, right? So eliminate as many distractions as possible as you're building this out. And again, with the with the sales part is here, you want to put the close rate that you determined in here, your average order value that you determined in here, to make sure that everything has been documented, the numbers that you guys need to hit, so you guys can review this on a daily basis to make sure that you either on track or off track with your OKRs. Alrighty guys, so as we begin to tackle what's on our OKR together, the first thing I want to break down for you guys is the appointment settings section of the OKR. So obviously, if we're not booking appointments, we're not going to have any sales, we're not going to have any clients to service, we're not going to make any money, right? So before we can even worry about sales, service delivery, and automating the business, we need to first crack the code on appointment setting. And as you can see here, my agency was able to book over 400 appointments in November of 2023. And you can see here we had 32 appointment days because we completely followed the OKR process, inputted the amount of numbers that we needed to hit in order to get our goal, which in our case was 400, and then we just built the systems around it to make that happen. So what I'm gonna do for you guys is I'm gonna go through each individual square here to provide a little bit more context and a little bit more value as to how you can do that. So once again, a quick reminder, the white here is a benchmark to hit, the purple here is a one-time setup, the blue here is a daily input, the things that you need to do on a daily basis, and then the black here is what needs to be optimized on a weekly basis. So let's say for cold calling, for instance, so the first thing, you obviously need to calculate how many dials you need to do on a given basis. And then you need to decide, right? Can I do this on my own? And if the answer is no, you need to go out and find a cold caller. You need to bring on ideally a commission only cold caller, or at worst, somebody who you can pay on a per appointment basis. You can go into Upwork, you can go into LinkedIn, you can go into Indeed. If you have a social media profile, you can post your story, looking for somebody that is willing to come on and work with you. Now, one tip that you can do, especially if you're bringing somebody on a commission only basis, is you have to make sure that you sell them the dream of working for your company. You have to make sure that you sell them, first figure out, like, do they want to be an agency owner themselves, or they want to get into sales? If they want to be an agency owner themselves, sell them on the idea that they're going to come into your agency. They're literally going to see exactly firsthand how you're building your agency, so they can take those skills and build their own agency. And instead of having to go and pay some guru, $10,000 on the internet, they're actually going to get paid in order to learn how to build an agency. Or if they want to be a closer, they want to be a sales guy, listen, you're going to be able to come in here and at no risk, right, you're going to be able to practice sales. Use me as your test dummy every single day to get super, super good at cold calling. Then we can move you up into a closer position. So in the next 3 to 6 months, you can achieve your dream of becoming a closer, right? That's a little bit of a tidbit of how you can sell somebody into coming to work for your business, right? Now, the second thing that you need to do is write your initial cold call script that you're going to give to your cold caller. And then I recommend that you always set up a split test of 2 different scripts. Now, one important thing is to make sure that the same cold callers are split testing the same 2 scripts, right? One of the mistakes that I see people make sometimes is they'll set up a split test of 2 different scripts, and they'll give one to one cold caller and one to the other cold caller, but there's too many factors that go into it, right? So if you're going to do a proper split test, make sure it's one cold caller calling with using 2 different scripts, a 50% pitch rate. So basically how you would want to do that is make sure that your cold callers are recording all of your calls, and then meet with them daily, right? Host daily training meetings where you go over the calls, you do role plays to make sure that they get better over and over and over again. Every single day, your cold callers should get better. If they are not, you're not doing a good job of leading them. You're not doing a good job at training them, and you need to get better in that areas. And the same thing with a 5%, meeting book percentage, or whatever the number is on your OKR. That's done through daily call reviews. That's done from, role playing how to overcome objection handles, right? Doing some research. Maybe you buy a cold calling course, whatever the case may be. It's working every single day with your team and with yourself in order to make sure that you can hit these numbers. And same thing with the daily updates to your scorecard, right? So you want to create a scorecard. You want to create a spreadsheet where you can track each individual number, where you can track how many dials they're doing on a basis, what your pitch rate is, what your pickup rate is, all that kind of stuff. Make sure that you're updating it on a daily basis so you can see where the bottleneck is in your process, right? Is it people aren't answering the phone? Is it people, they don't want to book the meeting, right? And once you figure out what the problem is, where people are falling off in the appointment setting process, you can directly address that with your team. You can review calls with that in mind. You can train with them with that specific thing. And then obviously we want to make weekly, if not daily, tweaks to the script, to the process, to the team, whatever that case may be, based on the data that we are receiving. So that is cold calling. Now, cold email, right? Let's say you establish you need to do 300 contacts a day, right? So that means you need to set up like an instant lead or a smart lead or a reach inbox, whatever, suits your brand. I personally prefer instantly. That's the one that I've used. You want to buy 20 domains, set up 3 emails per domain for instantly, which is eventually going to ramp up to whatever the amount of emails that you need to send on a daily basis is. Then you want to write your 5-step initial email sequence, right? Where, the first one, you're going to come out, with your offer. And then the second one, you follow up 2, 3, 4, 5 times. You want to include some case studies in your follow-up, because a lot of the time people won't respond on the first email, and the majority of the response that you get will be in that follow-up sequence. And then again, you want to constantly optimize, constantly review the data to optimize it until you've achieved a 1% meeting book rate. And you're going to do that by making daily updates to the scorecard. In addition to that, writing an initial setting script, right? So whenever you're doing cold email, you're going to be losing a lot of appointments if you're just simply sending an email and then sending a Calendly link or trying to schedule a time over email. One of the ways to dramatically increase the amount of emails or appointments that you're booking through cold email is to call up any leads that you get, right? And so in that case, you're going to want to write an initial setting script so you know what to say when you call up a lead that responded positively to one of your emails, so you can book them in over the phone. And again, make weekly tweaks to your script, make weekly tweaks to your 5-step initial email sequence based on the scorecard data that you receive. Coming in here to social media outreach, so you're going to want to input how many DMs that you need to send a day, and optimize for a 2%, a 5%, a 10%, whatever number that you've put in your OKR is, right? And how do we do that? Well, we need to do 3 things right off the bat. We need to write our initial outreach script and sequence. Then we need to write our initial setting script. So when we get those positive responses, we can call them up and we know what to say on the phone. And then we can set up our call recording, right? So we want to be able to actually be able to get better by reviewing the calls that we've made previous, or the calls that our team have made previous, right? And so your initial outreach script, your first message should be something that gets you in the door, gets that conversation going. The second message should be something that pitches your service to get them, pitches your service, explains to them what you can do for them. And then if they don't respond right away, having a sequence of 2 to 3 follow-up sequences where, we include some humor, make ourselves personal, maybe send over a couple memes, whatever that case may be, in order to maximize the amount of responses that we get over time. And then again, we make daily updates to our scorecard. And this should be the dark color because we want to make daily, if not weekly tweaks based on the data that we are getting here from that is on the scorecard. Last thing here with the paid ads, right? So calculating how much ad spend you need and what you want to optimize your cost per book call. In this case, you're going to want to be setting up at least 3 new ads a week, right? And we can do that by funnel hacking what's already working on the Facebook ad library and then looking at the data that's in our ads manager. We want to optimize that on a daily basis to get a $50 or less than $50 cost per book call if that is the OKR number that you have set out that you need to achieve. And the second thing here is with the landing page, we want to create our VSL and create our landing page. And again, I recommend by doing this, by going on to Facebook ad library and funnel hacking people that are in your niche running similar offers to figure out what they are doing. I recommend setting up a split test of 2 different landing pages so you can always get better. You can always, improve, and your landing page gets better week after week after week after week. In high level, you can set it up. You basically just got to upgrade to the premium plan, but there's also other things like Google Optimize and ClickFunnels. Like depending on the landing page software, you'll have a way to set up split test funnels. And again, weekly optimization based on the data, based on what your click-through rates are, based on what your opt-in rates are, based on the data that you're receiving. Constantly be testing, constantly be making things better. And the last thing here is prospect indoctrination, right? So all of this is absolutely worthless if nobody shows up to the call and or if the people that do show up to the call don't close. That's why you want to indoctrinate your prospects as much as possible, to share case studies, to share your story, to share information, to warm them up, to A, excite them for the call, and B, have them show up to the call, and C, have them warmed up to the point where they're actually ready to make a decision on that first call. Okay, so you could do that by first setting up your high-level automations, setting up your meeting reminders. One of the things that I think has worked tremendously for both my agency and the agencies that I'm partnered with, the agencies that I've been working with, is sharing a story, sharing the foundation, the origin story of your business to humanize your brand, humanize you as a person. So when they're jumping up onto that call, they know you, they feel like they know you, they know your story. You're not just some dehumanized stranger on the internet. And then last of all, sharing any case studies and whatnot with the people that you've worked with before they've shown up at the call. And then in addition to that, you need your thank you, your thank you and call expectations page. You can even put your VSL in there. And again, by funnel hacking other people in the Facebook ad library, you can build that out. Your triage call script, which is basically after somebody books an appointment, it's either you or your setter or your closer calling them up, confirming that appointment, or if they opted in but didn't yet book a call, calling them up to encourage them to take the next step and book a call, where you can simply just set up go high level notifications for every time that you book an appointment or every time that you get a new opt-in to notify somebody to call them up. And you want to optimize this for, an average less than 5 minute speed to lead from Monday to Friday. And again, you can do that by tracking the data, right? And if you need to rearrange your setter's life, if you need to rearrange anything about your processes and your systems, you can do that once you track the data, which is why you always want to create scorecards, right? So that's a little bit more context as to how you can implement the systems and build something that is worthy of booking you over 400 appointments a month, just simply if you put in the inputs required. But if not, maybe you don't need 400 appointments a month because you're not trying to make 50K a month, you're not trying to make 100K a month, you're just trying to make enough so you ain't fucking broke anymore, and you want to maybe make 10K a month, 25K a month. That does not matter. All you need to do is based on all the numbers that you got in your in your appointment setting OKRs, input them to there, and then build these systems around that to make sure that you can hit your income goals. Alrighty, fellas. So the second part of your OKR, once you've cracked the code on appointment setting from watching and implementing everything that we talked about in the last video, is to crack the code on arguably one of the hardest things in business. But if you crack the code on this, the thing that will literally make sure that you never or ever even consider looking at a bill when paying for anything ever again, and that is sales, right? So in this process, or in this, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to break down exactly what you do and exactly what we did to build a sales team of, honestly, junior closers, people that we were like the first ever sales company that they worked for. They didn't come to us with any experience. We took one guy who'd never sold anything before, but was kind of interested in sales. We took another guy who sold in the fitness space. We were able to stick them together. And for example, they were able to close over 18,000 in just 3 days en route to our 0 to 45K in 6 weeks with that agency. Anyways, getting into this, I'll zoom this in a little bit more. So obviously you want to put your OKR numbers that you decided here, or your OKR number that you decided here. That would be your average order value. And then here's what you want to get going, right? So the first thing that you want to do is you want to create an offer and guarantee. And how you want to do that is you want to funnel hack and differentiate, right? So I recommend going onto Facebook ad library, searching up other agencies in your niche, see what everybody else is doing, right? What are the offers? 10 listings guaranteed, 10 installs, whatever the case may be, whatever your niche is, figure out what all the other agencies are offering, and then come up with a unique positioning, right? And what is a unique positioning? Well, when everybody else is guaranteeing appointments, what you can do is you can guarantee deals, right? But the little contract stipulation that you make behind the scenes is that, well, you have to close at 33%, right? So you can go out to the market, and in a world where everybody's guaranteeing, hey, I'll get you 10 listing appointments, you can say, hey, listen, I'm not going to guarantee listing appointments because we both know those are worthless. I'm going to guarantee you 3 closed and funded deals in your bank account, commission checks in your bank account, right? And then literally you can do the same thing, except you just say, could you close at least 30% of the listing appointments that you get? They say yes, and there you go. Now you can actually make that tangible outcome, that closing deal. Another unique angle that you can take is installing a marketing system into their business, right? So instead, hey, don't hire a marketing agency ever again. What we're going to do is we're going to come in and we're going to build a marketing infrastructure that you own into your business, so you can pay us one time to get this thing set up and then be completely in control of your own marketing, be completely in control of your destiny, and never have to rely on a marketing agency ever again. And then once you've installed, you've done your setup, you can do one of two things. You can either charge them for the setup and leave it at that, or you can downsell them onto a small retainer in order to, service their ads, in order to run your agency services, right? And that's a unique angle that you can do by coming to market and appearing different, okay? So moving on. The second thing that we're going to do, and this is very simple, is sales training, right? So the first thing that you need, or your team needs, is a professional sales setup. I can't tell you the amount of times I've consulted for sales teams or closing teams, and they show me a video of the closer, and the guy's sitting in his room with his messy bedroom in the background, and I'm like, no wonder your people aren't closing, right? So I recommend that you guys get a ring light, get a professional webcam, don't look like a slob on camera, and that right away will increase your sales closing percentage. And then from there, daily sales training, right? That is the most important thing with your sales team. You should be training them, if it's not yourself, at least twice a day. Once a day in the morning to do some role plays, kind of brush up the cobwebs, get everybody ready for the day, get everybody motivated. That can be 20 to 30 minutes long. And then after everybody's done their calls for the day, you want to do an evening call where you review their calls, you get deep into objection handling, you train, you really work out the kinks, and make sure that every single day, it's very important, if you're not doing this, you're not going to make much money. Every single day, either you or your closers go to bed at night better at sales than they were when they woke up in the morning, right? And if you do that every single day, it'll compound over a single time, and you will have no problem hitting your OKR closing number KPIs. And the last thing here is a sales asset build out, right? So you're going to want to have a landing page / website. Doesn't matter what niche you're in, doesn't matter how established you are, your clients are going to want to, see your website. It makes them feel like they're doing their due diligence, whether it's, bullshit or not, right? You can stitch together a website in an hour, and it'll make clients feel like they did their research into you, which is all they need to do, is telling them that you don't have a website. You're just going to make it harder on yourself. So spend max 1 hour setting that up, right? You want to collect some case studies if you can, right? Share the story about, where you were when you started working with a client, what you did for them, where they were after, creating your sales script, creating your framework, right? Creating your messy demo or your pitch deck, right? And then obviously having a contract in place. And one of the things I can tell you, Make sure that you have your contracts in place, right? We have lost deals by launching agencies way too quick and closing clients like on the first day, but then not having a contract ready. And by the time we weren't able to collect payment on the call, or, maybe it takes like 2 or 3 days because we had to like get it reviewed or something. And then we ended up losing the deal, right? So make sure that you have all this in place before you start taking calls. You should be ready to accept. You should assume that anybody that you jump on with is ready to close. You should be ready to accept, and you shouldn't have any surprises when the prospect says yes. Okay, so that is simply how we built the systems in order to close and manage our team at a minimum of 10%, which was simply the number that we needed to hit in order to get our OKR. But by following this system, you'll be able to implement this and hit any OKR metrics that you have set out. A funny story for you guys. When I started my most recent agency that went from 0 to 45K a month in 6 weeks, we were in the mortgage niche, and I didn't even know what a loan application was until after we signed our first client. Yes, I went publicly out in the market and told everybody that I could guarantee that they would get 10 loan applications in the next 6 months, or they don't pay, or we work for free. And I didn't even know what it was, but simply by following this process that I'm about to break down for you guys in the OKR, we were able to do some of these crazy numbers just with our first few clients. 13 appointments among 3 clients for MO clients. And you have to understand that in this industry, the average closing rate, you're looking at anywhere between 30 to 60% on those appointments. And then you're looking at a $4,000 to $5,000 commission check for our client. You can see here, this person had their first loan app getting signed literally 2 days in to working with us. First appointment on day 1 with newest MO client, and MO clients that were continuing to crush. They were happy, receiving positive emails, and you can see the ridiculous low cost per lead that we were able to get for them. I think that's like $4. Sorry guys, it's kind of blurry, but you can get the gist of what we were able to do. But the main point that you guys have to understand is I didn't even know what a loan application was literally until after we signed our first client. But simply by following this process, I was able to use our own clients' feedback in order to build out a ridiculously good appointment setting process. And that's what I'm going to break down for you guys right here, right? So the goal that we had was to generate 4+ case studies and 0 refunds, right? And really we want to do that by developing a fulfillment process that meets your guarantee 95% of the time. And if 50% of your clients turn into case studies, well, then y'all are going to crush it, right? So the first foundation of that is daily client communication. So what we did with our first couple of clients is we made sure that we emailed them on a daily basis with updates as to what we did, so they knew that we were working, right? One of the biggest reasons that clients are dissatisfied with your services because they think that you just kind of set it up and they don't think that you're working very hard on what they're doing. But if you email them daily with the updates that you're doing, the progress that you're doing, what you're working on for their business, they will be happy with you guys. And in addition to that, we ask for feedback at the end of every single email. So we could constantly, every single day, learn more about their business and more about how we can make our system better serving to the people that we are working with. And in addition to that, twice a month, we would sit down with our clients for 30 minutes. We would record a call with them and go through the campaigns, go through the processes, talk about what was going good, talk about what was going bad, and then also to keep them updated on the weeks that we didn't do a call with them. We would send them a 5-minute Loom, kind of breaking down what our plans for next week was, how we're implementing, how things are going with a little bit more context than just the emails. Now, one little tip. The reason why you want to record your bi-weekly coaching calls is because every time your client says something positive about it, you can clip it, and then you can throw that back down into here where you can begin to build up your case studies to help close more deals on the front end. Moving into the next thing here, onboarding and expectations, something that I learned the hard way. People get mad when expectations differ from reality. The only time you guys get frustrated when you guys are sitting in traffic is because it took longer than expected. The expectations on how long it was going to take you to get to your destination were different from reality. You expected it was going to take 20 minutes, it took 40 minutes. But if you expected something was going to take 1 hour and it took 40 minutes, you'd be delighted. You'd be like, oh my God, this is amazing. Just because expectations were better than reality, right? Or sorry, universe. You get what I mean? The point is, when you do this, right, when you set proper expectations with your clients and you tell them that this isn't a get-rich-quick scheme, you tell them that they're going to have to call the leads, you're not going to lose the clients. Your clients are going to respect how honest you are and how transparent you are and how you view this. You're legit, you're real, you're legit. You're not making things up, you're not promising things. You're a realist, right? You're a proper entrepreneur. And with that, first of all, they're going to gain massive respect for you. And second of all, they're not going to complain when they have to call the leads, or they're not going to complain when they don't get a deal in the first month because you told them it might take 1 to 3 months to get your first deal. Okay. So what we did is, you want to create an automated onboarding process. You can use Make and use Zapier to automate things like, getting their CRM set up, their onboarding forms, all that kind of stuff. And then if you do that automatically, you can also use Leadsy to automatically get access to their TikTok ads, their Google ads, or their Facebook ads. Then once you do that, right, you can quickly onboard them automatically. Then your onboarding call isn't you technically trying to go through Facebook and Google and, onboard them into your CRM. You can focus on strategy and you can focus on setting expectations, which is why you want to create an expectations deck of the things that they can expect and the results that they can realistically expect from a conservative estimate with working with you, and what it's going to look like, how many times that you want to call leads. Here's what happens if on average you call the leads 10 times over 2 weeks. Here's what happens if you only call them twice. These are the results that you different get. So if you come to me in 6 weeks from now and you haven't been calling the leads and you're complaining that you're not getting results, well, I'm going to be like, I told you that this was going to happen, right? It also dramatically reduces the amount of disputes or arguments you can have with your clients when you set proper expectations, because they're going to be like, I told you so, and you can be like, I told you so, and you didn't put in the work. Okay, setting up the media buying, right? So simply right here, the best thing that you can do is funnel hack what other agencies are running for their clients by going on the Facebook ad library, seeing what their funnels in, seeing what their ad looks like, seeing what their leads form look like, and modeling that. Having a daily review set up, so every single day, either you or your media buyer goes through, optimizes the campaigns, turns off the low poor performing campaigns, duplicates the winners, right? Constantly tweaking new headlines, constantly tweaking new creatives, constantly tweaking new offers in order to make sure that you hit your KPIs. And again, that all falls under daily optimization based on data. And the last thing is high level, or setting up whatever CRM you're using. I recommend that you set up one service delivery snapshot that you can use for all clients. That way you can productize your business, which is going to allow you to scale, because once you crack the code on your appointment setting and your sales, fulfillment might break if you don't do this, right? If you don't have a systemized process, if you don't have a sub-10-minute onboarding process and a service delivery snapshot that you can onboard all clients into, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to keep up with your fulfillment. So make sure that you do that. And again, you can do a daily review by going into different client CRMs, making sure that they're able to communicate their leads, making sure that the leads are engaging with the messages that you're sending them. And obviously, continue to optimize this on a daily basis based on feedback, right? So by following this process, by implementing this OKR, that is how I went from not even knowing what a loan application was to getting 13 loan application appointments in 3 clients for 1 week in literally a 2-week time span, from learning what a loan application was. And this works for every single niche. Doesn't matter what niche you're in, doesn't matter what your service delivery is. We've had people that were able to generate over $1 million in home improvement following this. We've had a ton of people that have generated hundreds, if not millions of dollars for their clients in real estate, for short form content, for even the dog training niche, the car tailing niche, literally every single niche. We've had people come in here following this service delivery process and absolutely crush it. And so that is why this is the system that I'm sharing with you guys, so you guys can go out there and crush your clients' results. So you don't have to worry about ever not meeting the guarantee. You don't have to worry about having to potentially refund somebody, and you don't have to worry about stressed out clients. So you can maintain in that positive headspace, and you can execute all the other sections of your OKR with a fucking smile on your face. All right, fellas, so the last section of building out the systems in your OKR is how do we automate and actually remove ourselves from the business so we can continue to focus on the highest leverage activities and grow the company as fast as possible, and B, actually get to enjoy what we're doing, right? Because if we aren't enjoying our process, if we're stuck in the trenches of our own business, then it's what's the point? Right? At the end of the day, our goal is to have fulfillment in life, to be happy, to enjoy the lifestyle that we have with be able to keep our health in check, be able to keep our relationships in check, and to make a lot of money in the process. And if we can't do that, we can't enjoy ourselves, then we're really just wasting our time. So I'm going to show you a quick case study here from yours truly. As you can see, this is January 26, 2024 at 3:09 p.m. I'm chilling in Miami, hanging out with a bunch of friends. And that exact same day, January 26, we did 15.6K cash collected on the day. So you can see by following this process, we were able to get it to a point where I can now travel, I can go do what I want to do, I can go have fun while the company is able to still make money. So I'm going to break down exactly how I did that for you guys right here. So the first thing that you can do, which is probably the most important thing, is to buy back your time with a team, right? And to do that, you want to calculate your hourly rate. So you basically, take how much you make in a year, or how much you make in a month, or how much profit you make in a month, divided by 8 hours per day. Right now, I get that some of you guys may work more than 8 hours per day, right? But if you're working more than 8 hours per day, realistically, it's probably because you haven't done this. So you have to work overtime because you're being spread too thin, and you should begin to start buying back your time so you don't have to work that many hours, or if you do still want to work that many hours, you're going to be exponentially growing faster because you're going to spend all 8 hours in the day focusing on high leverage activities, right? So you want to simply calculate your hourly rate and then outsource any task that you can outsource for 50% or less of your hourly rate. So simple numbers here. Let's say if you divide, you figure out that if you were to work 8 hours a day with your current amount of profit that you're making, you would make $100 per hour, right? So any task that you're doing, maybe it's filling in a spreadsheet, or maybe it's, cold calling, whatever it may be, any task that you're doing that you could find somebody else to do for $50 an hour or less, you want to hire and replace yourself for that task, right? The second thing here is set up a team communication so everybody can be in check. I recommend using Slack. That's a very simple thing. That is what you can do. When you do this, you can introduce something called decentralized command, right? If nobody is able to communicate with each other, what happens? Everybody has to come to you in order to solve their problems, right? In order to get things done in the team, right? But if you make a group chat, if you make a company Slack where the appointment setters can chat with the closers, who can chat with the service delivery team, right? You don't have to be involved with every process, right? Your closer can go directly to the service delivery team, or the service delivery team can go direct to the closer, and you don't have to be bogged down by the many fires that come in any business every single day. And again, you can use that time to focus on the highest leverage activities, or chilling in Miami, whatever you want to do. Anyways, the next thing you want to be doing here is to eliminate any redundant tasks. So the simple exercise that we do is any task that we had to do twice. Maybe it's filling in a spreadsheet, maybe it's sending an outreach message, whatever the case may be, any task that had to be done twice, we want to see how we can automate that. So using Zapier, using different automation softwares, right? If we can automate any tasks that had to be done more than twice, right? We're going to dramatically reduce the amount of time that we have to spend on the business. We're going to free up our own time. We're going to buy back our time, except this isn't even really buy back your time because you don't really have to pay. Usually it's just like $100 a month, like software subscription to get that automation service. But this will dramatically reduce the amount of time that you have to spend working in the business to allow you to either A, go chill in Miami with the boys, or B, focus on high leverage activities. And the last thing here you want to set up from an operations perspective is scorecard data, as we've been talking about in the sales process, in the appointment setting processes, in the service delivery process, to make sure that numbers are always on track and we can look at everything from a holistic perspective to see what we need to work on in your business. So with that, that is how you reduce operational drag to a minimum of 2 hours per week, so you can focus on the things that matter to grow your company as fast as possible and actually enjoy it in the process. All right, so now we're going to cover how we can professionally onboard clients. I'm going to share with you guys the onboarding process that I've used to onboard hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of clients over the last 6 years that I've been in business, how we can keep it quick, how we can keep it simple, and how we can keep it efficient, because that first impression matters. When we are first beginning to work with our client, they're really judging us in that first 24 to 48 hours after they've just paid you or after they've agreed to start working with you. So I'm going to show you guys how to capitalize on that to give them that wow effect, so they're very confident, they're very comfortable in your ability to deliver results for them. All right, so how to create a sub account for your client. It is very simple. I'm going to walk you through this here. So you're going to head to your agency dashboard, head over to sub accounts, click add sub account. If you have your own snapshot, you're going to put it in here. If you're using one of RSC snapshots, you can put it in here. For example's sake, I'm just going to use blank snapshot just to keep things simple. Yeah, you can allow them to use your location, that doesn't matter, but you're definitely going to want to add account manually. And then you're going to type in your client's first name, last name, email address, business name, street address, all this information. You're going to fill that out from your client's perspective. Then you're going to click save, and then you are good to go. Okay, so the next thing that you're gonna need is access to their ad account. Now in this video, we're gonna talk about how to get access to their Facebook ad account. And in order to do that, we need two separate things. We need their Facebook page and we need access to their ad account. So the first thing that you're gonna wanna do, you're gonna wanna come into your own Facebook Business Manager, your agency Facebook Business Manager. And then I'm gonna put myself at the top right, because in the top left, there's gonna be a business settings gear icon. You're simply gonna wanna click that button. Now, once you're in here, you're gonna wanna go to Facebook pages, okay? And this is what you are gonna be doing on your account. And once you're in Facebook pages, you're gonna click add a page, and then you're simply gonna type in your client's business page right here. So I'm just gonna do my own agency account just for example's sake, and then you're gonna click add page. Interesting, that's not supposed to happen. Normally that will not happen. Something isn't wrong with my disconnection. So for example, here's another old account I used to manage, add page, and then what's gonna happen is I already have access to this old page. I just removed myself access of Outwork Media, but what's gonna happen is it's gonna say pending. It's gonna say pending request up here. Now that is what it's gonna look like on your end. Now on your client side of things, what's gonna happen is they're gonna have to go to their Facebook page, right? And they have to be signed into their account. Maybe that's why I wasn't able to gain access, because I'm already signed into this account. And what they're gonna do is they're gonna come over to settings, page roles, and then if they scroll down here, they're gonna see a request to gain access. It's gonna say your agency is requesting access. And all they have to do is simply click accept. And then if you go back into your Facebook Business Manager, your account will be here. And that's all it is. Now, the second thing is we need to get access to their ad account. So what they need to do is they need to sign in to their ads manager, okay? Not their business manager, but make sure it's their ads manager. And once they have signed into their ads manager, it is going to look something along the lines of, I'll just duplicate this. It's going to look like this, right? We're all familiar with this page, okay? More specifically, if we click the graph here, wasn't letting me click the graph because of Loom, but anyways, we've all seen these, we've all seen this before. But at the top here, it's gonna say Relentless Success Club, or it's gonna say their clients are gonna see their name there, and then it's gonna say add account ID. And it's gonna be a long number, okay? And if you go to any of these accounts, like all these other accounts, they have their ad account ID. Now, what's gonna happen is they're gonna give you that ad account ID. Another way that your client could potentially find this is by going back into business settings, clicking ad accounts, and then you can see their ad account ID right here as well. Once you have this number, you're gonna wanna go to ad accounts, click add an ad account, paste your client's ad account ID, and then click add an ad account. And then what's gonna happen in your client's perspective is they're gonna be in their Facebook Business Manager, and they're gonna get a bell notification right here, and it's going to say, it's gonna say this XYZ agency has requested access to your ad account, and they're just simply going to accept that request. If it doesn't show up there, there is a request button right here where it will come. Sent, received, all that kind of stuff. So that is all you need to do. You need access to their Facebook page using the steps provided in this video, and then you need access to their ad account ID, again, using the steps in this video. If you have any questions with this, bring them to a service delivery call, and I will see you in the next video where we will be talking about how to do this with Google Ads. Okay, so if you are selling or promoting a need on behalf of your clients and you are using Google Ads as opposed to Facebook ads, here's how to get access to their account, and it's extremely simple. All they're gonna do is you're gonna get them to sign into their own Google Ads account, and if they don't have one, they can create one. Once they're in their account, they simply go to Tools and Settings, they click access and security, they click plus, and then they give you access to their account, and you click send, then you get an email, and then you can sign into their account, and boom. That's all it is. Super simple. Go take action. How to run your onboarding call. Okay, so you're probably nervous right now. Probably just signed somebody and you made some ridiculous claim, or you've made some promise or whatever it is, and now you gotta actually fulfill on that, right? Oh no, now it's actually time to start. Now you're actually becoming an agency owner. Now you gotta deal with real problems. Okay, here we go. Anyways, so with your onboarding call, it is critical to establish a good first impression on your onboarding call, as this will set the tone for the rest of your working relationship, right? If you sign this client and then they hop on the onboarding call and you're sloppy, you don't know what you're talking about, you're not confident, that's going to set a bad tone for that client working relationship that you were about to go into, right? So we don't want to do that, right? What we want to do instead is you want to be confident, right? And now a big tip that I'm going to give you right now is that what you guys should be doing and your homework, I'm going to talk about the homework before I get into, break down actually what you're going to do in your onboarding call, is to connect with another RSC member and complete mock onboarding calls together, right? Mock onboard each other into your guys' own agencies so you can get familiar with this entire process to increase your confidence going into your actual onboarding call with your client, okay? So the process in order to onboard a client is to, number one, set up their Go High Level sub account, right? So look at the video inside the Agency Accelerator, inside RSC, to how to set up a client's Go High Level account, right? Then give them access to Go High Level, right? So we have an entire video to teach you guys how to give your clients access to Go High Level. Then you want to gain access to their ad account, right? And you want to, we have an entire video where you can, watch how to gain access to the entire ad account. Establish an offer / value ladder, right? Look into the creating an offer for clients portion of the service delivery in order to learn how to do that. And then the next thing is set expectations, right? So what does set expectations mean? Well, you want to set clear expectations, and ideally you want to over deliver on these expectations, okay? So you want to say like, hey, so sounds good. I'm going to create the ad copy and I'll have it for you by Tuesday, have it for them by Monday, right? You set timelines, set expectations, set what the next 3 days are going to look like, or what the process is going to be in order to get these, get their clients live, okay? Now, what I've created for you guys as well is an onboarding call checklist here. So you can kind of keep this in your back pocket as you're doing this here. So you set up Go High Level. I've linked the video walkthrough so you can, access it right there. And then when you complete it, just simply hit check. Grant client access to Go High Level, gain access to Facebook ads, and create front end offer. And I've linked the associating videos that are going to walk you through these processes right here as well. And the last thing I have is an example onboarding call so you can see what this process looks like. All right, so going to give you guys a super valuable tip that is going to dramatically help you do better onboarding calls, okay? So let's say I'm onboarding Alex here. Well, what you can do, and the reason I'm recording this via Loom and not Zoom, is to show you this little trick here. So what you can do is if you click the right corner, in the bottom left corner, or sometimes it'll be down here, or sometimes it's view options, and then it'll be here. It can also be here. You click annotate, okay? And then what annotate allows you to do is mouse, text, arrow to where I can click on the screen, and that actually shows up on Alex's screen, okay? Or draw, I can come here with the draw, and I can draw, right? Smiley face, right? And the reason I'm sharing this with you guys is because a lot of the clients that you are beginning to onboard will be technologically illiterate, right? But if you come onto here, and you can point arrows, right, to make it as easy of a process as possible to get them to onboarded into your system, whether when you're going through the Go High Level, when you're giving them access, when you're going through the onboarding call checklist here to set them up on Go High Level, grant access to their or give them access to the Go High Level, gain access to their ads, and then creating their front end offer, right? So that's a little tip that you can use to make your onboarding calls go much more smoothly. And yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, so now we're going to get into the service delivery aspect and how we can actually deliver great results for our clients. So if we're working on performance, we can get those big commission checks, or if we're working on retainers, we can continue to keep clients for month over month over month, and we don't have to go back and try and find new clients. So we're going to talk about how to set things up and Go High Level, how to create offers for the clients, how to master Facebook ads, how to set appointments for your clients. So if you're doing lead generation, how you can actually help them convert those leads into appointments. Lastly, we're going to talk about how to set up a pay-per-show model if you want to go that route. And the last thing here is the client communication. So setting standards and protocols to make sure that we're always on the same page with our client and we're keeping them happy for the duration of the time that we're servicing them. Alrighty, welcome to Go High Level 101. So similar to the Facebook ads 101 video, we're not going to be getting into how to use Go High Level or how to build automations or anything like that with Go High Level. Instead, this video is just to give you an overview of the software from the perspective of what you're going to need in order to be successful. Go High Level has a ton of different stuff in it, and a lot of it doesn't need to be used, especially in the beginning. So I'm simply going to take a couple minutes here to go over and get you guys familiar with the important parts of Go High Level that you are going to need in order to be successful for your clients. So first off is a launchpad. Honestly, I have been using Go High Level for who knows how long, and I've never even looked at this page once before in my life, so you can ignore it. The second one is your dashboard. These are simply just numbers for the sake of information. You don't actually take any action on these pages, but opportunities basically means how many leads you have. Pipeline value is, one of the things that you can do is you can assign a pipeline value to a specific lead. So basically the pipeline value is the number of leads times the, pipeline value per lead. And the conversion rate is how many of these leads you have marked as win or win or won or something like that. This is if you have manual actions. So this is something that we'll definitely be using. Where basically this is like how many calls you have to make or how many SMSs you have to make. And if, this is just how many you would have in total, this is how many phone calls you'd have to make, this is how many SMS messages you have to make. Tasks, something that's not needed in the basics of Go High Level, but as you build out a team, you can assign different members tasks, and their tasks will show up here or your tasks will show up there as well. Moving over into the conversations tab. So obviously this is just a blank Go High Level account, so nothing's going to be here. But as you can see, this is where all your conversations, would be with leads. So anytime you send them an email, an SMS, and you have their information, this is where you can communicate with your clients or with your clients' prospects via SMS. The unread tab is just the messages that you haven't read yet. The recent one are just the ones that you've been talking with recently. Start if you want to save some, and then all is just all your messages. Pretty simple. Manual action. So this is a extremely important tab, and basically what's going to happen is when you're setting up your Go High Level account and you're setting up your follow-up sequence and you're marking, you include in the automation to set leads for a manual call, they're going to come into here, and then what it's going to look like is there's going to be multiple different names and numbers here. You're going to click Let's Start, and then you're going to continuously dial these leads. And basically the way it works is it just dials one after another, only stopping if the prospect picks up. You call, you have that conversation. As soon as that call ends, it immediately starts dialing the next one, so you can rip through your leads as efficiently and as effectively as possible. Moving over into the calendar section. So we have appointments. So basically the first thing you're going to want to come over to here and create your calendar. This is more in depth with in one of the Go High Level building videos, but you basically just create your calendar here and you would set it up as such. And then if you go back into calendars, I'm back in settings, but if you go back to calendars here, this is basically, you can see, the different availabilities and all that and everything that's going on. Whatever leads that you have scheduled, you could switch to your appointments tab. So right now, obviously there's no appointments because it's just a blank account, but because that appointments tab, I synced it up with my own calendar, you can see my own calendar here, and just your availability. And yeah, basically just a calendar as if it was any other calendar. Contacts, so these are all your contacts that you have made it into your Go High Level. Pretty simple as that. You can do bulk actions, you can add them to workflows and all that kind of stuff. Opportunities tab, not super important in the beginning, but as you get a little bit more advanced with Go High Level, you can set up pipelines and workflows. So basically you can see like where leads, at what stage leads are in, and then you can move them, from stage to stage. And then marketing, Basically, this is where you can just create templates and emails, but we're not going to do anything like that. The automations tab is basically where you can see all of the automations that you have, and you can tweak the automation. The sites, if you have any funnels or websites or anything like that, you can access them or create them here, but again, that's not very important in the beginning. And then the invites, reputation management, again, nothing important in the beginning. Reporting, you can just, again, see your numbers, but these are just fake numbers. These aren't my numbers. But you can just see, the numbers that you were running here, but again, not super important. So that's a basic go high level overview from the perspective of what you guys need to focus on and what you guys need to actually care about, and not just overwhelm yourself with information. So yeah, I guess the homework for you guys now would be to just log into your Go High Level account, get familiar with it. No action or no submissions are necessary, but just make sure that you do take a couple minutes to familiarize yourself with the Go High Level platform, because it will make everything so much easier for you on the back end when it comes to building and managing your GHL account. Alrighty, here's a quick little video to share how to connect your Go High Level to your Facebook ads and vice versa. So first thing you're gonna wanna do, hop in your Go High Level account, come over into settings, and then scroll down until you see integrations. Once you come over onto the integrations tab, you're going to want to come to the Facebook and Instagram, simply hit connect. Log into your Facebook. Select which Facebook page you want to link to this location. And basically, where are we at here? So I'm going to choose any page. I'm going to choose the Relentless page just for ease of use. But you would select your client's page there. And then you want to select your ad account. So then you want to select your client's ad account. And then all you do is you come up to Facebook form fields mapping, and you want to map fields, first name, last name, email, phone number, save, map fields, save, and there you go. That is what you need to do in order to connect your Facebook page. Now, to make sure it works, you want to come over into your Notion asset, click on this big button, click on this link, and then you're going to want to log in here, and you want to select your Facebook page. Select one of the forms you just connected, create lead. You just created a test lead. Head back into your Go High Level and come over. There we go. There we go. If the lead shows up, and if it looks like this, it shows up into your Go High Level sequence, you can confirm that in fact the lead form is connected to your Go High Level. You can hop over onto your automations. It should say 1, and there you go. You are all connected. Okay, so we have just walked through how to create a new lead nurture sequence. What we're going to do now is I'm going to break down the basics of creating an appointment booked reminder sequence. This is very, very important if you want to actually get results for your clients, because a lot of times people will book meetings, and especially if you're in the B2C market, which most of you guys will be, a lot of people will forget that they have the appointment booked. They will no-show. You wasted your time dealing with that lead. Your client gets mad because they're now wasting their time, and it can be just a downward spiral. So the point of this video is how to create a sequence that reminds your your client's prospect that their meeting is taking place, so they show up on time, so your client can ultimately make money. So you can ultimately make money because your client chooses to continue paying their retainer every single month. Now, getting into it, create workflow, start from scratch. As always, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to set the trigger. So in this case, the trigger is going to be appointment status. Now, if for whatever reason you have set up Go High Level to be like Calendly, where customers can come in and book their own appointment, then you're going to want to do that one. But for 97% of you, you are going to be manually booking appointments, or your client is going to be manually booking appointments. And in that case, we want to use appointment status. So we want the event time to be normal, and we want to add filters. Appointment status is confirmed. So we don't want to click new. Sometimes I've found that new kind of like bugs around, but we want to do confirmed. And the reason we want to add a filter is because we only want this to trigger when it's confirmed. Otherwise, what will happen is when the appointment gets canceled, or they showed, or they no-showed, or they invalid, whenever these gets updated, it would then trigger the contact to go through this sequence. So we only want to do this in the beginning when the appointment status is confirmed. So what we're going to do for our name, appointment status is confirmed. So that is the trigger. So now after the appointment status is confirmed, we want to send an email to the prospect. So we can do this, the confirmation email. This is pretty standard. And so basically what this is going to look like is from name. You can put like your client's name, from email, client at client.com, right? Subject line can be confirmed, and then whatever is getting confirmed, a free house assessment, a audit, whatever is getting confirmed, you want to input like insert meeting name, something like that. There we go. Should be good. Now for template, this one is super simple. Hey, contact, first name, your meeting / appointment / consultation / audit / whatever it is has been confirmed. You can put something like this. We look forward to speaking with you at, you can put custom values, appointment, start date, time. Now what this is going to do is it's going to pull the information from that appointment status that was just confirmed and put it in here. So if it was at Thursday at 4 p.m., it would say, we look forward to speaking with you at Thursday at 4 p.m. And then we want to put like insert benefit to lead. So if this was like the fitness, for example, we look forward to speaking with you at Thursday at 4 p.m. to help set you on the path to losing 20 pounds. Or you wouldn't want to say something like that because that would be too specific. But say, we look forward to speaking with you to create a customized roadmap to reach your fitness goals in 2023. You want to remind the prospect of what the benefit is of showing up to their appointment. And then you can just put like meeting details. And then what you can do is you can pull it from here. And basically you just want to go to appointment. So you can appointment start date time, enter, appointment, meeting location. So that's either going to be a Zoom link or that's going to be a, an actual location. And I'll show you guys how to update that. If they want to reschedule, and then you can even put add to Google Calendar link. And there you go. So that's, maybe you want to bold that as well. There you go. So then you can click save action, and that's the confirmation email. Now, in addition to that, what you want to do is you want to then start sending up the reminders. Now, if you are, making this a little bit more advanced, what you could do at this point is start to include an indoctrination sequence for your clients. So in RSC, we frequently talk about indoctrination sequences and how to how to make big impact to the amount of show rates you have and how easy it is to sell. we have in the RSC member Notion assets, the indoctrination sequence. You can go down into here and then you can create these for your client. This is a little bit more of an advanced thing. It's not necessary. I also have this YouTube video where I break that down even more. And this is where you could put that in here. So what you'd want to do is, if you were going to do that, you would come down here, you would click wait, and you could do like wait 10 minutes. So wait 10 minutes. And then you would go to save action. And then 10 minutes later, you would send another email. And then that would just be like indoctrination sequence 1, or like the my story email or something like that. And then you could do that, and then at that point, what you would want to do is you then want to add in a reminder. And so what we want to do for the reminders is we want to make the reminders contingent on when the appointment is. So an example of this, and probably the best way to do this, is you want to come to that wait, or you want to add another wait, and you want to come to event/appointment time. And so here you can say wait until maybe we put 1 day, which is 24 hours before the appointment. So put here 24 hours before appointment, save action, and then 24 hours before appointment, we want to send an SMS reminder. And so basically what we want this to be is 24-hour SMS reminder. So we want to just put a reminder. One rule of thumb is, like, obviously this is going to be super different depending on what niche you're in, depending on what your service is, but pretend that you are texting somebody. Pretend that you are reminding your friend that you have an appointment with them, or that you're going out for lunch tomorrow. Hey buddy, just a quick reminder that we're meeting at Cactus Club tomorrow, right? Something like that. Like, make it like super non-salesy, super non-automated, super casual, because people do not want to talk to robots. The second, if the prospect's lead realizes that they're just talking to a robot, they're going to have that subconscious approach that that business is not going to give them customized service because of how they are treating them in the outreach process or in the sales process. So you want to make the customer believe, or the prospect believe, that they are talking to a real human being, because like I said, if they know that they're talking to a robot, they're going to subconsciously believe that this company does not put in the time and care to their service as well. That's why it is super important to understand this point. And it is super important to make all our go high level sequences, other than the confirmation email, make it seem as though that we're a real person typing out real text messages, having real conversations with our leads. Okay, so we want to click save action with there. And then another thing that you can do here is you can do, wait again. So maybe wait, time delay, appointment time, before appointment, we'll say 2 hours before appointment. So this would be 2 hours before. You click save. And then SMS, so you can do reminder 2. And if you ever need to like insert the Zoom link or something like that, you can always do appointment meeting location. And there you go. Actually, that doesn't look good, but reminder. So that would be like your reminder text. And your meeting location, again, this is going to be different depending on what your niche is, what your service delivery is, all that kind of stuff. But at its core, this is a basics of how to build your own appointment reminder sequence for your clients. So that is the basics of it. You can say new T reminders, what we could call it, something like that. And then there you go. So that is the basics of how to build an appointment reminder sequence. Now, the last thing that we need to do is we need to set up a calendar. So we need to set up a calendar for our clients that they can use. And all you're going to want to do is you're going to want to come over to calendars and then calendar settings, create calendar, unassigned booking. And then we can go here. So we can call it appointments or something generic. Calendar URL. I'm just making this easy. That's fine. Appointment title. So this is like the generic appointment title. So it could be contact name, X, and then you could insert business name, and then whatever it is, consultation, audit, free XYZ, meeting, quick chat, whatever it is. And then the meeting location, what you kind of want to do is you want to find the client's generic Zoom link, and you can show meeting invitation. You want to get their generic Zoom link if it is going to be held over Zoom, and then you want to put that there. And then if their meeting location is in person, then you want to put their client's address in there. And then what you want to do is you want to, we'll save and continue this. Then you'd want to update like when they're available. All this kind of stuff is pretty straightforward. You guys are smart cookies. Oh, you guys are smart cookies. You'll be able to figure that one out. And then the last thing you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to come over into integrations here, and you're gonna want to connect your client's Google account or gain access to their Google account. Basically what they have to do for that is they have to come into calendar here, and they got to come into their own calendar, and then they got to click these three dots, settings and sharing, and they need to add you to their calendar. And then if you cannot, it has to be make changes and manage sharing. If what's going to happen sometimes is they're only going to have the option to give you this one, and these ones are unavailable. All you have to do for that is you come over to Google Workspace, and you come into here. I don't know why it's not. Hold on. Come to here. There you go. Admin console. And then what you're going to want to tell them to do is you can walk them through this, and you go to apps, Google Workspace, calendar, external options, external sharing options for primary calendars. Click on this. And then what's going to happen is this is going to be set to that. You want to make sure that it is set to that. And then when they go back into their calendar, they'll be able to they'll be able to add you here as well. Once they click that, you're going to get an email. And then it's going to say click here to add this to your calendar. You click that there, and then their calendar will show up just as these ones do here. And then once you have that level of access, you can go back into here, sign in with Google, sign in with your regular Google account, allow, which business you want to link to this location. You can just click close. And then now when you go back to the calendars, go back to that calendar that you just created, click edit, select link calendar, Google calendar. Now I could do one of my old clients' calendar, which I don't even know why I have them. I could add these appointments to another one of my old clients, which I don't even know I have them either. I could add it to Nick Grayson's calendar. I could add it to the RSC calls calendar, or I could add it to my own calendar. But what the point is what you're going to be able to do is you're going to be able to add, you're going to be able to see your own client's calendar there. And then let's say they click that one. Oh, I guess they don't have access to that one. Let's say they click this one. This was your own client's calendar. You want to set it as smart. And then basically what happens is when they book an appointment through Go High Level, it's going to show up on your client's calendar as well. And that is the basics of how to set up an appointment booking sequence, how to link up the calendars, and basically how to get this going. So yeah, obviously if you have any questions, bring it to an RSC call, or send a message in the Discord, and we'll help you out. Alrighty, so building a follow-up sequence. Now I'm gonna warn you right now, this is going to be the most advanced and the longest section of building out your Go High Level, because there's going to be multiple workflows, so feel free to put this video into double speed or something like that, because we got a lot to uncover here. So first thing you're going to want to do before you even create a workflow is you're going to want to hop into settings, and you're going to want to go to custom fields, add field, number, next. You can call this field number of times called. Group general info 0, pre-fill value 0. Okay, hit the save button. Once you have done that, you're going to go back to automations. You're going to come here, you're going to go start from scratch, create new workflow, and then you come into workflow and you are going to go call status, add filters, call direction, outgoing, and say, actually, hold on, number of times called equals 0. So we can call this first missed outbound call. So let me take a minute to explain this. Basically what this means is when we have contacts updated into our Go High Level now, one of the contacts fields that they're going to have is, say, number of times called. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, depending on how many times you've called them. So what this is going to do is when Go High Level, when you make an outgoing call and the call, oh, glad I thought of this on the spot, call status is busy, canceled, no answer, or voicemail, and the number of times called equals 0, then it is going to move forward with this. So we're going to hit save trigger, and then the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to do update contact field. Update number of times called to 1. Save action. Oh, gotta add the field. Number of times called 1. So now, because again we made an outgoing call with the number of times called equaling 0, and the call status was they didn't answer the phone, we're going to update number of times called to 1, and then we're going to send an SMS. I'll just do, hey, is this contact first name, which is usually the go-to, and then create this is this name just for reference. Okay, so maybe what we should also do here, we should add a wait. Wait 2 minutes, save action. Wait 2 minutes, save action. Okay, awesome. So update. So we make an outgoing call to a prospect we've never called before. It is going to update the number of times called to 1. It's going to wait 2 minutes, and it's going to say, hey, is this name? And then we're going to wait again. Hold on. Okay, so then we're going to add a wait for not time delay, but wait for contact reply. Reply to is this step, timeout. And for the timeout, we can put 12 hours. Should be good. Wait 12 hours / reply. And then we're going to do the if else. So if contact replied, yes. Reply. Oh, what's going on here? Yes. Save action. Did contact reply? If the answer is yes, then, if the answer is no first, we're going to add them to a manual call, save action. And then if the answer is yes, what we can do is, where is it? Internal notification, send internal notification, SMS. And we can say custom number. I'll just put this for now. Notify. If you want to notify your client, hey client, we just got a response from a lead, new lead via SMS. Please check your lead connector when you can. Smiley face. Save action. Okay, so to recap from the beginning, we have our first missed outbound call. So if the call status is, if it's an outgoing call, they have not been called before, and the call status is busy, canceled, voicemail, or no answer, this will trigger. The first thing it's going to do is it's going to take the contact and it's going to update the number of times called to 1. Once it has done that, it's going to wait 2 minutes and it's going to say, hey, is this name? Okay, that's to engage your contact in a response, so you can begin to engage that conversation. What if they don't respond to that? It's going to wait for 12 hours, or it's going to give the prospect 12 hours to respond to that. And if they don't respond after 12 hours, it's going to add them back to the manual call section. And if they do respond, it's going to notify your client, and you can put this, you can change this into any way that makes sense for your niche, your offer, and what you are doing. And you can just, but it's going to notify them that there is a new active lead. So what we're going to put this is we can call this missed call number 1 follow up. Okay, so we can publish that. Okay, so now for my next trick, we're going to have to actually build out a more in-depth follow-up sequence. So what that's going to look like is we're going to clone this. We're going to call it missed call number 2 follow-up. And we're going to repeat, making subtle changes. Okay, so missed call number 2, you're going to come back here to the trigger, call direction out calling. Number of times called is now going to equal 1. Update number of times called to 2. So now we want to update this to 2. Save action. Wait 2 minutes. We can send hey name, right? Like hey name, ... This is going to be your second follow-up sequence, which is going to be dependent on your niche, your offer, everything that you got going on. So we'll say follow-up number 2 text. And then the same thing. We wait another 12 hours. If they didn't reply, they go back to the manual call sequence. You can publish this as well. And we can repeat this as many times as you want. And basically you can just repeat this cycle as many times as you want, as many times you want to call your prospects, as many times you want to follow up with your prospects on behalf of your leads, on behalf of your clients. And the only thing that I would like to share with you guys here is the general rule of thumb that I would follow if you're building this up from scratch. Is the first one, you're just trying to spark a conversation, right? You're just trying to get them to start talking, because that is going to be your best chance at converting this lead, if you can just engage them in a conversation and then be conversational in order to persuade them to whatever you want them to do. The second follow-up is where you begin to reveal a little bit about your intentions. You remind them, that they filled out this form, that they requested that we contacted them, and that, we're here for them if they want to, take this discussion any further. And then the third follow-up sequence, what I typically like to do that is add a ton of scarcity and be like very direct and be like, hey name, we got 7 spots left in this offer, ends at the end of the week. Are you in or out? Just let me know. And though that's kind of like the rough sequence that I would follow, but once you've kind of set up the custom fields and you've set up the first follow-up sequence, you can just keep cloning this and making those subtle changes in order to keep following up with your prospects. Okay, so going into creating your automations. So With every successful Go High Level snapshot, there will always be 3 core automations. Yes, as you get more advanced, you might have 17 different automations, but in the beginning, if you want to get good results for your clients, you will need 3 to get started. And this is the first of 3 videos that I'm going to be making for you guys, breaking down the basics of how to create a new lead sequence, an appointment book sequence, and a follow-up sequence. Now, one quick little disclaimer that I'm going to make before I get into this is that every client that you serve and every niche that you work in is going to be different. So the point of this video isn't for you to necessarily copy and paste this automation, but it's for you to get a better understanding of how to create your own automations. So depending on your situation, you can best create an automation that's going to best serve your client. And then obviously, as an RSC member, if you ever have any questions about Go High Level, or you want us to redo your automations or make tweaks, just bring it to a call. We'll share your screen, and you're well familiar with how those calls go down. So first one is the new lead sequence. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to come over to the automations tab, click create a new automation, and then go start from scratch and create new workflow. At the top here, you can keep it organized and say Facebook, maybe FB lead to nurture, something simple. Now the first thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to add a trigger. So what a trigger is basically you telling Go High Level, this is what Go High Level is going to look for to trigger this automation. So it could be a birthday reminder, it could be you change the contact. Basically what this means is whenever any of these things happens, Go High Level will trigger the automation for that specific contact. So in this case, we're going to do Facebook lead form submitted. Now, sometimes if you're running multiple different sequences and you want to make it a little bit more advanced, you can add filters and you can do inform and find a specific form. However, what most of you guys are going to be doing is you're going to be, you might be split testing different forms and whatnot, but the Go High Level sequence is going to remain the same. And in that case, you want to keep it generic with just Facebook lead form submitted. Then you're going to click Save Trigger, and now you have your Facebook lead form submitted as the trigger. So now we want to add our first action. So basically what this means is what happens when the Facebook lead form gets submitted. So after the Facebook lead form gets submitted, the first thing that we would want to do is wait 2 to 3 minutes and then initiate our first touch point with that prospect, in addition to notifying our client. So what that would look like is, first of all, maybe we're going to put wait, we'll say 2 minutes. And the reason we want to wait 2 minutes is because, as we build out our Go High Level sequences, we're going to make it very anti-bot, anti-automated. We're going to make it very conversational and very texty, where somebody is going to know that if the second that they fill out a Facebook lead form, they instantly get a full-blown text, they're going to know it's automated, because they're going to know that you obviously didn't text that out in a short period of time. Where if we give them a 3-minute wait, they might be, oh, this person actually just texted me because it came a couple minutes after I submitted the lead form. So let's put it at 2 minutes for now and save action. So we're going to do wait 2 minutes. It's also very important to always update your action name based on what is happening, because that will keep things very organized when you go back to make tweaks or make changes, or also bring it to an RSC call. So we're going to click save action. So then after 2 minutes, we're going to want a couple things to happen. So first of all, for most campaigns, and this might not necessarily, if you have an ISA team, yes, you could actually still use this for an ISA team, but if you are handling leads internally, you may or may not need this. If you aren't handling leads internally and you're getting your clients to call them, which most of you guys will, especially in the beginning, and if you're watching this video, I'm assuming that you probably are earlier on in your agency journey. So what that means then is you're probably going to have your clients. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to send an internal notification. So and basically you're going to want to do this, notify client. And then what you can do to make it very, very simple, SMS, and then just do this to make it very simple for now. Custom number, and type in your client's phone number for now, okay? Then you can put a very generic message here. It could be, hey, client, we have a new lead for you to call. And then you can click enter, and then you can go to custom values. Now basically what custom values is it's the equivalent of like merge tags in email marketing. And basically what it does is it takes data from other parts of Go High Level, your account and the contact information, and automatically inserts it into the emails or the text that you're sending out. So in this case, you'd want to put full name and then maybe enter, and then contact phone, enter, contact email, or whatever information that you are collecting. Then you would want to click save trigger. So now what's going to happen is the Facebook lead form is going to get submitted. It's going to wait 2 minutes. It's going to notify your client, and then we also want to send an SMS to the lead. So in the beginning, we don't need to worry about templates. As we get more advanced with Go High Level, we'll have templates, but in the beginning, let's just send out a generic message. Now, this is where a lot of people mess up with their initial messaging, because we do not want to make it seem like an automated text message. So what we want to do is we want to pretend that we're texting one of our best friend. Okay, so if we were texting our best friend, we probably wouldn't say, hey name, thank you for taking time and interest into my company and filling out the Facebook lead form. A representative will contact you shortly for your requested information. Like, that is not how you would contact your friend. However, you might say something like, hey name, just saw you checked out the form. I'll give you I'll touch base soon. That is super casual. That is what's going to engage your leads. That is what's gonna make it seem more personal and less automated, which people do not like talking to robots. So let's do that. So hey name, name here from XYZ company. Obviously that would be like your client's company. Just saw you filled out our Facebook form. I'll give you a ring soon with more details. Boom. Super casual, super texty, and that is exactly the kind of Go High Level sequences that we want to create. Now you'd want to do this SMS, initial contact with lead. Now, the next thing that you'd want to do to keep this simple is, well, we got to make it easy for your client to call this lead, because this message, we are pretending that we are your client speaking to the lead. So what we want to do is we want to come down here and we want to add them to a manual call. So if we go to, where is it? Manual call. And we can do this, add to power dialer. Okay. Boom. This is a very, very basic lead nurture sequence for when you get a new Facebook form. So to recap, I'm going to show you what is going to happen. So the client, a prospect is scrolling on Instagram. They see your client's ad. They're interested. They click on it. They fill out their contract information because they are requesting more information. Boom. They get sent to Go High Level. Go High Level picks that up as that Facebook lead form submitted. The first thing that Go High Level does is it waits 2 minutes. Once 2 minutes are up, it sends a notification to your client that they have a new lead to call. Once that notification goes out, it then sends a message to the client pretending to be your client, or sorry, the prospect pretending to be your client, saying, hey name here from XYZ, just saw you fill out our Facebook form. I'll give you a ring soon with more details. Once that has been sent out, and really simultaneously, because this is all happening as once, this lead is being sent to the power dialer, which if we go back here right now, it's going to be empty because I just making this off the bat. We go to manual actions, and basically what's going to happen is this lead is going to populate here, and any other leads that you've gotten during that specific day is going to populate here. And then this let's start, which is currently grayed out but normally would be bright green, your client can come in here, click Let's Start, and he or she can start dialing the leads to then book an appointment. So that is the very basics of setting up a Facebook, a new lead automation sequence for your clients. I think it would be a wise idea to start with something like this. And as you continually progress and get better at service delivery, get better at Go High Level, and attend more RSC calls, we can build on this over time to eventually make it completely dialed out with, if this happens, they go here. If that happens, they go there. But for now, we want to just crush the basics so you can convert either your free trial client into a paid client, or you can find good success with your first couple of paid clients so you can keep them for the long term, because remember, it's way cheaper and it's way easier to keep an existing client than it is to go and get a new one. All right, so here is how to give your clients access to their Go High Level account so they can call the leads, and then you can also track the leads that they're calling and all of that good stuff. So you're going to want to come into their sub account, then you're going to want to head over to settings, and then to staff, my staff, and then you're going to want to simply add your client as a staff member. Your first name, last name, their email, their phone number. You don't need to do the calendar, don't need to worry about any of that. So first name, last name, email, phone number is all you need for there. Password, they need to create a password. User permissions, unless there's a definitive reason to not give them something, like, I would just give them access to everything that here, just to make it easier. User roles, you definitely want to make them, you can make them a user for sure. Call and voicemail settings. If they have a voicemail, you can put it there, otherwise don't worry about it. Don't worry about any of this for now, and don't worry about any of this for now. And then you're just going to want to click save. It'll highlight green when it clicks save, and then they will get an automated email that says their Go High Level account has been created. Then what they're going to do is they can sign into it on a computer to get access there, but what's more importantly, to make it easier for them, because a lot of times they won't want to be making phone calls from a computer and would rather make it from a phone, they want to download Lead Connector Pro. So it just looks like that on the App Store. They want to download Lead Connector Pro, and then once they download, they sign in with the same information that was you created for them and that they got in the email, and then when they log in, it's going to look something like this. Then they're going to want to click the 3 lines up at the top. Then they're going to want to select manual actions, and then all the leads that they have in the pipeline that are in there because you followed the automation sequence and you sent leads to the manual call list are going to be here. And what they can do is they can simply click Let's Start, and then it will automatically start dialing this lead, and then this lead, and then this lead, and then this lead. So all they have to do is go once a day, log onto their app, head to manual actions, click play, and it'll automatically dial the leads. And that is how you make your service delivery super easy for them to follow. There you go. Alrighty, so now that you've got your Go High Level snapshot all installed into your sub account, I've made a checklist so you guys can make sure that you don't forget anything, okay? Because forgetting things, especially when it's to do with service delivery, can be a gut-wrenching feeling. So I made this checklist so you don't need to worry about that, okay? So I'm going to walk you guys through this checklist. I'm going to walk you guys through the Go High Level snapshot so you guys are, fully on board with how to set everything up, and you feel comfortable going into your servicing your first, or maybe it's your 200th client, okay? So I'm going to go through this one by one. The checklist isn't in any particular order, so feel free to do it in any order which you want. I'm just going to go top to bottom just to make this easier for you. So going to get the colors right first. First thing, automation. So we're in the automation. So the new lead coming over to here is the new lead automation. So if you come over to automations, this is the new lead. So basically this is what happens when somebody fills out the form on Facebook, and then the new lead gets sent into Go High Level, and then this automation sequence will run. So we come into here and we come back to the Go High Level checklist. So the first thing that we're going to have to do is update trigger to connect the form. Okay, so you're going to come into here, you're going to add filters. You can click add filter, you're going to select inform, and then when you connect your Facebook form to the Go High Level, that form will come up here, and then you just want to click that form, and then you're going to click save trigger. Okay, now the next thing that you're going to have to do, so you would come here, you'd click check, add client's number to notify client. So then you're going to come here to notify client. Oh, I'm gonna have to go back and forth. I guess here. And then you're gonna put the client's custom number in here, whatever that may be. And then you're gonna click Save Action, okay? Then add clients to notify number 2. And then the third thing that you're gonna be doing is updating the SMS. So the SMS you can see here is initial contact with lead. So hey, contact name, rep name, so whoever is responsible, or whoever is supposed to be responsible, whoever is pretending to be responsible for contact the lead from whatever your client's business name is. I just saw you filled out our Facebook form. I'll touch base soon with more details. Okay, so you can, you want to update that to be relevant to your client. Okay, so then that is done. Now the next thing is going to be Facebook Leads 30-day nurture. Okay, so this one, there's a lot of stuff to update on here because this is where the magic of your appointment setting and the magic of your go high level service delivery is. Okay, so you're going to come back to workflows, head back to home, and then you're going to go to the 30-day follow-up. Okay, so here you can see all the different follow-ups that we're doing. We're doing a 30-day follow-up because that is how you get really good results for your clients, okay? So 30-day follow-ups, you come to here, start with day 1 follow-up. So we come to day 1 follow-up, we have to update the SMS. So all of this is all taken care of for you, but there's an SMS here. Now, unfortunately, because there's a million niches in the world and because there's a million, different offers, and, I don't know what you guys are, doing until I get to the opportunity to speak with you on a call. There's no way that I could possibly tell you what to say here. But the point is this is after you've made the first call and they did not answer the first call. So we move to call number 1, no answer. We update the number of times called to 1. It waits 2 minutes and then it sends this message. So this message is going to be something along the lines of, hey name, saw you were interested in XYZ, just tried to reach out to provide that information you requested. When's a convenient time for me to reach back out, or something along the lines of that, to get the ball rolling with this conversation. And then what's going to happen is it's going to wait 12 hours. If the contact doesn't reply, it's going to go back into the power dialer so you can call them back again, or you, your team, or your client can call them back again tomorrow. If they do reply, it's going to move them to an engaged lead where then you can, nurture that conversation however see fit. Okay. Now, if we go into day 2 follow-up, it's a little bit different, but not that much different at all. So again, day 2, so this is, the second day's come around, we call them again, they don't answer again, so we wait 2 minutes. We want to, send them a message. In this case, we like to be a little bit more like, okay, hey, we're reaching out to you. Here's the offer, right? Here's what we're offering to you again. And then one thing you can say is after you've sent that, I like to do a 6-second delay so it doesn't necessarily seem like it's a bot, and then follow that up with a question. Right? So, message number 1, be like, hey, here's what we're offering, et cetera, obviously in a conversational tone. And then, the follow-up question could be, have you already found what you're looking for? Right? I like to have you already found what you're looking for because that taps into the psychology of, it's easier for them to say, no, I haven't found what I'm looking for, as opposed to, yes, I'm still interested. Because yes, I'm still interested, that's like a vulnerable thing to say in the world of psychology and whatnot. Okay? Now, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to go through each and every single one here, because what you can see here is day 3, day 4, day 5, day 8, day 14, and then the 30-day, and then it continuously will get you to call them every 30 days. As you can see here, it's basically repeating the same process over and over again. There's a lot of back-end automations where it's updating the number of time called, removing them from this, so it's all going to work smoothly for you. But as you can see here, it's just a constant message update. So what I'd recommend that you do is you follow the principle of, day 1 is very friendly, day 2 is the offer and then a question, day 3 we add a little bit more scarcity, and then on day 4, 5, 8 we just continuously follow up. Now what I want you guys to do is build this out to the best of your ability, and then bring that to an office hours or bring that to an accelerator call so we can review this for you to see if there's any changes that we want to make in real time so you can actually get the most amount of value out of this. So after you've gone through here, you've completed all of these, it's time to set up the calendar. So then you're going to want to come over to calendars, calendar settings, and you're going to come over to the appointments. You're going to end up changing the name, or you don't have to. Come to here, click the 3 dots, and then click edit. So getting into the checklist, you're going to add the calendar logo. So once you've added the calendar logo, then you're going to update the calendar name if necessary, right? So if it's strategy session, if it's a free class, if it's, depending on what your client is offering, free swing assessment, free training assessment, whatever the case may be, you want to, put the calendar name in there, and then a short description on what they're offering. So then you go 1, 2, 3, come back here to your checklist, make sure you're getting everything done. Then you can update the URL. So this is a very messy URL, but you can, change it into something like RSC or, RSC, or that one's already taken, but you can come up with your own unique URL that will, I'll just close this after. Come up with your own unique URL to make it a little bit more clean, make it a little bit more professional when leads and contacts are seeing this. Meeting invite title. So this is going to be the default invite title. Now this could be, subject to change and whatnot, but contact name, so it's going to take the contact name that booked the meeting, stick their name in there times business name or ex-business name, or it could be, like contact names, strategy session, right? You want to, update this dependent on what your offer is, depending on what your front end offer is, depending on what that first meeting is about. And then the next thing is the meeting location. So if it's over Zoom, you want to put the Zoom link in there. If it's over Google Meet, put the Google Meet in there. If it's in person, you want to put the meeting in there, or the meeting location in there, like the address. If it's over the phone, you can put a phone number in there, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so after you've updated those, come back to your checklist, make sure everything is up to par. And then what is the next thing here? Updating the availability. So then you just want to come over here to availability, update this availability to whatever your client's availability is. Now, what you think you're going to do later, you don't need to worry about this. This could be a little bit more broad because it's going to sync up with their Google Calendar. So it's automatically going to block up the times, just like Calendly, when the client is unavailable. But this is the general, like, okay, we do take appointments between this hour and this hour. Okay, so you want to update that. Once you've updated that, come back into here. And then the connection. So now you want to connect link your calendar to Go High Level here. There's a video in the course about how to set up or how to connect Google Calendars to Go High Level. So you can check that one out if you don't know already how to do that, but I'm assuming that you've already done that. So you can come here and just link your calendar. It'll come up here and you can click that right there. Once you've connected your calendar, it is time to go back to the appointment booked, or here's another automation sequence that we can look into. So I'm going to get rid of this. So that would be complete. Coming into the automations, the next one is the appointment book sequence. Okay, so we come into here. The first thing to do is update the confirmation email. So I believe I've made this a template for you guys. Yes, so confirmation email. So from name is custom values, the client, whatever your client's name, that little line that I don't even know what it means, the business name, their email is going to be there confirmed, and you can put whatever the appointment title is or whatever type of strategy session or appointment consultation, whatever it is. And here's the simple template. So, hey, contact first name, your type of appointment. So you have to manually change this with whoever it is with. You have to manually change this is confirmed. Here are the details: when it's going to input the appointment start time, where it's going to input the appointment meeting location, and then that's going to be a link that they can add to calendar. And if they want to reschedule, they can click there. Okay, and at the same time, you're going to get an SMS confirmation where it's basically going to say, or the client is going to get or the prospect is going to get an SMS confirmation after they booked an appointment. Contact first name, you've been successfully booked to speak with someone, so you're going to have to manually input that there to help you achieve goal. You're going to manually have to put that on there, on appointment start date, at appointment start time, and then it's going to say this message is automated, but it connects to my real phone, so please reach out if I can help in any way. And then you input a name. You're going to have to do that manually. Okay, now the reason we say this message is automated is because we're admitting that this message is automated to make the follow-up messages that we say aren't automated, or where we come across that they aren't automated, to appear as that they're really actually not automated, right? So that's a little psychology trick that we're going to be doing to help you guys get better service delivery results, okay? So 24 hours before appointment, you want to update this in case it isn't a good fit for your business or for your client's business. Hey, contact name, it's name. You got to input a name, whoever that is going to be, whoever's going to be the one responsible. So it might be your client's name, it might be an assistant's name, or it might be your name. It depends on who's supposed to be responsible for nurturing this lead. I'm just organizing my calendar here, and I thought I'd reach out to make sure all is well and confirm we are still good for appointment start time tomorrow. Question mark. let me know. Okay, now 4 hours before appointment. Now this email, I have no template for you guys, unfortunately, because it can be so different depending on what your service delivery is, what your client is, who your client is, and all that kind of stuff. But what you're going to want to do here is you put your from name, you put your email, etc., etc. That all stays the same. But you want to insert a case study and then friendly instructions. So it's going to be something along the lines of, hey name, looking forward to speak with you in a couple hours. You actually remind me of insert case study who achieved insert desired result, and looking forward to see if, maybe we can potentially do the same for you. And then you want to do when you get here, or here's the Zoom link, or et cetera, to give instructions onto how to actually, how we're actually going to conduct this meeting. So if it's in person, here's the address, be sure to park out front, et cetera, et cetera. If it's over Zoom, here's the Zoom link, something along the lines of that. And the reason why I don't put a template in here is because, depending on your client, depending on your situation, maybe it's a phone call, that is going to change greatly. Now, moving on to the next thing here is 2 hours before appointment. It's a casual reminder / a confirmation. So be, hey name, this is actually Dylan, or this is me, or something like that. Just wanted to confirm that we're still good for XYZ time. I appreciate a response, right? We are very busy, so please let me know as fast as you can, etc. Something along the lines of that. Okay, and again, feel free to bring any of these calls or any of these messaging sequences to an accelerator call, so you can have a coach that has been doing this for years review it and make sure that it is dialed in, and you are bound to get excellent results for your client. Okay. The next thing here is the custom values, okay? This is a very important one if we especially want the automations to work, and I apologize for jumping around a little bit here. I was just, setting this, I was just building this out, kind of as what was coming to my brain at that given time. Okay, so you want to come over to custom values here, and, in case you missed that, come over to settings, and then come down here to custom values. And you want to click the pencil icon, agency names. So you put your agency name, agency number, awards. That was like client awards if they got. And the reason what we're doing that is for when we create more advanced automations and we do it more advanced indoctrination sequence, we can embed, if your client had an award, we can link that there so people can see that award, etc. Especially if you want to duplicate this into multiple sub accounts, etc., etc. Client about us page, client business address, as much of this information as you can possibly provide. Put this into your custom values on behalf of your client, because what that's going to allow you to do is it's going to give you a toolbox of quick custom values that you can pull out, and you can create more advanced, more complex automation sequences as you build out your agency. So just simply coming into here and putting all this stuff as much as you possibly can. You don't need to fill out anything everything whatsoever, but the more the better. It's going to serve you well down the road. Okay, so once you've inputted the custom values, you want to connect Facebook ads to go high level, map fields, and then a test lead. So we have a whole video inside RSC that breaks down how to do that. But if in case you forget, you just simply come over to settings, come over to integrations, and then Facebook form fields mapping. I don't have any forms set up, but you connect them there, follow the steps. We have a whole video that breaks that down in more detail. And then the last thing is to set up the phone. So you come over to settings again, phone numbers, and then you click go to phone settings, system settings, and then you set up a phone. You configure it with your Go High Level account. Then you come here and boom, that is the last thing that you have to do in order to fully set up your Go High Level account so it is 100% ready to be used for your client's service delivery. Okay, so how can we make our clients okay with not getting 1000x ROI on the services that you're providing for them? The answer to this question is using a value ladder. Okay, so a value ladder is a series of complementing offers within a business that ascend in price and value. Most clients will need a value ladder when targeting cold traffic, right? Most people need to date somebody before they decide to marry them, right? And if we try and get people from a cold Facebook ad to a $50,000 kitchen remodel, not going to be super easy to do, is it? Right? The idea behind a value ladder is that customers will start with your low ticket offer and love it so much that they come back wanting more. And as they come back wanting more, the business has higher priced and more valuable offers to give them to keep them satisfied, right? So here's some made up value ladders that I've created for two separate niches. So number one is in the lawn care niche, right? So maybe that front end irresistible value ladder, that front end offer is a 50% off grass cut.
right? Very cheap. And then from there, they get upsold into a $200 a month monthly maintenance. And then maybe from there, it's a $2,000 spring cleanup job, which is like a high ticket service, right? Or another one in the Chiro niche, right? It's a $21 adjustment, which is that low end front end offer. And from there, it's $79 weekly Chiro appointments. And then maybe from there, it's $1,000, high ticket treatment. Okay, so here is how we sell this value ladder to clients. Okay, so when you crack the code on value ladders, you can rapidly scale even if your client is broke, right? Because if their front end low ticket offer is $100 and it costs them less than $100 to acquire a customer, you can generate an infinite number of leads into their high ticket offers, right? If it costs them less than $21 to get somebody in the door for an adjustment, they get infinite amount of leads to their $79 weekly Chiro appointments, right? And this is the conversation that you want to have with your client. You need to explain this to them, right? Now, how do we ascend people up the value ladder? Well, if you want your clients to love you, you should help implement strategies to ascend them up. The front end offer leads up the front end offer to lead them up the value ladder, right? Ascending people up the value ladder can be accomplished in two ways. Number one, by delivering a premium service on your front end offers, right? You have to encourage your client to bite their tongue when delivering a front end offer and give away much more value than your customer paid for. Because when you do this, you're sacrificing a short-term gain for a relationship that will serve them for years. Right? You might be, only offering for $21. Your client might be, I don't really want to do this for $21. But you have to understand that if you blow them out of if you blow their lead's mind, right? If you give them a exceptional service for $21, you will build that relationship. That relationship will be built, and they'll come and keep coming back to their business over and over and over again. Don't explain it like I just explained it, because that could be taken the wrong way. But anyways, getting back into this, right? So the second thing that you want to be doing to help ascending people up the value ladder is soft call to actions and problem identification, right? So as your client is servicing their lead and solving their initial problem, they should be bringing future problems to their awareness and asking questions to get the lead to come to their own conclusion that they need more services, right? So your front end offer, right? If maybe this is where, a lead starting point is, and this is their dream outcome. Right? So maybe this is like, they've been stuck with back pain, and this is like living the perfect, back pain free lifestyle, right? Well, problem number one might be, getting that initial adjustment, right? And that is what you're selling as your front end offer. But then as you get your initial adjustment, the chiropractor should be, asking questions. Oh, well, have you ever had an adjustment before? Yes. Okay. Well, how long after your first adjustment did it take you until you were experiencing pain again? Oh, well, about a week. Okay, well, it would probably make sense to, stay on top of this, so we don't ever, so we don't ever, fall back into this trap of, constantly being in pain and constantly have to getting adjustments. Because really, if we, do 6 adjustments over the next 6 weeks or something, or whatever the chiropractor is, or obviously, the chiro's elite industry knowledge is going to be the best way of delivering this, and that should be on your client, not on you, to upsell them into a continuity program, right? And you basically do this by pointing out the problems, making the lead come to their own conclusion that they need more services, right? And whether it's in the audit dealing niche, okay, well, yeah, we did ceramics coating, but it's like, what happened to your tires? Oh, well, you need to, you know what I mean? You bring up the problems and you make the lead come to their own conclusion that, damn, I need this fixed too. Can you help? Yes, we can. Okay, now here's a quick warning. If you hard sell your high ticket offers, people receive your low ticket offers as a scam to get you to pay more, right? So if people come in here and they get hard sold to problem number 2 or up to the people come in for here and they get hard sold up to here, they're going to have a bad taste, right? They're going to think this whole thing was a scam. They think this whole thing was a trick, right? And that's going to make it very difficult to send people up the value ladder, right? Here's the next thing. You must solve a problem and deliver quick wins, right? So in order for the client's low ticket offer to be a success, they must solve an actual problem and deliver a quick win, right? So examples include a chiro readjustment that actually relieves pain, picture perfect grass cut, right? 10 pounds lost in the fitness industry. If they do not, the likelihood of your customer ascending is low, right? Therefore, it is on you and them, as in you and your client, to reverse engineer the steps needed in order to achieve the desirable result and put that together inside your low ticket offer, right? And then after you have delivered a quick win and solved their initial problem, they will naturally want to ascend up the value ladder to solve subsequent problems. Okay, so here is your homework. So what I've created for you guys here is a value ladder calculator that you can use with your clients. So let's say you're in the gym industry and you're offering a 21-day challenge, and the dream outcome, like what is the dream outcome? Well, it's to lose lose 5 pounds. Okay, so this is what you're going to want to include in your marketing. You can have a discussion with your client to what is the deliverables on this front end offer going to be. Let's say it's 3 sessions a week in a meal plan. And then what is it going to cost, right? Let's say it costs $99, okay? So with that, what is the upsell offer? Well, after they complete the 21-day challenge, they get upsold into the gym membership. And what is the upsell price, right? And then if it's not a one-time, if it's like a continuity, like a gym membership would be, how long are they going to stay, right? If the answer is 0, if it's a one-time and the answer is 0, you can put that there. But let's say they stay for 4 months, okay? So customer LTV, that means the average customer has an LTV of $796, right? If the upsell price is $199 a month, the average person stays for 4 months. And this is the information that you're going to need to get from your client. Okay, now you can come down here and say, okay, so if we spent $1,000 on ads, right? And we got 100 leads, which is a $10 cost per lead. And we have a conversion rate of 25% to the front end offer sales, right? That means our front end offer rev would be $2,475, right? And then let's say we convert 25% of them, right? That means we get 6 upsell sales, right? Or 6.25, and you can round down or round up, depending on what the number is. That means we get, $4,975 of upsell revenue, which if you add these two together, that's $7,450, which gives you a total ROI of a 7.45x on your $1,000 that you spent on ads, right? Because what is going to happen is most of you guys are going to be sitting here with your front end offers, right? And maybe you spend $1,000 and then your service delivery is $1,000 as well, or $1,500 as well, right? So the client spends $2,500 on you and they make $2,475, right? And your client's like, damn, I lost $25 and I wasted all my time. This person sucks. He's fired. Right? But they forget about this, right? They forget about this. And then you can see the total ROI. Okay? So this is a value ladder calculator, and your homework is to start implementing this on your sales calls and on your onboarding calls and whatnot as you're creating your front end offers and as you're creating your value ladder to use with.
All right. So if you do not do this, you are going to fail with your client service delivery. You must, and I say must, create an irresistible mousetrap offer for your clients, especially because we're going to be running ads to a relatively cold audience, right? We're not dealing with e-com stores where we can warm up an audience or we have Instagram followings to deal with. A lot of the time the clients that we're working with are going to have 2, 3, 4, maybe 500 followers. And that's going to be pretty exhausted pretty quickly. So pretty soon we're going to have to go into a cold audience, and the only way to convert a cold audience is to create an irresistible offer for them on the front end. And the only way to create a situation where your client makes money and is happy is turning that irresistible offer on the front end into a mousetrap offer on the back end. So before I get into that, I'll first explain to you what exactly a mousetrap offer is. So the easiest way to explain it is, a mousetrap offer works by giving the prospect some cheese, quote unquote, to get them in the door and then locking them in at a full price or long-term something, once they're in the door. So some examples of a mousetrap offer is when you offer somebody a free trial, they come in, XYZ happens, and then boom, they turn into a paying customer. Or another example of a mousetrap offer, like for example in the fitness niche, is say you're in a situation where 3 things need to happen in order to be successful. For example, in the fitness niche, that would be fitness, nutrition, and accountability, right? Well, what you could do is you could give away the fitness and the nutrition, but then sell the accountability on the back end, right? And that's a way to irresistibly get people in the door and then close the mousetrap once they're in there. Another way to do this is to offer a huge discount and then an upsell in person. So an example of this is in the auto niche. It's typically known that ceramic coating is going to run you anywhere between $1,000 to $1,500. Well, if you ran an ad that said ceramic coating was only $497, you'd be able to generate leads. But the thing is once they come in for that $497 ceramic coating, then they get upsold and made irresistible offers while they're there, so your client can make money on the back end. Another thing is, maybe it is a huge, discount or something, but it is to a recurring model or something that's going to recurring. So even if your client breaks even or something on the front end, they make money on the back end. Another thing is more of like that ethical bribe where you offer, free X when you do Y. And then that can lead into either an upsell on the back end or to create a long-term recurring customer. Those ones only typically work when you're in the, when you're working with somebody who works on, has like recurring clients, for example, like the auto niche, for example, most people who do get their cars ceramic coated, that's once every like 3 years maximum. Whereas a gym, they can sign you up for a $150 a month gym membership. So gyms are going to be more, open to doing things at a loss or doing things at a break even, knowing that they'll be able to build their recurring customer base on the back end, where somebody like an auto detailer isn't going to want to break even on a customer that they might not see again forever, or at least for 2-3 years. So some applicable examples are, in the gym niche, the free 6-week challenge with deposit. That's an irresistible offer, but that deposit gets credited towards 6 weeks of service upon completion. So once they do 6 weeks, they get locked in for 6 months. Auto niche, 497 ceramic coating, so that's a huge discount, and then get upsold in person. Chiro niche, they come in for like a $21 adjustment. I've seen some very successful agency owners, offer this for their clients. People come in for a $21 adjustment, and then, once you go there, they realize that their body's a mess, and then they turn into a recurring customer. Maybe if you're working in the SaaS niche, which, obviously it's a very hard niche to tap into, so I don't expect many of us are, but an example is, offering a free trial into a paying customer. Maybe in the landscaping niche, maybe your offer is, I'll give you a free gas cut when you book a hedge trim, or when you book a hedge trim worth X amount. So that is the basics of creating an irresistible mousetrap offer. The steps that you can do in order to figure out your mousetraps offers are one of two things. The first one, is honestly like just thinking about it, like just thinking of, how could I get people in the door for cheap and then sell them on the back end? Maybe that's, involves you grabbing a pen and paper, doing some journaling, put in some noise canceling headphones, and really sit down and have a conversation with yourself for an hour or so, and try and brainstorm and write down and try and come up with your own mousetrap offer. It's very common that when you're able to come up with your own, that's when you can just take off in an industry. Like that's when you can, truly create a blue ocean offer. And so, you can dominate and you can get extremely good results for your client. Now, if you try that and you weren't able to come up with something, really good, and, maybe perhaps you tried that and you brought it to an RSC call, and, there were some flaws that we picked out from your mousetrap offer. Well, the second thing that you can default to is going onto Facebook ads library and looking through, what other companies and what other offers are being made in your industry, funnel hack them to try and identify where the mousetrap part of this offer comes into play, and then see if you can replicate that for your business. But now your next steps and your next, homework is to create a mousetrap offer for your client. So once you complete this video, the next thing to do is to, whether you write it down or whether you funnel hack on Facebook ads library, that's up to you, but it's to come up with a mousetrap offer and then submit it into the Discord and the Go High level for Alex and I to approve before being advanced to the next level.
All right. Well, this might sound hypocritical, but you shouldn't pick a niche. And you're probably annoyed with that because we just told you to pick a niche inside the First Client Challenge. There's 100 videos on the internet telling you to pick a niche, and you've picked this niche. You finally found success because you have a couple clients, and now you're telling me what? I shouldn't pick a niche? The answer is yes. You should be picking a sub-niche, and I'm going to explain to you what that is in this video, how to do it, and I have good news. None of the work that you've put in is going to, be wasted. Everything that you've put in to get to where you are today is going to be added. It's going to make this easier, and there's no additional work that's going to go into making this switch. You don't have to start a new agency. You're not picking a new niche, nothing, okay? So there's two different strategies in the world, red ocean strategy and blue ocean strategy, right? that was a stupid thing to say. There's more than two different strategies in the world. I meant when it comes to, finding opportunities. There's two different opportunities that you can find, okay? Red ocean strategy or blue ocean strategy, which really means red ocean opportunity to blue ocean opportunity, okay? So red ocean opportunity is when you're competing in an existing market space, i.e. the auto detailing niche, the med spa niche, the gym niche, right? You have to become the best. You have to beat the competition. You have to exploit an existing demand. You have to make the value cost trade-off, right? And you also have to align the whole system of a firm's activities with its strategic choice of differentiation at low cost. Okay, which is a very tough thing to do and requires a lot of money, and it requires you to be the best amongst the elite, right? Which isn't the easy thing to do, especially amongst a beginner, right? Which is why you want to be leveraging what's called the blue ocean strategy, especially in the beginning, right? Yes, there is potentially more money in the red ocean strategy, as in with a proper red ocean strategy, $100 million, $10 million, like ridiculous amounts of money, but you can easily make, well, not easily, you can make a couple mil with a blue ocean strategy, okay? So blue ocean strategy is when you create an uncontested market space. You make the competition irrelevant because you're so different from them. You create and you capture a new demand, which allows you to break the value cost trade-off and align the whole system of a firm's activity in pursuit of differentiation and low cost, okay? So if you don't niche down, what do you do? Well, as someone who has personally built a 200 client agency that served anyone with a credit card and a pulse, I can assure you that going broad will lead to a life not worth living. So I'm not going to tell you to just, work with anybody, but instead of choosing a niche, you need to choose a product or a service or a product. Read that wrong. So, Art of War lesson: avoid what is strong and attack what is weak. So this is a very popular book, a very famous book, and I've read it twice. And one of the key takeaways that I got from this book is the principle of attacking what is weak and avoiding what is strong. So there's this story out there. This actually isn't from the book, but it was from an individual that was talking about the book when I was at this mastermind group, and they said, they hired two people within their company, okay? Two females, and this company was very good at working the phones, and one female came in and they said, okay, everybody's good at working the phones, the company obviously must value that, I'm going to become the best at working the phones, right? And spoiler alert, about 3 months later she was laid off, right? Because she came in and attacked what was strong, right? She tried to be the best at what people were already good at. That is a red ocean strategy, okay? Well, the other employee came in and she noticed that everybody's good at the phones, but nobody does the fine print, nobody does this paperwork thing, and the spreadsheets were a mess. So she came in and she cleaned everything up, and she got really good at what everybody else sucked at, i.e. she used the blue ocean strategy, and she ended up being the highest paid low-level employee within that company by the end of the year. Okay, and that is the power of avoiding what is strong, attacking what is weak, and leveraging the blue ocean strategy, okay? So step number one, choose an industry or a niche. If you made it this far, you've already done that, so I'm not even going to go over that. Step number two is to choose a service within the niche, right? So the old way of doing things, if I was to service in the gym niche, is to say, hey, I will get you leads. Hey, I will get you members, et cetera, right? Gym owners have heard that 1,000 times, right? But when we break that down, like, what do people in the gym niche offer? Well, there's one-on-one training, there's CrossFit, there's open gyms, there's group classes, there's sports training, and there's a whole bunch more. But for the example's sake, I've only put 5 down here, right? And so what you want to be doing is, if you were in the gym niche or the auto niche, or it doesn't matter what niche you're in, is choosing one of these, right? Choosing one of the sub-niches, right? And then you get really freaking good at that one thing, and then you go to the gym niche. You go to people in the gym niche and say, hey, I will fill up your CrossFit classes. Hey, I will fill up your open gym memberships. Hey, I will fill up your group classes, right? Which is a lot more powerful, a lot more relevant, a lot more, specific. And with specificity, wow. You know what I was trying to say. With that word that I just absolutely butchered, you're going to increase your perceived value that you can provide to your prospects. Great. Step number 3, you can rinse the fuck out of people with this sales trick, right? So if you've in the sales module, we talk about the damaging admissions, and that's the most powerful sales trick in the book, right? And when it comes to gaining trust with people, right? And you can say, listen, I suck at one-on-one training. I suck at CrossFit. I suck at open gyms. I suck at group classes, but I can fill your gym with sports training clients. And how much more powerful of a sales pitch is that than everybody else trying to bend over backwards? Oh yeah, I can do one. Oh yeah, I can do this. Oh yeah, I can do that. Oh yeah, I can do that. Oh yeah, I can do that. No, listen. I can't do any of this, but I will fill up your gym with sports training clients, right? And that is how you stand out. That is how you become your own blue ocean, right? You differentiate yourself, okay? And the step number 4 is what you can do when you start to do this is you begin to focus your energy and dominate, okay? So here's my business graveyard. So the first business I started was Deal and Fine Stack. I made $1,000 a month, which for like 12, 13, 14 years old wasn't bad, I'll admit, right? And then I got a little bit older and I ran these three companies at the same time. I ran this company, which was like this food and beverage company. I ran an e-com store and I ran this second e-com store, and none of them were actually able to achieve much scale. I ran this store and I ran these 3 companies at the same time, and then I ran these 2 companies at the same time, Wilson Media and Outwork Media, and then I stopped everything. This is 4 years. 4 years, and the most I'd ever made in a month was $25K in a month. Okay? I'd stopped everything. I went all in to RSC, and within like 7 months of business, we had $69K a month. Right? Because I went all in. I focused my energy and dominate. And if you ever feel stuck in your agency, if you ever feel like you've been working and you're not getting anywhere, it's probably because you're not focusing effort, right? What you're probably doing is you got really good one-on-one training, but then some CrossFit gym comes along and you don't want to miss out on that $200. So you said, okay, I'll take on the CrossFit gym, and then you waste your time trying to, get results with the CrossFit gym, and then you take time away from what you were actually good at, and then you never achieve success. You never achieve greatness because your efforts are so dispersed, right? And this is what this looks like visually, right? So let's say this is the line at which we achieve success, right? And what most people do is they have all their energy and they do a little bit of this, 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 but they never make it to here, right? Where if you cut everything out and you only focus on one service delivery, you focus on one thing, right? You put all your effort into one thing. Alex Ramosi, all the people that are ahead of you do this, but it's so hard to do, right? Everybody tells you to do it, but it's so hard to do. But I'm telling you guys, like, this is exactly what happened with my business. I made the same mistake over and over and over again. I finally learned. RSC is the only company I run. It's the only company I'm involved with right now, right? And you can see what happens, right? You put all your energy into one thing and then you achieve success, right? That's why I say it's like become a surgeon, not a general doctor, right? A general doctor is, can do a little bit with the heart, can do a little bit with, the sickness, can do a little bit with, muscle, can do a little bit with this, and they get paid, a little bit of money. I mean, relative, and I say a little bit of money relatively to what a surgeon, right? A surgeon can do one thing. He can fix your heart and really good at it, right? And he gets paid a lot more than the general doctor. Okay, so you want to be a surgeon amongst your niche. You want to be the surgeon of your niche that can solve a very specific problem very, very well and get paid accordingly, as opposed to the general doctor that can kind of get okay results for everything. Okay, so that is how you pick a blue ocean niche to unlock another level of growth and another level of ease of scalability.
Okay, here's a Facebook Ads Manager 101. The point of this video is not to show you guys how to write insane hooks or, create creatives that convert or, even anything in regards to that. I wanted to just make a quick video. This may not be applicable to all of you guys. So, if you're coming into this program with a little bit more experience, feel free to skip this video. But for those that are brand new to the world of Facebook ads or anything like that, I'm going to make this video to break down the basics of how to set up a Facebook ad campaign, only focusing on the things that you are going to need in order to get results for your clients. Sometimes we've taken courses such as, perhaps things we see online, or perhaps even Facebook's blueprint course, and they stuff it with information, and a lot of which is unnecessary in order to get our client results. So I wanted to create as straightforward of a guide for you guys so you can only focus on what matters, and we can continue how we follow the 80-20 rule. So getting into it, first I'm going to go over a quick breakdown of how a Facebook ads campaign works and the 3 different types of sections within your Facebook ads manager. So the first thing is your campaign. Now your campaign is really what you're asking yourself is, what are we trying to do? Generate leads, brand awareness, clicks to the website. That is like the overarching strategy of your ads. And then from the campaign level, we have multiple different ad sets. And within each different ad set, we are asking ourselves who we are targeting, okay? So we might have this campaign of generating leads, but then we have one ad set that targets women and one ad set that targets men, right? And then below the ad sets,
we have our ads. So basically this question that we're asking is, how are we going to make it happen? So the reason why it's set up the way it is because, we might have this campaign of generating leads, right? And that's our overall goal, which is great. But when we go to, how are we going to generate leads? Well, we want to generate leads, woman leads, female leads, and male leads. But, obviously, how a male reacts to an ad isn't going to be the same way as how a female reacts to the ad. So we'd want to create different ads to target the different audiences. Maybe it's male, female, maybe it's teenagers versus adults. Whatever the different demographic are, that is going to be dependent on your niche, your offer, and everything that you're doing. But the point is what this allows us to do is create one campaign to try and generate leads, but then have ad sets maybe perhaps targeting, 20 to 40-year-old woman, and then we can create 3 ads, that appeal to a 20 to 40-year-old woman. And then on the other hand, we could do the same ad set except targeting 20 to 40-year-old men, and then create 3 ads, that appeal to 20 to 40-year-old men. So getting into what it actually looks like, I'm just going to go through one of my old client accounts here. So basically, at the campaign level, you can see campaign, ad sets, and ads. At the campaign level, we set it up for lead generation. So basically, what that looks like is you come in here, as you click, it'll ask you what is your objective? You will click leads. And so we click lead generation there. You always want to leave, all this advantage campaign budget, A/B testing, don't touch any of that. Maybe, later down in the road, we can look at perhaps, using some of these methods because they are extremely effective, but they are not necessary to get started. So then at the ad set, we are targeting the gym plus a 2-mile radius. We were only targeting women. We were targeting 30 to 50-year-olds, and they had an interest in fitness. So you can see here what that looks like. We're spending $20 a day. And you can see, so it was their gym plus 4 miles. That's a little mistake. 30 to 60 years old. We targeted people, so you can click edit. You can add people, you can target people in here. Now, one of the things that is very important when it comes to your advertising is a lot of time when we're working with local businesses, our audience is very broad. Our audience is, can appeal to a large range of people, a large variety of people. So what sometimes that will do is that we actually won't have any interest in here, or we'll turn on this button. And if you look right here, you can see my audience size, but when I click this button, it's going to significantly jump up. And what this does is when you turn this on, it first shows to people that have an interest in physical fitness, but then it'll begin to, as it says, target people beyond your detailed targeting selections and when it's likely to improve performance. Now, this is a very rare circumstance in the sense where I was able to identify a way to get, as you saw, $3-4 leads for people, even though I had a 50 to 60,000 audience size. However, I would not recommend that. This was after months and months of testing and refining and sharpening the iron. So when we're beginning, we're gonna want to look for audience sizes of anywhere between 100 to 500,000 people. And if our audience size is too low, that's when we can either remove our targeting or turn on advantage detailed targeting to further expand our audience size. So then getting into the placement, so basically this is where you select where you want the ad to be. So another thing that you could split test and create different ad sets for is maybe feed ads versus story ads. And in this case, we are just running these on Facebook, but typically what you're going to be doing is you're going to have it on Facebook and on Instagram, and then you're going to go here, feeds, Instagram feed, and sometimes Facebook Marketplace too. I've had some real big success in some particular niches running Facebook Marketplace ads. But again, that is something you always test and only make those decisions based on data. So then once you've created the ad set level and you've defined who we are targeting and where you're targeting them, you then want to go into the ad. And basically the ad is, how are we going to make this happen? What are we going to say in order to persuade people to, take the actions that we want them to take on behalf of our client?
So that's where you're going to come in. You're going to write your copy. You're going to write your headlines. Add a description there, which is not really important. Add your form, and then there you go. That's pretty much the basics of how to set up a Facebook ad campaign. So what your homework is going to be to, first of all, create your own Facebook ad campaign. So first of all, go in there, create your own Facebook Ads Manager account. It is super simple. Just type in Facebook Ads Manager. Facebook will walk you through it. Search it up. You can figure that one out on your own. And then create a mock campaign using basic data. Just put test or example for all the names and stuff like that. Once you've created a loom of you doing that, you can submit it to the Discord and the Go High level, where Alex and I will approve it and advance you on to level 2. Hey guys, quick rundown on the method number 2, Facebook Ads Library method to find winning ads and to create winning ads for your clients. So first thing you're going to do, head to Facebook Ads Library. Once you're in Facebook Ads Library, you're simply just going to search for your niche. So let's say, for example, I am searching in the gym niche. So you want to do your country, United States or Canada, all ads. And then let's say we're doing the gym industry. So let's say fitness challenge, something like that. Boom. So now, once you've searched up your niche, what you're going to want to do is you want to find ads that meet one of the two things. They're either A, repetitive, or B, they have been running for over 2 weeks. And the reason why is because if an ad is repetitive and you're constantly seeing the same ad, one of two things are either happening. That company is either blowing a ton of money or they're making a ton of money. And same thing if the ad has been around for weeks. That company is either losing a bunch of money or they are making money. And likely, because we're all in business to make money at the end of the day, those ads are showing up a lot or they've been running for a long time because they're making money. So then we know that those are successful and winning ads. So if I go through here, just kind of going through it, kind of scrolling through it, let's see what I see here. This one's been running for about 2 weeks. You can see they got multiple ones that have both been running for 2 weeks. So, right here, this might be a winning ad that you can find. This one's been running for a long time. Okay, if this one's been running, for over a month at this point, this is probably a winning ad. And I mean, I come from the gym industry, so I can tell you right now, this is definitely a winning ad because this is exactly what a winning ad would look like in the gym industry. So yeah, let's say that. So let's say this one definitely meets the criteria of, being around for a long period of time. Oh, where'd it go? One thing that you can kind of, just be a little bit wary of is like Anytime Fitness. Like, that's a big corporation, so they could very well be just burning money. So, be more conscious of that and kind of look for people like your clients. Like this one, for example, December 16th. This looks like it's like a local gym. I've seen this ad come up, this ad copy come up a lot. I think it was another one up here with the same ad copy. Where is it? Yeah, see that same ad copy up here. So that looks like it's a winning ad as well. Okay, so we found 2 winning ads just in the little time being that I've been here. But let's say, for example, we chose this one. So what you want to do, you want to click See Ad Details, and then right here, this is the entire ad. So you can click that little 3 lines here. You can see the copy. Boom. Take that, model it. Don't copy it verbatim, but you can model the framework and tweak the copy to better adhere to your client. And then the second thing is here, you can play the ad to see what the creative looks like. Boom, simple creative. And then the next thing that you can do is you want to come down here and click additional assets from the ad. So I'm assuming that they're probably running a lead form, and they are. So their lead form, it says, please fill out this accurately so we can get you more information on our program. So that is what their headline is going to look like on the lead form. Are you interested in claiming your free? Yes, no. So basically you can see that once they click on the ad, they're asked this question. These are the two options. Then they're asked a short form question with that option, full name, phone number, terms and conditions, da 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 da. This is the final page. This is the thank you page, and this is basically what it looks like there. So you could go and say, okay, I'm gonna, attention, where my client lives, and then their gender. Your offer, your client's offer right here. You could even leave that one the same. You could customize this to what your client is offering. This is probably going to stay consistent with anybody in the gym niche. And then when you're setting up the Facebook form, you could have this be the first one, that be the second, and ask these questions, get them to put in their full name, their phone number, and then have this as the header. There you go. You just found a winning ad that you can model for your own client that is very likely to succeed because it is already successful for somebody else. All right, so the second, or I guess technically the third method to find and create winning ads for your clientele is to funnel hack another agency's case study. So to walk you through how to do this, basically what you want to do is you want to come over to Google and type in, let's say, home improvement Facebook ads case study. Okay, so then what you can see right here is there's a bunch of agencies that are marketing their own case studies, just as you should be as well, to the public. And so what you can do is we can simply just click on here and we can find out who they ran their ads for. So we can see, go to here, so bath fitter. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to want to do is we're going to want to come over to Facebook. And sometimes this method can take a little bit longer because sometimes the case studies can be older and they're not currently still running ads. But this is definitely a good way to do it. So let's come over to Bath Fitter. We can see it's kind of like a blue logo-ish type thing. Actually, that looks like it. It looks like the same font. So this looks like it could be them. Okay, these guys are, and you want to come over to here once you have their, come over to page transparency. They're currently running ads. So we can see kind of the ads that they are running. Okay, so we can see before afters. We can kind of get a good example of what ads are currently running, and we can model these for your clients. Now, I am going to give you guys a warning right now. I just looked at this bath fitter one, and I saw this, which is a good lesson for you guys as well. Why do over 2 million people trust bath fitter with their baths? Okay, if you're when we're serving our clients, which 97% of the time they're going to be some form of local business, they don't have 2 million customers. And Coca-Cola's marketing strategy is going to be a heck of a lot different from your local brewery's marketing strategy. So if you go and you funnel hack a case study and you find out that the client is some big fish, like some big corporate company, take their ads with a grain of salt, because yes, it can lead you in the right direction, but you have to understand that, marketing for your local home improvement company, your family-run company that does, local bathroom renovations, and marketing for, a company that serves 2 million customers is going to be a completely different marketing approach. So let's go back onto Google here. Home improvement leads are top Facebook ads. Just waiting for this to load. Got it. Okay, this isn't really a case study. Remodeler generates 5,000 clicks. Okay, so this looks like a definite case study. Bromwell Construction Company, family owned. Okay, now we're looking family owned business in Delaware. Now we're on to something here. Sometimes you can also check, like sometimes they'll just straight up put the ads here. So yeah, if you can see these ads, this is the ads that they run there. So boom, so if I was in the home improvement niche, like definitely one thing that I can see consistent is before after ads as well. You can see kind of the results that they generated. So let's see what Bromwell Construction Company is doing right now. So if we go through about, page transparency. Oh, so it looks like they're not running ads right now. Oh, maybe they are. Okay, so here's more, inspiration that you can take from. See details. Oh, it's inactive. Okay, so this ad isn't currently being run. And it was launched a while ago, so that's not a good one to do. But if we just keep going through these, former client of ours, so that's not a good one either. That's what I was saying earlier, like this one, sometimes this one takes a little bit longer, but it is definitely a way to, find winning ads in your industry. So what you can do sometimes as well is if you find somebody who's like really specific, like in your niche. So let's go back. I think there's one called like Builder Flow, and then what they'll do. Oh, results. Okay, boom. So here's a lot more. Boom. Obviously if these guys have good case studies, they know what they're doing. About, they're currently running ads. Here we go. Oh my God, don't do this to me now. Boom. So you can see a bunch of the ads that they are running. Obviously this is being run by a successful marketing company. And so you can take inspiration from that and apply it to your own ads. Okay, so how to create high converting lead forms. Now, lead forms are one of the most slept on aspect when it comes to media buying, right? You can have the best ad in the world, the best offer in the world, but if your lead form is suck, it's going to massively have a negative toll on the overall results that you're getting for you and your clients, okay? And, not too long ago, Matthew Dean jumped into the inner circle and delivered an entire masterclass that allowed him to go from $97 cost per lead to a $5 cost per lead. And he did this with landing pages, but there was about a 20-minute section in that masterclass where he went all in on lead forms as well. And I'm going to basically deliver you that same content. Unfortunately, the member masterclasses are protected by a non-disclosure agreement, so I can't share that with you. But I can give you guys the same lesson, and that's exactly what I'm going to be doing for you guys in here. So, first thing is the cover page headline, right? Your cover page headline must first maintain congruency with the advertisement, right? And this is one of the biggest mistakes that people make, right? They're talking about one thing on the ad, but then when they jump onto the landing page, they talk about a completely different thing, right? And what happens in the buyer's mind is they click on the ad, oh, well, I'm kind of interested in that. They click on that, and then the lead form pops up and it has another offer or another headline or something completely different. And like, oh, this isn't the same thing. This isn't what I thought it was. This isn't what I thought it was, is what they say. That is what goes on through their mind. So they click off of it and they don't submit it. Right? So maintaining that same offer, that same text, that same, maintaining complete congruency with the ad and the landing page or the instant form is probably one of the biggest levers that you can pull if you want to get good results, right? The next thing is to offer something of value. This is very important. Entering their name and email so you can call them is not of value to them, right? Being able to claim a gift card, being able to reserve a spot, being able to get a free strategy session, a free roadmap, a free something, offering something of value is what is going to encourage people to actually fill out the form. You have to make sure, like similar to our outreach, similar to everything that we do, the offer price must be much above, the perceived value of the offer must be much above the price of which they need to pay in order to get that. Right? And in this case, the price they are paying is trusting you with their email, phone number, and also the time. Right? So if they associate that with this much value, your offer must be up here. Right? But enter your information so we can call you is way down here. Okay? Now the next thing is to provoke curiosity. Right? What is this? This is kind of cool. I'm interested in that, right? And there's so many different ways that you can do that. But the point is like you want to be able to provoke curiosity and not just be boring, bland, like have a little flair with it, right? I don't know if you guys are subscribed to my email list. If you are, you know that every single email that gets sent out provokes curiosity, okay? Now, the cover page description. So your cover page description should be bullet points that convey the following: the dream outcome, the perceived likelihood of achievement, the low time delay, the low effort and sacrifice, and then some scarcity and urgency. Okay? So the dream outcome, right? We talk about the value equation from Alex Hormozi a lot in the accelerator here. Basically, you want to talk about like what is, the dream outcome? Like what do people get as a result of, moving forward with this offer? Why is there a perceived likelihood that, they actually will get that? How long does it take? And how little effort can go into, getting that desired dream outcome, right? And then also scarcity and urgency. Okay, so here's a cover page example. Ladies, claim, 1 out of 10 $500 Summy Tummy gift cards, right? I'm imagining a Summer Tummy is like a fitness program or something. Wow your friends this summer with your body, right? That is the dream outcome. 100 plus successful transformations. That's the perceived likelihood of achievement. 6 weeks long, low time delay. Step-by-step support and care, low effort and sacrifice. 10 spots available, scarcity/urgency, right? So questions now. After we've gone past the cover page, we got to move on to the questions, right? The questions that you ask will be dependent on the niche and offer that you are promoting. That being said, RSC Inner Circle members have tested and proven that asking questions in first person perform much better than quote-unquote interrogations. So instead of asking like, what's your budget? Ask, my budget is. More examples include, my name is, my phone number is, my email is, my budget is, I am a, male or female. Okay, the next thing is the thank you page. So your thank you page should simply direct the lead to take the next steps or inform them of what those next steps will be, right? And an example of this is, thank you, your spot has been saved temporarily. Expect to hear from a coach in the next 1 to 2 hours via phone to learn more about the Summer Tummy program and if you qualify. Okay, so this is a mini masterclass on how to create high converting lead forms because like I said, this is a huge lever to pull and it could be the make or break to your successful or unsuccessful media buying campaigns on behalf of you. Okay, so how to create winning ads from scratch. So if you've gone to the Facebook ad library or if you've tried to funnel hack other case studies and you haven't found winning ads that you can model that have already been proven to, and you're sitting there, oh my God, what am I going to do? How am I going to write copy? This is exactly what you want to be doing. And as you get better at running an agency, as you get better at media buying, as you get better at copywriting, marketing, and all these different things over time, this is probably going to be the thought process that you're going to adapt, so you can really differentiate yourself from other people in the industry. Okay, modeling other people, that's a great way to start, but that is a more beginner approach. This is a little bit more of an advanced approach, on because now we're going to be creating copy from scratch. Okay, so I originally learned this when I took on a digital security client way back in my day, running my first agency, Wilson Media, that I absolutely knew nothing about. Because of that, there was no existing ads to model. There was no other agency agencies in this space, and there was nothing on the Facebook ad library. So I had to create something from scratch. I took Russell Brunson and Dan Kennedy's formula to sell info products, which was the hook story offer formula. And even though they hadn't done it, they hadn't never talked about it for local business, I was like, well, I think this could work, right? And so I tweaked it a little bit, and then I set it up for that digital security client, and the campaign was amazing. Okay. Now, recently, my sister actually runs her own in-person cleaning business. So she drives around, she has a small staff, and she goes and she cleans houses, and, offices, et cetera, et cetera. And she was struggling to get new clients for her cleaning business. And she kept promoting, and wasting advertising dollars, because she was like promoting like hard selling, like hard sell, offers, like all that kind of stuff. Right. And I said to her, give me 5 minutes to create an ad for you. If it's not the best performing ad you've ever run before in your life, I'll pay for your ads plus $100. I went through this formula, this framework that I'm about to share with you guys in this video. She signed 5 clients in 2 days, and she had to stop the ads to hire more staff. Okay, so here's how you do this. Number 1 is you have an organic creative. So when I was when I was working with a martial arts gym back in the day, I had this client who we had very professional videos that were done, but the problem was that they went and they spent a lot of money to get these videos created, right? And then what was happening is COVID was starting to run through our area, and they were at risk at shutting down their gym. But at that same time, the ad that we had originally created months ago were beginning to fatigue. Ad costs were going up, and it was looking like I was going to lose this client. And then I reached out to them and I was like, hey, we need more ad creatives. We need something new if we're going to keep these campaigns afloat. And they're like, hey, Dylan, we do not have the money. We cannot hire another videographer to come in here. And I was like, damn, okay. Well, can you guys take a video for me? I asked. And they're like, yeah, we can do that. And they didn't. And a week passed. And I'm like, hey, can you guys, I need that video. The ad costs are going up. This isn't going to work. And I'm like, I've lost this client. And then they didn't respond to that. And then finally 2 weeks later, they finally sent me the video. And it was probably the worst video that I've ever seen. It was shaky. The owner's finger was in the video for a portion of it. And I was like, damn, what am I going to do? I'm going to lose this client, right? And I was scared too, right? Because I wasn't making a ton of money at the time. But anyways, I was like, I have no choice. I have to use this video, even though it's shaky and it's just these kids running around. So I threw this video up on Facebook, and it was the best performing ad I'd ever run. And the reason why it's such a good ad is because the ad did not look like an ad. It looked like a regular post on Facebook. So people were stopping, they were interested, they were watching the video, they were reading the description, and the description, well, there was an offer in the description, so a lot of people took us up on that offer. Okay, so number 1 is having an organic creative. For example, the photo for my sister, it was a photo of her cleaning, just an iPhone selfie of her cleaning. That was the photo that crushed it. Okay, so organic creatives, I just found a couple of these on the internet. This is an organic creative. This would be an organic creative that would perform super well when we're using the hook story offer formula. Okay, the next thing is an intention grabbing hook. So a year ago, or no, about 2 years ago now, I spent the equivalent of a luxury vehicle on a single coaching program, right? And so the reason why I did that is because I was on YouTube one day, and I was having some struggles with my agency, and I saw this ad that said attention agency owners doing 10 to 20K a month. And I was doing 16K a month at the time, and I was like, oh my God, that is me. So I was interested, right? It stopped what I was doing. I stopped dead in my tracks, and I was interested. And I watched the ad, I clicked on it, I booked a call, and then next thing you know, I was spending a lot of money on this guy's program, okay? Some scammer on the internet. Anyways, the point is that I would have never hopped on the call, I would have never clicked on the ad, I would have never booked the call, I would have never paid that invoice if it wasn't such an attention-grabbing hook, right? Because that hook caught my attention, it led me to watch the ad, which led me to take the next step. So without that attention-grabbing hook, I would have just pressed skip ad on the YouTube ad, and I would have gone back to watching whatever YouTube video I was watching, right? So that is why, an attention-grabbing hook is super important, right? So examples of this could be attention agency owners doing 10 to 20K a month, attention 40 to 60-year-old single moms, attention family homeowners in Vancouver, right? When a family homeowner in Vancouver sees this, they're stop dead in their tracks. What is this? When a 40 to 60-year-old mom, a single mom, hears this, she stops dead in her tracks. What is this? Right? And that's what you want to be doing with your ads. And now I know we talk about niche cycling in another one of these modules here. That is why, when you do this with niche cycling, it can be an absolute money printing formula. Okay. So the next element is the telling a story. So I actually have a funny story about this. I have a girlfriend, right? And people that know me in real life know that I'm not a huge fan of watching movies. I just get bored of them. I'm not interested in watching movies. Now, my girlfriend, on the other hand, she loves watching movies, okay? And it was about a year ago-ish when I came to her and I said, hey, I got good news. I'm like, hey, I'm willing to watch a movie with you. And she's like, okay, well, which one is it? And I was like, well, it's actually this movie by Russell Brunson where he called like it was like a documentary on like all the 2 Comic Club award winners, which is basically people that have made $1 million inside of ClickFunnels, right? And she's like, okay, well, if that's the only movie you watch, whatever. I'm like, perfect, right? And I was kind of like really interested to hear the story and like watch all these people who had made $1 million inside of ClickFunnels. Well, we loaded up the movie and it was a VSL. Okay. Now, I realized it was a VSL about 5 minutes into it, but I didn't want to tell my girlfriend that because I was like genuinely interested in like watching this VSL. Okay. And then what they did is basically told story after story after story, and they paired a story up with every objection that they get as to why people wouldn't see success with ClickFunnels. And they, every objection that they've ever gotten, they had a story of somebody who had that objection and overcame it. And they basically just played story after story after story. And at the end of it, my girlfriend looked at me and said, hey, I think I should start a ClickFunnels account. I could do affiliate marketing. And I was like, what? Like, my girlfriend, you have to understand, is she's like straight A student, non-entrepreneurial, very supportive of everything that I'm doing, but like non-entrepreneurial, nothing, related. Like, she's never had the idea of starting a business. She sees the stress that I've gone through. She sees, the ups and downs. She sees like, that's not for me. I'll get a 9 to 5, keep it safe, right? But after watching this video, she was now convinced that she was able to start a business. And that was when I thought, if Russell Brunson can convince my girlfriend that starting a business is a good idea via selling stories, or if stories can do that, stories can sell anybody on anything. Okay, so here's how you want to create a story, because obviously you don't want to, do a whole hour-long documentary in your Facebook ad, but here's what you want to do. So the first thing you want to do is you want to, introduce your client, like set the backstory, right? Set the scene, introduce your client, share the scenario, what's going on, and then share your why, okay? Or the client's why. Then you want to introduce the problem, share the problem that has been encountered, and then share the goal that your client is trying to accomplish, and then or was trying to accomplish, and then journey, right? So complete or incomplete, which means like, is the client still on the journey, and then you want to invite people in off of Facebook to help them complete the journey, or has the client completed the journey and now you're giving back, or now it's a thank you, or here's an offer as a thank you for the people that have helped the client, achieve the journey. Okay. Now, and don't worry, I have an example at the end of this where I'm going to put everything here together so you can see it here. Okay. The headline, right? Now your headline should resemble a news article, right? So an example of this could be, students give back 50% off lawn care this April. Local MMA gym helps children fight against bullying. Right? You want to make them resemble a news article, so it really does a really good job of blending in with the feed, because at the end of the day, when you use this style of ad copy, people are going to read it. Okay, so the next part is offer creation, right? And it is no secret that the better the offer, the more easier sales is going to be, right? For example, the inner circle, right? So, the reason why we only have, I think, like 3% of people that apply get accepted is because of our offer that we make, right? So if you don't know this already, people that join the inner circle, they get one-on-one help every single day from 6 and 7-figure entrepreneurs inside of their agency until they hit 20K a month, right? And because we have such a good offer, right? Literally, there's been one person in the history of the RC inner circle that we accepted and then declined. Okay, so if you want to look at it this way, my closing rate is like 99%, right? We've had hundreds and hundreds of applications come through. There's been one person that hadn't accepted an application and then turned it down, right? And the reason why is because we have such an irresistible offer, right? That's also the reason why we don't take many people at all, is because we have to be able to actually deliver on that offer, and you have to be the right person, right? But the point is like, if you make an irresistible offer, right, making that irresistible offer, having market message resonation is going to dramatically increase, how well your ad performs from an overall perspective, right? So it's figuring out like, what do people actually want, right? What do people actually want, that you're selling to, and positioning your offer as a means of them obtaining that dream outcome. Okay. The next thing is a soft call to action, right? So, we always hear the analogy is, oh, you should date before marriage, right? You wouldn't ask somebody to marry somebody on the first date. Well, guess what? You wouldn't also ask to go on a date with somebody 6 seconds into the conversation, right? And so that's why I say conversation before dating, before marriage, right? Everybody talks about dating before marriage, but before dating, you have a conversation, right? And right now, we are meeting our cold prospects for the first time, right? So we have to have a conversation, right? And that's why, using soft call to actions like learn more, right, that reduce sales pressure are going to yield much higher results than if we say like, buy now, right? Now, putting this all together, I've created an example ad for a made up lawn care business, right? Attention Smithville homeowners. So if you're if you're a homeowner in Smithville, this is going to catch your attention. 2 years ago, my brother and I started a lawn care business to try and pay off our student debt. Okay, that is, introducing the client, sharing the scenario, and sharing the why. Okay, and also the problem that had been encountered. Okay, now today we stand here debt-free, having cut thousands of your neighbors' lawns. Right, that shares the problem and the goal, and then as well as the journey as well. As a thank you to the neighborhood that has done so much for us, we want to offer 50% off your first cut for the 2023 spring season. Right, that is the offer right here. Right, so you can see backstory and journey, and then journey and backstory and conflict, and then journey and a goal completed here. Right, journey completion here. Okay, now getting into the headline. The headline is students give back 50% off lawn care, and the soft call to action is learn more. Okay, so your homework for this is I have created a worksheet for you where you can come in here and first of all get an organic creative sent from your client, and then fill out, answer these questions step by step, and this will help you piece together your winning ad creatives that you can use to yield very good results. Okay, we're going to get into it here for how to manage your ad campaign. So first of all, I'm going to go over the high level strategy, and then I'm going to break it down via Ads Manager and show you guys like what it actually looks like in action. So first thing is we're going to have our ad campaign, and then within our ad campaign, we're going to have ad one and ad two. Now, the first thing that I'm going to touch on here is that we always must be running a split test. And what a split test is when we're splitting our budget amongst two different ads. And the reason why we always must run a split test is because without that, we're really shooting in the dark, right? You are much better off creating two ads, seeing which one is better, and then allocating more resources to the better ad, as opposed to putting all our eggs into one basket. So that is why we always are going to be running a split test, and I'm going to go over how to create a split test and also what to change with your initial split test. So within your ad campaign, you can have ad one and ad two, and then you're going to let those ads run for 1 to 3 days. And after 1 to 3 days, you're going to cut the loser. Right, you're just going to turn off, you're going to shut down, you're going to shut the losing ad, the one that is performing less than the other ad. And you're going to make these decisions based off of your ROI tracker. So it's going to look like this. You're going to have an ultimate funnel tracking template where you're going to be able to track all the data and see exactly where your ad is going wrong. And that is where you're going to make the decisions off of. You're not going to make the decisions off of what ad you like more, what ad looks better, what ad you think is going to do better. You're going to make the decision based off the tangible data that you are receiving. Once you have cut in the loser, you're going to go and duplicate the winner, and you're going to do that at the ad set level, and then you're going to split test one variable. And what I mean by one variable is we're going to be tracking different KPIs within your ad campaign. And depending on what your lowest performing KPI is relative to the other KPIs, we're going to take that one, we're going to duplicate, we're going to tweak that KPI, and then we're going to repeat the process by coming back up to here and running a split test again. And we're just going to continuously be repeating this process. And that is all media buying is. So if I get into what it actually looks like, we're at the ads, we come to the campaign level. So let's say we're setting up our first split test. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to come to here, we're going to click duplicate, and then we have our split test. So we'll call this split test just for simple sakes. And then you can split test whatever it is that we are split testing. So whether it's your audiences or more or less, it's going to be the actual ad at the ad set level. So let's say, for example, like in your first split test, you're just going to create two completely separate ads, right? You're not going to, split test headlines and whatnot right off the bat. In the beginning, you're just going to create two completely separate ads and run them both as a split test. So let's say, this is ad one and it looks like this, and this is ad one, and let's just pretend that it looks completely different. So once we've done that, okay, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to wait for 1 to 3 days. After we've waited for 1 to 3 days, we're simply going to come back into here and we're going to see, okay, let's pretend this split test one was the winner. Okay, so then we're going to come into here, we're going to turn off this one, we're going to duplicate this ad. Okay, and now let's say we looked at the data and our click-through rate was low. Okay, so what we're going to do though is we're going to use the same copy, but we're just going to use a different creative. So we're going to say we'll use the same copy, but say instead of using this creative, we're going to delete that creative, and we're going to use, I don't know what this is, this creative, for example, right? And then, now we're going to go back here and we're going to run these ads against each other for a couple days. Once we see that, okay, maybe, this ad's still the winner, but the click-through rate improved over time, but now the form, isn't really converting. Okay, so we're going to come in here, we're going to duplicate this, we're going to go into the ad level, and we're going to create a new form. We're going to try a new form. Okay, and that's, basically the premise of managing your ads from a very high level strategy. There isn't it's not something that I could really provide you a guide or a step-by-step or a framework or a quote coloring book so you can color into the lines. Managing ads and becoming a good media buyer is more or less understanding the premise of using this ad campaign, split testing multiple ads, cutting the loser, duplicating the winner, and split testing one variable. So now to get into a little bit of rule of thumbs to follow is if you have a low click-through rate, the first thing that you can do is change the creative. Okay, if your ads are not performing due to a low click-through rate, you can change. The first thing that you want to do is change the creative. Now, if you change the creative and you're still not getting a very good click-through rate, try to write new copy. Okay, so the first thing you're going to want to change if you have a low click-through rate is the creative, and then you can try changing the copy. Now, if you have a high click-through rate or your click-through rate is on par, but you're still not generating enough leads, then you want to create a new form. That's when you can create a new instant form, with a new headline, a new value proposition for people to fill out that form. And then the last thing is if you have a high CPM and poor results, well, then you're just going to have to create a brand new ad. That's because Facebook does not like your ad, people don't like your ad, and at the end of the day, your ad sucks if you got a high CPM and poor results. Okay, but that is a very rare circumstance. So now getting into the ultimate funnel tracker and whatnot, we actually already have a Loom that I'm just going to provide for you guys instead of making this video super long. But yeah, I just wanted to, that is the overall strategy of how to manage and run successful ad campaigns. It's very simple. It's more or less about understanding the concepts behind running ads as opposed to, a cheat sheet or a guide that I could possibly give you. And yeah, so if you have any questions, this is obviously a very important part of the phase, and this is probably where we're going to be spending the most of the time together on our group calls. So if you have any questions, either save them for a call or of course, always feel free to drop them in the Discord, and we will get back to you as soon as we can to make sure that you have a clear head, your clear guidance, and you know what you're doing so you can get your client really good results.
Okay, so you are now running ads for your client and they aren't going as expected. You're not getting leads, you're not getting clicks, whatever the problem is, and you don't know why. Well, I can tell you the reason why is because you suck at running ads. I'm just joking. That is 100% not the reason why. The reason why is there is something wrong. There is some weak link in the chain of running successful ads. And what I'm going to do is make this extremely important video to show you guys how to identify what is going wrong and how to leverage the coaches inside the accelerator to actually solve the problem. Okay, I'm making this video after we have received an onslaught of just random photos of ads and people asking us, why isn't this working? I don't know why it's not working. We have no idea, okay? So that is why we're making this video, to show you how to collect the data and how to analyze the ads to figure out what the problem is, so then you can come to us with a problem, not a symptom, right? What you guys are doing when you come to us and say my ads aren't working is like, hey, I have a headache. Why? I don't know why you have a headache. There could be a million reasons as to why you have a headache, okay? So we're going to show you guys how to self-diagnose yourself to identify the problem which is causing the headache, and so we can give you the solution to solve the ultimate problem, okay? So the first thing that you're going to do is in your ads library, you're going to come over and click these 3 little lines here. You're going to come down and you're going to do customize columns, okay? So the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to create a custom column that you can use to track the only data that actually matters, okay? So the first thing you're going to do, and I do this before you set everything up because for some reason it like resets after you set this up, so just trust me, I'm going to save you 5 minutes of your time, okay? Come over here, hit create custom metric, and the first thing that we need to do is create the form CVR. So I'm going to write this form CVR, and then because I've already done this, I'm just going to write example beside it, okay? So you can put that as the name. Okay, it should be expressed as a percentage. Okay, you don't need to describe this metric. Now, what you are going to do is you're going to type in link clicks, okay, divided by leads. And that is it. Okay, who can access this? Everyone with access to the business. And you can hit create metric. Okay, there you go. That is the first thing that you need to do. Okay, now we're going to come back to this later. Okay, now that you have created your form CVR, you're going to come over to this custom metric and you're going to search amount spent. Okay, then you're going to check mark the amount spent and it's going to come right here. Then you're going to do impressions. You're going to check mark the impressions. It's going to show up right here. Then you're going to do reach. Check mark the reach. Frequency. Then you're going to do cost per 1,000 impressions, clicks, CTR all, link clicks, link click-through rate, results, which can also be leads, and then your form CVR. Then you're going to hit save as preset, and you can title it RSC tracking or something along those lines, okay? I'm not going to save this as a preset because I already have this. Now, when you hit cancel or you're going to hit apply, you're going to see all the data that you just put and only the data that you just put show up here, okay? Now, once you've been running ads and the data has populated, you're going to use this, okay? You're going to use the my ads are failing, what do I do element of the Notion to really figure out what the problem is, okay? So, if your click-through rate all is below 2%, you need to try a new creative. Okay, so if you look here and you see CTR all, and if this number is below 2%, well, you have a creative issue. Okay, so you need to try a new creative. Now, if your link click-through rate, right, if you come over to here again, and your link click-through rate is below 1%, you have bad copy or a bad headline. Okay. Now, if your form conversion rate is below 10%, if you are running an instant form, an on Facebook lead form, and it is below 10%, you have a bad offer or you have bad positioning, okay? So the form CVR. If the form CVR is below 10%, you have a bad offer or you have bad positioning of your offer, okay? If your landing page CVR is below 5%, you have a bad landing page. And there could be multiple reasons as to why you have a bad landing page. That's not the point. The point of this is we're going to show you how to identify what the problem is, okay? And then if you have a high CPM, right, if your cost per 1,000 impressions is very high, okay, then you either have an audience that is too narrow or an audience that does not resonate with the ad. Okay, so this is very, very important. Before you come to an accelerator coach and telling us that your ads are not performing, you must put in the work in order to identify what the problem is. Because once you have done that, your questions must follow this exact framework. Hey, Stefan, my ad is not performing because my KPI, my CTR all, my link click-through rate, my form CVR, my landing page, I have a high CPM is at metric. Okay, so an example, My ad is not performing because my click-through rate all is at 1%. Okay? Which means I have a creative problem, or I have a bad copy headline problem, or I have a bad offer/positioning, or I have a bad landing page, or my audience isn't resonating with my ad. Okay? Here is my current creative, copy, headline, etc. What would you suggest I change? And then show us the creative, copy, headline, whatever it is that you currently have. Because in this case, you can actually leverage the opportunity that you have at your fingertips to use us, to use people who've made multi-six figures running these ads, okay, and have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars running these ads to actually give you a solution that is going to solve your problem. Okay, so I needed to make this video because I understand that there's been a lot of people that have come in and just, given us their symptoms, told us that we have a headache and not told us, and we have no idea why. And so you guys, before you ask any ad question, you must follow this exact framework, because when you do, we will actually be able to solve your problem, and you'll actually be able to get good results, and you'll actually be able to have happy clients, and everything, the flywheel of success, will begin to go in your favor.
All right. So who here is running ads for their clients? Is everybody here running ads for their clients? Okay. Who here is like super happy with like how their ads are actually performing? Problem. Okay. So over the next 15 minutes, I'm gonna just solve this problem for you guys. Okay. So one of the biggest ways, one of the things that you can do to, literally like overnight, make your ads significantly better, like a lot better for the clients you're running, is to introduce a strategy known as niche cycling. And some of you guys may have heard this before. I have an old YouTube video on this topic, but I wanted to, explain it a little bit more in depth for you guys here, and then also give you guys the opportunity to, ask questions, and we can really dive deep into your specific scenarios when it comes to niche cycling, because it's like, if you understand this concept, you're going to be able to get lower leads. You're going to be able to keep clients longer. You're going to be able to make more money. And like, it's only ever positive. Okay. So what I'm going to do to start, and I apologize in advance because I'm on a laptop right now, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up a whiteboard, and I'm going to visually explain what niche cycling is. So if I hit share screen, can everybody see this here? Okay. Yes. So what most of us do when we're running ads for their client is like, we'll have, this is our audience. So this is, I'll do A for audience. Okay. And what we do, let's say we have, $20 to spend, right? Let's say we have a little bit of money. We devote all $20 into this audience, right? And we group as big of a group of people as we can when we're working with local businesses, and we just, target them. Now, one of two things happen. You either have shitty ad copy, shitty ads, and they don't perform, which is irrelevant. But maybe you did things right. Maybe you actually ran good ads, and you had good copy, and you had a good creative, and you had a good offer, and things were actually going really well. And some of you guys may have experienced that feeling of like launching an ad campaign and being like, oh my God, this thing actually works. Wow. Who would have thought? But even when you have those moments of, oh my God, this thing actually works, do you guys know what happens after week 1, week 2, week 3? Everybody in that area has now seen the ad. And everybody in that area is now getting tired of the ad. And your cost per lead starts to go up, and your leads start to go down. And, all the negative things that happen, and your clients start to get mad, and, you end up repeating the cycle. So what most people do is they're constantly new creatives, new ads, new creatives, new ads, new creatives, new ads, trying to, keep up on this rat race to try and basically just make sure that their clients are happy. But like, this might be a newsflash for you guys, but like, when I was running my gym agency at the peak, 90% of the time, I used one of two creatives and one of two ad copies. That was it. It wasn't in Canva every day trying to make a new ad copy, trying to create a video, trying to do this. Yes, in the beginning I was, to figure out, my winners. But once I had my 2 or 3 winners, those were literally the only ones that I used. And the reason why I was able to get away with that, and the reason why I was able to keep, like my ads never got tired. I always had a lower than $5 cost per lead, is because of niche cycling. So basically what happens when you niche cycle is, instead of, doing this, where you basically just put all your eggs in one basket from an audience perspective, you split up your audience into anywhere between 3 and 4 different segments. Okay. So the more the better. Yes, you can do it with 2, but ideally you want 3 and 4. And so instead of just targeting like, people in city name, right? We break the different types of people that we could possibly serve, that our client could possibly serve, into 4 different buckets. So an example of like what I used to do in the gym industry is I would have like, we'll do F, so like females over 40, right? And I would have like females under 40 here. And then I would have males over 40, males under 40. Okay. And then what I would do is I would take my ad money, right? I would take my ad money and I would only target this one. I would devote my entire ad budget to this one demographic, right? Now, in addition to being able to preserve the lifetime of your ads, you know what's also going to happen? It's going to allow you to create hyper targeted ads. It's going to allow you to call out your target audience. It's going to allow you to be very hyper specific, because it's like, I give this example a lot. It's like, I'm going to, everybody on this call, we're all probably under the age of 20, like we're all young 20s, early, late teens, right? And so if I was to offer you guys a fitness program, you'd be like, oh, cool. If I was to offer you a fitness program for men, like, okay. If I was to offer you a fitness program for men in their young 20s, who are looking to add on 30 pounds of muscle by the end of the year, that's a lot of muscle, but you get the point. The last one would be like, holy shit, what is this program, right? It could be the exact same program, but simply because I titled it in a way that's very relevant to you guys, your engagement in that ad, your interest in that ad, your likelihood to purchase that ad, and also what you're willing to spend on that program was significantly up, because you guys believe that that will solve your specific problem. And that is the other thing that you can do when you begin a niche cycle. It's like when you say, hey, this program, this offer, this home remodeling, this home remodeling offer is only for 2-story homes. This home remodeling offer is only for apartments. This home remodeling offer is only for 1-story homes, right? When you make offers like that, people have the perception that this is for them, right? And so they're going to respond to the ads more. You're going to get more clicks, you're going to get lower cost per lead, and all that good stuff. Now, what happens though is, because we're splitting our audience up into smaller segments, right? We're not going to have the same audience size to deal with. You guys might do this, and you guys might only have 25,000 people as the potential target audience that you're working with, which is totally okay. Because what happens is you exhaust the audience, right? You run your best, you're winning ads, you extract as much leads, as much data, as much everything that you want out of, females over 40. And then what happens is, as soon as your cost per lead goes up, you turn that ad off. And you take your money, take your $20 a day budget, and you then target females under 40. Okay, you do the exact same thing. Attention, females between 25 and 39 years old, I have something for you. That is going to cause a lot. That's going to be like, whoa, like, damn. That's going to be a lot more interesting, a lot more engaging. Your lead quality is going to go up. People that you call are going to be more interested in actually speaking with you and your client, because they're like, yeah, like I really want to know more about this program, because it seems exactly what I need right now. Right. And then once this audience has been saturated, then you go to the next one. Then you go to the next one. And here's why this allows you to be able to literally keep clients forever. Obviously, shit's going to happen. And at some point, you're going to lose clients or, whatever. But this is going to allow you to keep clients for a much longer time. Is, well, by the time you've gotten to here, this one's fresh again. Right? These people haven't seen your ad in 4 weeks. 5 weeks, maybe even 6, 7, maybe even 2 months. So when you jump back into the females over 40, there's no market saturation, right? It's like it's kind of like as if you guys were to plant 4 different gardens, right? Garden 1, garden 2, garden 3, garden 4. You come here, you harvest the garden, and then you move on to the next one, you harvest this garden, and then you move on to the next one, you harvest this garden, and you move on to the next one, you harvest this garden. And then by the time you're ready to harvest this garden again, it's already regrown. Right. And so this is niche cycling. Now, one of the common things that I hear people talk about when I first say this is, oh, well, Dylan, like, yeah, it makes sense in like gyms, but like, how does this work for my niche? Right. But I'm different. Everybody thinks they're different. And you're not, because it's like, say you're in real estate, right? You could do homeowners, 2-story homeowners, 1-story homeowners, cities. Like that's another really powerful one for cities, right? Maybe your realtor works in an area where there's like 4 cities or 4 neighborhoods within one city, right? We target each individual neighborhood and each cycle neighborhood to neighborhood to neighborhood to neighborhood, right? If it's home remodeling, it could be the style of home, right? If it's landscaping, it could be also the style of home, right? And so it doesn't matter what niche you're in, what clients that you service and whatnot. For every single niche, there is different types of customers within the niche, right? There's no niche where literally every single customer is the exact same person from the exact same story, from the exact same background, right? And so it's basically just step one is, identifying what these different niches are, what these different offers are, or what these different subsections of possible people that we can serve are, and then breaking them up into 2 to 5 different buckets, and then just going cycle to cycle to cycle to cycle to cycle to cycle to cycle. And so I wanted to keep this guys quick because this is literally all it is, right? It's not something that needs a 7-hour lesson on. It's literally as simple as this. So with that is niche cycling. If you guys have any questions, let's get into it. Yeah, Emil.
Yo, yeah, so I was wondering, so is this only applicable when you already have a proven creative and a proven copy, or is it also suitable to test certain creatives and certain
No,
copy?
100% for each different demographic, you're going to want to always be running a split test, right? And so we had different winning creatives for men than we did for females. Right, we had different winning copy for men than we have for females. And like the little hack that you guys can do right now, it's like when I was selling to females, typically going to have longer copy, typically going to have more emotional copy, typically going to leverage stories. I know I did a masterclass where I broke down Facebook ads and like the hook story offer. That one will crush it for females. Where with men, they're a little more like, okay, what's the deal? How much? What do I get? Right. So with men, it's more like offer based, I found. And then with women, it's more like telling an emotional story or really digging into their pain points.
All right, man. Thanks.
Who else got a question? We'll get through all these questions here, and then like I said, I'm on quite a time crunch here this morning, so I'll let Stefan go through all the niche cycling related questions. So does everybody like fully understand that?
I have a question. Well,
Yeah,
not
so-
a question. For example, like me also, I'm starting with the gym and everything, and I already have my first client, and
Yeah.
I was doing like the niche cycling, but I don't know if I was something wrong with my creative stuffs. I saw as well the other video that you sent about the frequency and about the reach, the click-through rate, and stuff like
Yeah.
that to track those things. So like I was getting like literally nothing, zero leads. I spent like $100 and literally 0 leads for
Yeah.
men and doing the same thing. I switched to women and I was getting more leads. So like, is there any reason why men nothing and women
Well,
like getting
I don't
more?
I don't have I don't have enough context as to why. That being said, I know there's an asset in the Notion where it's like my ads are failing, what should I do?
Yeah, I watched that video. Yeah.
Okay, so what was because typically it's like when you go through that exercise, you're going to come up with a saying that's going to be something along the lines of hold on, where is it? Man, what should I do? hey, name, my ad is not performing because my KPI is at metric, which means I have an element problem. Here's my current element. What would you suggest I change?
So for me, it was the copy. Like it was not like getting any from the click through rate, I think.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, like that being identified, it's like the only way that we could prescribe that and prescribe a solution to that is like seeing like if you sent over the past copy that you had, because obviously like something is wrong, right? Like I literally had a campaign where I got 65-cent leads,
Wow.
right? 65-cent leads, and not for like a day. We got 160 leads at 65 cents a piece. They spent $100. So it's like you can work. There's obviously just something wrong. What that is, like I don't have enough context in the situation to accurately prescribe medicine to that. But if you send it over, or if this is a past issue, next time this happens in the future, all it is a quick, you send over the copy and we'll fix it, make it right, so that doesn't happen again.
And just one last thing, for example, like, is it okay to, like, for example, me, I started like photography and some of design. So most of my like the ad creating stuff, I do it myself, like in Canva mainly. It's like, do you recommend for me to continue doing that, or like should I like not hire, but like to get the program like AI creative or something like that? Ad creative.
Does not matter. The only thing that matters is your click-through rate over 2%. Right. So that's why in the beginning we split test. We try different things until we can find a creative that is consistently has a click-through rate over 2%. Right, but like that's the only reason. Any more questions? Knee cycling related?
Yo, could you help me with the stable card?
Hello? Any more? Last call? Going once?
Since there's not anything in chat, could I just ask one in voice chat? Just real quick, if it's a niche that's more specific to guys than to girls, would you still do that as women? Would you still test
like,
that?
how are they broken up, right? Like, what are the 3 different buckets? And maybe it's a characteristic, maybe it's an age, right? Maybe it's a something else that they're involved in, right? Whatever that case may be, it's like if I was to offer like a sports program, well, I could target hockey players, I could target soccer players, I could target lacrosse players, I could target football players, right? Those would be my 4 buckets that I go through. Right, if I was at a sports training facility.
To show up. So I have been hanging out in the Discord communities, and over and over and over and over again, I've been hearing, hey, I'm getting a lot of leads, or, I'm getting leads, but I can't get my client. How to get your clients' leads to show up. So I've been hanging out in Discords and communities and whatnot, and I've been hearing over and over and over again, hey, I'm getting a lot of leads, but the leads aren't booking. The leads aren't showing up to their appointments, and now my client's mad at me. Okay, so the point of this video is to show you exactly the scripts that you can use when you're calling your leads and how to get them to actually show up to your client's appointment. Okay, so getting into it. So in 2022, I sold 5 gyms on a lead generation offer, and after overcoming some small obstacles, my ads were performing extremely well. Finally, I could relax and get back to scaling my agency, or so I thought. But about 6 weeks later, I genuinely believed my world was coming to an end. Only one of the gyms I was working with was actually making money, and they blamed no-shows and low quality leads. And I bought into their feedback. So I began to split test like crazy and make landing pages, but nothing worked. And now my clients wanted to sue me for scamming them. Now, with my back against the wall, I offered to call the leads for one of my clients. I needed to figure out why the leads weren't showing up to appointments and how low quality they were. So I began to dial, and within the first week, I had tripled this online personal trainer's entire business. And this is when I realized that it wasn't the no-shows, it wasn't the low quality leads, they sucked at sales. And so in this video, I'm going to break down the sales script that I use to dramatically reduce no-shows and close more deals for my clients. Whether you're calling leads for your client or need a resource to provide them with support, this is for you. how to get your client leads to show up. So I've been hanging out in Discord communities, and over again, I've been hearing, hey, I'm getting a lot of leads, but my clients, how to get your clients' leads to show up. So I've been hanging out in Discords, and over again, I've been hearing, hey, I'm getting a lot of leads, but the leads aren't booking, or the leads are booking, but they aren't showing up. And if you've ever struggled with one of those two issues, this video is for you, because I'm going to show you the exact scripts that I used in order to get my clients' leads to actually show up to their appointments and close while they're at those appointments. Okay, so in 2022 I sold 5 gyms on a lead generation offer, and after overcoming some small obstacles, my ads were performing extremely well. Finally, I could relax and get back to scaling my agency, or so I thought. About 6 weeks later, I genuinely believed my world was coming to an end. Only one of the gyms that I was working with was actually making money, and they blamed no-shows and low quality leads. And I bought into their feedback, like I believed them. So I began to split test like crazy and make landing pages to try and desperately solve this problem, but nothing worked. And now my clients wanted to sue me for scamming them because I charged them a lot of money to work with me and they weren't getting the results. So rightfully so, they were mad. Now, with my back against the wall, I offered to begin calling the leads for one of my clients because I needed to figure out why they weren't showing up to appointments and how low quality these leads were. So I began to dial. And within the first week, I had tripled this online personal trainer's entire business. And that was when I realized that it wasn't the no-shows and it wasn't the low quality leads that was the problem. They sucked at sales. And in this video, I'm going to break down the sales script that I use to dramatically reduce no-shows and close more deals for my clients. So whether you're calling the leads for your client or need a resource to provide them with support, this is for you. So I'm going to jump into the Google Doc and show you guys the actual exact script that I used in this process. Okay, so getting into it, this is the script and I'm going to break it down for you guys line by line. So when you answer the phone, alrighty, so this is the script. Okay, so this is the script and I'm going to break it down for you line by line. So first thing, you're calling the lead and all of a sudden they answer, hey, prospect name? And you want to say that in a tonality as if it's a question. Even though you're just saying, hey, Joe, it's not, hey, Joe, it's, hey, Joe? You're asking it as a question. Joe's going to be like, yes. And then you can say, hey, and I used multiple Y's here for a reason. Because it's not like, hey, it's Dylan. It's, hey, it's Dylan. You kind of want to extend that, hey, friendly, right? These are the small things that make a difference between booking appointments and not booking appointments. This is what separates good appointment setters from bad appointment setters. It's the small things, right? It's like 90% of communication isn't the words that we say, it's how we say the words, okay? And that is why these little things are going to make all the difference when it comes to being able to actually book appointments. So, hey, it's Dylan from insert your client's business. Hey, it's Dylan from XYZ Gym. Then you want to ask this next question, kind of like in a question, kind of like in a skepticism tone. I saw you responded to our offer there on Facebook. I saw you responded to our 6-week transformation there on Facebook. I saw you responded to our free consultation there on Facebook. You wait for a response. They're going to say yes. If they say no, you can be like, really? I have your name down right here. We're running, and then you can describe the ad that you're running and whatnot. They're going to be like, oh, yes, I remember. Okay, and then after that, awesome. Well, I'm just calling the people who reached out to us to share a little bit more about this before potentially setting them up to speak with our owner, whatever your client's name is. Is now an okay time? Now, the reason you want to say that in this way is because you want to position yourself as like the innocent assistant behind the desk whose job is to call people, right? You don't want to position yourself as like a salesman. You don't want to position yourself as the owner itself, right? Typically, you want to say like, you want to position yourself as like the innocent, little worker. Awesome. I'm just calling the people who reached out to us to share a little bit more info about this before potentially setting them up to speak with our owner, Susie. Is now an okay time? Yes. Okay. Now you want to ask them qualifying questions. So in this case, it was a gym and we were selling a sports program. So what sports what sport does your child play? What are their goals? And if they give some surface level,
I want them to lose weight. Lose weight? Get them to dive in a little bit deeper to further explain their situation, okay? What are challenges that you guys are facing? Okay, so why do you want to lose weight? Like, is there a real hidden, specific reason as to why you guys want to lose weight? Beyond the obvious, you could say. And that's really, you really just want to continue digging, how is this impacting their life? What would achieving that goal do for you? Is it impacting the way you think and feel? And have they done much exercise in the past? Have you worked with any other trainers? Okay. Now, these are the questions that you want to ask. These are the questions that you want answered, but these aren't how you ask the questions. Okay. And this is where, again, you use your brain, like you use your autonomous thinking brain. You don't follow this to script, right? Remember, these are the answers you're looking for, not the questions you're asking. Okay. Remember that. These are the answers you're looking for, not the questions you're asking. So do not follow this word for word. You want to come up with the questions on the ball in a very casual, conversational manner that will yield these answers, okay? So you don't say, how is this impacting your life? If somebody says they want to lose weight, and they want to get faster, oh, is that affecting your play at all? Right? That's a more relevant way if you're talking into the sports world. And that is kind of how you want to have the conversations. Again, this is what's going to separate, good appointment setters from bad appointment setters, okay? The next thing that you can do is you can insert a relevant case study. No way, you're actually just like X who did Y and now they're at Z. You can just do a little case study there. Okay, so moving on. After you have qualified them and asked them a couple questions, you can ask them, have you heard of insert your client's name before? Have you heard of XYZ gym before? They're going to be like yes or no. If they say yes or no, it doesn't matter because you're going to sell them the vacation after this. Okay, so you can say, awesome. Well, I'll tell you a little bit more about us. Or awesome. Well, I'll fill you in just in case. Okay, so after you've asked these questions and inserted a relevant case study, you want to ask them your transition question, which is, have you heard of client name before? Right? Have you heard of XYZ gym before? Have you heard of dental office before? Whatever the case may be, okay? And then after they say yes, awesome. Well, I'll fill you in on what we're doing today. Awesome. Well, I'll get you up to speed on what we got going on. Awesome. Well, you just want to, something casual. Don't follow a script. Use this as a framework. If you follow a script, you're going to sound like a robot. And if you sound like a robot, nobody is going to want to do business with you, right? People do business with people. And if you don't sound like another person, they're not going to want to do business with you. Remember that, okay? So getting into sell them the vacation. So what I did is I always created point form notes on, why they should trust the trainer, like social proof about the gym, and then the deliverables as to what they get. So if I was on a phone right now, this is what I would do. Okay, so have you heard of XYZ gym before? Oh, yes, it is. Awesome. Well, I'll fill you in a little bit about kind of what we got going on here. So we have a variety of trainers that really just specialize in working with youth athletes. And I don't know if you know this, but some of us know us for kind of the pro NHL players, Olympians, mountain bikers, and golfers that we've worked with. But in reality, most of the members that we work with on a day-to-day basis are just, your typical youth athletes, typical, amateur athletes, and they come up here to build their own athletic careers. So what we kind of offer here is first of all, we have our Build Your Mental Muscles workshop, which is really when we dive into the mental training side of things when it comes to sports and, everything revolving around that. And then, once we have kind of a solid base layer with your mind, then we can move on to the more physical aspects of improving your athletic play, that is done through our strength and conditioning program. And then we also provide nutrition help for all of our athletes, because those two go hand in hand. And with, one without the other, you're only going to get 50% of the results. And the last thing that we do, just to really, make this more of like a community aspect and not really just like a, something that you come and then you leave, because that's not really what we have much interest in, is that we regularly do social outings, and we always are bringing in our pro athletes to, give talks and meetups and, really just help inspire that next generation of youth. Does that all make sense? That is how I would say that, right? I didn't follow the script, point form, made it up on the spot. That's how you want to do that, okay? After you give them the rundown, you can ask them, what part of this program interests you the most? Oh, I like this. Why? Right? Figure out what they're interested in, right? Figure out why they're interested in that. And then after they've told you a little bit about that, you can say, let's book you in to speak with owner name. Let's book you in to speak with Susie. Perfect. Sounds good. Awesome. Okay. So just a heads up, and sometimes I'd make the joke, awesome. Well, you're going to hate me for this. Is that okay? They'd be like, yeah, that's what's up. Well, I'm just the guy who, my job is just to call people who reached out to us. So because of that, like, I don't know the exact price as to what it's going to cost you. That is why you're going to speak with owner Susie. She'll be able to really assess like where you and your athlete are at, what you guys need, and what the best roadmap for you guys is. So until you guys have that conversation, there's no way for me to put a number on things, but I can tell you that memberships start at $30 a week. Is that okay? They'll be like, yes. Especially if you preface it with saying you're going to hate me all the time, they'll be like, yes. Now, you book them in for appointment. Okay, 2 p.m. The last thing you want to say is, awesome. Now, can I ask you a quick favor before we go? You'll be like, yeah, for sure. So we actually limit the number of free consults to 2 a day, and we do this so our trainers can like do their job and focus on current clients. And by giving you this spot, it is taking it away from somebody else. So do you mind if I just have your full commitment to be able to show up? They'll be like, yes. No, oh, for sure. And listen, don't get me wrong. I'm a human too. I understand life happens. If totally necessary, we can reschedule. I just would appreciate if you guys let me know, because we're also going to be sending you texts to remind you from now until then. Perfect. Awesome. I trust you to show up. Saying you trust them to show up is key. That alone will increase your show rate. That word right there. I trust you to show up. Now, if you call them and they don't answer, voicemail script real quick. Hey, name, this is ISA name with client name, and I saw you responding to our ad on social media to hear more about our youth fitness. So I was just calling to see if you had any interest in setting up a free consult. Please let me know. Thanks. You can just keep it simple like that. Alrighty. So that is how you call up leads. How to set up a pay-per-show offer in 5 minutes. Okay, so what is a pay-per-show model? Now, I'm going to assume that if you're watching this video, you've already been down the pay-per-show rabbit hole and you probably know a little bit about it. But to simply put it, it's the alternative to a retainer model where, with a traditional retainer, you're going to charge your clients a flat rate, whether it's $1,000, $10,000, or $100,000 a month, doesn't matter. Where on a retainer model, how to set up a pay-per-show offer in 5 minutes. Okay, so what is a pay-per-show model? Now, I'm going to assume that if you're watching this video, you've already been down the pay-per-show rabbit hole and you know a bit about it. But to put it simply, it is the alternative solution to a retainer model. So with a traditional retainer, you're going to charge your clients, $1,500, $10,000 a month, where in exchange for that sum of money, you're going to perform services. Now, where a pay-per-show model, you're going to charge them based on the amount of people that show up to their business. Okay, so an example of a pay-per-show model is when you get paid $100 for every person that you send to their gym. Okay, so if you send 20 people to their gym, you get $2,000. Now, there's pros and cons to the pay-per-show model. Some of the pros are that you can make more money if you do good results. You get to align, your clients as a partnership, and therefore it becomes an easier sell. Now, the drawbacks to it as well, if your client doesn't pull their weight or if there's problems that are out of your control, you can make less money. Sometimes when your clients aren't as invested and don't have to pay a big retainer, they don't take it as seriously. So when they don't take it as seriously, the results won't be as good. And, also other fluctuations can indicate your cash flow, right? There's so many different things that go into how many people show up to their gym, what's their class schedule like, how many appointments they can take, right? And so it does kind of like leave you at the mercy of other external. Okay, how to set up a pay-per-show offer in 5 minutes. So what is a pay-per-show model? Now, I'm going to assume that if you're watching this video, you've already been down the rabbit hole of pay-per-show and you've done your research and you've looked into it, and now you're getting ready to set
things up. But to put it simply, pay-per-show is the opposite of a retainer model, where with a retainer model, you're going to charge your clients a flat rate every single month. A pay-per-show model, you're going to charge them a flat rate based on how many people show up to their gym, show up to their dentist, show up to their whatever they are offering, okay? So there is a couple of pros and cons to it. Some of the pros are that it's much easier to sell because you can position this as a partnership, and you can also make more money if you do a good job. Some of the cons to it is, well, sometimes your clients aren't as invested because, you know, when they don't have to fork up a bunch of money, they don't take it as seriously. And because of that, you know, there also can be times where you really don't make that much money because, you know, the result, like, the people aren't showing up at their gym or their location or whatever that may be. So getting into what you need in order to set this up, just simply go high level. Okay, that's all you need. And I'm going to show you how you can set up a pay-per-show model that I used for months and months and months and months reliably in literally 5 minutes. So I got my stopwatch here. I'm going to do this in 5 minutes or less. Okay, ready, set, go. Okay, here we go. Awesome. So coming over into go high level, you're going to want to go into your indoctrination sequence or your appointment book sequence. Come down to the very bottom. You're going to want to add a wait here, and you're going to wait for event/appointment time, and then you can do after. You can do 2 hours after appointment. So wait 2 hours after appointment. Save action. Okay, so now the appointment's going to happen right around here, and then 2 hours after appointment, we're going to do send internal notification. Okay, select type, SMS to user. You can do custom number, particular user, or whatever. You're going to put your client's phone number in here. Okay, then you're going to do hey, and then you can put your client's name, and then you can do did, contact first name, show up to their appointment at appointment, start date, custom values, appointment, start time. Okay, question mark, reply yes or no. If no, we will follow up with them. Boom. Okay, then you save this. So now we're 1 minute and 52 seconds into this. Okay, so now 2 hours after the appointment, your prospect gets this notification. Okay, so hey, client's name, hey Susie, right? Did Joe show up to their appointment at 6 o'clock? Reply yes or no. If they reply yes, boom, you mark that down as a show and you add it to their invoice. If they say no, you will follow up with them. So now they can't say no, because if they say no, they know that you're going to go contact their prospect and follow up with them. Hey, why didn't you show up to the appointment? And the prospect's going to be like, what do you mean? I was just there, right? So they're not going to do that because that's going to look very bad on their establishment. Now, the next thing that you can do is you can tell your contacts, and you put it in the contract that if you do not respond to this message within 48 hours, or you can add this here, if no response for 48 hours, it will be marked as yes. Okay. So now, if your client doesn't respond within 48 hours, it's also marked as a yes. So you add it to their invoice. So you really just trap your client into making sure that they truthfully and they honestly respond to these messages. Because if it's a yes, you add it to their invoice. If it's a no, you're going to recontact the lead and follow up with them. And your client's not going to want you to do that if they actually showed up to their appointment. And if if they don't respond, well, then you're just going to mark them as a yes. You really incentivize them to actually respond. Okay, and literally we're 3 minutes and 30 seconds into this, and that is how you can set up a pay per show offer. In the beginning, you can just use a spreadsheet. You can just track it as a spreadsheet. As you get more advanced, you can set up Zapier, webhooks, and all that kind of stuff to basically pull the data that your client says. But in the beginning, you can just use spreadsheets and tally up how many shows that you got each and every week, and then send them an invoice at the end of the week. So in literally 3 minutes and 55 seconds, that is how you set up a pay per show offer, which is a great way to get your agency off the ground. Now, if you want additional support with this, or help implementation, I have a couple solutions for you. And honestly, I'm willing to do this for you for free. Why, you might be wondering, is because, well, selfishly, I make all my money when I get to partner with agencies doing 5 to 15K a month. And the more agencies that I can get from 0 to 5K a month, the more leads that I have to work with, I guess you could say. So I have a Discord community where I hop in there occasionally to provide support. We do a couple calls in order to basically give free coaching to people. And in addition to that, I have the first client in 30 days challenge, which if you're really serious about SMMA and you're like, yes, like this is it, like I want to do this, like I'm not screwing around here, this isn't just something I'm dabbling in, then you can look into that, which is a free 30-day challenge where we make it like literally impossible to not get a client in at least 30 days. Round 1, the average person got their first client in 13.84 days. I'm just simply saying that as stating the past results. I'm not making any claims as to what your future results would be. That is just what happened in the last round. So if you're interested in either of those two things, check the link in the description. And my only hope is that you got 10x of value in relation to the amount of time that you invested into watching this. And if so, hit the subscribe button. I will see you in the next video.
Any client into a forever client. This is going to be a guide on how to ethically force your client to stay with you, even if you get terrible results. And it's going to be a breakdown of a communication system that 8-figure agencies use to keep clients for 10 years. Yes, you heard that right. Yes, it's going to be a theory module, but if you can implement it, you will exponentially raise the LTV of every single client you'll ever have, and it can make your business hundreds of thousands or even millions, depending on how high you get with your agency. So how is this even possible, right? And I want to start by defining that client results are not what makes people stay, right? Client results are not what makes people stay. Client results, why do I know this? Well, I worked inside of an e-com agency. Right, when I was running my appointment setting agency, I went into this guy who's doing an e-com selling SEO agency. And as I work with him, this agency was making $150K a month, keep in mind. And e-com is one of the fastest paced niches, right? People are running ads, there's competition everywhere. There's no time to drag your feet, right, at all. So there should be no delay. Yet, this agency had clients where without even getting any results for them in a 6-month test period, they could retain their client throughout that whole time at $4,000 a month. That is $26,000 in LTV before they're even expected to make a profit for their clients. Yet, you cannot even keep your free trial client for 1 month, or albeit 2 weeks. So what is the difference, right? I'm going to break down everything that goes into that, but the 3 big pillars are going to be taking qualified clients, which is given and will be extremely short, setting expectations and timeline, and then results aren't what matter, and showing you how to leverage what does. Phase 1, I want you to take qualified clients. Right, so after your first free trial client, once you have a case study, you should only be working with people who have the potential of paying with you, right? You really don't want to mess around with people if they don't have the potential of going into the paid client. It really doesn't mean it supports your end goal, right? And what I mean by this is there's still situations where if you make somebody a profit, then they can start paying you on a commission or a low retainer. That is fine. But what I mean is the sense of like, hey, going to a different niche or working with somebody who have absolutely no chance of working with you, or somebody that really doesn't respect you or reframe and really doesn't want to work with you at all, right? It's not going to help much, right? And even with your first free trial client, you still want to apply the doctor frame. Anybody who doesn't let you apply that is not a good client for you, right? And what a doctor frame is, you went to the doctor, right? And the guy just handed you a piece of medicine, closed his eyes like this, grabbed a piece of medicine off of the counter and handed it to you, you wouldn't trust that guy. Whereas when you do go to the doctor, he diagnoses you, asks you questions, and based on the symptoms you have, he decides what is best for you. And he does not ask you what medicine you want outside of the flavor, right? And it has to be the exact same with your clients. You know what's best for your client. You are the expert with the ads. You are the expert with the system you're running. Therefore, you must establish the second phase, which is the expectation for what must be done in order to see success, right? Do they need to call the leads quickly? How should they open their calls? These are 2 things that, although they are ultimately the most important factor of once you get a lead, what leads to them converting and actually making a profit, nobody seems to touch on, right? Why? Well, sometimes it's a confrontational topic to speak with your client about that. But ultimately, since you are the doctor, you have to do what's best. Same way, even if you go to the dentist, right? He has the frame to tell you to floss, right? Even though flossing is completely up to us, he has to tell us to do it because he is the expert in that situation. And if you not make it clear, they will do what they think is best. That is a very important point because that is what happens a lot of the time. And when somebody does what they think is best and they're not the doctor, well, like imagine you had a disease and you tried to treat it yourself without knowing what's going to happen, right? You're probably not going to end up in the best shape compared to if you just follow the doctor's advice, right? And if that happens, it also feels like they didn't receive a full service, right? If you went to the doctor and he made you pick everything, made you decide anything, even if given you end up good and you end up in shape, you're not ever going to go to that doctor again because you feel as though you did it and that he did not help you at all. And therefore, you will not respect him. And therefore, your client in this situation analogy will churn. And how to fix this, right? The first step is to design a timeline of what a client must go through throughout the entire process of working with you to onboard and get started to run ads and make money, right? So for example, onboarding, what I mean by this is having a clear-cut expectation for what must be done so they see you as the doctor of somebody with high frame that can show what must be done in order to actually have the system see success. So if we're going to do an onboard, right, some of the very important things. Call is scheduled within 24 hours of payment / the prospect saying yes. You must be in a quiet place with your credit card ready and computer access to set up the credit card link for the ads. You must share your screen and take control to gain admin access to the ads manager, take control of their screen, move it around. Then you're going to fill out a pre-made form for the guard level sub account. Then you're going to collect their information and create the offer structure. End of call. And then within 24 hours of that call ending, they should expect an ad brief that they just need to approve. And then the ads will start running within 48 hours of that onboarding call finished. And if you can have expectations like these laid out for your clients, not only will the client not drag your feet, you will not either, because that is another factor that you have to have the accountability to always follow up on your systems and be this persistent person, because that is what actually makes the client respect you. Right? If your doctor was dragging his feet, if your doctor was slow, it would not work. But your doctor's quick, right? He's in there, boom, boom, boom. Here's what we need to do, dot, dot, dot. Here's how long it's going to take. Here's how long it's going to be better. Out, right? And that is what makes you respect them. If you can establish a frame like that, your client will feel more comfortable and trusting, knowing everything is under control. And that is why from the very start, you must set the expectation for what is required of them for every single process and what they will need to do in order to see success. And yes, this puts everything in your control. Now you're fully accountable, but that is what also gives you the biggest potential upside for when you actually decide to work with them, right? And it may seem confrontational, as I mentioned a bit earlier, but is the secret to a strong working relationship. If you do not have the potential of burn, the potential of risk, and have things thrown onto your back that you must carry up in order to see the client have results, then you will not see success, because ultimately, again, they will not feel as though you have contributed enough, and they will find somebody else who perceivably will do more or actually just will do more, right? And the third point, the results don't matter. So this is going to be the biggest takeaway from this. And I promise you beforehand, if you can implement what I'm about to tell you, this will make you a lot of money. So every company since the inception of time has constantly been marketing, right? With or without agencies, oftentimes in-house, they have to go out in order to bring in people, right? And these people convert to money, which converts to their end desired result for wanting to be in business. But if somebody decides to have you run ads for them, it means that you are alleviating an area of pain, right? There was something that was wrong and you've been brought in to fix it. And therefore, that means that they were trying or tried to at some point solve that problem themselves, whether that be through going to another agency or trying it themselves. And if they aren't completely green or new in business, this timeline will often be for months and years. They've been trying to solve these problems for a lot longer than maybe you've even been in business. And this is important because it establishes the concept of a time horizon, right? What X desired result is hoping to accomplish in Y time, right? So what do they want in what period of time? Because no business owner cares if they get 60 leads in 1 month, if that means they can only get 15 the one after, right? They want consistent growth, they want consistent uptrend, and they want the financial freedom. So they also understand that does not happen within 1 month. Reason being, because they've been trying to solve this for months and years, right? And they are trying to get this financially free state. They understand that it's going to take a while, and yet every day we have clients expecting us to get results within a week of starting, right? So that juxtaposition from an outside perspective doesn't make a lot of sense. Why are they doing that? But the answer is that They truly feel as though we are not aligned with their long-term vision. Instead of seeing us as the king on the chessboard, they view us as a pawn on the chessboard to move pieces around. Right? We've got this image of Bobby Fischer. He is moving around the pawns, the rooks, the bishops, but he is doing it in order to protect the king, because the king is a vital piece. And if we can change the frame and establish that we are the long-term piece, we are the king on the chessboard, and we are one of the key points to them getting to financial freedom, we can afford to lose pawns, time, bishops, rooks, whatever it might be, in order to actually win the game, right? And if reading this does not give you an epiphany, I'm going to repeat it one more time. People, the business owners we're working with, see us as a pawn, right? They not see us as a vital piece for success. They see us as an information dump that might lead to results. And if we can change that frame, it will give us an epiphany, right? Because the 10x value that we can add is if we position ourselves as a long-term potential partner of their agency, right? So instead, or their business, right? So instead of going, hey, and going month to month, doing all these things, if you can establish from the very start that if you see results, you want to be into a long-term working relationship where you are their main partner to help get clients, and you set that frame from the very, very start, as soon as you get good results going, you move from a pawn on their chessboard to a rook, right? And then you go from a rook to rook from a queen, rook to a queen, and then you go from queen to a king. Sorry, I haven't played chess in a while there. But the point is, and the answer is that you can, right? And there's only 3 steps in order to do so. First, having sit down with the client. When you first onboard them, when you're first starting the ads, I would like you to establish the frame with them when you're like, hey, I was looking at your business, and to be completely honest, I think that you are somebody that I want to work with in the long term, right? And I know obviously we can't guarantee anything yet because we haven't even started the ads or done anything yet. But when we get the ads running and when we start going, if we are delivering good results and we are getting, you consistent customers every single month, I would really like to commit to just working with you for a long time. I think what your business is doing is great. I think we have a lot of potential to expand within this opportunity, right? And at that point, there is no risk, right? That helps to increase confidence, remove buyer's remorse at the time as a simple sales tactic. But if you deliver good results, it also means that you can lock in and increase the LTV of this client, because they no longer see you as a pawn or just a tool to short-term make them more money. They see you as a long-term piece required for their financial freedom. Second thing is going to be to follow the plug-and-play communication framework in order to constantly update and over-deliver, and then establish and align goals on bi-weekly check-in calls where you just remind them of all the things that you were doing. So here is, I don't know why this says appointment setting theory will be changed, but expectations. Right. So what expectations must be set in order for what in each process to run smoothly and successfully? Right. As I was mentioning before, one of the biggest, if not the biggest thing that you need to make sure happens is you have to take on the burden, the expectation in order to deliver good results. So through doing that, you need to outline each and everything that must happen in order to see success. What must happen on the sales call to see success? They have to be qualified, onboarding, starting ads, maintenance ads, good ad performance, bad performance, ad account expand, to sell, partner, long-term vision, right? And then after these phases, you're going to leverage them and make SOPs for seamless client service delivery. These SOPs will also be a part of your submission. And for example, somebody who's done this, we've got a huge bunch of inner circle guys who, if I can remember off the top of my head, we've got examples like Ishmael, who've had clients for 6 months, end on end on end, because all they did was position themselves as a king instead of a pawn on the chessboard. And if this you can implement everything I've shown you here, I promise you'll make a lot of money, and I'll see you guys in the next module.
Bulletproofing your client relationships. So, as you probably already know, it's 5 times cheaper to keep an existing client than it is to go and get a new one. And even if you're not spending money to acquire clients right now, it's going to take 5 times less effort, 5 times less time, 5 times less input in order to keep an existing client than it is to sign a new one. So the point of this video is to teach you guys how to avoid this. And you can see this is a text that I got from an old client way back in the day, basically telling me to screw off, okay? So the number one thing that you must do to bulletproof your client relationships is you must prove to your client that you are not chilling on the beach in Mexico boasting passive income on Instagram, okay? Because many clients will assume that after the initial work of setting up your campaigns, you aren't doing anything, and therefore they can manage their campaigns on their own. And it is on you to prove them otherwise. Okay? This is a big issue that people run into. Because they don't communicate with their clients, the client assumes that, oh, this guy just set up the ads, now he's just letting the ads run and he's not doing any work, right? Whether you are or not, that's, between you and your media buyer, or you and yourself if you do your own media buying. But the point is, you must you must be constantly in communication with your client, updating on them what you are doing, so they know that the job that you are doing is a job that they could not do themselves. That is the number one thing. They must believe that the job that you are doing is not a job that they would have the time or the ability or the skill to be able to do on their own. Okay. And the next thing is to be proactive and not reactive. So what most agency owners do is they'll wait for their clients to complain and then they'll try and fix the issue. Okay. But many clients won't complain. Many clients will just fire you. Right? And that's why you must always be trying to identify an early onset of problems. Right? You're like a doctor in the sense where you're doing like check-ins, or a dentist where you're doing check-ins, or cleaning procedures where you're checking to see if cavities are forming, not waiting until the cavity has formed and then going in there and be like, oh fuck, we got to fix this now. Okay? So I want you guys to implement what's called the 3-day rule. And what that means is you never go more than 3 days without touching base with your client, right? And these base touches can just be casual, text and email, sometimes maybe a phone if that's how your client likes to communicate. And you basically just want to be constantly providing updates to the work you/your team is doing. Hey, we just changed this creative. Hey, we just did this. Hey, we just changed this copy. Hey, this is our plan for next week. Hey, this is our plan for this week, right? Constantly be keeping them up to date, constantly be showing, and reporting on the work that they're doing so they know why they are paying you. Okay. The next thing is weekly calls. So you want to set a 15-minute recurring meeting to have with your client each and every single week. And during this meeting, you want to discuss any ways that you can make things better. So you want to ask your client, like, are you struggling with anything? How are the lead quality? Like, you want to ask these questions. And like, I know asking these questions is like, you're asking questions that you don't want to hear the answer to. But if you have that mentality, you're going to lose the client. Right? Because if the problem exists, the client will be gone. Right? So you're better off sucking it up, finding out about the problem so you can fix the problem. So not only do you save that client relationship, but you save all the future clients' relationships, as opposed to not wanting to ask the questions because you're afraid of what the answers might be. Okay? Then you can consult them on bottlenecks as well. Right? So, are you struggling with sales? Are you struggling with getting the lead to the door? What's the show up rate? Like all these different things where, if your client is involved with the process, you can provide training. You can provide, the resources in order to help them overcome that challenge, right? And as you scale as an agency owner, this is going to get easier and easier and easier. Right? Because, part of the reason, why, me and Alex and, the boys at RSC have gotten so good at being able to scale agencies is because at the recording of this video, we literally are responsible for like 500 agencies. Right? So instead of being all emotional and all like head down in like one agency and like, zone focus, we get to look at everything from a very logical, non-emotional perspective. We get to look at like 500 different agencies, so it's so easy to see what outreach is working. It's so easy to see what service delivery, the go ahead, like we can see everything, and it's so easy. That's why it's so easy for us to provide help, because we have all the data and we have all the perspective of what everybody is doing. Right? And when you have 15 different gyms, or 15 different auto detailers, or 15 different med spas, or 15 different real estate agents, right? You're going to be able to look at all these companies from a logical and analytical perspective. And then when one person is succeeding, you can be like, hey, you go to your other 14 clients and be like, hey, this person's been crushing it with this model or this method. Here's how we can apply it into your business. Right? And also, during these weekly calls, if you talk about the successes that other clients are having in addition to them, it's going to revalidate their decision that they made the right choice in, working with you. The next thing you want to talk about is upcoming plans and strategy, right? Okay, we're going to run this campaign for one more week unless the KPI drops below X, or, next month we're going to hit this target market, or, you want to constantly be, future pacing and painting a future picture for your clients so they're excited for what's to come. Right? And at the end of the call, ideally at the end of the call, but unless everything's all sunshine and rainbows, you can do it all throughout the call, discuss what's going well, right? And I like to say this for the end of the call, because if you hop on the call, what's going well, you talk about this, and then you get into all the problems and you end the call talking about all the problems, it's going to be a different, like the client's going to be leaving the call with having just talk about negative things about your services, right? So you want to, get the negative stuff out of the way in the beginning, end the call talking about positive things. So when that call ends up, your client goes back to their day-to-day life, having just spoke positively about the work that you guys are doing together, right? Now here's some bonus tips, right? Become friends with your clients, right? Don't become friends in the sales process, but become friends with them, right? Don't be afraid to keep things casual. Don't be afraid to say jokes. Don't be afraid to, just like become friends with them, right? Because, people, it's easy to, cancel a Stripe subscription. It's harder to cancel a relationship. It's harder to cancel a friendship, right? And so if you can become friends, if you can be a genuine human with your clients, you're going to be able to retain them a lot longer than if you're strictly business with them. Okay? And the next thing is show interest and attention in their lives, right? Congratulations on your daughter's graduation. Congratulations on your new son. Before these calls, check their Instagram. Check the company's Instagram. See if there's anything to update on them on. See if there's anything to congratulate them on. Show appreciation, or, just be a genuine, nice human being. Be somebody that, your clients are going to enjoy hanging out with, and form that relationship with them outside of business. Even though, most of the time you're only going to be speaking with your client on business terms, have a little bit of a personality with them, because if you can form a relationship with them, it's a lot harder for them to cancel a relationship than it is for them to cancel that $9.99 Stripe subscription that keeps hitting their credit card on the 15th of the month. Okay, so your homework is to set a weekly call with your client, and then add a 3-day touch point rule to your client management SOPs, right? So you should never go 3 days without touching base with your client, and then also set a 15-minute recurring Zoom meeting with your client so you can go everything that we talked about in this video.
All right, so next thing, this is a quick lesson here, and we're going to talk about how we can upsell the clients that are on a free trial or a commission-only basis into a paid offer.
Alrighty, how to upsell your free trial client into paid, and how much should we charge as well? Okay, so I got kind of bad news, guys. Honestly, a prerequisite is you have to get really good results during the free trial. Okay, if you got bad results during the free trial, this is going to be difficult for obvious reasons. Okay, if you get good results, though, there should be no reason that you do not close. If you get good results for your client during the free trial period, and you follow this exact procedure that I'm going to share with you, there should be no reason as to why you do not close. Okay, now getting into the call. Okay, so there's no scripts, because I don't do scripts. I want to teach you guys how to fish, not give you guys a fish, right? So this is what we're going to be doing on the call. We're going to paint a future prediction. We're going to leverage logical calculations, and then we're going to ask for 10 to 20% of projected revenue. Okay, so painting a future picture. This is probably the most important thing that you can do on your free trial upsell call. Okay, so when you are hopping on the call, you're going to be at this stage, right? The free trial had just ended. What you must do is you must paint a future picture, right? You want to share that, okay, the free trial has ended. We are here today. Your dream outcome is here. Here is the 3-month plan in order to get you there, right? And you want to have this conversation with your client. You want to, bring map this out too. Map this out too, in person, right? Have a whiteboard out. We are here. We're trying to get here. This next month, we're going to focus on this. At that point, we're going to focus on this. And at that point, we're going to focus on this, right? And creating this future picture, right? Let's say you're in the real estate space, right? Okay, the first 2 weeks, we've shown that we are able to generate leads. Now, with the next 2 weeks and going into month 1, we're going to optimize these leads to increase the lead quality for your specific area. Once we have optimized the lead quality, for your specific area, we're then going to turn up the ad spend so we can increase our lead volume, because at that point, by month 3, we'll have this consistent stream of leads, and, the month 1 and month 2 leads that we're generating right now will begin to start closing. Right? And that is how you paint a picture, like a 3, 4, 5, 6 month picture in your prospect's mind, so they, see a future with you, right? It's not that they're just paying you to constantly look at the ads like a monkey and, click, that's what you do not want them to think. right? You want them to see like, okay, we have a vision here together. You know, here's the game plan, here's the roadmap, here's a painting a future vision of us together, and here's our, you know, the plans that we're gonna, you know, here's how we're gonna approach the next month, the month after that, and the month after that in order to get you to your end dream outcome. Okay. Now the next thing you want to do is leverage logical calculations. So you want to pull up the value ladder that you've used many times and go through this as well. Okay. You know, and input the current numbers that you've received in your first 2 weeks, right? So, you know, let's say you spent, you know, $500 on ads. Okay. And you got 100 leads. So your cost per lead was $5 per lead. You know, when you're going through this, you know, front end offer sales, like what was your conversion rate? You put your conversion rate in there. How many upsell, like how many, you know, how many front end offer sales did you get? Put that in there. You know, how many of those upsold into the back end offer? Put that in there. Okay, you did this. Okay, you know, and you can just calculate and see, okay, like this is what it's going to look like over the next 3 months, right? At our current numbers, we're projected to get, like, let's say, you know, we're spending $500 a month, or let's say you're spending $1,000 a month on ads, like you should be. So that would be $3,000 in ad spend. So you can see, okay, so, you know, we're projected to generate, whoa, something's wrong here. Oh, yeah. So let's say with these associated as well, what is that, 3,000 leads? Or no, how many leads is this? Fuck, 1 sec. 600 leads. As you can tell, I got 27% in my last math class, okay? So $3,000, you spent 600, you got 600 leads, which your cost per lead is $5. Why did I just do that? Conversion 25%, input your current numbers. You could see, okay, you know, over the next 3 months, if we continue at our current pace, we're going to add $44,000 of revenue to your company, right, to your gym. Wow. Okay. If we execute this plan, you can project the 3-month projections based on your current numbers. Okay. Now, after you've projected what you know everything will look like, you can ask for 10 to 20% of projected revenue, right? So if throughout your logical, conservative projections, right, you determine that a conservative estimation, right, you want to say like, okay, here's what was going to happen if we maintain our current numbers, but let's say we slip by 25%, okay, and use those numbers, right, because you'll still get a very high number, right? So after you let's say you determined a conservative estimation to be $30,000 of added revenues over the next 90 days, ask for 3 to 6K, right? Because you already have the trust, you already have the belief, right? Everything that you have, you know, that we need in order to close people on sales is like you already have, especially if you got them good results right off the bat, right? And then you can ask for 10 to 20% of projected revenue, and right there, you probably made more money than you've ever made before in your life. Okay, so that is how you upsell a free trial into a paid offer.
All right, so now we're going to get into building these appointment setting systems that is going to allow us to pack our calendars and ideally set at least 100 appointments for our month, so we have a ton of at-bats to be able to start closing deals, and so we can start making our first 6 figures online. So we're going to cover social media outreach, how to set appointments with Facebook and Instagram DMs, cold email, how to set up cold email and set appointments via cold email, cold calling, how to cold call to set appointments, paid ads. So if you have a little bit of budget and you want to scale faster, how we can set up a paid ads acquisition system to get clients for us. And first of all, I'm going to cover some prerequisites before we actually go into setting up the appointment setting systems.
Okay. This is the most valuable lesson that you will learn inside of anything related to Relentless Success Club. If you grasp this concept, and if you understand this, and if you achieve predictable revenue, you will begin to wake up in the morning with absolutely no fucking idea on how on earth you're going to spend all that money. Okay? Your goal should not be to close more clients. Your goal should be to hire more people to execute on your predictable revenue system. Okay? So we have an individual inside of our SC inner circle. Okay, and for the sake of this, he wanted to keep this extremely private. I have to blur out his name. I don't honestly know why he was so adamant about me not revealing who he is, but that's beside the point. Okay, and he did an entire masterclass on how he hit $100,000 a month. He's an RCOG. He's been one of the guys that's been in the inner circle from day one. Okay. And the gist of his masterclass was that he created predictable revenue inside of his company, and then he began to just hire as many people as he could. Okay? So he literally followed everything that I'm going to be talking to you in this video to a T. He executed it, and he hit $100,000 a month with his agency. Okay, so what is predictable revenue? Predictable revenue is when you have a dialed in, data-backed sales funnel where X input equals Y output. Okay, so examples include for every $500 spent on ads, input, we close 1 deal, output. Okay, for every 100 outreach messages, input, we close 1 deal, output. Okay, once your agency reaches a point of predictable revenue, your main focus is to hire and train more people to run the system. Right? Imagine if you knew that for every 1,000 messages or 100 messages or 500 messages that you sent, you closed a deal. Okay? Your goal would be to hire as many VAs to send as many messages as possible. That would be your goal. That would be what your main focus is on. Okay? So how do we attain predictable revenue? Well, the only way to attain predictable revenue is through data. I'm going to say that again. The only way to attain predictable revenue is through data. Without data to back up your theories, they're simply guesses, and you are at an extreme risk of a system breakdown. Okay? So here are some outreach KPIs for you to reach predictable revenue. Response rate above 30%. So if your response rate on your outreach is above 30%, you can move on to the next KPI. And I'm going through all these KPIs in order at which you want to achieve the benchmark. Okay? So if your response rate is above 30%, good work, right? If you outreach to 100 people and 30 people respond to your response-provoking message, that is good, okay? Move on to the next one. Now, if your response rate is below 30%, I want you to test the following in order. So first one is to start leaving comments if you're not already. Second one is to start leaving organic comments. Now, what is an organic comment? Well, most people, when they begin to leave comments on their outreach, they get super lazy and they copy and paste the same comment. And it's, hey, check your DMs. Well, I invite you to go onto my Instagram right now, look at any of my recent posts, and you're going to see, hey, Dylan, check DMs. Hey, Dylan, check DMs. Hey, Dylan, check DMs. And I got news. I don't check the DMs. Right? But instead, if you leave a thoughtful comment, one that relates to the post that they put up, right? And then you work in, you sent a follow-up question regarding to this in your DMs, right? That is much better way of leaving a comment, right? So let's say, for example, you're in the MMA niche, right? Instead of saying, hey, name, I sent you a DM, please check. Boring, right? And the person knows exactly what that DM is about, right? Let's say you're in the MMA niche, you resonate with the MMA niche, and they, post a video about some move that gets done, right? No way, I actually used that exact same move in my recent tournament, and actually I had a follow-up question about your gym that I sent you in the DMs. That's a much better organic comment that is going to yield a much higher response rate than, hey name, check your DMs, I sent a message. Okay, now the next thing that you can test is a better response-provoking message. So don't be asking, hey, is this the best place for questions? Because everybody and their mother has seen that one before, right? Do your best to come up with a response-provoking message that doesn't imply that you're going to be so salesy, right? That doesn't imply that you're about to pitch them something, okay? And if you started leaving comments, then you started leaving organic comments, and then you've tested 3 or 4 different response-provoking messages, and you're still below a 30% response rate, you need to try a new channel, right? So if you're on Facebook, switch to Instagram. If you're on Instagram, switch to Facebook, or try LinkedIn, or try some other channel, but very rarely is that the situation, okay? So once you get your response rate to 30% or higher, the next thing that you gotta be looking at is your contact to lead rate, right? So your contact to lead rate is for every 100 people that you message, how many of them are actually interested in your pitch, right? So this isn't of the people that responded, it's of the people that you sent your initial message to. Right? So if you message 100 people, the goal is to get at least 5 of them that are interested in your services, okay? So if your contact to lead rate is over 5%, you can move on to the next KPI. If your contact to lead rate is below 5%, you want to begin testing the following. So number 1 is a new pitch, right? Try a new outreach method, try a new outreach script, or sorry, not a new outreach method, try a new outreach script. Maybe try video messages, right? These are different things that we can begin to test, that we can begin to tweak, right? Make sure that we're leveraging the value equation in our outreach. We have an entire module on how to create winning outreach scripts, right? Like, are we, having a big dream outcome? Are we implying a perceived likelihood of achievement? Are we showcasing how there's a low effort and sacrifice? Are we showing how the results can be quick, right? Can we do this better, right? We have to think outside the box, right? Now, if we've cycled through a couple pitches and, obviously you guys, are in RSC, so you can, you should never go a day without being able to have multiple people who are making a lot of money in the agency world be able to look at and review your pitch, right? Send it to them, see what their feedback is, okay? Get them to help you create a new pitch and whatnot, because there's a lot of guys in RSC that will be more than willing to do that for you, especially if you're one of the coaches and whatnot too, right? You reach out to a coach anytime. Right? If your contact lead rate is below 5%, use the resources that you have available to get it above 5%, or you're going to be stuck. Okay? Now, if you've tried a whole bunch of pitches, right, and nothing's working, right? Like there's a story about a guy in RSC. He had he had a really, really good pitch, but it just wasn't working because people just weren't interested in the offer, right? And sometimes that is the case. Right? And in that case, you can begin to test new offers, or, which is better, is new offer positioning, new offer angles. Right. So what that means, is like, it might be, social media management might be the service delivery. Right. But one way you could talk about, you could come in there and say how much time you're going to save. Another day you could come in there and talk about how many leads you're going to generate. Right. Another day you're going to talk about, you could come in there and the brand that you're going to build. Right. Those are 3 different offer angles from the same service. Right? And so those are different offer positionings that you could test as well. Okay. So now that you've got your contact to lead rate over 5%, right? And remember, you always want to be leveraging the coaches and other members of RSC in order to get that. The next thing to look at is your discovery call conversion rate, right? So if your discovery call conversion rate is over 33%, congratulations, you're doing a good job. Move on to the next KPI. If discovery call conversion rate is below 33%, you want to tweak the following. Number 1, faster lead to contact time, right? When you get a lead, the quicker you call them, the more likely you have at converting them, right? So if you're not calling them within 5 minutes, well, that's right there could be the simple fix, right? Start calling your leads as quickly as you possibly can. And if you are contacting them within 5 minutes, right, well, then the next thing you're going to have to look into is a new discovery call framework, right? How are you opening the call? How are you closing the call? What is your pitch? What is your, what stories are you telling, and all that kind of stuff, right? Now, unfortunately, there's no plug and play for this, because there's a million different things that you could be saying on the call, but what you can do is use the resources that you have at your advantage, right? So take this, right? If you have a discovery call conversion rate, if your response rate is above 30%, your contact to lead rate is above 5%, your discovery call conversion rate is below 33%, and you are contacting lead within, as quickly as you possibly can, then then start recording your calls and share them with other members of RSC. Bring them to calls, ask the coaches, right? They will be able to provide real feedback, so you can get actual feedback, right, to make the tweaks until you can dial in a discovery call framework that converts at least 33%. Okay? Next, moving on. Demo call show rate. So if a demo call show percentage is above for 75%, good work, move on to the next KPI. If the demo call show percentage is below 75%, tweak the following: new discovery call framework, right? So a lot of the time as to why people don't show up to the call is because of actually what you were saying to them on the discovery call. And they just said yes to get you off the call because they were so non-confrontational, didn't want to, be mean on the call. Right? So the first thing to look at is recording your calls, bringing the coaches, and thinking, is there a reason as to why you might believe that this person might not be showing up based on what I said on the call? A lot of times the answer is going to be yes. A lot of the time, when people aren't showing up to your sales calls, it's because of how the discovery call went. Now, if the discovery call is looking as though it's really good, are you sending more, start adding more or better reminders? Less salesy reminders, more organic reminders. Right? So instead of saying, hey, name, here's a friendly reminder that we have our sales call at 6 p.m., it's, hey, name, just organizing my calendar for tomorrow. We still good for 6 p.m. Right? That's a more organic way of reminding people, right? And this can all be set up through Go High Level as well. And then the next thing is more/better indoctrination sequences, right? Do we have back-end VSLs in place? email sequences, right? Are we showing them case studies between the first call and the second call, right? We have an entire indoctrination module within RSC and whatnot, so you can, make sure that like you're tweaking that and you're adding to that, right? If your demo call show rate is below 75%, right? And this all can be leveraged during your coaching calls, during your office hours, et cetera, to get more help with this in order to dial in this process until you have a demo call show rate of 75%. And then a demo call close rate of 20%. So if it's above 20% and all other KPIs are in check, congrats, you have reached predictable revenue, and now your main focus should be hiring more people to run this system, right? If you have a 30% response rate, 5% contact lead rate, 33% discovery call conversion rate, 5% demo call show rate, and a 20% close rate, you have reached predictable revenue and you have the data to back it up. Now you just want to hire more people, right? Now if demo call close rate is below 20%, test, let's tweak the following. New demo call framework, right? That's obviously the main one. Start bringing your sales calls to coaching calls, right? Start sharing your sales calls with other people. It's obviously something that you were saying or something that you were doing during the sales process as to why you were not closing, right? And so that you need to be proactive, start recording it, start sharing with other people so they can identify what the problem is so that you can make the changes and get better at sales. Right? Now, let's say it is really good and sometimes you might just have an offer problem, right? Like if people just aren't, like if there's just a mismatch with the audience, that is also a case. But regardless, the only way to actually solve this problem is to record your calls and share them with other members of RSC and coaches of RSC to get that support, okay? So let's say you did exactly what you're supposed to do and you've achieved, you've achieved predictable revenue. Numbers don't lie. So let's say you send 1,000 outreach messages, a 30% open rate. That means 300 people have opened your initial message, right? Or 30% response rate, sorry. You have 5% contact to lead rate, which means you get 50 leads. You have a 33% discovery call conversion rate, which means you have 17 demo calls booked. 75%, so 13 of them show up to the call, 20% closing, you close 3 people. Now if you do 2,000 contacts, that's 6 closes, and 10,000 contacts, that's 30 closes. Okay? Now how do you never get stuck? When your KPIs are off, you want to come to an accelerator call and or the Discord with the following question. Hey coach, my KPI is below benchmark and therefore I have a cause of problem issue. Here's my current process, how can I improve? So an example of this would be, hey coach, my contact to lead rate is below 5% and therefore I have a pitch or offer positioning issue. Here's my current pitch, how can I improve? Okay. Now I'm going to share with you the most valuable asset that you can possibly have within our RSC, and it's the RSC predictable revenue tracking. Okay, so you can put in how many prospects you contacted, how many prospects you contacted, how many responses you got, right? Add to this daily, right? You can train a VA. We have an entire VA training module as well, where you can have your VA be trained up to do this as well, right? How many leads did you get? How many discovery calls made? How many answered? How many demo calls booked? What's your discovery call conversion rate? How many calls today? How many calls did you take? What's your show up rate? And as you can see here, what's going to happen is at the bottom it calculates all the averages. Right? So if your averages are below what the benchmarks are, you know the problem. You know why you're not making money. And you simply want to focus all your efforts towards that one KPI in order to unstuck yourself and be able to start making more money within your agency. Okay? So your homework is obvious here. Okay? Your homework is to start filling out the predictable revenue tracker and use it daily. Because if you stick to this, it literally becomes almost impossible for you to not make money, because you have all the resources and then some. You have all the people and then some to achieve predictable revenue. You have dozens of 6-figure agency owners at your fingertips that are willing to help you achieve predictable revenue, right? You just have to leverage what you have at your disposal.
150K in 30 days, right? And there's going to be a breakdown of the exact profile mastery system that I use with my best appointment setting client to create an optimized outreach profile that made in a month what takes 12 years of education for a surgeon to make in an entire year in a month, or a lawyer. You can replace either one of these guys. You can see here he is crying because we just made his yearly revenue in a month, and I'm 16 years old, and this was just like my 6 or so month of business where I really set up this profile and really dialed it in. But this was a client of mine who did this, right? We can see here, I'm not going to show his face and all this stuff, but essentially he has got pretty big following, and because of that, he had a lot of social authority. As you can see, he was selling e-com SEO. But in all honesty, the numbers of this title are conservative because using the exact same system the person who I modeled, just search Tara here, this guy makes 150K a month, but this guy makes around 500K a month, right? And this was the guy who I modeled for this completely, right? I'm just going to concisely explain exactly how I did it for the outreach game, specifically for outbound. Because I know Serge does a lot of inbound stuff, makes YouTube videos, all that stuff. This guy was not an influencer by any means, so it was applicable and ready to apply process that you can also use. So these aspects of the Surge strategy, this profile makes 500K per month, and the context that yearly revenue is 0.5 of a yearly household, right? So most households in the top 0.5%, that's what they make in a year, and this guy made in a month. Right? And it's a pretty crazy world we live in where that is possible from Instagram. And it might seem like a moonshot for me to even explain the strategy and even attach the numbers possible. But you yourself, right now, the person watching this, you are only 12 months on really any time horizon, any niche, any profile that you have. For making $50,000 a month, you can ruthlessly implement and iterate upon the system that I'm going to show you in this video. Right? So here's the transformation that you are going to be undergoing. 4, you've got beginner social media profiles that are meant for selling free trials, which is great, right? But you have no value-based authority and you're trying to look like an ideal customer for a prospect, which is not essential if you are trying to charge them a lot and make a lot of money off of them, right? So do not feel like you're doing something wrong if this is currently you because of what I just said. It is a phase that optimizes to sell emotionally, right? But now, as our emotion goes down, our logic goes up, and we need to be an authority to actually charge a lot of money. This is the process that we are going to have to undergo. So logically, sleazy social media profile from a person that wants to sell you a 3K paid in full offer is a lot tougher to trust. But again, this strategy is not going to be about followers. I'm not going to tell you to become an influencer, right? That's not what it involves. The guy that I showed you above was not an influencer. Here's what it's about. Right? It's about leveraging authority from step 0 in sales, right? So before you even message them, making prospects magnetically drawn to you, positioning yourself as a valuable yet non-salesy authority, so someone that they believe can help their business, but doesn't do it in a way where they are trying to directly sell them all the time. Along with that, indirectly being a potential solution to alleviate their pain. So the equation by which we will be following within this whole masterclass and module will be the size of the problem plus the upfront value provided equals the interest in the service that they have, which equals the likelihood of them booking an appointment. This is the exact same as the appointment setting theory, but it will be extremely important here again because this will be the process of booking appointments, and the outreach profile is a massive component of that actually happening. Right, so the only controllable variable in this formula is the upfront value provided. We cannot determine the size of the problem, and if we provide the upfront value that we can, it will then influence the interest, which influences the likelihood of the appointment over there. And we can't just force them to watch shorts of us giving superficial advice, right? We can't force them to consume any content of ours. So for that reason, we have to provide an indirect solution to the problem, right? They're not going to sit down and watch our content, get indoctrinated just like that. We have to make them believe ahead of them actually watching our content, ahead of actually going through our assets, that we can be the person to solve their problem, right? So instead of words, we're going to be providing value through things that we imply. We're going to use our profile to imply that we are potentially somebody who can solve their problems and therefore are worth talking to, right? If you are skinny at the gym, right? Here's the example I'll give you. You were skinny at the gym. So I'm going to draw this guy out. Where's my pencil? Boom. So if you're skinny at the gym, let's say this is us right here. And we see this guy romping around and he has got these massive, massive arms, right? He's got, I know my drawing's not great, but he's massive. Guy is built. Just through his own physical appearance, his profile, if you want to say it like that, he implies that he is someone worth talking to because he can potentially solve our problem and give us advice of these little biceps that we want to put onto our arms and therefore get bigger. And this frame is extremely powerful and great for actually selling the paid offers, because before we dive into the practical aspects, I want to give you the last theoretical piece of advice that I'm going to use in this video, right? And resistance. Resistance is a very good concept. It is anything that implies or affirms a thought that does not increase the likelihood of us booking an appointment with the prospect. So anything that moves us further away from the goal. And I want you to imagine that the whole sales process is like a very big block down here. And we've got this little green thing that we've got to push all the way to the end destination over here, which is getting paid, right? That is where we want to go. And our goal right now is to stand up the person we are and using our biceps that we got from the muscle guy, push this block all the way to this point, which is then paying us money. But the first step that we want to get to is right here, which is the appointment, right? So that is what we actually want to do. That is the whole process by which we want to follow. But resistance is anything that moves the ice block backwards, or little bumps in the road that make it harder to actually get there in the first place. Mountains or divots or all these things just make it more tough to actually get to where we want to go. And it's very important that we make profiles that do not trigger resistance, because a lot of the time people will create very good profiles, right? They'll put a lot of effort into it, but because they trigger resistance their prospect at some point of the sales process, they create these divots, they create these holes, they create these road bumps that make it extremely hard for the prospect to actually open up and trust, and therefore push away the likelihood of them booking the appointment, right? So I'll show you some examples of resistance that people oftentimes use. So general statements about the blanket industry, right? So most realtors do X, right? You've been in the realtor or real estate agency for less than 6 months. People can sense that, right? People can smell that off of you. Unless you have a lot of experience, unless you're the Grant Cardone of real estate, you really can't pull off any general statements that have any emotional or logical pull, right? So when you make these blanket statements, all you're doing is shooting into your own frame, because nobody really knows, or everybody really knows, that it's not true, right? Like, you don't know about every single realtor. I don't think anybody does. Next thing, unorganic comment or message. I know this is about profiles, but this is such a big example of people triggering resistance. Fire emoji, I just sent you a DM. Does not imply that you are a valuable human being at all, right? It's highly transactional, comes off needy, shows that you're trying to get something of them, therefore why you want them to respond to your DM, right? If you're going to DM somebody, you don't need to go ahead and say, hey, I sent you a DM. You can leave a comment, you can leave a genuine comment, but you don't need to say, hey, I sent you a DM. They will see the message if you imply that you are a valuable person, as per this equation all the way up here, right? So we don't need to say that we sent them that, right? And when we do it, it's like a big slap in the face. That's what I want to give everybody who's triggering resistance, because it's slowing down their sales process, right? So if you have any of these things, or anything that moves you further away and creates resistance in between you actually getting the appointment of friction, I want you to remove it as quickly as possible, right? So there are a few of the many triggers that actually lead to resistance, and what we need to do is avoid them like the plague, right? And we're going to do this through experiences and stories, right? So this is the next segue that I want to dive into, right? So unlike the complete opposite of a blanket statement, an experience or story is perceived as true and therefore has emotional weight. Unlike when you say, hey, most gym owners take care of their clients, is a pretty shallow statement compared to, hey, one of my gym clients, when I first started, when I really didn't know what I was doing, never really understood the importance of nurturing clients, right? We had people come through on our tripwire offer, but then we never received any kind of treatment that turns somebody into a lifetime customer. And because I was new, I didn't really recognize that, and I didn't end up getting great results. But now, and you go on that tangent, right? That is infinitely more weight than most gym owners do not take care of their clients, right? Because that is stupidly vague and triggers so much resistance, right? One can be denied, the other can't. Someone say, oh, I know so-and-so who takes care of their clients, right? Everybody I know takes care of their clients. People would say that's not true. Nobody can deny Greg unless they know Greg personally, which the chances are pretty well bar zero. And if you're not lying, well, then it's completely true, right? And they'd agree with you. So I told you, I said it's pretty simple to flip a coin 8 times and have it land on heads consecutive 8 times in a row. You'd probably say that I've lost my mind, right? Whereas if I told you the story of Billy Morgan, a man who managed to flip a coin 8 times, landed first on heads every single time consecutively, landed in the Guinness Book of World Records, as you can see here, chances are now you believe me. Right. So instead of making guarantee about profiles, about what we can do, stories about what we can do, always trying to make blanket statements, most people do X, most people do Y, I want you to share experiences and stories to actually gain that rapport with people. Hits way harder, right? And anyways, I'm just going to dive into the practical stuff. I know I said that was the last theoretical piece of advice. So here is what you must know about them, right? So the prospect that we're actually going to be reaching out to, before we design our profile, we need to know certain things about them in order to actually see success. What do they like? What kind of person are they? What mutual burns or pain do they have? What do they respect in a person? What metrics do they value in their business, right? So an example of this, right, with the gyms is, what do they like in business, right? They like fitness, they like hard work, they like a strong mindset. What kind of person are they outside of business, right? They like hustle. They like to, I apologize for popping that out. So what do they like in business? What do they like in person? They like to enjoy life, like to hustle, like to relax, they like active hobbies. What mutual burns or pain do they have? They've all been pitched by Gym Launch, right? They all have read X book. They all have this type of annoying clients. And speaking of annoying, I'm getting just spammed. Holy. What do they respect in person, right? They respect the speed of results, good physical appearance / compliments. Right, what metrics do they value their business in, right? The size of the gyms, number of members, number of locations, people on payroll, and whether or not these are 100% laser sharp true. Using this criteria, take a guess at which profile a gym owner would like a lot more, right? Would they like Martin Nikolov here, who shows like fitness, interest, all these things, got a bunch of followers, headshot on his profile, looks like he's involved in fitness and fits all the criteria of this guy here, or me? I don't really fit this criteria. Right? I'm here sitting down on my laptop. I'm here sitting down talking to somebody. I'm playing golf here, and there's just some shorts. Right? I would respond to Martin way more of the time, and he has a profile that resonates a lot more with them. Right? The first guy is 100% doing better than me. He resonates more with the ideal prospect in this situation. Right? So if action step number 1 is going to be to answer all these questions up here about who your avatar is, what they value, all these things, that is what's going to lead to you actually getting results. And then once you have done that, you do not need to overcomplicate this because we're on the profile picture. All it has to be is your face. Need you playing sport or silhouette of your head turned. You just need to show your full face clearly. Why? Well, it increases trust when someone can see your whole face, right? If I were to do these videos like this, with my camera flipped up, you can barely see me, probably trust me a little bit less than as you can see me right now. Phase is going to be the bio. Right, so the bio is the only opportunity to summarize who we are at a glance. Right, it must convey a message that is productive for the sale and does not create resistance. And that is why the best bios are a mission statement about what you're trying to receive, not I am messaging you in hopes that you pay me type profile. More along the lines of I'm here to learn, provide value, meet people, and really just be an overall good person in the entrepreneurship space. Both true, but one is a vehicle of the other. Right, so even if you were trying to make money, you have to do that through this, right? So instead of saying this because not a lot of people like you, you say this, right? And it sounds too airy-fairy for you. I couldn't agree more. This guy's got a very strong bio. You might know him. No sales resistance, gives a mission statement, right? I say things that make some people money. I say things that make some people mad, right? That is a good example of a mission statement. So as long as you don't follow 2 times the amount of people that you follow, it doesn't matter for your followers, posts, and following. Everything is ideal, right? Over 105 or over 500 followers, over 400 following, and at least 10 posts. And leveraging the strategy, you have choices between how you decide to actually put out content, right? Choice 1 is to just drop images and make edgy, funny captions, but do daily stories. Choice number 2 is to create short form content. This is the highest friction on your end. And then choice number 3 is to make carousel image posts with value writings on the screen, and do all 3, and you might just become a millionaire. But you have to make sure that each one is dialed. So I only recommend doing one and then moving on to the next after you have mastered said actual option and choice. Right? In these value posts, we're only going to do one thing regardless across the board, and this tells some good stories. Right? Clients' results are stories, your failures are stories, right? How you correct them are stories, how you have the hero's arc and triumph is a story. Right? And they have resonance with people because they go onto an interpersonal level, whereas a lot of them don't. Once you master this, it's game over. Right? And here are some Instagram profiles to audit funnel hack. The first one I will show you is this one of Dylan, where we can see his bio that's super strong. I say things about some people money and some people mad, right? Very strong bio here. We can go to Martin, who I also showed you, of just having a very strong posting gallery, especially in the gym niche of just him grinding out fitness, him working hard. You can see a track record of discipline, which we audited is what someone respects in the fitness niche. You can see Wyatt here, who is reaching out to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu gyms. We've got him with his, winning jiu-jitsu tournaments, working out, his days in the lives. These are a very strong profile for everything involved with that. We've got Vince over here, who is another one who I am actually very interested in meeting. He's got a profile that shows short form content. This is an example of the highest friction one, but he does provide value through the short form content. Then we have Serge Tar, which I showed you. And the last example I will give you before I finish this off is the example of Stefan. Right? He goes through and he says, give value. He shows all of these things, all these posts about himself. And through that, it creates rapport because he's showing his stories, he's showing his experiences. And that is how Instagram profiles can make you a lot of money. If you follow all the steps, you create the content that does not trigger resistance, you tell stories, client experiences, you will see results. And I'll see you guys in the next module.
What's up, YouTube? I just want to make a quick video here to show you guys how I do Instagram appointment setting and how you can book at least one meeting per day using Instagram outreach, some tips, tricks, and just little gimmicks that I've picked up along the way doing it for my clients and through myself. So without further ado, let's dive into the video. The easiest outreach platform. So what do you need to be successful? So all you need is an Instagram account, 4 photos of yourself, niche in a service, and half a brain. So you've got our friends here, Ronaldo, and we've got half a brain. So if you have all these things, you're good to go. So first step is going to be to set up a profile. So you want to have a neutral bio with a quote or phrase that describes you. You can see our anonymous little friend here, kudos if you know him, has business fitness in his bio, right? And it could be a quote, it could be something that you find inspirational, phrase that describes you, whatever it might be. You want to appear as a human and not I help X do Y with this service, because that's just way too salesy. Next thing you want to make sure is that you have a human profile picture. So, just you in a positive light, not partying, not drinking, not doing anything. And then same goes with the profiles of you just enjoying your life. So if you play sports, if you like to go tobogganing, throw up pictures of your life, who you are. It doesn't have to be business related, doesn't have to be professional. It just has to reflect who you are as a person. And that is ultimately what we want to do for the profile. The reason why this works is because we position ourselves as a potential prospect. It actually flips the script, because when we use our first message, which I'll talk about in just a second here, they think that we might be someone that they're going to speak to with their service. So we get a lot more responses. And even though we aren't, when we open up and we start talking about our business, we have a way bigger funnel and way more leads to work with. So lead scraping, which means that it is time to open up BlueStacks. So now they got everything popped up. Say hello to our friend Joel here, and time to get to actual lead scraping. So let's say that we were going to go after sales coaches as an example. So let's type in sales coach. We're going to pop out. We've got 3 methods. We have hashtag scraping, follower scraping, and search scraping. So an example of, follower scraping, just to get it kicked off, we're going to find a big profile. So let's go with Iman Gaji, big dude. So now we're going to go to his followers, and we're going to use this feature just up here to go through his followers and, has it off. Well, let's find someone else in the SMMA space. We can go to Jordan Platten. Go here, perfect. So let's go sales coach. There we go, got one dude. And what the key with making this work, and we can see all these people here. We even go in, saw a bunch of sales coaches down there. SMA, any keyword you want, and it will pop out a leads list. And that is the power of follower scraping, though it is by far the worst method of finding leads on Instagram. Let's say we're still going after sales coaches. The next thing we could do is type in hashtag sales coach. And doing that, we're going to get a bunch of posts. And in order to properly do this, we would just be clicking in, looking at what they are, what they do, and then based on that, we'd message them or not message them. So this is a reliable way to consistently find leads. And as you can see, works pretty well. There is only absolutely one downside to this. And the issue is that it takes a lot of time compared to this next method I'm about to show you. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to one of our people here. Let's just go on to this dude. And we're going to go to his profile to show you guys this final method, which is called, right here, we have it as search scraping. So after we search it in and everything that we've got going on, we're going to use an actual secret 4th method called suggested scraping. So session scraping, we're going to click on this little button beside this person's name, and let me drag it over so you can see right here, and we're going to pop it open, and now we can go see all and see just a bunch of leads that are related to this person. So we were going after sales coaches, and we've got all the people in the world. This list is about 30, 40 people long, and it's just all leads that we can use. And whenever we want a new list of leads, we can just go to one of these people, pop out another one, and then we have a whole nother list. Give it a second. There we go. So we had a whole nother list right there. And when we start seeing duplicates of people, what we can do in order to actually make it better and to relieve it, we can just minimize people we've already seen, so that we start to avoid the same people over and over again and continue to find new leads. And you can do this in any niche with any service, just replicating this strategy over and over again. And this is the secret to IG leads, because you can see how quickly I just got these leads in, whether you're in pest control, you're offering to SMMA people, whatever your service is, whatever the offer is, that is how you can do outreach and find your leads in the most effective way. So now that we have a surplus of leads, it's time to dive into pre-message interaction. So let's click on one of these random people here. Let's say we're going to go with our boy Neo. So before we were to message Neo, what we would do is we would first like the post, comment on one, make sure the comment is personal, comment on a story, and then reply with a first message. So what we're going to do, we're going to go on 3 of these posts, like 1, like 2, like 3. So now we're going to leave a personal comment, right, and add a quality comment. So it's talking about tools, and he's a minimalist. So personalized comment, we could chop up right here. Totally big minimalist myself. We'll check a bunch of these out. Boom. So now I've dropped our comment on his thing right here, and we've liked 3 posts. So we've initiated these first few steps. Now it is time to message him based on a story reply. So what we do is we go on to the story as an example, and we would, just interact with the story. So we'd say, have an awesome weekend, dude. And then we'd send our first message. So diving into the first message, we want to make sure we hook a prospect. We want to leverage it so that we appear as a potential prospect, just like we did with our profile right over here. And in order to generate a response, we're going to use that exact method. And if they don't respond, it is time to flip the script on them and use some follow-ups. So with this example, I will give you guys, the most basic and non-tailored example of this. We can go story reply. You have a great weekend. And then as soon as we do that, we can pop into here, and then we can go into social media marketing. We can just go with the dated to profile mind with IF. And this is an example of a first message. Obviously, you create your own based on whatever niche you're in. But given that he is, going to be big on brand management and helping coaches, and I might appear like a coach on Instagram, this question makes me seem like a potential buyer, whatever it might be for a service. So I'm likely to generate a response for this. So next step, if our friend Neo here was to not respond to us, I would realize that, just typing in, hey, when can I expect to hear back, just wouldn't work. If we keep doing this, it's not going to work. He's not going to respond, right? The key to actually getting the response in this section is going to be multi-stream follow-ups. So following up with non-business related personalized questions. So if we were to go to his profile, we would see over here, we've got something about his ebook we could mention, or if he has anything about, himself on his profile, any of his old posts. We're not going to, just keep sending that message, bumping it to the top of his inbox. We're going to start commenting on these, right? And if after commenting on these, after responding to stories and highlights that he has up about everything that he's got going on, and he doesn't respond after 4 days, we can hit him with the breakup message, which would be along the lines of, hey, I sent you a message about your services and want to know when I can expect to hear back. And after you send this, you follow up, you do this to a lot of leads, it is time to lock in. The playbooks are simple. Finding leads is easy. Making a hook is easy. Following up is easy. You just need to be consistent and put the numbers in. And with that being said, here is the IG Appointment Set Masterclass. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you take action and you have a great rest of your day.
I don't want anybody who watches my video to end up like these guys in the filtered requests. So what I'm going to be doing today is something I haven't seen before, which is a Facebook appointment setting live masterclass. So not going through slides that I usually do, but actually going through in a profile that is absolutely nothing. As you can see here, and building it up, uploading images, and doing everything from scratch, all live, so you can follow along and see it. So now it is time to set up our Facebook account. We're going to head over all the way over here and look at this real Alex Newman account on Facebook that has absolutely nothing to its name. The first thing we're going to touch up is the profile picture. So I'm going to go here, upload photo, and I know which one I'm going to pull out. I've got this one right here. It's called SMA 33 or 83 on my computer. It's just a picture of me. Zoom in a bit, make sure it clearly gets my face and everything like that. Da-da. And as soon as it loads, we will have our profile picture set up, and that will be phase 1 of the account setup. Okay, cool. So now that's done, it's time to move on to the next phase, which is going to be the bio and everything about us. So how we're going to do that is we're going to go edit details, or actually add bio, check out what this page is about. So let's go and search up quotes about hard work. And I'm telling you, this, guys, this is how easy it is. This is how it actually operates live.
and how you do all these things live. Boom. Page, entrepreneur, hobbies. What we can do is golf. And you'll see why this is important later. Basketball, and this is just optimizing our profile so that we look like a real human. And that is the premise behind everything that we are going to be doing here. Let me add running, boxing. There we go. So here are our hobbies. Here's who we are. Our bio. Okay. Now we're going to do a cover photo. So cover photo is going to be super simple. Just going to search up white banner. Should be long enough. And I can imagine a lot of you guys have been through these same processes with things that you guys have done. So just showing you guys that you are on the right track. And this is exactly how I do it. There is nothing special about myself or anyone that runs a successful agency. They just do the same things as you, but they do it for a more prolonged period of time, and they get better and better with time. So add bio, and then I'd also like to add here, love working with my hands. And that's going to be important because for this example, we're going to say we're in the niche of home improvement. So now that we've got our profile set up, that is going to be phase one. We can head back over here. See, the next phase is going to be all about lead script. And actually, I lied because I skipped phase. Next thing I'm going to do is posts. Right? Posts a lot of people overthink, but I'm going to be showing you right now how easy to do it, like the actual posts. So here are all the posts that I want to throw up. And how we're going to do that is I'm just going to go posts. I'm going to grab one, and let's say it's going to be one of myself golfing, right? And I can add one more. Actually, no need. Had a great time golfing today. Always great to get away from work. Boom. And that would be an example of a post. All right, all we're going to do, and as this actually loads up, what I'm going to explain is that we're just going to throw up posts every other day for this example sake, because I've only got a very condensed period of time to show you how this is going to work. I'm just going to upload one more and keep it pushing. But other than that, I would just upload images of yourself. It's fine if you already have them. I would use things you already have on your camera. You don't need to make or take anything new. Making calls and connecting with new people is what I'm all about. If you work in the home improvement space, would love to chat. Boom. And that will be, for now, all the posts that we throw up for this example's sake. I'd recommend you throw up 5 or 6 of them, and you just write these generic things like this. Doesn't matter if they get likes, doesn't matter if they get anything, especially on Facebook. On Instagram, maybe a little bit more important. With that being done, we are now done the whole phase of setting up our profile. It's time to go into lead scraping. Right, so you can see here I have the equation niche plus location equals infinite leads. And I'm going to show you that by going home improvement plus location equals infinite leads. So what we're going to do is we're going to search up cities in Florida, and we're going to get all these cities in Florida. And now what we can do is we can use these locations, and we just add niche here. So we can go, let's say home improvement, we can go painting, and then any city we like. So we can go Jacksonville, painting, Jacksonville. Boom, and we're going to sort by pages, and then boom, boom, boom. These would all be guys we reach out to, right? And then any other cities want to go, and we can go boom, boom. Let's say Kendall. I don't even know what that is. Kendall. Boom. Pages down here, and we've got all these people that we can reach out to, and we can continuously do this. Oh, this one had a little bit shorter because it's a smaller city. We can do this for all the cities in Florida across the 50 states in the US and get almost infinite leads. And if you reach out to all those people, you're going to be making a lot of money. So that is the whole process of lead scraping and finding infinite leads. Next phase we're going to dive into is all about the hook message, and actually go ahead and setting it just to show you the lead scraping one more time. I'm going to go Miami home improvement. As you can see here, I am actually back on my main account just because I was not messenger verified, so I couldn't actually send out DMs to people. I had to go in a big circle trying to figure out how that works. But as soon as you verify your phone number, you'll be good to go. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to click on any one of these guys. Let's say Big Guys Home Improvement. You can see they're home improvement guys. They're posting pretty often, doing good jobs. So what we do is we'd go ahead, we'd like 3 posts that they've put up. 1, 2, 3. We're going to look at what this one, almost on this bathroom, bath tube, da-da-da. So let's see one that we can relate to here. Da-da-da. Let's say we'll use this one. This one right here. It's always amazing to see other people enjoy what you've created. Don't stay down like that too long. Back. And that would be an example of a comment, right? So that's an example of something we can write as a comment over there. So now we've liked 3 posts, comment on 1, we can go ahead and message them. And the hook message that I would be using is, do you service or do you work on commercial or residential properties? This is the best home improvement hook line that I've ever found. And the reason why is because it remains extremely vague, right? From this person, as we've liked 3 posts, they've commented on 1, they only see us as a nice guy who's appreciating their hard work. And as we know through this post that we actually commented on, he likes putting smiles on people's faces and he likes when his work is appreciated. So we've shown appreciation. By association, he's going to see us as a guy that just is a fan of Big Guys Home Improvement. So when we ask him this question, he's not going to suspect that we have anything to sell him, right? So that is exactly why we're going to get a response. We're going to go just like this, and we are going to go, hey, do you work on commercial or residential properties? Just like that. And that would be the hook message that we send out. And we continuously do that, and that would be the outreach we send. Because when he gets on Facebook, you're going to see a whole bunch of notifications. They're all be from me, gassing them up. And then through that, you can see my message in the messenger request. It's going to, oh, it's the guy that's being super nice to me and therefore respond. And that is exactly how we're actually going to go about the whole outreach process. So the next phase is going to be the warm call / pitch. So obviously cannot do this right now as we've already sent out the message and he hasn't got back to us yet. But once he responds, we'll have one of 2 options. We can either pitch him in the DMs, or my preference is we're going to use this phone number right here and we are going to call him up. So we'd be going like this, and you can go on to either Go Eye Level, text now, or even just using your phone. I would call this guy up, and then on the phone I would give him something along the lines of like, hey, full transparency, I'm just a 16-year-old in the process of growing my business. I was wondering if you'd be interested in having me work free in order to bring you more jobs completely for free commission basis so I don't get paid. If you don't, let me know if you're interested, right? And I tell my story. I tell them how I went from somebody who wasn't really doing anything with their life to working out, to building positive habits, to now trying to make money and help out with an interest that I personally have. And through doing that, invite them into my story, gain authenticity, the same way that I've done through relating to my own story with the comment, and eventually push him over with an emotional sell, right? And that would be the whole process that I go about for doing Facebook outreach. And all you have to do is repeat that over and over and over again, just scraping more leads, sending out more first messages. And if you do that, I promise you will see success. And I hope you enjoyed this super raw, super organic, just actually what it looks like when you sit down and you go into your own deep work session. And I hope you could find value.
Your own consultant is going to be a breakdown of how you can replace myself, Dylan, Alex Hormozi, Bill Gates, anybody who you're currently learning from, using the ability to answer all your problems yourself. Why is this important? Well, it's because every problem that you're ever going to face in life in general and also business, it can be solved by this bad boy right here in this mirror, right? Looking in the mirror can solve every single problem that you will ever have, because nobody really understands your problems except you. It means that when you said you're misunderstood, you were actually right? Because no one can really understand the full context under which something happens, how you feel about it, your emotions, what other people are saying about it. They can never understand it. Therefore, it's actually impossible for somebody to give you a better answer than you can yourself. But Alex, then, like, how do you teach people how to get clients? How do you teach people how to do anything, right? And the answer is that I just provoke ideas that lead to them solving their own problem, right? I don't actually solve people's problems. Someone says, hey, my script isn't working. I give them an idea, a piece of data based on things that I've gone out and achieved in my experiences, and that leads to them taking the action, learning, and therefore making the decision which solves their problem. But they do it every single time. It's really all I can do. I can never go into somebody's brain and actually solve their problem, So it's their job to always transmute the data which I give them into practical steps. And this is kind of shooting myself in the foot, because you can cut me off, you can cut Dylan Wilson off, you can cut everybody off if you master this, of course. Right? Because I want you to think of a problem like street fight. A lot of people end up attacking their problems like this. I'm not going to show you this video for context, just people missing punches, a lot of them too, right? It's inconsistent and it always will be, right? If you attack every problem in a different method completely emotionally, you will never get the deductive reasoning skills that are extremely high up and will allow you to actually implement the strategy. And I'm not going to ask you to follow a decision-making framework and write down every problem you have into your little notebook. That is not going to be readily applicable in your life. That's not going to be something that actually leads to change. So I'm going to show you a framework that you don't need to write down on a piece of paper and just applies into your mind almost instantly. In order to be consistent, you must approach exactly every single problem with this same approach. And then through doing that, you build up your skill. This is done through, again, deductive reasoning and objective data. And after a time period, about 1 week, using actually this data, you will become a machine. And the realest example of this was with my first client, not signing him, but the guy himself. He was an entrepreneur well into his 7 figures and was actually a machine. Right? He took an agency from absolutely nothing and no business experience to $150K a month, consistent revenue in 2 years. So a lot of agencies, they shoot up and then they're either going down or up or down or up and down or up. They're moving like that. This guy was straight beelining right to where he wanted to go. He was also a member of a highly exclusive yet famous global network as a founding member. And no, it was not the war room, right? And that might lead you to thinking. But he had access to guys who were doing 8, 9 figures on an everyday basis consistently, a lot of which you know on YouTube and you watch all of the time. He would tell me stories about how these people acted, how these people operated, how these people moved, and he emulated them. Right? He emulated them to his own business to get to where he went. And then I copied him in order to get to where I went in order to run RSC, my appointment setting agency, and have that actually see success. So what behavior will you change? Will you be the 4th person on this link to tap on and therefore see results? So I'm going to show you the exact system that I implemented. You have the ability to copy it and have the exact same data set that I did, and you don't, and then you can just keep living your life as you are right now. Because if done successfully, you can solve all your problems. So part 1, going to be the high level strategy. In school, we are taught that you have to be right 80% of the time to be successful, right? There are kids who are right 90% of the time. They get A's in school. But in the real world, we know that only like 5% of people are actually successful by any means. And then within that, only 1% of people are like really, really doing well, right? And of those 1% people, so the top 1%, only 1% of their decisions were actually right. They weren't right that often. However, investors are some of the smartest people in the world. Their job is to be right more than 50% of the time, not with necessarily the amount of decisions they make, whether it's profitable or not, but with the money attached to them, right? So they might lose 90 trades in a row, but if they go all in on one trade and make back whatever they lost in all the 90, they have made a good decision. They've gone even, and then they have done well, right? And that being said, they are extremely good decision makers because it is their job to make clear-cut decisions, much better than entrepreneurs, right? Investors are much smarter than entrepreneurs when it comes to decision making because they have to be snipers in order to see success. So if we can copy the frameworks by which they use, we can decrease the amount of iterations, the amount of practice, the amount of loops that we need to go in for our actual processes and logic to make sense. So it is logic how this is done, and logic is not the way that you're thinking about it right now. It's core principle investing, it's core principle gambling, it's core principle in mathematics, right? Leave emotion at the door, right? So we've learned as humans that it does not matter necessarily how we feel with decisions, because when we try to rely completely on emotion, things go bad. You make bad decisions. So if we are always doing what logically has the highest percent chance of seeing success, even though we might sometimes lose, what other variables are there, right? If we have a 60% chance of winning, what other variables are there? It's information, right? So if we're playing a hand of poker, as we can see here in this game right here, let's say we have a really good hand, right? And we have a 60% chance of winning. If we had more data, we would increase our percentage of winning a lot higher, right? So let's say we knew the other opponent's card. That's an example of a lot more data. Let's say we knew, he maybe had only a high card. We now know that he's bluffing when he does a raise, right? And for that reason, that data allows us to logically make a better decision. So the only variable by which logic can be improved upon is more and more information. So more and more information we can get that is relevant to our company will be the better decision that we can make. And the big domino statement for this is in direct proportion to the relevance of the data that we have on a topic is in direct correlation to the amount of success and information that we can have to logically make a good decision. I know it's not what I wrote here, but that sounds way, way better, right? And therefore, the more data we have, the percent chance that we have to be right is going to raise a lot more. If we're solving problems for our own company, knowing our own data is the most important, right? It's not my opinion. It's not Elon Musk's opinion. It is your own data that is important. Yet most business owners do not have any. But we know the higher likelihood that we have, the more and more data that we should get in order to actually go and see results. If you believe that everything I've been saying is true so far, and maybe you're thinking like, oh, this is good stuff, this is something I want to implement, I want you to have the little fireworks going off in your head right now. They're like, okay, I need to collect data. What do I need to collect? What do I need to collect? Where do I need to go? Because you understand that if you get more of this stuff, you're going to have more data to logically make good decisions off of, right? But how do you even track data, right? What numbers are important? What do I need? In an agency, there's only two things, right? You got client acquisition, you got service delivery. Client acquisition numbers, extremely simple to track. Here's an example of client acquisition tracking numbers, right? Outbound tracker, boom, service delivery. That's the only thing you need to track. You can use a funnel tracker, you can use a whole plethora of different things. But phase two is actually making the change, because I want your actions to change. I want you to follow the actual definition of learning, which is to change your actions instead of just consuming what it is I'm showing you right now. I want to make sure these processes are readily applicable to your business. So I'm going to show you the mental frame which you can use. So we got a 6-step process here. First step is going to be identify the variables, the dependent variables, eliminate ones that are not relevant to a situation. So in a variable in every situation could be time, what the sun's doing, what the car's doing across the street. Don't write those down, right? Eliminate all the ones that aren't relevant and on your control. Then I want you to identify all possible solutions given the variables that are in your control. I want you to identify timelines attached to solutions. I want you to determine the few with the highest percent chance of working. I want you to play devil's advocate against the ideas that you like so far. And I want you to make the solution do the firewalk. That will foolproof you and provide you the solution that is sound based on the context which you are trying to answer your question in. And the only thing that could ever get in the way of one thing that will screw us over if we follow this process is emotion. We must control it while this is happening. So I'll give you an example. Our outreach script is not working. The variables which we have that are in our control, and I have one that's out of our control to show, we remove it, for example, but the variables are the script that we have, the profile that we're sending from, the time of sending, the pre-message interaction, the prospect's mood, right? If we remove the irrelevant, these bad boys are gone, right? Like the prospect's mood is not relevant to our situation. We cannot control that. We have no bearing on their what happens, what goes on there. So we remove the irrelevant and we look at the possible solutions, right? So we've got script, profile, time of sending. So we can change the script, gain more social authority on profile, change the time of sending, attract higher quality prospects before messaging. We can then, from that point, look at the time of sending one and go, okay, well, really, probably not, right? And therefore remove that irrelevant variable as well. Then we're going to add a time attached, right? So changing the script is quick. Gain more social authority on profile is slow and will take a lot of time to compound. Change time of sending, and then higher quality interact before sending is quick. So then take the two that are quick, two that are good, readily applicable. We can change the script right now. Quick has a high likelihood of seeing success. We have higher quality interacts before messaging. Quick, high likelihood of seeing success. And I'd say medium actually here because we have no clue whether the script is going to be good or not. If we play devil's advocate on the script here, we realize that the script that we're using might have worked for a plethora of other people, but it worked only for me. Like it worked for me in the past, but up until this week, now it's not working, right? And I also might not have a large enough sample size, right? It might mean that I'm letting my emotion get in the way here, right? Whereas if we do this on the pre-message interaction, we go, okay, everything's good here. There's nothing necessarily negative about doing better comments, better likes, all these things. But the only thing that we have to question is, will it really have an impact? Therefore, after going through this framework, the decision that I'd lead is that we can either change our outreach script, but before that, what we want to do is we actually want to go ahead and in this example, decide that we want to increase our interactions, make the interactions better, because they're the first thing that we can readily apply to our business, right? The outreach script might happen over a longer time horizon, but right now, if we do the pre-message interaction, it is the best logical solution that this came using deductive reasoning. And that is the exact thing I do to answer every single question, every single problem I have in my business. So I want you to use this framework up here, and you can use this for any problem that you'll ever have. And it's the framework that people use in a very high up situation in the world of investing to actually go ahead and see results. So you take this, and I want you to become your own coach.
All right, fellas, Dylan here. And today, you're going to learn how I booked a little bit over 200 appointments in a single month while only actually working maybe an hour a day at most for my lead generation SMMA through cold calling. We created a calculator to figure out what KPIs that we needed to hit and how many dials that we needed to do in order to actually get enough appointments so we could reach our financial goals. What I've listed here is the different problems that you're going to run into when you're beginning to manage or even doing cold calls yourself, and what the solution to that problem is. You're going to be able to completely rip through lists, dial 2 to 3 times more people in the same amount of time working, and ultimately see 2 to 3 times the numbers of results. These were the overcomes that we had for the most common objections that we got. You're going to book double the amount of appointments theoretically with no additional time invested into your cold calling process, just because you set this thing up properly. Because they was just put in all their numbers, how many dials they did, how many pickups they got, how many pitches they got through, and how many appointments they set. And then we could come in here and we could tangibly see which was the problem here. We just got to do more dials. We just got to do the boring work. We got to get better over time. We got to study the process. We got to study sales. We got to study tonalities. And if you do 1,000 dials, if you do 2,000 dials, if you do 3,000 dials, over time, you'll get really, really, really good at cold calling. And that is how you ultimately hit the numbers. One of the ways that we were able to get more appointments, but obviously a bit of a lower close rate because some of them weren't as qualified, was with. So before we get into the actionable steps and content and lesson and scripts that I'm going to give with you guys so you can walk away from this video knowing exactly what you need to do to set over 200 appointments a month inside of your own agency, let me share with you how this came to be. So if you know who I am already, you know that last year I took a brand new marketing agency from $0 to $36,000 a month in 7 weeks, and I documented every single thing online. And if you don't know me, well, that's actually the origin story about how this came to be. So last October, I started a brand new agency, and because we wanted to do it and show you guys how to do it, if I were you, we didn't start it with a big budget. We didn't dump a bunch of money into ads or use any of the resources that we had at our disposal. We started with cold calling. And since growing that agency, I've continued that momentum into my current agency, which is an agency that serves as coaches, consultants, and agency owners, helping them install our own done-for-you client acquisitions into their business and working with them to automate and operate their back end. But getting back to that mortgage AI, during that time and during that period, we went from like literally zero to booking over 400 meetings a month. Now, to be transparent with you, the reason that we were able to get to 400 meetings a month, the reason why I'm only going to share with you guys how to get to 200 meetings a month is because we only actually generated about 200 meetings a month from our cold calling process. Because after we generated about $20,000 in sales, we began to roll back some of that profits into ads, which with the marketing abilities that we had, we were able to generate an additional 200 appointments through paid ads. That being said, we were still able to generate over 200 appointments a month through our cold calling system that I'm going to share with you today. Now, if you've been following my channel for a bit, you know that I've made 2 separate videos where I kind of shared a little bit of what we did here to book all these meetings through cold calling. We have this video over here where it's us cold calling live. We booked 14 meetings in 2 hours, and another one here kind of breaking down some of the software that we used. And what I saw is that the people have spoken. These are 2 of my top performing videos on my YouTube channel, as I just share a little bit about me breaking down this revolutionary cold calling system. So to me, the people have spoken, and in this video, I'm going to share with you literally every single thing, no stone left unturned, every single bit of what we did, how we set it up. I'm going to go over how we set our cold call targets. I'm going to go over and I'm going to give you guys the cold calling scripts that we use. And I'm also going to share a bonus one of the gatekeeper script that we use to get past gatekeepers. I'm going to show you guys how we set up a system so we could do over 200 cold calls an hour. I'm going to show you how we maximized our cold call leverage so we could have single cold callers booking us over 10 appointments a day. I'm going to show you how we were able to manage and build our cold calling team. I'm going to show you how we tracked all of our cold calling data and how we optimized our cold callers based on what the data was telling us. And then last, if you stay to the end, I'm going to play out some live cold calls so you can just listen and see this entire system in process. All right, so let's get into this. So the first thing that we did before we did anything here, was we actually calculated the numbers that we need to hit in order to reach our goals. And what I've done, and I'll share this with you guys in the description, is we created a calculator to figure out what KPIs that we needed to hit and how many dials that we needed to do in order to actually get enough appointments so we could reach our financial goals inside of our agency. So all you have to do is edit the content in the yellow here. So for example, if you want 200 appointments and these are the KPIs that we ran through, these are the KPIs that we went for, you would need to do 220 dials a day or 6,600 dials a month with a 30% pickup rate, with a 60% pitch rate, and with a 3% appointment to book KPI. So all you have to do here is, this is where I'd recommend that you start. You come in here, and if you want 100 appointments a month, if you want 500 appointments a month, doesn't matter what the number is, but actually figure out what numbers you need to hit before you go in and build out the system. Because when you build out the system, you're going to want to be building it around the numbers that you see here. Because if you try and build out the system without actually identifying what targets you need to hit, it's very easy that you're going to fall short. But if you identify what targets you need to hit, build your entire system around hitting those targets, it's going to be pretty logical for you to actually end up hitting your cold calling goals, and as a result, hitting your financial goals inside of your agency. So once we identify the actual numbers that we need to hit, we'll go through the cold calling scripts that we use. So this was the cold calling script that we used. This was a video opener this was a little overview that I shared internally with my team. But when the lead answered the phone, it was, "Hey, name, how you been?" And then opener number 1 and opener number 2. Now, one of the very important things that we used is we always split tested different scripts at any given time. Because if we put all our eggs into one basket and we just tried one script and we just kept hammering one script over and over again, we wouldn't actually find a way to improve. But if we did $50 with one script and $50 with another script, and then compared the two different scripts to see which one was better, cut the losing script, and then continuously optimize the winning script by creating another variation and then repeating the split testing process, it allowed us to continuously get better every single day so we could hit our KPIs and our appointment set goals. So the two openers that we had, "Hey, name, this is your name. Look, you're probably going to hate me for this, but yeah, this is actually a cold call. Now, I don't know if you want to hang up now or give me like 20 seconds, up to you." And the other opener was, "Hey, name, to be completely honest, is a cold call. Would you like to hang up now, or do you have 25 seconds to hear me out?" Then, once again, we introduced another split test in the process, right? So our split test is after we got that confirmation to introduce the not instant hang up, is another way of putting it. We split tested how could we transition into the pitch? What could we say to hook them to get them interested in hearing us out? So split test A was, "Yeah, I was just wondering if you could possibly handle another 2 to 3 closed loans as an LO." And split test B was, "I can set you up on a system, connect you with people from out of town who are about to move into your area so you can secure more closed and funded loans every month despite these high interest rates. Would that not help, or can I share more info?" Once we got that permission to pitch, it was, okay, well, it's a real simple 2-step process. Now, this is something that we optimized over time. I remember when we first actually started with this was like an entire page. But one of the things that I learned is that when you're cold calling, you don't want to be talking for any more than 12 to 15 seconds in one give and go, because you don't have that trust, because you don't have as much authority as on a sales call or anything like that. It's going to be very easy for the person on the other end to get kind of bored, to get kind of non-interested, and to want to hang up the phone. So if you keep them very engaged in the conversation and keep your messaging very short and, constantly provoking them to engage and react back into the conversation, it's going to keep them hooked. It's going to keep them interested for longer. So after a lot of optimizations, this is the one that we ended up scaling, which is, okay, well, it's a real simple 2-step process. First, we get you connected with people who are moving into your city looking for a loan before they establish LO connections. But I'm sure some of these prospects may be low quality, so that's why we have a second step where we'd also nurture and pre-qual them for you. And to talk numbers, we only work with one LO per area, but we guarantee them 10 closed and funded loans. Does that make sense? They would say yes. Okay, name. Well, the next step would be to have a conversation with an advisor, but I want to make sure we don't waste your time or ours. So here's a high level of what we do. Then what we would do is another thing that we began to test with overall close rates, not necessarily appointment set rates, but overall close rates and conversion percentage, is including the price in the understanding of what we do, and then also not including the price of what we do. So one of the ways that we were able to get more appointments, but obviously a bit of a lower close rate because some of them weren't as qualified, was by not including price when we explain what we do. And that went like, so if our advisor sees that we can generate you deals, we would install the system, and then you would own it for life, backed by our initial 6-month guarantee. Then from day one, you can spend as little or as much as you want on ads, depending on how many deals you want on a monthly basis. And we did this so we could, basically sell them the idea of like, you're going to own the system, and then like however many deals you want, you just up or down the ad spend. And that was kind of the angle that we took. So name, can we lend you 30 minutes of our time, showing, not like asking them for, can we have their time, but hey, can we lend you our time to have a little bit more authority and a little bit more frame going into the sales process, to walk you through how other LOs are adding 2 to 3 deals a month and see if we could do the same for you. Now, so that was the price not included. Now to go over the price included is, so if our advisor decides that you're a good fit, you would be responsible for a one-time installation Then you would own your system for life, backed by our 6-month guarantee. Then after that, you can spend as little as much as you want on ads, depending on how many deals you want on a monthly basis. That's something you'd be comfortable doing. Yes, they ask what the fee is. Completely understandable. It's a few grand depending on your market, which comes with your first 10 deals in 6-month guarantee. And we shut up and let them talk. You just shut up, let them talk. I'll go over some of the objections and how we were able to handle them in a second here. And then after they've said what they've said, can we lend you 30 minutes of our time to walk you through how other LOs are adding 2 to 3 deals a month to see if we can do the same for you? And we would pull up the calendar and find our closers' free times, and then we would schedule them in. Now, as we all know, sales objections start with the cold calling process. And we had a ton of objections going through this process, as any cold call process would. But these were the overcomes that we had for the most common objections that we got. And we spent a lot of time, we spent daily time optimizing this to actually overcome this. And we trained our cold callers on this daily so we could constantly revise these to get better over time. And again, this is what we were left at, which was able to scale. So if they were wondering, oh, well, you guys aren't guaranteeing enough, I understand the hesitation. Our guarantee is the worst case scenario that we put in place for protection and peace of mind for our partners. That said, most average an additional 24 to 36 deals a year, right? We always positioned the guarantee as the worst case scenario. It was like if all goes to shit, at least you're not in trouble, right? This is like the worst case scenario. And that was the frame that we had with the guarantee. What most people do is they frame the guarantee as the best case scenario, and the prospect knows that they're unlikely to actually achieve the best case scenario. So when we came in there and positioned the guarantee as the worst case scenario, it increased the perceived likelihood of achievement of them getting at least some results. Now, if this sounds too good to be true, I understand the hesitation. Well, the stipulation is that after you get an interested borrower, our partners must contact them in a timely manner, and our long-term evil intentions is to set this up for people like you, one time, deliver a big ROI to gain your trust, and then invite you to our in-person and virtual mastermind events, which is the backbone of our business. Now, this was a way to justify making an irresistible offer up front. So one of the things that we did is we said, hey, once we get 30 mortgage partners on board, we're going to introduce a in-person mastermind, and we're going to have quote unquote upsells and longer term services where we could work more intensively with your business. So what we're doing right now is we're going to market with an irresistible offer that almost does seem too good to be true, because really what we're doing is we're just gaining trust with people so we can actually build out the backbone of our business, which would be introduced to you in 6 to 12 months from now. And that long-term thing showed two things. One, it showed that we weren't a churn and burn agency and we actually had a long-term vision for them. And two, it justified us making such an irresistible offer up front by showing them that we had a reason and we were going to make our money eventually, but we wanted to make you money first. Next question was, what's the price? Well, great question. And it depends on what's required for our partner to get their goal. And we would ask them, how much is the deal worth to you? Okay, well, in that case, it would be a few grand to get you the 10 deals or projected minimum return of 10x, whatever they said a deal was worth to them. Is that something you'd be comfortable doing? So what this would look like is, how much is a deal worth to you? Oh, well, I make 5 grand per deal. Okay, well, in that case, it would only be a few grand to get you the 10 deals or projected minimum return of $50,000. Is that something you'd be comfortable doing? Investing a few grand to make $50,000, right? Another one here, I don't pay up front. I understand the hesitation. As you know, though, in our industry, it's illegal for us to work with our partners in a manner where we get compensated after you close. Otherwise, we would, as our average clients, add 24 to 36 deals a year. And if we took commissions on that, we would truthfully 3 to 5x our lifetime value. So this one was a little bit more specific to the mortgage because there was actually laws and regulations about receiving commissions from a mortgage deal, right? That's actually like a regulated thing that happens in the industry. And so when they said, I don't pay up front, that was how we overcame that objection. Now, what I would do if you weren't in the mortgage niche is you could search up different laws and regulations around commissions and stuff like that. Find one that you could bring up in this scenario and recite that law. So they would be like, okay, well, that's why we wouldn't do it. And then you could also say, hey, like if we were to do that and you were to generate $50,000 over the next whatever, and we took, 25% of that, we would actually, really increase our lifetime value and we'd actually make a lot more money. That's actually one of the flaws that we have. That's actually one of the hurdles that we're facing in our own agency as well, is that we're actually not able to take those commission checks. I don't pay up front. I've been burned before. Oh, I mean, since we've started, we actually haven't come across any competitors for it is what we do. So, I mean, was it a marketing agency that burned you in the past? Right. So if they, have been burned past them before, the number one thing that we do here is we differentiate ourselves from actually being a marketing agency. So if they're like, oh yeah, I've been burned in the past. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. Was it a marketing agency? Like, we're not a marketing agency. We're coming in to install a system, and then we're going to give you that system, and we're going to help optimize it to get you those first 10 deals over the last 6 months. But we're going to come in and give you a system, kind of like a build and release style thing that you're going to be able to own for the rest of your life. And you can have anyone in your team use it for as long as you want, right? This isn't really a marketing agency. And we would use that to differentiate ourselves from every person that they've worked with in the past. Next one here is can't put up money on marketing now because of high interest rates. So this was very specific to what was going on at the time as we were cold calling people. I understand that. I mean, do you think that there's still some deals going on in this market and there's still a way to get them? Right? Like, yeah, there might be high interest rates, but like, are people still out there getting deals? Great. Well, how are you currently getting more deals? If they say referrals, okay. So that was the standard MO script that we used along with a couple split tests. Now, another thing that I've thrown in here just as a bonus for you guys is a gatekeeper script if you are in a gatekeeper industry. Now, I actually have a full video where I went through this script, and I'll link that video in the description, or actually what I'll do is I'll attach it in here so you can watch that video again. But I just wanted to throw this in you guys here as a quick bonus of what to do if you're in a niche with a gatekeeper and how you can get around gatekeepers as well. Okay, so the first thing that we did is we calculated how many actually cold calls that we need to do in order, and what KPIs that we needed to hit in order to hit our metrics. And we went through the scripts that we're using. Now I want to share with you how we actually, maximize the time on the phone to get up to $200 an hour using software and whatnot. So the first thing that we did is we leveraged software to masquerade people's phone numbers. So whether it was Apollo, D7, Lead Finder, Lead Zinger, Lead Carrot, Lead Rocks, like there's a whole bunch of them. But the thing that we did not do, the thing that we definitely did not do was manually go onto the internet and like try to find mortgage brokers and like write their name down in a spreadsheet. Like it just took up too much time. And like really as a business owner, like if you can invest $50 into a software to, save you 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 hours a week, scrape leads, like you probably shouldn't be doing this. So the first thing that we did was, use Apollo, use D7 Lead Finder to scrape a whole bunch of leads so we could buy back our time and use that time to be doing dialing and high ROI activities as opposed to scraping leads. But that's pretty basic. So what I'm going to share with you guys now is how we set up a power dialer and a predictive dialer using close.com. All right, so now that we're in Close CRM, the first thing I'm going to do is show you how to set up smart views so you can segregate the different leads that you have in your pipeline, and then you can quickly rip through the dials and also understand the context as to why you're dialing and what you should be saying, or have the proper frame of mind going into the call. So in order to create a smart lead, you can either come over to contacts or leads, it doesn't really matter. You're going to click add filter, and then the smart views that we want to set up here are ready to dial. So people that we have not yet contacted did not answer. So usually we want to dial people 2 to 3 times before we move on to them. So we want to set up did not answer. So we contact them, did not answer, not interested. So these are the people that we did contact, but they're not interested, and we can mark them as not interested. And then the last one here is meeting booked. So we can mark these ones as meeting booked. So what you do in order to create a smart view is you come over to add filter, communication, number of times contacted is exactly. So we've contacted them once before, and then we click done. Then we want to come over save. So then we can put contacted 1x. Okay. So now you can see over here, I've created 2 different smart views, one for the ones that we have not contacted yet, one that we've contacted 1x, and then you can go through and create the additional ones to properly segregate your entire list here. Now, let me show you how this smart dialer or the power dialer actually works. All you got to do is you got to come over to the no contact thing here. You just come over here. You can do predictive dialer, which I will explain what that works in a second, or you can just hit start calling. Now it's going to make you have to actually download the Close app, but what it's going to do is it's going to automatically dial this person. Then if that person doesn't answer, it's just going to instantly start dialing this person. Then if that person doesn't answer, it's going to instantly start dialing this person. And what this is going to allow you to do is without, typing numbers on your phone, without going click, clack, click, clack, click, clack on your iPhone or something like that to get through leads, you're going to be able to completely rip through lists, dial 2 to 3 times more people in the same amount of time working, and ultimately see 2 to 3 times the numbers of results. Now, the second thing here that they have is predictive dialer. So what predictive dialer does, which is a little bit more of an advanced thing, is you can call leads simultaneously. So we just started to test this at the end, and it did definitely work very well. Obviously, there is a few cons with it, but it's another thing that you can look through, especially if you have a huge list to go through. And basically what it'll do is it'll call multiple leads at once, more conversations and more deals. The more people calling, the more calls one person. And what it will do is basically it'll call like 10 people at once, and then whoever picks up, it'll redirect you to that person. And if 2 people picked up, it'll redirect you to one, and it'll tell you to call the other one back, right? So that was another way that you could really get through, $300,000 to $400,000 an hour, because you're literally calling 10 people at once, and it's just going to redirect you to the one person that is answered. Okay, so that is how we set up Close CRM, the power dialer, and Close CRM to actually like rip through dials and be able to actually call like 200 people an hour. Now I'm going to share you guys how to actually maximize the leverage, which is really just increasing your pickup rates, right? So how do we get more meetings booked per hours of dialing and thus really increasing our leverage, right? The first way to do is we get better at calling, which is a long-term process, right? And that's usually a huge lever to pull. But what I'm going to share with you is how you can instantly do this by increasing your pickup rates. And what I mean by that is like if you call 100 people, right? Well, if 20 of them pick up versus 40 of them pick up, you're going to book double the amount of appointments theoretically with no additional time, energy, or no additional skill, no additional time invested into your cold calling process, just because you set this thing up properly to be able to increase the amount of people that you could speak to so you could book more appointments. So I'm going to share with you the steps that we did in order to maximize our pickup rate. So the first thing that we did was we dialed cell phone number always. So cell phone numbers will always have a higher pickup percentage than landline numbers, right? If people are on landlines, you're more likely to get the gatekeeper, you're more likely to get out of offices, you're more likely to really just not get answered. On the other hand, though, if you're able to call people's direct cell phone number, you're able to get through to the decision maker, get through on a phone call that people are probably have on their desk or in their pocket. It's going to ring. They're going to be more likely to answer the phone. So what we did is we use this software here, clearoutphone.io, to import our lead list into this software. And what it would do is it would simply just spit out which ones are cell phone numbers and which ones are landline numbers. And then we could just we could just import all the cell phone numbers into our closed CRM. So we were only dialing cell phone numbers, which is the first lever that we did to actually increase our pickup rate. Now, the second one here is our cold call time sorter, which I've talked about in the past. And this is another thing that's very important too. And I'll add this with the next step here. So dialing between 8 and 9 a.m. in prospects time zone and 4 to 5 p.m. in prospects time zone. Because if you think about it, on any given day, between 8 and 9 a.m., people probably haven't even really started work yet. So, they're going to be more open. They're going to be less stressed, and they're going to be more open and receptive to your cold call. And the same thing at the end of the day, especially for me at the end of the day at 4 to 5 p.m., once I've already done all my work, I'm not really working anymore, like that is the only time I will answer a phone call from an unknown number. Like when I'm in the middle of a project, maybe I'm like filming a YouTube video, like right now, like if somebody were to cold call me right now, I would just instantly click it off and I wouldn't respond to them. And granted, it's 9:48 a.m. in the middle of the day for me because of the time I wake up at. On the flip side, though, if you waited until about 4 p.m. when I wasn't really doing anything, maybe I was eating dinner, maybe I was just hanging out in my apartment here, I would be much more likely and much more receptive to opening your phone calls. So simply by calling people at the right time between 8 and 9 a.m. and 4 to 5 p.m., we were really able to massively increase our pickup rates and also our appointment setting percentage. So let me show you how to use this cold call time sorting sheet in order to actually do that. So over here on this cold call time sorting sheet, and I'm going to share this with you guys in the description so you guys can just use it. What it does is it has all the US time zones in here and automatically calculated with the proper time zone that it is in and all the, different possible area codes that is possible. And then all you do is you import all the phone numbers in here. And let's say it's like it takes whatever the first three numbers are. I guess that's not an area code. Just put in 3 random numbers. Okay. So 864 is an Eastern time zone area code. And listen, I could put in 86846, and then doesn't matter how long the phone number is. And as you can see here, what it actually does, it only actually reads the first 3 numbers. So I could put in a full phone number here and it'll still spit back out an Eastern time zone because it takes whatever the first 3 digits are in this, it cross-references it with this sheet so you can actually calculate which time zone this prospect is in. And then what you can do is you can create an additional smart view inside of Close to only dial Eastern time zones between 8 and 9 a.m. and 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, Pacific time zones between 8 and 9 a.m. and 4 to 5 p.m. Pacific, Central time zone, and Mountain Standard Time as well. Now, the last thing that we did to increase our pickup rate and really maximize our leverage for the amount of dials that we were doing is you can use close.com and you can purchase a phone number for every state that you target. Now, it's going to be very time consuming and it's probably not worth your input to output to actually buy a phone number for every single city that you're targeting. But if you are dialing people in California, you're going to have a higher pickup rate if you have a California area code. If you are dialing people in New York, you're going to have a higher pickup rate if you have a New York area code. So you can come into Close CRM, but when you're setting up your phone systems, you can buy additional area codes. And then what you can do is you can create another smart view of people in individual states and select the proper phone number that you want to dial with that. So
every time that you call somebody in New York, you have a New York area code, California, you have a California area code, Tennessee, you have a Tennessee area code, which is going to further increase your pickup rates and ultimately maximize the amount of leverage that you get. Okay, so we've calculated our numbers. We've gone over the scripts. I showed you guys how we were able to do over 200 dials an hour with their cold call system and how we set that up. The next thing here is how we actually manage the team. So first of all, I'm going to share with you what the day-to-day management of the team looked like. And then the second here was the recruitment and compensation. And this is really what I did in the entire process. So first thing that we did here is we had a morning meeting, which was really only 15 minutes, but I put 30 minutes here because if maybe you're just starting out, you might want to spend a little bit more time with your team. Then I did afternoon call reviews on my own. And then I had an end of day meeting and training session. So the morning meeting, I updated the team of any, company-wide announcements that were going on. I spent, maybe 10, 15 minutes doing role play training. We would go through and we would seek improvement over yesterday's feedback. I wouldn't give them a bunch of training because here's the thing, right? Like imagine you're playing sports and you imagine you're about to go out on the ice, you're about to go on the field, you're about to go on the court. And, in that pregame pep talk, your coach is just telling you all the things that you've been doing wrong in practice and all the things that you did wrong last game. You wouldn't be very motivated to go out there in the field. You'd probably be feeling pretty down. That's why we focus that end of day training. We focus all that, the negative and the improvement and the, the feedback and stuff towards the end of the day when they're done cold calling. And in the morning, it's more of a motivation pep talk. Like, let's go out there, let's review the scripts, like all that kind of stuff. And let's go out there and make some money. Then the call review itinerary is, so what I would do is I would get each rep on my team to send/mark one call, and I would go into to review them. Then I would also randomly review an additional one call per rep. I would take notes on everything that needed to be discussed, and I would highlight the 1 to 2 highest leverage improvement points. Because, especially if you have a newer cold caller on your team, you might review their call and think like, oh my God, I got 20 different things that they need to change, right? But you want to identify like what the 1 to 2 biggest levers that they could pull and only focus on that. Because if you come to the end of day training session and you're trying to train them on 20 new things, they're not going to remember any of it. But if you come to the end of the day training session and you focus on training, getting them better at one specific thing, they'll actually be able to learn, they'll actually be able to implement, and they'll actually be able to get better the next day. And so that's why you want to save it for the highest leverage thing that they could improve. And the last thing here was what the end of day training meeting looked like. Is that the first thing that we did is we reviewed their scorecards. We looked at their KPIs. We took note of any bad KPIs, like if they had a low pickup rate, a low pitch rate, whatever that was, and we added it to the bottom. Then we self-reflect. I got them to self-reflect like, hey, what's going good? What's going bad? Then we set up an action item review. So if they had any action items that we set for them to do at the end of the day or during the day or whatever that is like, did you get them done? How did that go? Then we spent about 10 minutes doing a call review. So we would review calls with them. And I would also discuss the notes that I had on my own call review on my own time. Then I would set up an issue solving track. So we would put the problem here. So whether it was a low pickup rate, a low pitch rate, a low opener, whatever the case may be, we would identify what the root, like why is it happening here? And then we would come up with solution. And the solution was basically the action items, right? So maybe the solution was to, we weren't doing enough dials. And so then the solution here is, hey, we got to, cut back. I'm going to get rid of this task off of your plate so you could do an extra 100 dials today. And we'd put that as the action item here so they could focus on the next day. And for the last 20 minutes or so, we would do role play and we would focus on the new feedback and the notes that we had to train them to get better day after day. Now, that is how we manage the team in regards to recruitment and compensation. So job-specific hiring notes. When you're hiring a commission-only low-leverage role, we don't need to be as intense with our hiring process. I would always conduct 3 to 5 interviews per job positions available, and I would always hire twice the amount of cold callers that I actually needed. So if I deemed that I needed 2 cold callers, I would hire 4, and I would actually treat the first 1 to 2 weeks as the interview, right? This is a very low-risk role to be hiring out. It's not like you're hiring a CSM or an account manager or a media buyer for your existing clients. So you don't need to be as intensive in the interview process, and you can really let them actually perform and actually go out on the field to see if they're actually going to be good. So for compensation, we always want to hire our sales reps on a performance basis. So option A is 5 to 10% per close. And we want to use this when we have the ability/resources to show that your new rep will be able to, hit their potential earnings if their KPIs are met, equating to 100 to 150% of the goal that they stated in the interview. So if they come to you and they say, I want to make $2,000 a month, well, if you can tangibly show them that, hey, as long as you hit your KPIs, you'll be able to make $2,000 to $3,000 a month by doing this, then going on a straight commission of 5 to 10% per close is the best way to go about this. Now, option B, if you're not there and you can't tangibly show them that they could be making $2,000 per month if they just hit their KPIs, you could offer them a 10 to 50%, $10 to $50 per appointment show. And we want to use this when the ability/resources to show that your new rep again, will be able to hit their earnings KPI if is of 100 to 150% of the goal that they stated in the interview. So final note here is at the end of the day, your goal when hiring a commission-only rep is to have them believe that if they hit their KPIs, which they believe that they can do through case studies, proof, maybe you show them the amount of appointments that you were able to book on your own, they can make 100 to 150% of their income goal. In addition to that, your goal is to be able to sell them on this in a manner that exposes you to the least amount of risk as possible. So this is your best option. This is your second best option. You only want to use this option when you can't pull off this option. And with this, you want to give them either $10 to $50 appointment per show. And you basically calculate it on what KPIs they need to hit in order to be able to hit 100 to 150% of their short-term income goals. Now, going over the setter scorecard here. So this was probably the most valuable thing and most important thing that we had in the process. And again, I will leave this in the description so you can use this for yourself. But basically, you want to come in here, and what we did here is we set up the different KPIs that we needed our cold callers to hit. So right here, we wanted them doing on average 200 dials a day each. We wanted to have a 40% pitch percentage and a 5% meeting book rate percentage. And what we could do is they would just put in all their numbers, how many dials they did, how many pickups they got, how many pitches they got through, and how many appointments they set. And then we could come in here and we could tangibly see which was the problem here, right? So maybe, the pickup rate was low. Well, then we could address the pickup rate on our end of day meetings, and we could come up with action items to increase our pickup rate. If the pitch percentage was low, which means that people were picking up the phone, but they weren't letting our cold caller pitch, then we know it was the opener. We could address that. We could do call reviews so we can figure out exactly what we need to do in order to get that pitch percentage up and above 40%. And again, if we had people picking up the phone, we were able to hear them out. We were able to get them to pitch, but they weren't setting the appointment. We know that the problem is in that actual pitch and they're not feeling incentivized to actually book that appointment. So we could do call reviews. We could identify what the root cause of the problem is, and we could optimize that to increase this over time. And the last thing I'll share with you here before we get into the live call reviews, so you can see this entire thing in action playing out, so you can actually just watch how this whole thing happens, is the optimization cheat sheet. So what I've listed here is the different problems that you're going to run into when you're beginning to manage or even doing cold calls yourself, and what the solution to that problem is, right? So the first one is my team isn't dialing enough. If our team isn't dialing enough, it is our fault. They're either the wrong person and we hired them, they're not trained, we trained them, or they're not motivated, and we're the leader and it is our responsibility to motivate them. The solution is to determine which of these three is the problem and address it one-on-one with your reps. If your pickup rate is below 30%, it means that we are not reaching prospects or they're not choosing to answer. Level 1 is to use Clear Out Phone to sort cell phone numbers. Level 2 is to sort by area codes and dial between 8 and 9 a.m. or 4 to 5 p.m. And then level 3 is to purchase area-specific codes to where you are targeting. If the problem is less than 60% of prospects are letting me pitch, if our pitch percentage is low, it means our opener is not performing well. Step number 1 is to check tonality. And if you do simple call reviews, that will reveal any weak tonality. And step number 2 is to check offer/positioning. If tonality appears good, but we lack results, we'd want to test a new offer positioning. Problem number 4 here is that if you can get through the opener, but less than 17% of prospects are actually booking, if our pitch to appointment percentage is low, it means people aren't interested in our offer or don't trust us. 90% of the time, it is a matter of trust stemming from poor cold calling. Step number 1 is to complete 1,000 dials, constantly look to improve and send call recordings to any advisor that you have. Step number 2 is to consult with the advisor to be able to tweak calls, review offer positioning, and handle objections, right? Like if they're getting through the pitch, right? Like if you're getting through the opener, right? And you mentioned your offer in the opener, people are interested in your offer, right? But if they're not actually going in through and booking, it's probably a matter of just, we're not yet good at cold calling, right? And so in this case, it's like, we just got to do more dials. We just got to do the boring work. We got to get better over time. We got to study the process. We got to study sales. We got to study tonalities. And if you do 1,000 dials, if you do 2,000 dials, if you do 3,000 dials, over time, you'll get really, really, really good at cold calling. And that is how you'll ultimately hit the numbers. So that is the entire breakdown of the cold call system that we use to book over 200 appointments a month. And really, when I say I only worked an hour a day, because the only thing that I did here was what you saw in here. And so the last thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to play some live recordings of my setting team actually going out there and booking appointments for my agency.
Hello.
Hi, this is Brent.
Hey there, Brent. How's it going?
Good. Who is this, please?
Yeah, so this is Akram with Broker Leads. I'll be honest, we've actually never spoken. So could I just quickly explain why I'm calling?
Sure.
Great. Yeah, so we work with loan officers to add them an extra $100,000 a year guaranteed in commissions. So that's about 2 deals a month. Could I just give you the short 20-second scoop on how we do it?
Sure.
Great. So we've been using this new AI that we use as an assistant to qualify exclusive leads 24/7 in combination with social media marketing to find and nurture and then pass off the ready to borrow leads to you. So basically what we do is we qualify those prospects with questions such as, credit score, their timeline, how much they're planning on borrowing. So once they're ready, you'll receive a phone call, and all you have to do is speak with a lead. Do you think that's something that could help you?
From what you told me, it sounds great.
It does, doesn't it? Well, I was actually wondering if you'd be interested in speaking with our CEO. I can sneak a spot in his calendar to show you in depth on how we do it and share some value regardless of moving forward or not. Would you have some time this week?
This week is pretty busy.
Okay. Otherwise, I have some space next week. Would that work better for you?
Yeah, towards the first part of the week.
Okay. Like something like Monday or Tuesday?
Monday would probably be best.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Monday. Let me just check. And what time zone are you in?
What was the question? What time zone am I in? I'm in Arizona. It's 3 o'clock here right now.
Okay. Perfect. So let me check for Monday. I have a spot at 2 p.m. Would that work for you?
That'll work.
Perfect. And what's your email so I can send you that confirmation?
Brent@brentmcdonald.com.
That's brentmcdonald.com. Perfect. So I'll send that your way, and our CEO will be ready to speak to you on Monday then. Sounds good?
Sounds good.
Perfect, man. You have an amazing day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, Joseph. How's it going?
Doing good. What's going on?
Great. Yeah, so Joseph, this is Akram from Broker Leads. I'll be completely honest. We've actually never spoken. Can I quickly explain why I'm calling?
Sure.
Perfect. So basically, Joseph, we work with loan officers to add them an extra $100,000 a year guaranteed in commissions. So that's about 2 deals a month. Could I give you the short 20-second scoop on how we do it?
Sure.
Perfect. Great. So basically, we've actually been using a new AI that we use as an assistant to qualify exclusive leads 24/7 in combination with social media marketing to find, nurture, and then pass off the ready to borrow leads to you. So basically, we also qualify prospects with questions such as credit score, their timeline, and how much they're planning on borrowing. And so once they're ready, you'll receive a phone call, and all you have to do is really speak to the lead. Do you think that could help you?
Potentially. What's the cost to me?
Great. So there's no upfront cost. We have multiple plans, but basically, I was going to ask you, would you have some time today or tomorrow to, talk to our CEO about it? He can give you more information about what this is all about.
Sure, possibly tomorrow.
Perfect. Tomorrow. Is there a specific time you'd prefer, like morning or afternoon?
Afternoon would be better.
Afternoon would be better. Okay, let me just check the times that we have here. Just a second. And what's your email address?
It's joseph.parks at apmortgage.com, as in American Pacific Mortgage.
Okay. It's and the time zone is Pacific, you said?
I'm sorry, say again?
The time zone. The time zone we live in? Sorry?
Pacific.
Pacific,
Yeah.
Okay. Pacific. Let me check for tomorrow. Okay. So we have 3 p.m. available. Would that be something you could do?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, 3 p.m. Perfect. Sweet. So I'll get you booked in, and you'll receive a couple of reminders. If that's all right with you. Does this number receive reminders?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Then you'll speak with our CEO tomorrow. He's very nice. You'll see.
All right.
All right.
Good.
See you tomorrow, Joseph. Bye bye.
All right. Bye bye.
If you enjoyed this video, I hope you got 10x the value in comparison to the time that you invested watching this video. If you want free coaching from myself, you can click the link below. We have a 100% free community. There's no upsells, none of that bullshit. I spend 2 hours a week on calls with the entire community. You can ask me anything, whether it to be setting appointments, closing appointments, or scaling your agency from any regards. Other than that, wish you guys all the best with your agency, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Well, in this video, I'm going to show you and break down to you exactly how I made $5,000 in 24 hours by just sending automated emails. Here is our appointments, which is a 65% positive reply rate. You can see the payments that have come through on our recent Stripe account. There might be a million fucking things that gurus are telling you to do. This will fucking 20x the amount of appointments that you book. This only takes me like an hour to set up, and it's been completely automated ever since I hit publish. Now, you don't have to have lots of money to do this. You don't have to be even like good at marketing or anything like that to do this. But if you're a coach, consultant, or agency owner, you sell any kind of high ticket product online, all you need to do is watch this video in full and follow the steps. Now, let me tell you a little story here. A month ago, I was getting YouTube advice from a consultant, and I was told that I need to include dopamine hits like every 30 seconds if I want to get lots of views. Well, unfortunately, this video has 0 dopamine hits because I'm not making this for the masses. See, 97% of people have complete fucking monkey brains with the attention span of a fucking goldfish, and I don't want you motherfuckers watching my videos, okay? Because if you need dopamine every 30 seconds to watch something that could potentially change your life, you're fucked. If you can't watch this, there's no point of you even trying to start your company. Sell your company to me, although I'm probably not even going to want it, because to do this, it does require consistency. It's not going to be easy, but it is replicable. And the reason why it's replicable is because it's a system, a step-by-step that you can repeat over and over again. And if you're wondering why I'm going to pull back the curtains and reveal the exact email process my $200,000 a month agency uses to sign clients and service our own clients, because I have something to sell you. I'm just not going to sell you yet. See, if you don't know me, my name's Dylan Wilson. I've been running agencies for 6 years, and I've scaled 3 agencies to multi 6 figures, a coaching program to $100,000 a month. And recently I shut everything down and scaled a brand new agency to over $200,000 a month in 5 months, and have helped hundreds of other people start and scale their agency in the process. And while doing this, I document and I give away everything that you would ever need to make your first $1 million online on YouTube, and in my free 12 months to $1 million agency challenge. If you want to join that, you can click the link below, because my selfish desire is that you get to use my free content to start, and then eventually one day you reach out to me for a partnership and or hire my agency to get clients for you. Now, I have some of the biggest people in the space trying to copy me. I'm not going to mention any names, but I literally have texts on my phones that I was showing people on my team earlier who are asking them to pay me to teach what I do, or they're saying, hey Dylan, let's jump on a networking call, and then they're only just coming on that call to ask me for help, and then they're ripping off my systems and offers to use for themselves to teach their students, which is all fine to me. It does show the impact that my content has on the market, and allows me to sleep just fine at night knowing that you guys sit around mentally masturbating yourself to people that are one step behind me. So what we're going to do in this video is I'm first going to actually show you the proof that I've actually done what I've done. I'll show you our Go High Level account. I'll show you my Stripe account, all that bullshit, so you know I'm not just another one of these fuckers here online. Then I'm going to walk you through the 60-minute one-time tech setup. Then I'm going to break down how to find the sub-niche of people in your niche that actually want to be sold to. Then I'm going to show you how to create an actual irresistible offer, and I'm going to give you guys a quick hint. It's not $100 million offers formula. That's been oversaturated. And then I'm going to show you how to write copy that literally forces people to respond. And lastly, if you stick around to the end, I'm going to reveal the 5 bonus tips that we are using that are literally 20xing the results from our email campaigns. Alrighty, so we'll get this out of the way real quick. You can see the payments that have come through on our recent Stripe account. You can check the date here to see kind of the actual results that we're able to get from this. Here is our appointment. So I'm going to go over to the outbound that we're getting from our outbound campaigns. You can see all these appointments that are being set here. I'll keep doing this. You can also check the dates to see how many we're getting per day. We're getting about 5 to 10 per day, depending on our sending volume and whatnot. And last thing I'll show you here is our actual Smart Lead Tweet Scraper account. So in this campaign here, we've contacted 906 leads, 108 unique replies, and 71 positive replies, which is a 65% positive reply rate. Okay, so that is the actual proof in the pudding. Now let me get down to show you how we actually pulled this off. All right, so let's get into this. So phase number 1 is 60 minutes of nerdy tech shit. So there's 4 things you got to do here. Step number 1 is purchase domains off of Pork Bun. Yes, there's a million places you can buy domains. We've tried them all. We've burnt way too many fucking email accounts to even be proud of. And we found that Pork Bun, out of all the email accounts that we've done and the hundreds of thousands of emails that we've sent over the years, Pork Bun has the highest quality of emails. From there, you want to set up the inboxes, sign up for Smart Lead, and put emails into warm up. Now, what I've done, and this document will be linked in the description, is I've created SOPs that our fucking VA from the Philippines uses to set this up for us. And I'm going to link this down in the description so you can use it. I'm not going to go super in depth into this because this is very basic shit. And like I said, we pay somebody $5 an hour to do this for us. So it's very basic. That being said, when coming over to signing up for Smart Lead, yes, there's there's Smart Lead. There's a whole bunch of other ones. The reason that we use Smart Lead over all the other ones is because Smart Lead has a bunch of API abilities, which when you get a little bit more advanced and you have a little bit more advanced automations and whatnot set up, really comes into handy. And then so Once you purchase your domain, set up your inboxes, again, this can be linked, and I have an attached SOP here that our VA follows to set this up for us below. The last thing you're going to do is you're going to want to put emails in warm up. You can put emails in warm up for anywhere between 2 to 3 weeks. Obviously, if you just start blasting cold emails without putting them into warm up, all your emails are going to go into spam, and you're going to waste your fucking time, waste your fucking money doing this, right? So take the 2 to 3 weeks to put them into warm up. It doesn't take any of your actual time. You just leave it, then you forget about it, kind of like you were supposed to do before you lost all your fucking money day trading Bitcoin, and then come back to it 3 weeks later. Okay. So that's the nerdy tech shit. It's 60 minutes. We have full SOPs, link in the description. You can do that. Again, our $5 an hour VA can do it. So can you. Now, phase number 2, how to find people that want to be sold to, right? And really what we're doing here is we're identifying our ideal customer profile, and more importantly, the buyer personas. Because here's the thing, there might be a million fucking things that gurus are telling you to do with cold email, but I can attest that there are only 2 things that you actually need to do if you want to print cash through a cold email campaign is number 1, have a high quality list. And number 2 is have highly relevant copy. Okay. If you are speaking, if you have a high, like think about it, the problems that you're struggling in a day-to-day life, right? Maybe your girlfriend just dumped you, right? If your girlfriend just dumped you and I sent you a cold email saying, hey, has your girlfriend just dumped you? I have 5 things that we could do in order to get you back into that relationship. You'd probably fucking respond to that email because it'd be a high quality list with highly, highly relevant copy. Right now, obviously, that's an extreme example to simplify this to make your monkey brain understand it. But let me break down how we do this at scale and in a business to business or business to consumer perspective. Well, there's 2 parts that are broken down here. Number 1 is the market research aspect, and number 2 is the buyer persona. Market research is more or less identifying like what type of companies you're trying to target. Buyer persona is the actual individual that you are speaking to inside of that company, right? So in order to do market research, what we use is we use ChatGPT and Facebook groups here, right? Now, before we get into actually how we come up with all this, I'm going to hit you with the 3 main objectives that we have at this level. The first one is to identify pain points at a company level, identify the goals that these people have at a company level. And then number 3, identify who in the company is the most responsive and cater their pain points and goals to them, okay? So how we do this is 2-pronged approach. We use ChatGPT and we use Facebook groups. So the first thing that we do is simply just go into ChatGPT and we type in these prompts right here. What is the dream result for niche companies that want in regard to generating new revenue? Do they use specific keywords / lingo when speaking about the end result? And here's 3 more ChatGPT that you can literally screenshot or click below to get this exact link and just copy paste into ChatGPT. And what it'll do is it'll spit out a bunch of information that you can use in order to identify like who your ideal customer profile is. The second part with this is when you go onto Facebook groups, and I'll actually give you guys a live example of what this looks like. It's a little bit more complicated. If you come over onto Facebook, and what you do is you join groups. So one of the groups that I don't use Facebook because I think it's for old people, but one of the groups that I have gone through before in the past is a ClickFunnels. There's a ClickFunnels group somewhere. Here we go. So here's a ClickFunnels group. So let's say you're in some sort of niche that sells to people that would be using funnels or selling things online. Like there's a good chance that they're maybe in this group. Right now, what I would do is I would come over back to here and I would use these keywords. So I would search for these keywords: problem, struggling with, I want to, how do I? So if I come back to ClickFunnels and I go to search and I go, I'm struggling. Okay, now what it's going to do is it's going to populate every single post that was put in this group that has the keywords I'm struggling. And if you want to further search for this, you can retype in, you can hit Command F on your keyboard, type it again. I don't know why that's not popping up. Oh, because I put a dash there. Right, and now it'll highlight all the time where people are, all the times when people said that I'm struggling. So you can figure out what these people are struggling with in their niche. So Mike Ars here, nice name, is struggling to find 2 types of people, both in sales department, salespeople, especially closers, appointment setters. So this guy is struggling with sales. Now, what you want to do is you want to spend a little bit of time going through this. I'm struggling. I've taken many courses, been in many, and you can figure out, like, you want to note down what these people are struggling with. And if you begin to notice patterns, if you begin to notice trends, if you begin to notice that people are struggling with the same problem over and over and over again, that's probably a highly relevant problem that people are having, and it's a good thing to note down to potentially be using when you are building your cold email outreach campaigns. Okay. The second thing with that is obviously also identifying the buyer persona. So you do this in two ways, right? Number one is through your chat GPT prompts, where it'll identify like, should you be reaching out to the CEO? Should you be reaching out to the CMO? Should you be reaching out to the people that work at the company? Like whoever it may be, like identifying like who the exact person is in this company that would be struggling with that problem, right? Because when you think of like a CEO, right? Well, what's on a CEO's top of mind? Maybe it's big picture company things, maybe it's on keeping his employees happy, maybe it's all these kind of things. But if you come to him and you'd be like, hey man, I'm going to get you more leads. Well, he might not even be thinking about getting more leads because his CMO every single day is worried about getting more leads for the company, right? So in that case, you'd want to be reaching out to the CMOs of the company, not the CEOs, right? And you do that again by using the ChatGPT prompts and also in the Facebook groups to figure out like when these people are saying I'm struggling with, what is their position in the company, right? And if you notice trends that it is the CEO, it is the CEO, or it is some other position of the company, that's probably going to be the person that you're going to want to reach out to, or you're going to want to build your list around, right? So this leads me into phase 2.1, which is how do we actually find these people that want to be sold to, right? So we want to identify where the ICP and buyer persona hangs out. Now there's 3 simple rule of thumbs. Obviously, this isn't a hard, fast rule of thumb, but generally speaking, this is where we start when we're working with one of our clients, when we're setting this up for one of our clients, or when we're doing with the sales. Number 1 is if it's a local business, Google Maps, right? And there's a lot of good Google Map scrapers such as this one. This is the one that we use right here. It's just Gmaps extractor, where you can go into Google Maps and you can either do it yourself or get a VA to do it for you, create a simple SOP to create it, and scrape all the contact information from local gyms, local restaurants, whoever is in your target niche. If it's a corporate fuck, right? If you're in a corporate niche and you're dealing with some stuck up corporate fucks, well, in a lot of cases, the database softwares are going to be your best bet. Those softwares that automatically scrape platforms such as LinkedIn and similar, corporate profiles and whatnot. You can use Apollo, D7 Lead Finder. There's a whole bunch of them. Just do a little bit of research, like take fucking 10 minutes to figure out which one's the best one. There's no real hard, fast rule of thumb. At the end of the day, a lot of them use all the same databases. So maybe just look for the one that's the best deal for your company or things like that. Last thing that you can do is if you're a little bit more of an elite level, my roommate who runs a $250,000 a month agency, what he actually did is he found one that was actually like really, really good. He was getting a bit of leads from that, but it was a little bit more expensive than he was like. So what he did is he actually reached out directly to the company and offered to buy their entire database and literally bought like 100,000 leads overnight for much cheaper per lead. Now it was obviously a $4,000 or $5,000 investment, but that has yielded hundreds of thousands of dollars in MRR for him over time. And the last thing here is the average Joe. And this is a little unknown trick that not many people are doing, right? And in this case, you can use social scrapers to scrape leads. So what we do, and this is actually what we do a lot, is we'll go on to, let's say, Twitter or Instagram or, Facebook, and we'll find, and we'll search up accounts that our target market follows. So maybe it's my account, maybe it's competitor's account, maybe it's other agency related, coaching related accounts and whatnot. And we'll use social scrapers such as Tweet Scraper here to scrape all the contact information from the profiles that follow those accounts, right? And that's a very good way that we're able to actually really just create lists at scale from our ideal target audience, right? So these are 3 general fast rule of thumbs. If it's a local business, use Google Maps. If it's a corporate fuck, use database softwares. And if it's an average Joe, I'm really bullish on the social scrapers. It's the one that we use. And the last thing here is once you have the list, in order to make sure that you don't just get fucked by email deliverability and your account's toasted, you want to scrape and verify the leads. So definitely want to verify the leads. We use Million Verifier, which is just a simple way it kicks out all the bad emails. So you're only sending to the verified and good emails. Okay. Phase number 3. How do we create an offer that people can't say no to? And as I said earlier, this is not just following $100 million offers. $100 million offers has been a game-changing piece of information that has been released into the marketing world. It's changed, a lot of the way that I've done things. I've made a lot of money following the principles in the $100 million offers. The only problem with it is it's kind of saturated the market, right? So we, maybe take a little bit of insight from the $100 million offer formula, but we definitely don't just hard, fast rule of thumb here. So I'm going to pull up the internal doc that we use for our companies and our clients that we're doing this for in order to actually build offers. So the first one is step number 1 is who are you targeting? And again, this was covered a lot in the ICP, how to find people that want to be sold to market. So we'll skip through that for now. Now, step number 2 is creating the outcome of your offer. So the whole reason that someone buys in your offer is because the outcome they receive to it. If they want to bridge the gap between point A and point B. However, the outcome of your service is not always the prospect's desired situation, although you may market it that way. Your outcome should be focused on solving one or more problems that contribute to the overall desired outcome. For example, we'll bring you 3 new clients per month. We'll add 10K per month in new revenue. We'll bring you 10K new YouTube subscribers. However, these are just things you deliver, not necessarily what your niche actually wants. So let's break down how you can turn the things that you deliver into an outcome of your offer. Again, whenever we do this for clients, we ask the following prospects. What is the big claim you can make to your prospects? How can you make this claim numbers based? Where will someone be after you solve their problem? They're in this space, how will their life be after this problem has been solved? Why is it important that they actually achieve this outcome, and how does this outcome move them closer to their desired situation? And if you don't know these answers, again, you come back up to here and you just spend more time in phase number 2, where you can find people that actually want to be sold to and spend more time on ChatGPT, spend more time doing Facebook groups, just digging until you can clearly identify these answers. Now, the other thing that I'll say is, as you begin to take sales calls, as you begin to set appointments, over time, it will begin to change. Like over time, it will begin to, this will morph. This is a work in progress over time. Okay. So you'll notice that when you answer these questions, that things will overlap, especially if the outcome of your service is the prospect's desired outcome and that is expected. This points out the most important things for you to focus on in your offer. Let's look at our example again. They might say, hey, we ensure software companies never have to worry about where the next customer is going to come from by predictably bringing 50 new customers per month. You want to be very clear with what it is that you are offering and what situation the prospect will be in after working with you. So what is the tangible outcome of your offer? You can put your answer in here to begin creating your offer. Now, step number 3 is creating a method. Now, at first, this step might seem a little bit fucking useless, but it's going to be the key in step number 4, which is all about creating your unique mechanism. You're going to list out everything you need to do for a client in order to get results. If you're running done with you service, then you'll also need a list of things that your client will need to do in order to get those same results. The idea of this stage is to understand exactly how you're able to deliver the results for your clients so you can easily explain it to your prospects. This is how we structure lists for our clients. What are the main steps that you take to get your clients results? How do each of these steps contribute to your client actually getting results? What are the most important and least important steps to getting these results? And can the least important steps be removed while achieving the end result? One of the best pieces of advice that I received recently from a consultant that we've actually hired to help optimize these email campaigns for us was that in order to create, a really, really good service, in order to create a really, really good offer, you first want to just focus on how you can create as much value in the marketplace. Like just focus on the most crazy, most valuable thing that you could possibly do and execute on that, and then worry about automating it. Right? Like sometimes people come in there like, oh, what's going to take the least amount of work? Oh, what's going to take, what's the most automated, most efficient thing that I can do? But that's a wrong way of looking at things. It's much more powerful to first start with like the deep end. First go head first into the deep end to figure out like what's the craziest thing that you could do for people, and then figure out how to automate it after. Okay, so once you've answered these questions, you want to take the list and recreate it in the simplest way possible using language a 5-year-old can understand, and only include the most important steps of the process. For example, you want to create a target audience, craft ad creatives, launch campaigns, close deals, and then begin to scale. Now, we also like to take this a step further by creating a unique name for our service to package everything together. So if you were offering, let's say, influencer marketing, you could call your service a 3-step ambassador program. Now, even though you're offering the same as many other people, it sounds unique because you gave it a unique name. This is one of the most important things that I learned from Dan Kennedy, who's like the GOAT of direct response marketing. If you don't know who he is, I highly recommend that you literally just buy all his books and read it. You'll be 10 times better at marketing by the time you're done. One of the things that he's like ingrained into my mind is that new is always better than better is. Right. So what that means is if you go to people and present a new opportunity, something that they've never tried before, something that they've never heard of before, you're going to get a lot more responses. You're going to get a lot more results. You're going to get a lot more sales. You're going to get a lot more leads than if you go to somebody and are like, hey, let me just do something better than you're currently doing. Right. Like if somebody's let's say in the fitness space, and they're trying to get six-pack abs and they've been doing sit-ups every day, well, it's going to be a lot more powerful. They're going to be a lot more interested if you go to them and say, hey, let me show you how you can get a six-pack abs in 6 weeks without doing sit-ups by doing this new, crazy, unique exercise. Is going to have a lot more of a positive, like, that person's going to be a lot more interested in something like that, as opposed to, hey, let me show you a better way of doing sit-ups so you can get six-pack abs. See what I mean by that? Now, last thing here is you list out your answer, that everything you need to do for clients in order to get clients, and relist it in simple terms. And the step number 4 here is enhancing your methodology. So in this stage, you're going to list out every reason why someone would choose to work with you over one of your competitors. Other than offering a no-brainer guarantee, this is the best method to stand out from the crowd. For a prospect to pull the trigger and buy your stuff, they need to have an immense amount of confidence in your ability to achieve results. And we do this by removing any possible obstacles or friction that could create any doubt in their mind about your service. Now, the idea is to predict any objections that they could have to your solution and reverse engineer them to come up with a solution. This way, theoretically, they would have no reason to not believe what you are capable of. This is our step-by-step process that we use in order to achieve this. Step number 1 is we list every objection or concern someone might have with each step of the list that you created in step number 3. Number 2 is create a solution for each of these problems. And then number 3 is simplify the solution so anyone can understand it. So for example, here, an object could be, it takes too much time to create new ad creatives. And the solution could be, we do all the ideation and script writing for creatives, so you just have to record them. Important note, do not try to solve any problems that you are not capable of solving. Otherwise, you will land yourself in a bad situation later down the line when you can't deliver on your promise and you get fucked by your client, okay? Now, simply put, here we've made this workbook so you can follow, is put in your step-by-step process that you can follow here so you can overcome those objections down the line. Now, step number 5 is setting a time frame, because at the end of the day, people like to get things fast, and fast is better than free, right? So the faster that you're able to deliver a result, the more valuable your offer seems to a prospect, and therefore the more likely that they are to buy. However, at this stage, a lot of marketers like to stick to the generic 90 or 180 days, but all this does is blend you in with everybody else. And could make your offer less valuable than it actually is. So we follow this method to figure out exactly how long it takes to deliver results without being unrealistic. Question number 1, how long does it realistically take to bring you the results that you were promising to your client? Why does it take this amount of time to deliver the results? How could you reduce the time it takes to see an outcome? As with every other step in creating your offer, it's essential that you take your time to really think about these questions. You don't want to accidentally devalue your offer by saying it will take much longer to see results than it actually would, but you also don't want to overpromise on something you can't deliver. The word realistic keeps getting brought up, and for good reason. If you promise to deliver a result in 14 days, but you know 99% of cases it's going to take 45 days, use the second one. You always want to underpromise and overdeliver, not the other way around. Okay, and here's a simple place where you can put in your answers to step number 5. And step number 6 is creating a risk reversal. So the easiest way to instantly make your offer 10x more valuable is by removing all the risk from the prospect and putting it on yourself. In short, you need to provide a guarantee. Yes, it can be scary offering a guarantee, but realistically, if you don't get the client's results that you promised, you'd refund them anyway. If you care about your reputation, so you're probably offering one without even saying so. The idea of a guarantee is that the prospect feels like they're going to be in the same or better position than they are now, meaning that if everything went totally wrong, if shit hit the fan, you've completely fucked up, and you weren't able to deliver the promised results, you wouldn't lose anything. They wouldn't lose anything other than time. Now, unless you have a ridiculous amount of social proof and are regarded as the top player in the space, you're probably going to benefit from having a guarantee. And if you aren't comfortable providing a guarantee, chances are that you need to create a stronger product that gives you enough confidence that it can deliver results. Now, there are loads of different types of guarantees that you can choose from, and the one that you choose will be down to the specific service you want to provide, how much work you do versus what the client does, etc. But here are some of the most common ones: 100% money back, continue working for free after X amount of time, pay on performance only, partial refund based on performance. You pay them if they don't achieve the claim, or a combination of multiple of these. Your guarantee has to be as simple as possible and obviously in plain English. So for example, we'll give you all your money back if you don't get at least 500 new customers in 6 months. However, if you are still weary about including a guarantee, you aren't alone. We hear this all the time from clients. So this is how we break it down. If you end up having to refund twice the number of clients that you did before because you didn't deliver the promised result, but you were able to sign 4x in the first place because of the guarantee, then it was worth your time creating one, as you're still making double the amount of revenue that you had than before your guarantee. Now, step number 7 is to create a best and worst case scenario. Now, we're going to create an emphasis around your guarantee so the prospect literally has no reason not to give you a go. We do this by creating a comparison between the best and worst case scenarios a prospect could experience by working with you. The idea is that no matter what the outcome of working with you is, they will be in a bit better position than they were before. Now, best case scenario, well, what is the prospect going to get out of working with you if everything goes to plan? For example, best case scenario, you add an extra 100 customers per month to your platform and reduce your churn rate by at least 50% without having to put in any extra effort or hire any new team members. Worst case scenario, you want to state like what benefits will the prospect receive even if everything goes totally wrong with your service. For example, worst case scenario, you walk away with all our internal systems for predictably running paid ads campaigns that can bring 50 to 100 new customers per month on autopilot, along with having a new ICP landing page and creatives that your team can implement. This comparison can be really useful in sales calls or even as an angle in your marketing to get prospects to book a call. Step number 8 is to position your offer. So we're almost finished here, but before we can put our final offer together, we need to create a strong positioning for our service so it stands out from all other companies offering the exact same thing. The idea is to position your service in a way that describes the outcome the prospect will receive if they choose to work with you. There's a variety of different ways that you can do this, such as using metaphors and similes, but you really just want to describe the situation the prospect will be in at the end. Almost every service now has some kind of negative connotation associated with it, meaning that if you position your offer as a service, prospects will kind of be turned away instantly. Take Facebook ads, for example. So many companies shy away from using agencies because they're used to having their fucking money wasted with them. An average agency struggling to stand out could use, we run Facebook ad campaigns for e-com businesses. Instead, you can position it as, we'll help you scale to over 10,000 customers with each one costing less than a bottle of water. Notice the difference? The second one is so much more appealing as it says exactly what the prospect will receive, calls out their pain points, and doesn't mention how you do it. Okay, so I want you to write the positioning that you have for your offer here. So now that you've gotten all the pieces to the puzzle, you can finally craft your finished offer. There's a specific formula that we use to create all of our offers, which we'll go over in a minute, but there's something important that we should cover first. People buy into offers because it is going to take them from point A to point B. When you create your offer, you need to position it as a transformation, as that is exactly what people are looking for. If you just state your service along with a random number a guru told you online was good, you're not going to make it. You need to use a combination of all these steps in this guide to ensure that you create the best possible offer that resonates so well with the market and achieves the transformation your prospects are looking for. So let's take a look at the formula we use. We help target audience achieve outcome in time frame using our mechanism guarantee. Now, this is just a formula. So what would it look like in practice? Well, here's an example. We help enterprise software companies stuck at 20K per month add an extra 100 paying customers in 28 days using our 3-tier customer acquisition program. Best part is you only pay when you see results. Now, this offer is great because it calls out a specific segment of a market, targets a specific pain point the market has, states how soon they will see the results, and removes all risk from them. You'll notice how that there are certain components that weren't used, such as best/worst case scenario. This is simply because it would be way too much information to squeeze into a short offer, but you are more than welcome to change up our formula to make it your own so you can include the things that we missed out. Now, the other components are also really good for supporting your offer in a situation like a sales call where you have to convince the prospects that your offer is better than any other one that they have heard. For example, you could use the best/worst case scenario as an objection handling technique when someone is concerned about what happens if everything goes wrong. Done, right? So the key to building a successful client acquisition system is crafting an offer so good that the prospect feels stupid saying no to it. If you followed each step, you should now have an offer that will help us supercharge your campaigns to a whole new level. Alrighty, so that's it, right? The key to a successful client acquisition system is crafting an offer. And the reason I spent so much time and went so deep into this is because this is the most important thing. It's the biggest lever to pull in this entire process. Now that you've created your offer, well, step number 4, is how do we write copy that like literally almost forces people to respond. So I've created a Word doc for you guys. Let's pull it up and let's go through it here. So as we just said, the offer does 90% of the heavy lifting. Now, notes on a good cold email. Number one, it's going to be outcome focused. There's going to be social proof. There's going to show a unique mechanism. We're going to have risk reversal in there, and we're not going to use too many metrics. So in short, provide a dream outcome and guarantee it happens. With that dream outcome, follow it with an explanation of a mechanism. I can get you 20 clients. People will be thinking about how much more work that is for them. Come up with a solution while they're thinking of it. First line. We want to qualify people on the first line and mention the pain point. So a lot of people will say, hey, personalized first lane, we can help you with XYZ. But if you call out the pain point and people don't resonate with that pain point, they probably aren't qualified, which again is why we spent so much time going into the ICP and figuring out like who it is that we're actually trying to sell to, where they are in the company, and what are their unique problems that they're having. Okay. Beyond that, so some examples of ones that do perform is, for example, I was searching for top marketing agencies in location and company name came up. Are you still relying on referrals to grow your agency? And you want to A, B, C, D test these pain points. You want to set up multiple cold email campaigns so you can actually figure out like which one is resonating with people the most. Okay. Now, the second thing here is the highest points of leverage. So the highest leverage we can have is using extremely specific language, highly relevant language when we're describing our dream outcome for the specific segments of people that we're targeting, right? So instead of saying we can get you leads or we can get you appointments or we can get you clients, we can help you sign 10 new mortgage brokers. We can help you sign 10 new realtors. We can help you sign 10 new contractors. Backing this up with a case study that resonates with this segment of people is also a huge lever to pull in your cold outreach process. Now, sales assets, a lot of time when people ask us about this, so most of the time sales assets just delay the process. The good ones automatically make someone want to buy those. So for example, showing somebody all the processes that we would use along with the average metrics, and when we compare that to what they're currently getting, ours being infinitely better would be a really good way of doing that, right? So instead of creating like some generic VSL that nobody cares about, nobody watches or anything like that, showing things like, hey, like this is what we're doing, maybe going through client accounts, if you can do that, like here's our average KPIs, maybe showing spreadsheets, things like that. And so they can just compare that to what they're doing. So here's an example of some good copy. Hey, first name, struggling with high CPAs, reaching out. Since we recently helped Exceed Me, a gaming platform in your industry, drop their CPAs in less than a month using our leverage acquisition system. We're confident company name would do the same. In fact, if you don't hit your goals in the first 30 days, you don't pay a thing. Mind if I share how it works? Awesome. So here's the email structure that we've been using. So first one is a relevant opener. Use highly relevant language based on the specific list to explain why you're reaching out in as few words as possible. So an example was doing industry research and found you on Jobber, saw you reply to a thread on X from Hermosi, right? Something like super relevant. And it's like actually like, oh shit, like I am on Jobber. Oh shit, like I actually remember replying to that thread from Hermosi. Then we want to lead with a pain question, a question about a pain that is specific to the buyer persona that we would likely be facing. So remember how we talked about earlier, the CEO has different problems than the CMO, has different problems than every other person in the company. So once we've identified who in the company that we're speaking to, hit them with a problem that they would be struggling as that person in their position in the company. So an example may be struggling with high CPAs, struggling with get leads to show up to demos, struggling to collect cash on sales calls. Then we want to introduce the offer. So we don't want to say leads, appointments, or clients. We want to use the industry-specific language. You want to state the dream outcome without pain. I can X without Y if possible. Do so in case study format. This is only going to make it more powerful. So an example is we recently helped case study increase their show-up rate from 34% to 92% using our AI smart appointment setting CRM without them having to do anything. Another example is if you don't have the case study, a remake of that exact script here is you won't have to do anything here, but I can help you increase your show-up rate by 300% using a company name, whatever your company name would, using company name, an AI smart appointment setting bot. Call to action, you want to keep it soft. Mind if I share more info? Doesn't need to be more overcomplicated like that. And use the PS line to add social proof and or a guarantee. So an example of this, PS, if I don't, you don't pay a thing. PS, you'd be the 423rd company we've helped to increase their show-up rates by, I think I was going to put 300 to 500% there. Okay. All right. So that's how we write copy that almost forces people to respond. Now, phase number 5 is the KPIs that we track and when to scale. So we always look at KPIs on a 7-day windows. With cold email and with any form of acquisition, it's going to vary on a day-to-day basis. So not tracking it daily, but tracking over a 7-day time period is much better, except for, the actual meeting book. And the only reason we do that is because we only actually send emails from Monday to Friday. Now, the key KPIs that we like to track is, first of all, an 80% open rate. And these are the numbers that we have from the cold email stand-up that I did with my cold outbound guy this morning. The 7-day reply rate, so I was sitting at 11%, 7-day positive reply rate, aiming for more than 50%, 7-day meeting book rate, aiming for more than 4%, and a 5-day meetings booked, how many 5-day meetings booked per day, how many we were going for on a daily basis. So that was a little bit down. The reason why that was a little bit down is because our new contacts per day actually dropped to like 20 or 30 a day because we had to basically fire a VA and get a new VA in place. Crazy thing happened. We're past that, right? That's just all part of business. Now, that being said, these are all the KPIs that you should keep count of. These are all the KPIs that you should track, but there's only one KPI that actually matters. And it's your 7-day meeting book rate. Like what percentage of meetings are getting booked in, right? If this is over 2%, scale the fuck out of your cold email campaign, right? Start sending hundreds of thousands of emails, as many as you can, buy as many domains, email accounts, warm up as many inboxes as you possibly can. If it's below 2%, then you're probably going to want to begin to optimize these metrics above that in order to get that up to 2%. What the fuck is that? Okay. So phase number 6 here, this is the bonus, the secret 20% that leads to 80% of your results. So if you made it this far, you've completed 80% of the work that will lead to 20% of the results. Now, that's the bad news. But the good news is that this is the 20% that will lead to 80% of your results. And I'm dead fucking serious with this. Like if you do the 4 things that I lay out here, you can literally 20x the amount of appointments that you're able to book and money that you're able to make as a result of your cold emails. So the first one is don't send more than 1 email per every 20 minutes. If you send more than that, your account will get toasted, your deliverability will go to shit, and you won't actually, like, all your effort will go to wasted. Second thing is send emails between 8 to 4 p.m. for the exact same reason as the first one. Third thing here, leverage auto subsequences. So I believe I have this linked to ours. So what you can do here in Smart Lead is if you go to here, you can set up subsequences, which basically what this means is Smart Leads is AI to automatically figure out like what kind of response that these people got. And when they get those responses, it puts them into one of 4 different sequences to auto follow up with them, right? So if they ask for more info, we have a series of emails that goes out to them. If it's an out of office, we have a series of emails that goes out for them. If they ask for a meeting request, we have a series of emails that goes out for them, right? This is a very powerful way to quickly be on top of things and to automatically, and again, keeping with the theme of making this as automated as possible, increase the amount of appointments that you're getting. And then the last thing here is to have a less than 5-minute response time. And I'm dead fucking serious. Let me put this in bold and let me hit the fucking Command U, underline this shit too, because this will fucking 20x the amount of appointments that you book. And I'm dead fucking serious. If you respond to leads in a 5 minutes or less, they're going to be 20 times more likely. And every single time the amount of appointments that we're booking is down, it is directly correlated to the fact that we're not on top of our inbox as well as we should be. So if you don't have the time to sit around and wait for emails to come through and wait for responses to come through, I would strongly recommend go on to Upwork, go on to LinkedIn, go on to some job posting site and find an inbox manager that has the ability to be there every single day. Now, in order to actually make sure that they're on top of things, we use simple Slack notifications. So every single time we get an email reply, and that was again why we used a Smart Lead, because it has a lot of really good API and integrations and automations that you can set up with it. Every single time we get a response, it automatically pings to our Slack channel and tags our inbox manager so they can go in there within a 5-minute window and get back to people in due time. So there you have it. That was everything that we are doing to make about $5,000 every single 24 hours by sending automated emails that we spent, an hour setting this up. We spent a bit of time, figuring out who our ICP is. And then the whole thing has just been running on fucking autopilot with our inbox manager in there, setting appointments for us while we sleep. If you enjoyed this video, I appreciate the time that you took. I hope you got 10x the value in comparison to the time that you invested watching this video. And my only ask for you is that let me help you, okay? For 100% free, you don't have to pay me $1. You don't have to pay me a thing. We have a free $0 to $1 million agency brotherhood where myself, my partner, and even the people that are actually like running these cold email campaigns for our own business will jump on a call twice a week to spend an hour of our time to answer any question that you have to help you scale your agency. $19 cost per book call, 25, 28, 63, 69, sorry. Right, so you get that entire LTV up front, right? You win on your end, and then you also appear much different by coming in with that install the system guarantee. Hey, we don't guarantee listing appointments because those are fucking useless. The simpler you keep this, the better it'll work.
Like, how do you reduce the level of shit leads, basically?
Getting rid of autofill forms, landing pages, that's all going to increase the quality of lead. When in reality, nobody gives a shit. The only thing that they care about is, can you help them get to desired results? Thank you for choosing to watch this video, and I guarantee you, you will not be disappointed. Your support, I'm forever grateful for, and I promise that I will deliver 10x the value that you invest in watching this video for you today. Because what I'm going to be showing you guys is how to go from 10, 20-ish grand a month to 50, 60, 70, and into those real big agency numbers. Because cold email, cold call, cold DMs, like those are phenomenal methods for getting your first clients and even scaling up to 10, 20, 30 grand a month. But in order to really take things to the next level, most of the time, I'm not going to say all the time because there is anomaly cases, and also everything I share on this channel is just from my own best experience, you're going to need to start, running paid ads. And so I'm going to show you guys exactly how we were able to book over 400 appointments in 30 days using paid ads. And what I'm going to go over for you guys today is what offer you guys should run, how the funnel works, how do you design your funnel, what do you say in your funnel, what do you say in your ads, and what kind of creatives do you create, how do you structure your ads campaigns, how do you set up your ads campaigns, how do you test your ads. I'm going through the document here. When do I cut my ads and turn them off? How do you scale up winning ads? And then lastly, how do you optimize your funnel, and a bunch of book recommendations that have helped me. But I want to be clear about something first. I am only uploading this video to try and make money. Yes, believe it or not, I don't dedicate my entire life to posting value on YouTube for free, right? I'm not that nice of a person, right? I'll tell you what I do here. I post this free value on content on YouTube to help 99% of SMMA owners scale their agency for free, because I know by doing that, I've seen that I attract the top 1% of SMMA owners to come and partner with me. I've partnered with a bunch of SMMA owners in the past. We've documented on our YouTube channel. My long-term goal is to eventually buy a sports team one day, and my plan is to do it with the fellas that I get to partner with. So that is why I post this content. I just figured I'd let that out there because I know I've been posting a lot of agency content, and some people think, oh, well, he's got a guru course. I'm like, yeah, I am trying to sell you guys something, right? I do want to partner with you guys because I'm trying to make money and buy a sports team. Anyways, with that, hope you guys enjoy this masterclass. Alrighty, boys. So today, I'm going to spend the next 40, 50, see how long it takes me to get through. Maybe I get through it even quicker, to basically break down, pull it up here, exactly how we were able to book over 400 appointments in 30 days using paid ads. And today, over the next 30 minutes to an hour, I'm going to cover what offer should you run, how to create, what should we be marketing if we're running paid ads, and also which also does apply to a lot of cold outreach methods as well. How does the funnel work more or less from an overall Serge Guattari, mind map style? How do we actually design our funnel? What goes where? Where should we put this button? Where should we put the VSL if we have a VSL? What do we say in our funnel? So this is going to be more copywriting stuff. How to create our ads, the creative, the ad copy. How do we do that? How do we structure our ads campaign? So what are our objectives? What ad sets do we have? What ads, like how that whole thing is set up? How do we actually set up the ads campaign? So I'll go through and I'll kind of do this live with you guys. How do we test our ads? So what ads do we say? How do we test? When do we cut losing ads? And then also, how do we scale and when do we scale winning ads? How do we optimize the funnel? And then I'm going to go over some copywriting book recommendations that if you read those 4 books, and I'll talk about them a little bit more in depth, will dramatically increase the results that you get from this. So I'm sure you guys have all seen this before, but these are just some screenshots that we were able to produce. So you can see the sheer volume of appointments here. And this is our ads manager. So hold on, let's see if I can, how do I zoom in? There we go. So you can see like $19 cost per book call, 25, 28, 63, 69, sorry. I guess don't run that ad. $24 cost per book call, just to kind of see what this masterclass was able to produce for myself. So step number 1, what offer should we be running? The first thing, and I talk about this a lot, is if you're going to run paid ads, step number 1 is to dedicate a minimum, and I mean a minimum of 2+ hours scrolling the Facebook ads library to begin funnel hacking, finding ads that are 2 or more weeks old, and then creating a list of offers your competitors are running. So if I go to the ad library here, and let's say I want to search, we'll go United States. Say I'm in the real estate niche, for example, all ads, and then we'll say real, or maybe we'll do like an offer, right? So, keyword, maybe like 10 listing appointments, hit search. Okay. So this is step 1 to be doing. So now what we want to do is we don't if we see an ad, like it's December 20th right now, we see an ad that's been running since December 19th, take it with a grain of salt, because that ad hasn't been proven yet, right? Like that individual is testing something, okay? But we scroll down a little bit here to get to, okay, November 14th, right? So this guy leads to the listing, or that's a girl. This girl has been running this ad for a bit over a month, right? If she's been running this ad for a bit over a month, there's a good chance that this is a working ad, right? Estate AI, right? Been running this ad for 20 days now, 21 days now, right? It's probably working. Because why would you keep an ad running for that long, spending the budgets that, these agencies spend if the ad wasn't working, right? And so step one is to come through this, and I legitimately mean spend 2 hours on this, right? Like, this is going to be one of the, like, we always talk about leverage, like how do we get more done? How do we get more output for less time? This is a insanely high leverage activity, because if we get this right, it's going to save you thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours in the long run as we continuously optimize and test our ads. So spending 2 hours in there, creating a list of offers and ads that your competitors are running. So it's like, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, have a massive Word document that you've constructed. And then once you've done that, you want to begin thinking outside the box to create a unique positioning. So one of the things that, actually they talk about in the book 48 Laws of Power, which if you guys haven't read that book, that's probably the #1 book that has probably resulted in the most, like in the majority. If I had to dedicate the majority of the business growth that I've had, probably be to that book. And one of the things that they talk about is you should be in the crowd, but appear very different. And the story that they have to kind of back this up is there's all these guys, and they're all applying for this like Wall Street job. It was like some executive job, and there was like 30 guys sitting out there with suits, right? Basically, everybody looked the exact same. They walked into the bank or whatever the job was. They said the interview. Everybody said the same thing. Everybody had the same resume. They've been for the same school, right? Except for one guy. He wore the same suit, but he had a bright yellow briefcase. So everybody had their normal bag. Everybody had their normal, thing. But this guy showed up looking like everybody else with a bright yellow suitcase, right? And what that did is it made him appear different, right? And in the interviewer's mind, it's like, what was the one guy that, like, they all said the same shit. They're all from the same school. They all have the same resume. Who was the one guy that they remember? Who was the one guy that stuck out? The guy with the yellow briefcase. And that was the guy that got hired, right? And so the same thing here. And so what I wanted to share with you guys here is some ideas that you can take right off the bat as to how you can create a unique positioning. Number one is, we install the system for you, right? This is the one that worked very well for us. We're basically, instead of saying like, oh, hey, we're going to, run your ads and appear like the 17 other marketing agencies that you've worked with. It's like, okay, hey, we're not a marketing agency. No. I actually used to be a marketing agency owner, right? And that's kind of the angle that you can take. And then I realized XYZ problem. So what I do now is I actually come into, solar businesses, real estate businesses, gyms, whatever the case may be. I build out the systems. I build out the marketing machine. I charge a one-time installation fee, and then, whatever your offer is on the back end, right? And you say, so you do this so you can get the system one time, and then you never have to pay a marketing company ever again, right? And then with that difference in positioning, that's how you can charge 5, 10K, even more up front, because it's like, you pay 5K one time, you pay 10K one time, which is going to save you so much in the long run, because what you normally have been doing is been spending 3K a month to have a marketing agency run out, right? And now on our end, it's double win, because it's like most of our LTV regardless isn't going to be over 5, 10K. So if you're charging like a $1,000 a month retainer, whatever that may be, it's unlikely, or it's not impossible, but like the majority of your clients will churn. That's just the nature of the agency space before, month 6, month 7, right? So you get that entire LTV up front, right? You win on your end, and then you also appear much different by coming in with that install the system guarantee, right? Another example here, right? You see here, everybody's promising you get X amount of listing appointments, right? 18 to 24 qualified appointments, you're guaranteeing all these appointments, right? What if we guarantee deals? And then just have a simple stipulation in the contract that says you have to close at least 30% of your listing appointments, right? And then you can come across and say, hey, we don't guarantee listing appointments because those are fucking useless. We guarantee that you'll get at least 3 closed deals, right? In your sales process, it's like, well, what percentage of listing appointments do you close, right? And these big ego realtors, these big ego solar reps, these big ego, whoever your industry is, because everybody is like this, because we're entrepreneurs. Oh, I close 80%. Okay, so if I get you 8 listing appointments, you'll close 8 of them. Yes. Okay, well, bare minimum, you'll close 3, right? And that is, another way that you can, simply by changing your words and offering everything else that everybody in the agency space is doing, appear different. This isn't one that I've personally done. I was at a mastermind. Some guys were doing it there. You offer a SaaS on the front end, right? Like a SaaS on the front end that's like $200, whatever, but then they like basically get it, and it's like they don't know they don't know how to use it. And you basically just upsell them the full-on services on the sales call. And then another one is, pay as you profit. You require very high ad spend and requirements, and then you downsell a one-time setup fee, etc. installation with that. One of the key things with this, I made this mistake myself, right? And this is if you're going to do this one, you have to have stipulations to make this appear much more beneficial than this, right? Like if it's pay as you profit, you have to spend 5K a month on ads, right? It should be, you have to spend 5K a month of ads and you have to commit to 6 months. So you actually have to commit to 60K, or I can install the system one time for 5, right? So those are 4 different things that you can take with and run, while also, finding the creatives and all that kind of stuff that everybody else is already doing, and then appearing different. These are 4 ways to start. Okay. Next thing here is how the funnel works. Okay. So this is the very high level. It's very simple. Okay. The simpler you keep this, the better it'll work. I can promise you that. If you try and make complex tripwire funnels, like all this shit, right? Like just simple, like keep it very simple, right? And so you have your landing page. From your landing page, there's like you have your big offer all up in bold, and then you just flood it with as many testimonials as you can. If you guys don't have, maybe testimonials from your space, like how can you reposition things that you've done in the past, right? So let's say, for example, let's say you've helped a car detailer, right? Let's say you doubled a car detailer's business, right? But now you're working in mortgage, right? Well, you can say, oh, well, we doubled Jimmy's business, right? You can keep it high level, keep it generic, right? Because the more testimonials and stuff that you have on the front, the higher your conversion rate will be. From there, there should be an opt-in pop-up form, right? They put name, email, phone number. From there, they get the calendar page. The reason why you want to have this separate is because there's going to be, like, naturally, there's going to be a drop-off here, right? But you want to get as many name, email, phone numbers as you can, so you can follow up with them, you can call them, you can continuously nurture them to get you book a call. But realistically, out of the total number of appointments that you book, half of them will book themselves, half of them will fill out this form, not book, you call them up, and then they'll book. Once they've scheduled in a call, then you can send the VSL, the calendar, or then you can send the VSL and set next steps. So that's another thing too. It's like when you come up and when you see, did I delete my screenshot? No, I deleted my screenshot. But you saw the $26, $22 cost per book call. Realistically, we're looking at like a $10 cost per book call net, because that was only including the people that just straight up booked right off the bat, right? Like that doesn't include the people that ended up booking a call or ended up getting called up by our setter and then booking a call. Okay. The next thing is designing the funnel. So I'm going to stop my screen share because I have Go High Level set up on Safari, not Brave. I guess as I'm pulling this up, does anybody have any questions about what I've covered so far?
Yeah.
What's up?
So you want to get as many names, phone numbers, and emails, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you have that in a simple lead form on Facebook instead of on a landing page then?
You can, for sure. The funnel is the better way to go long term. If you're struggling with marketing in the beginning and you just want to and you want to crack, if you're struggling in the beginning, I would switch to lead forms, right?
Okay.
But ideally the funnel, people that fill out a funnel, we've all dealt with I didn't even know I filled out the form. Oh, it auto-filled.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not my phone number. Oh, you know what I mean? Because the problem with Facebook is it's like it auto-fills whatever number's on their account, whatever, but they change their number and all that kind of stuff. So you're gonna get a higher quality lead most of the time. In addition to the fact that you can, have your proper headline, say what you want to say, and have testimonials. So when they are filling out the form, it's like they're filling out the form with more context other than like a random lead form that they're just kind of seeing on a whim.
True.
Anybody else got questions here? Alrighty.
I was actually going to ask something about the ads, about the quality. Just because I ran ads for my friend's personal training studio in London, and we had a lot of leads coming in, but the quality was terrible. And obviously tried a couple of different things to qualify them a bit better, but it almost seemed like no matter what we did, I would call a bunch of them and they were, he's in London and we would have people in Scotland and Wales, hundreds of miles away, that like 70 years old that weren't in the target audience that hadn't even known about the brand. So is there and I've ads about there being like spam bots and stuff?
So yeah, hold on. I don't want to jump to conclusions. What is your question with this?
Question is, what is the, like, how do you reduce the level of shit leads, basically?
So landing page, autofill forms, getting rid of autofill forms, landing pages, that's all going to increase the quality of lead. Now, this is a little bit different. What I'm kind of going over here, this is how to run ads for our own company. This is how to run ads for our own agency. This is a little bit different than service delivery. I'm going to be doing another one of these, like, just as in depth as to how we got like loan applications and whatnot on like day one for people that we've been working with. But generally speaking, if you're getting leads, right? Like step one, whenever you're launching a campaign is like, you just want to see if the market works. And, we talk about this a lot, kind of, it's like right in the beginning, you want to turn on the tap to like full power just to get as many leads as you possibly can. Once you are getting leads, people are interested, but the leads aren't quality, then you can stack on restrictions, perhaps making people manually type in their number, perhaps getting rid of the lead form, sending people to a landing page, things like that to increase the quality of leads. So for every lead that you get, the quality is, higher, and overall, there's a better output for, the amount of time being spent nurturing these leads.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like to solve that problem, we just massively need to turn up the friction that is required for somebody to, actually want to fill out the form. Breaking into the actual funnel, it's very simple. Okay, now I forget who it was. I wish I could quote it, but I read this report once. It was a reporter YouTube video, and it was like this whole thing. And I don't know if you guys are like me, but I wish I had some of my old websites. Actually, let me take my screen share off for a second here. I used to be the guy that spent like 2 hours coming up with a logo. I used to be the guy that would spend a week trying to create a website because I thought people cared. Right? My current websites probably took me 20 minutes to make. They're like one-page websites and all that kind of stuff, right? Because we have this inherent thing, and I share this is like, because this was me, at least me, right? I had this inherent belief, which a lot of people do, that I mattered, and people actually cared about my website, and people actually cared about my company, and people actually cared about what I was doing. When in reality, nobody gives a shit. The only thing that they care about is, can you help them get to desired results? It's the only thing they care about you is how you can help them. And so after literally years of fancy websites and all that kind of stuff, I finally succumbed to doing the whole ugly website. And I forget who it was that did a whole report on it. But they basically just compared like ugly websites versus pretty websites. The ugly website, will outperform the pretty website 8 out of 10 times. Okay. And so if you guys are doing this, I highly recommend ugly websites, right? So the structure that I used is a call out here in the beginning. I tried this one because it was something different. It ended up working really well. But, this could be of anything. We'll get into the copy in a bit here. Your headline up here, a subheader there, and then a button, right? Now, I know Julian, he's not on this call because he's currently walking around in Putin Cana on his whatever plane he flew down there on. But he has a VSL in the ads that he's running right now. If you do have a VSL, you always want to put the VSL, like you'd put in replace of where this testimonial is, right? You want to, I don't know if you guys have ever heard the topic above the fold, but basically above the fold of is like when somebody lands on the page, whether it be, I don't know, I can't set it up there, whether it be on mobile or it be on desktop, it's like the whole headline, the headline, offer, and button, must be visible in, right? That is more important than having a VSL visible before they scroll. And so headline there, this kind of design. I personally like to then do another big call out with a design, with a button here, testimonials, another big call out, right? And then you have your footer and whatnot there, right? So big, bold claim, subheadline, button, testimonial or something, right? Another big claim, testimonials, another big claim, right? That is the simple way that, has been working for us. Then the button comes into a pop-up, right? Enter your info below to start the application, only accepting 9 new mortgage brokers this month, My name is, my phone number is, my email is. I wish he was on this call. I don't think he's on this call. No, he should be on this call because he's running ads too. Matthew Dean really pioneered this, or at least to my mind, he's the one that taught me about this. When you put forms in first person POV, they convert higher. Like instead of asking somebody, what is your name? My name is ... My phone number ... My email is ... And this works for your own leads. This works for your clients' leads, like all that kind of stuff. That's just a mini, dare that will, slightly increase your conversions as well. The next page here is the book a call page. Very simple, right? Book a call with us to see if you qualify to insert desired result. Another thing that a lot of people have been liking is it's a little bit of scarcity here. If we have no spots available, this means that we're completely booked out. Obviously, this we're not using this calendar anymore. And then again, reposting all your testimonials here. Simple there. Last page here, right? So this is the thank you page. You put the VSL at the end, and then also in the indoctrination sequence, you want to, with the indoctrination sequence, you want to send them the VSL over and over again. Now, I forget if it was last Friday, last Wednesday, but I remember on a call last week, we talked about, getting people to watch and read the VSL. And then also, sorry, I'll just say this, just so you guys have this for context before I go into that. This is just basically a little bit of short sales copy about why they should show up to the call. I like to make jokes that, turn your camera on if you need to take 5 minutes before the call to put your makeup on, please do so kindly. Things like that, show a little bit of personality, show a little bit of humor there. Now, one of the things that will dramatically increase like sales conversion rates, et cetera, the more content they consume on you, if you guys are running a VSL, the higher likely they will be to purchase, right? And the problem with that is that most of the time, and like, I don't know if any of you have VSLs or been running VSLs, you probably run into the issue is like nobody gives a shit about your VSL. Nobody watches the VSL. Nobody like cares about the VSL. They just show up to the call having not done any research into your company. They know nothing about you. And then you're trying to close them. And it's like this major uphill battle because they don't even know anything about you. Right. And so they counteract to that. And I originally picked this up from the book called How to Win Friends and Influence People. And they talk about like the fishing analogy with like the worm on the hook, right? Like if you go fishing and you want the fish to bite the hook, right? You don't put what you want on the hook, you put what the fish wants on the hook, right? And so when you were sending VSLs, right? And so the headline that I had, here's a short YouTube video explaining exactly what we do. I used YouTube because that's like a regular brand name that like people are like, oh, it's just a YouTube video. Oh, I'm happy to watch a YouTube video, right? And not even calling it a VSL or explain what we do. Here's a YouTube video because everybody likes to sit around and watch YouTube videos. And then countering that with to explain exactly what we do, right? Giving them a reason to watch this, then in the indoctrination sequence, in the follow-ups, et cetera, between the time that they book the call and between the time that they show up to the call is, hey, you should take 5 minutes of this to see exactly what we do so you can make sure this is something you even are possibly interested so you don't waste your time with us, right? And positioning them watching the VSL as something in their benefit, how it will benefit their life by also showing frame and saying like, hey, watch the VSL. If this isn't something that you want, please cancel the call. As in like, we don't need you either, right? And those are two things that you can do to increase the amount of watch time that you get with those VSLs, with the funnel construction. Before I go into the next part here, any questions on that? Yes, no? Alrighty. So I'm gonna pull up 2 Notion docs here. Next thing is how to, like, what do we actually say in the funnel? So when I get to the end of this masterclass here, I'll start talking about, what books and whatnot has, changed helped the most. And everything will be sent. You guys will have access to all this too, so you can copy, paste. But at the end of the day, here are some headline formulas you can use as inspiration, right? So grow your client niche through method using vehicle. This is the one that I used for my gym agency. It was grow your gym through new member signups using simple Facebook ads and your own phone sales team, right? Simple Facebook ads, your own phone sales teams was like a new opportunity, something that they haven't ever heard before. How to desired result without pain, even if you disadvantage. Get desired result without pain in time frame. how adjective and niche can achieve that result, how local realtors are adding 5 to 10 listings a year, warning, warning what every niche needs to know. This is just a quick thing. It's pretty self-explanatory. I won't go too much. I'll just kind of brush over this recently, but you guys will get access to all this after. You guys can use that as headlines. I'm going to pull up the subheader one as well here. Subheader, where is it? Subheader formulas. So this is kind of like the part that would go in the red, right? Which, examples of this could be through exactly what you do. So through video production for small business, with one-on-one fitness coaching for new moms, with your own personal sales team, benefit 1, benefit 2, benefit 3, build awareness, generate leads, and close deals using social media. The average niche sees desired result. You talk about the average. This is actually Hermosi did this quite a bit, and it worked very well for him. This is the one that I also used when I was in the gym space. So saying what your average client can do, or putting in some social proof, like big 1,000+ live transformed already, and then you could even direct traffic to read more, check out more of the testimonials and case studies that you have further down on your landing page there. Okay, that is the funnel stuff. Going into next part here, creatives and ad copy. First of all, this is something that a lot of people don't realize. Before I even get into creatives and ad copy, I want to talk about the order of consumption, because it's important to understand when you are creating ads, right? Because what I see, the majority of what people do is they spend the majority of their effort and time focusing on primary text. But now, here's what I'm going to do. I can pull up my Facebook here. And if you go through ads, right, like anybody, this is a very short, they even put the same thing here because they've realized that people only read that, right? Like when people, let me go through an actual ad that doesn't do it just like that. But like you find an ad, let's find here. Okay. At the end of the day, you see this ad, you look at the creative, and then you read this. Very rarely is somebody going to then come, start reading this, then click see more before they just click here, right? People are more likely to just click here and then try and figure out what it is on the other side, right? Then try and get the more information on the other side. And the reason I share that is because when we are writing our ads, when we are creating that, we need to keep that in mind, that the creative and the headline hold much more power, should be, taken much more seriously than what gets said here. If I find another ad, same with here, right? Like you're going to read this, you're going to look at this, right? You're going to click learn more most of the time before you then go and read all of this. Who is going to read all of this before just clicking learn more and seeing what it's actually about on the other side here, right? And so with that, creative, right? So step 1 with the creative is to, again, back to Facebook ads library, what we were doing earlier, modeling the ads that are 2+ weeks old, right? I forget what I think it was a Tony Robbins quote where he once said, it's always easy to tell who the pioneers are because they're lying face down with arrows in their back, right? And so it's let these big agencies, if you're in the real estate niche, let Estate AI burn thousands of dollars on paid ads trying to figure out what works. Come in behind them and just model what's already working, right? Now, going into the next thing here, couple bonus tips, okay? Intentional error. Let's see if I can pull this up here. So watch this. You guys get a kick out of this. Loan officers, I'll get you a guaranteed 2 to 3 closed and loaned funds every single month. Okay. So you hear what I said there? I said closed and loaned funds. I said something dumb. Or so y'all thought. Because this is what happened. A friend of mine in the agency space reached out to me. And qualify these leads. Look at my comments. Make sure that they actually can afford to work with you before you even have to speak with them. It's kind of like you getting all the low-hanging fruit in your area, which is how we can safely guarantee 1 loan officer per area and qualify these leads. Those were the comments that I got. I'm an idiot. I'm a retard. I'm a scammer. But what they don't know is that at a $25 cost per book call, they can go fuck themselves. Another one here. As an intentional, I'm going to get roasted. If I pull this one up, right? That's a photo of me looking like I'm 12 years old, sitting exactly where I'm sitting right now. And this ad went to 40, 50, 60-year-old loan officers. Guess what everybody felt the need to tell me in the comment section? I'm 12 years old. I don't know what I'm doing. I look like I'm whatever, right? Just ripping me apart. Again, $20, $30 cost per book call, right? The hate that you get, the hate comments that you get, like all this stuff basically just stirs up controversy. It dramatically lowers your CPMs and you get a massive increase in your overall performance with your ads. So those are two things while you're modeling these ads that are 2+ weeks old. Those are two things that you can do, which literally you intentionally screw up in the beginning. People are going to rip you apart. People are going to call you out. That's just what people do. And as a result, you can get, much better results and much cheaper cost per leads. Okay. Coming here with the primary text again, modeling ads that are 2+ weeks old, right? Like just copying, it's already going on here, changing it a little bit. I wonder if I could find the copy that I took. Like, I think I could literally find the copy that I took here. Yeah, this guy right here, right? So I was just like, I basically modeled one of the first couple ads that I started running. I basically just modeled what this guy was doing, right? I was just like, oh, took this, right? I didn't copy it, but I used a very similar structure, very similar format, put it out there, got like a $30 cost per book call on day one with when I had like just a photo like that, right? So again, this all circles back to you don't need to reinvent the wheel, you just need to follow what's already working. Moving into the headline, which is one of the most important parts of these. The more direct, the better. So I was making fun of Julian earlier this week, I think it was Monday, because he was struggling, like his CTR was very low, and then I pulled it up and it was like his headline was like skyrocket your business. It was something like dumb like that, right? Those headlines do not perform anywhere near as well as when it's just like tangible result, right? That you can see here. Guaranteed, you get listings or you don't pay, right? These ones don't work nearly as well. When you go to like the best ones that we had, the ones that performed the best with us was just like simply 10 loan applications guaranteed. Like just straight up simple, the desired result, 3 deals guaranteed, $100,000 guaranteed. Whatever it is, the more direct you are with the headline, obviously you want to continuously and always be testing. I'm going to get into testing here soon. But the more direct, the better results that I've found. Last thing here, description, don't worry about it. Click here to learn more is all you need. Okay. Any questions about creatives and ad copy before I go into structuring your ads campaign, setting that stuff up, etc. Sweet. Structuring the ad campaign, this is how we did it. Okay. So you have your campaign, set objective leads, or website schedules, whatever that, however you have it set up. Set 3 to 4 or 5, doesn't matter how many different ad sets that you have. The important thing is in the beginning, I say this in the beginning, you want to have the same ad set. So I've always used interest plus page admins. So, mortgage interest, and like you put every interest that's related to mortgage plus Facebook page admins, right? Like let's say if it's you're in the fitness space, right? All CrossFit, gym owner, like everything related to fitness plus Facebook business page admins, right? Everything related to real estate plus Facebook business page admins, right? That is, out of all you can try broad, you can try email retargeting lists. There's a million ways to make $1 million. This is just what I did to get the results that I got. The next thing here is starting with one completely unique creative per ad set, right? So a lot of people, there's controversy about this. A lot of people will say, oh, let's do one ad set and put 7 different ads in the different creative or in one ad set, right? The problem with that is Facebook will not distribute the ad spend equally, right? So when you're a little bit more established and you have ads that you already know are winning, right? You have 5, 10 ads that you already know winning, then you can throw them all into an ad set and let Facebook optimize for you over time. But when you're just getting started and when you just you're just shooting in the dark, trying to test, trying to, take things from the Facebook ad library, trying to figure out what your first winning ads are going to be, you want to isolate each individual ad so you can accurately look at the data and you have I forget what they call it in like science, but it's like a control subject or control matter, whatever you guys probably know what I mean. But basically just by separating one ad per ad set, you spend $10 a day on each one, for example, you can clearly see which ones are performing better than others. Okay. Getting into how to actually set up the ads campaign, I will pull up that here. Anybody has any questions about pulling up the ad or structuring it?
Yeah, right. Let's say I'm in fitness, right? I target everyone in fitness. So do you have to narrow it so it's and Facebook page admins and interest in fitness, right? You kind of narrow it.
Oh, so you would stack every fitness thing? We'll use fitness as an example of the one I create right now. Let's do that. As I create one, I'm going to create one as if I was in fitness right now.
Cool.
So you come into Facebook ads as normal, set it up for leads, continue, manual leads creation. I don't even know what all this stuff is. Okay, new leads campaign, you title it, whatever you want to title it. Leave all this stuff as normal in the beginning. Come to next here. Ideally, you're going to want to title this by everything that you end up putting in here. So like website, whatever audience you use, whatever your budget is, etc., just so you can keep that organized over time. Then if you're doing instant forms, do instant forms. But normally it's going to be website. You set up your pixel. If you don't know how to set up your pixel, just go on YouTube. Dynamic created, leave this off for the beginning. Daily budget, pretty straightforward. Getting into the stuff that's not as straightforward is the audience controls. So first of all, location. So like, let's say we're targeting the US. Then I think show more options. Minimum age. Something off right here.
No, click on under Advantage Plus audience. See like the blue letters. Go down a little bit. Switch to original. Yeah, and then the gray thing. Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, this isn't looking normal. Okay, this is looking normal. Okay, back to normal. Detailed targeting, edit, right? Fitness. And like, I would just spend like, just put a shit ton of stuff here. Fucking even gym memes, like just like anything related to fitness in the beginning. Because at the end of the day, you're targeting small business owners because they own a Facebook page. Or I guess we wouldn't want to put that one there. But at the end of the day, you're targeting business page admins that also have an interest in fitness, right? Fitness professional, right? Like you just dump pretty much everything that's kind of related to fitness.
Even health?
What do you mean by that exactly?
Just if you type in health, you see like other things related to, bodybuilding, dieting, all that stuff, health and wealth.
Yeah, for sure. This one's going to be like, this one would definitely take a little bit more optimization than like real estate or mortgage, for example, only because like for me, example, I'm a Facebook business page admin. I have a huge interest in fitness, but I don't own a gym.
No, true. Yeah.
Right. So in the beginning, I would see your ads too. But you get the point. You put a shit ton of, I guess you wouldn't want to do a health employer, but you do a shit ton of everything related to fitness. Then you do ad or narrow audience and must also match, and then you do page, not Facebook page admins, business page admins. Okay. And then so you come up here. I kind of like to add to the title as I go through it or do the title last, right? So it'd be like fitness plus page admins. You do like 18 plus USA, right? And you could probably leave it as that for now. Placements, I never do advantage placements, annual placements. Get rid of this one. I do Facebook, Instagram. Typically, I'll just do feeds. Sometimes I'll do feeds and stories. So get rid of all of this. I'll do feeds and stories. And then even within that, I'll get rid of all these. Facebook right column. Naturally, people have banner blindness. So the ads that they see on the side of the screen, they're like naturally, like you've just been trained over time to like ignore those ads. So I don't do those ads. Sometimes, like depending on my offer, I have done Facebook Marketplace. I've never done it for my own agency. That's more of like a service delivery thing. Like if you're doing like a lawn care type, if you're doing that, you can try Facebook Marketplace. Auto detailing. When I was partnering with Tony, we had some campaigns where we just did Facebook Marketplace ads. But at the end of the day, these four, and then if you have the right format, you can do an Instagram story and the Reels ad as well. Going into the actual leads ad, right? You could just put whatever that is, the name of this ad. I put like a clear, like basically just manually describe like what is going on in the ad, your media, your creative, kind of what we talked about earlier. And then from there, you click publish, right? And then what you would come is you come back to the ad set level, you would duplicate it here, and then you come back to the ad set level and you duplicate it here, and then you just change the ads. So you'd have 3 matching ad sets with 3 different ads. And then one of the things that I do just for organization is at the end of this, right? So at the end of the Facebook or the ad set name here, I'd put one more line here, and then I would do ad name, right? So you could distinguish without having to go in and look at each individual one. Okay. So that is the setup of that. Anybody got any questions on that one?
So I know that there's like an Advantage Plus targeting option, right? For Facebook to reach.
I tested that. It didn't fucking work.
No, just turn it off.
You can try it, right?
Okay.
You
Yeah,
can
but
try it. I tested it. It didn't work for me. Next thing here, how do we test the ads? So number one, which is most important, is tracking the data, right? If you don't have the data, you don't have the data, it's out in the dark with your eyes closed. You might have your foot on the gas, but you have no idea where you're going. You don't know when to turn left. You don't know when to turn right. You don't know what to change because you don't know what's actually going on. So obviously track the data. The good thing about Facebook ads is it does it for you, so you don't need to worry too much about that. Here are the 3 KPIs that'll tell you what's happening, right? So yes, there's a million KPIs you can track. Yes, I obviously all have a lot of KPIs that go into your consideration. That being said, these are the 3 most important ones that are going to have the great, like it's probably 80% of your ad testing and management is looking at these 3 things here: all, link CTR, and form CVR. The second thing here is to understand what the data means. So if your CTR all is below 2%, that is the benchmark, right? If your CTR all is below 2%, that means people are not stopping. People are not stopping, and therefore you have a creative issue, right? If you have a high CTR, people are, oh, what's this? They're clicking, they're checking out your profile, they're clicking on their ad, they're wanting to read more. If people are not stopping, you have a creative issue, right? If linked CTR is below 1.5%, but your CTR is good, right? People are stopping, but then they don't want to click, right? Which means you probably have a bad headline, which means you either a headline / offer, people aren't interested in what they're going to get by clicking. People aren't interested in what's on the other side of this ad. And the last one is if form CVR is below 10%, and this is, you have a good link CTR, but your form CVR is below 10%, most of the time, there's a lack of congruence between the ad and the landing page. So I know a lot of times on these inner circle calls, when people are struggling with ads and they say, ads are good, but we can't get leads, we pull up the ads over and over and over again. The ad talks about one thing and the landing page talks about another thing. And what happens is people are interested in the ad, so they click on it and they go to the landing page and, oh, it's something different. It's not what they were expecting. And so they click off, right? No, if they all completely sucks, is Ian on the call? I don't think Ian's on the call. I don't like to make fun of him behind his back. I like to make fun of him to his face. If you spent $320 on ads and you still haven't generated a lead, it's because your offer sucks. Next thing here is to, based on the data, you want to test. So if your CTR all is low, you duplicate or cut, depending on how bad it is, and you try a new creative. If your link CTR is low, you duplicate and try a new headline. If your form CVR is low, you duplicate and try a new landing page. Really what that means is you duplicate and try a new headline in your landing page, because 80% of your landing page is what gets said in the headline. And a quick note here is you want to spend a minimum of $100 before even thinking about making any changes. I've had ads that went from a $80 cost per book call down to a $20 cost per book call just by letting them wait for 3 days, right? When you cut ads, if you spent 2.5x your target KPI with no results, you should probably cut your ads. I learned this from ClickFunnels Media Buyer. So I got the chance to sit down and hang out with ClickFunnels Media Buyer, the guy that runs all the ads for ClickFunnels. That was who originally taught me that kind of metric, right? So let's say you want to get a $10 cost per lead. If you've spent $25 and you haven't gotten a lead yet, you should probably cut the ad. Try something new. The other time you should cut ads is if it is a clear loser in comparison to the other ad sets, right? So if you have one ad, you're getting a $10 cost per book call, and the other ad's getting a $100 cost per book call, just get rid of that $100 cost per book call and dedicate the ads, more ad budget to the one that's already working, okay? Scaling the winning ads, right? So when you have an ad that is performing, when you have an ad that is at least beating out the rest of your competition, you want to steadily increase the budget of that existing ad. So you don't want to take it from like a $20 daily budget to a $100 daily budget, because that'll reset it into learning phase. But what you would want to do is, maybe add $10, $20 a day to ultimately get it up to the $200, $300, $500 a day ad spend, where you're going to be making a lot of money and you're going to have a shit ton of appointments. But while you're doing this, this is something that I personally do. I haven't heard of anybody else who talks about this or does this. I like to duplicate and test narrowing of audience based on data. So this is like a huge contributor as to why we were able to get such a low cost per lead. So what that would look like, if I pull up an ads manager here, it's kind of just like a dummy account that I originally started running ads. So let's go, this is like an old when I was like just starting to run ads here, right? So we'll go to maximum, so we can see here, right? So let's go to website schedules, right? So this is what I would do. So I would look at this one. This one is, these two are two of our high performing ads. So let's go to this one. And then I would, oh, funny enough, it's that ad. Then I would come to here. I'd go to breakdown, And then I would go to, let's say, age, for example. Okay. And I can look here and I can see 45 to 54, 45 to 54. Right away, I can see that a large percentage of the 45 to 64 audience, most of the leads have come through this simple age gap, right? So what I would do is I would duplicate this ad and only target to 45 to 64-year-olds, right? Or let's say, for example, we don't do that. Let's say we do placement, right? Facebook Reels, mobile app, Facebook feed, mobile app, right? The standalone winner here. I could consider duplicating this and only doing Facebook feed, mobile app as a placement, right? And that's a way to further increase budget as you scale by optimizing it. How do you optimize? Oh, sorry, what was that?
So I was just gonna say, if you have two ads that are running to the same target audience exactly, would they drive the cost up of each other and cannibalize each other, or is it okay to have ads running in parallel?
I personally have not experienced any of that, right? Like, so there's 300 million people in the US, right? Unless we're spending like $10,000 a day or some ridiculous ad spend, I don't see, like, maybe ClickFunnels, it would when you're spending, but if we're spending like $100, $200 a day, I personally never experienced that with my
smaller fish over here in,
well, even like Canada, right? Like Canada only has 35 million people in all of Canada.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it's fine then.
Yeah. Okay, what was the next thing I had here for you guys? We had optimizing the funnel. This is the last thing I got here. So going back to this, optimizing the funnel, very simple. You got to get in order to do this, you got to get the 497 high level plan. Then it'll automatically just have this. You come here, you click create variation, duplicate control page, and then you just wait a long time. There you go. Now you have two different funnels. Both of them are the exact same. You drop traffic to 50% each, right? You click apply. Then what you would do is you would come here, you would just create a different headline, right? 80%, you read these books that I'm going to share with you next, they'll consistently tell you about 80% of your landing page is to do with that. Like once you've completed the headline, 80% of the work that you've done on your landing page is done, right? And so the number one thing that I would consistently test is try new headlines, be constantly testing new headlines. If you are rare, like truly have a winning headline, then you can start to mess around with like subheaders, that call out in the beginning. You'll be changing the color of the button here and things like that. The golden rule though is like, you should no matter how good you are doing, no matter how good you are performing, you should always have a split test going. Even if you have a campaign that's literally just printing money, do this. Do the 80-20, right? Because there's always room to improve, right? And the second you stop split testing is the second you stay stagnant, which, you know, the more, like as soon as you start staying stagnant, you don't actually stay stagnant, you just start the slow decline, right? So always you testing things always be doing that. Even if you are crushing it, set it up so 80% of the traffic is going to the proven already crushing and 20% of the traffic is going to the new campaign. So last thing here, I'll pull up these. I haven't even got these pulled out here. Copywriting secrets. Where is it? Advertising. .com secrets. .com secrets. I'll even throw in a bonus one here. So $100 million offers. I'm sure a lot of you guys have read this before, right? I'm sure this one isn't a surprise to most of you guys. Reading that book will dramatically help your copywriting. Copywriting secrets. This one is more of like a tactical hand guide, right? So you can see there's a lot of stuff in here. Let me find it. There's a lot of like copy paste stuff in here, right? So if you look, I don't know if you guys will be able to see that, but there's like, it's kind of like a Mad Libs where it's just like blank. Like, here's the perfect solution if you want blank that you can just rip from. Cash advertising, again, I recommend ripping through these books as fast as possible. .com secrets is, if you guys haven't read it, it's a lot about like, you know, how to build the entire funnel and whatnot. Given we are in the agency space, I would personally just copy what I've showed you guys here, because this more talks about every industry, every niche, because ClickFunnels is for every industry and every niche. So instead of getting carried away, the thing that I would focus on this is hook, story, offer. So I don't exactly know what chapter it is, but somewhere in there, they have an entire chapter where they talk about hook, story, offer. It's a great copywriting framework that will work very well. And the last one here is Scientific Advertising, which is like an age-old advertising book. Does talk a little bit more copy, but it's more about like the fundamental principles behind advertising. And just a bunch of, you know, rules and laws to follow as you guys are creating your copy and doing all that kind of stuff. So that just about wraps up everything that I had for you guys here. All right, so now we're going to get to the sales aspect, and we're going to talk about how we can turn cold traffic or warm traffic into closed deals. And the first thing that I'm going to cover is 4 mindset shifts. And these 4 mindset shifts will completely shift your paradigm around sales and what you can charge, and give you more confidence when you're hopping on the phone to actually pitch these high prices. Then we're going to go over the sales script that we use. We're going to go over the best sales deck and presentations to present to people. Then we're going to talk about how to build massive trust in your sales process, the proper body language to be using in your sales process, how to tell stories that sell your clients without selling them. And then lastly is understanding and overcoming the objections. So if we do get any objections, we can overcome them and eventually ink that deal. Okay, so in order for you to become a 6 or 7 figure entrepreneur, you must first become a 6 or 7 figure entrepreneur mentally. Okay. And so in this video, I'm going to break down, 4 of the biggest paradigm and mental shifts that I've gone through in the last 5 or 6 years that I've been in business, that allow me to charge 5, 10, lots of dollars, and say it with a straight face and kind of be shocked when the person doesn't have enough money to afford it. Okay, so story number 1. Back when I think this was 2019. Okay, and I was, not making a ton of money. It was when I was still trying to build up my first agency. I was more of a freelance videographer. I hadn't gotten to the point where I had a team, and I think I was doing like, maybe 2-3K a month. And at the time, I was driving a beat down Ford Escape. Okay, now this Ford Escape constantly ran into problems. It was constantly breaking down and over and over and over again. And to put into perspective, how cheap I was with my money at the time, I would go out to restaurants and I would order fries for dinner because it was the cheapest thing on the menu. Right? And if you've hung out with me, or people that hang out with me in real life would be absolutely shocked, because they know how sometimes I will get carried away and throw the Amex around like it's nothing. But there was once a point in the time where I would order fries on the menu because it was the cheapest thing. And the biggest reason why is because I didn't have the confidence in my ability to make more money. And so I was so scared of spending the money that I currently have. Okay. And so during this time, my Ford Escape broke down yet again. Okay. And I called up my dad and I'm like, hey, it's broken down. And then, we got the car to his house, and then we're sitting there out front, the hood's open, we're like checking out, the oil's fine, like everything is fine. Right. And then we came to the realization that this car was just a piece of shit car, and we needed to get a new car. Okay. So at the time, I went back and I started to go up onto Facebook and Craigslist and like look for cars, and like, I'm looking for a car that's like, under 50,000 miles, but it's like at least a 2012, and it was in good condition, but like under $5,000, because I was so scared of spending money because I had no confidence to make more. And like the car didn't exist. Right. And so I kept sending cheap car after cheap car after cheap car to my dad, and he kept saying no for this reason and that reason. And then, I was hanging out with him at dinner, and he said to me, I'm looking at more cars, and he said to me, instead of being so fixed on trying to save money with this car, why don't you just focus on making more money so you can actually get a good car? And that weekend, we went to the dealership. And that weekend, I bought a 2016 BMW X3. Okay, this isn't the car I drive now, but at the time, the payments on this car scared the shit out of me. Right? But what happened is now I was driving a BMW. Right? I felt like I had upgraded my life. I felt like I became a higher quality individual. Whether you want to call that materialistic or not doesn't matter. I'm just telling you what happened. Right? And the combination of me now having that increased confidence from, instead of pulling up to meet my clients in this, pulling up to meet my clients in this, in addition to, I have to make money if I want to be able to pay this car. Well, at the time I bought this car, my agency was doing around 2 to 3K a month. Within 4 months, I was at 8K. And within 6 to 7 months of buying this car, I was making 12 to 15K a month. it completely shifted my perspective. And from that moment on, I've always focused on making more money as opposed to trying to save money. And now, if you know the people that have hung out with me in real life, they're like, oh my God, like Dylan will sometimes just bam, right? It's like, why is he spending that money? And the reason I will is because I have 100% conviction and confidence in my ability to make more, right? And this was one of the biggest paradigm shifts that I had that broke that limiting belief and set a new pattern, which has served me very, very well, okay? Now here's another thing, right? You know, you might be wondering, oh, well, what if I charge $5,000? Like my clients won't be able to afford it, right? Well, here's a random gym's profit and loss statement. Okay, so year 1, year 2, year 3, they made 189 grand, and their operating expenses were $235,000. They were 46K. They lost 46K that year. Year number 2, 391 grand. Their operating expenses are 368 grand. Year number 3, their total income was 527 grand, and their operating expenses were $402,000. So let's say you caught them in year 1. They spent $235,000 in year 1, and you don't think they would spend an extra $5,000 more if it meant they could actually get a consistent stream of inbound, members into their gym? Here's a home improvement company, okay? $425,000. $425,000 they're spending, okay, in a year. And you don't think they'll spend an extra $5,000 to get another 7 jobs? That's worth who knows how much, right? Your clients spend a lot of money. The reason they're saying no to you isn't because they don't have the money. It's because they don't believe that you're going to be able to get them to where they want to be. And don't worry, we got an entire sales module which will shatter that and turn you into a killer salesperson, okay? Now, the next thing, the $1,000 test. So I like to give people, I give this test all the time, okay? Now, I want you to ask yourself, if I was to give you $1,000, would it change your life? Okay? The answer is no. For 99% of you, the answer is no. $1,000 would have absolutely no impact on the quality of life that you are experiencing. It would be nice, because $1,000 is not a lot of money. Right? So don't be afraid to ask for at least $1,000. Okay? And here's the next thing. Okay? So at the time before joining a program, and I'm not going to reveal the name of the program for now, but I was charging, 1-2K a month-ish, for my services and whatnot. And then I joined this program that cost $25,000. $25,000. It was basically, a program very similar to the Agency Accelerator, just for, it was a very advanced level program, okay? And that was the first time I had spent, anywhere near that amount of money on a program or anything like that. And after doing that, it completely, again, reshifted my belief as to what you're allowed to charge or what I could charge, right? Because I was like, well, if this guy just charged me 25 grand, I could at least charge 5 grand to other people. Right, and this was right around the time when I started to charge $5,000, right? And I was closing them as well. Okay, and the other thing I have is here is the inner circle, right? The inner circle is not free, right? And depending on where you're at in your agency game, a lot of people could perceive it as not cheap. Okay, and so what happens though when people stretch themselves, right? They take that risk, they go all in, and they do join the inner circle because they're accepted, right? They get accepted, they join the inner circle, and then they pay that invoice. Fuck. But then they're like, oh my God, right? Like I just paid this, right? I can at least charge half of this. I can at least charge a fifth of this, right? And it like completely reshifts all these guys like Kenan, Tristan, like so many guys that have joined the inner circle have come in and instantly like tripled, quadrupled their prices overnight and had the same closing percentage. And it was only because they joined the inner circle and they saw that everybody in the inner circle was charging 4 or 5 times what they were charging, in addition to, what they had just invested to be a part of that exclusive group. Okay, so these are 4 mindset shifts that have allowed me to be able to charge, yes, $5,000, but I've also, sold offers for much more than that too over a longer period of time. Okay, and I hope that, after watching this video,
your mindset has completely adapted and you are now doubling or tripling your prices. Last year, I documented my every single move, uploaded it to YouTube as I took a brand new mortgage agency from $0 to $36,000 in about 7 weeks. And in this video, I'm going to break down the A to Z sales process that we used in order to close all of these mortgage brokers on our agency services. And if they, I don't know, or unsure, or yeah, kinda, you say, I sense some hesitancy there. And you just pause, just shut up. This is the exact same formula that we used for the scripts. Here's one of the most powerful things that we did. And this is one of the most game-changing things that we did through this script that we really haven't seen many other people do. And it's probably a big reason as to why we were able to grow as fast as we were able to grow. Now, before I screen share the script and teach you guys how to deliver on the same script, the same way both I did and my team of closers did, this is actually the script that legitimately kept me out of the courtroom. See, it was about 3 years ago. I had just started a gym agency, and after launching some cold email, after setting up some Loom, and after having to do client acquisition like I knew how to do it, I scaled that agency from $0 to a bit under $25,000 a month in 4 weeks. And I thought at that time I'm going to be a millionaire. Things were going great. I was signing new clients. I was making a bunch of money, and I was really had a lot of momentum under me. What I did is I sold people on a $5,000 one-time fee plus a $100 pay per show model on the back end. And in addition to that, I was able to book a lot of appointments for the gyms, run good Facebook ads, and I was getting them anywhere between 10 to 40 appointments per month, which was really good because I was making now $5,000 to $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 per client per month. And I was on track to make my first $100,000 a month with an agency back 3 years ago. But then what happened about 6 weeks into the process is everything came crumbling down, because even though I was able to close a lot of clients myself and get my clients a lot of appointments, my clients were not able to close the deals. And I had a stipulation in the contract that said if they weren't profitable after 90 days, I would refund them the difference. And only 1 out of my 7 active clients at the time had any form of profit coming back into their gym. And at this point, the gym started to hit me up, threatening lawsuits, threatening to get their lawyers involved. And I was faced with either having to refund $40,000 to $50,000, go to court, or find a way to make the money back for them. So what I did is I went to all my old clients and I said, hey, I know you guys are struggling, but this is the situation I'm in. So let me do something for you. Stop paying for the ads. I'll put the ads on my own credit card. I'll call up the leads for you and I'll sell them for you. And with my back against the wall and literally in a do or die situation, I started taking all the setting and the sales calls for one of my gym clients, and we made them $14,000 in 3 days and completely sold out their gym. And from that moment, I went back to another gym, then to another gym, then to another gym, and completely sold my way out of this mess that I had created for myself by not setting up proper contracts in the first place. And at the end of this, I went from gyms that were literally wanting to kill me to asking me to be their sales consultant for both them and their internal teams. And it was through that process, it was through that time where I was just literally sitting in my basement, taking sales call after sales call after sales call, that I developed the sales process that I'm going to share with you today. And since then, I've used this sales process for all of my companies that I've ever been involved with. And when I launched my mortgage agency last year and we saw that rapid success from 0 to 36K in just a short period of time, both myself, my partner, and everybody else on our closing team followed this exact process. So without further ado, let me now get into the word for word script that our team followed and break it down for you guys so you guys can understand how this script works, so you guys can just steal it from me and implement it into your own agency. All right, so here's the exact word for word script that we used. Now let's get into it. So the sales call starts before the sales call starts. And what I mean by that is before you even show up to the call, before the sale even starts, there's an important few things that you should be doing that is going to dramatically increase the chances that you close. And one of the examples that I give is what I would like you to do is go onto your phone right now or your webcam if you're watching this from a computer, turn the webcam on and take a screenshot of yourself. You take that screenshot and you compare it to how I look right now. Now imagine if you're a prospect, doesn't matter what we say, doesn't matter what the offer is, there's a good chance that with the setup that I have right now, I'm gonna have a higher chance of closing that deal than you do before we even open my mouth, just based on the professional environment that I've put myself in, because that is like a subtle soft flex that conveys trust. One of the things that we like to do is encourage people that are taking sales calls to include soft flexes in their background. So obviously if you're in a nice place like this, you could use a background like that, but many of you guys won't have that luxury. So putting things like
awards that you've gotten, trophies that you've gotten in sports, things like that that you could put on shelves in your background that just subtly command respect, show that you're an accomplished individual, will right away increase your closing percentage. But that being said, make sure that their camera is on. And if it's not, you can use simple lines like, hey, I'm not sure if it's on my end. I can't see you. All right, sweet. I'm going to go grab my water real quick if you want to throw in your camera. Hey, I can't even see you. The video's in the bottom left corner, are just 3 simple lines that you can use to encourage the prospect to turn their camera on. Now, the reason why you want their camera on is because it shows their body language, right? Over 50% of how we communicate as human beings is our body language, right? It's only 7% is actually the words that we're saying. The majority of it is made up in the tonality and our body language in the process. So if you can't read the body language, if you can't see the person, A, you're not going to be able to build as much of a connection with that. And B, you're going to be at a massive disadvantage because you can't see how they're looking. You can't see how they're feeling. You can't notice it. And you can't adjust the questions and the pitch and everything based on their body language. Once you've done that, commanding respect instantly. So again, that's, going back to having a good professional sales setup, then also looking good, clean shave, collared shirt, stand up tall. You don't want to be hunched over. The worst thing that I see is when people have, their laptop on the desk and they're like looking up at themselves and they have like a baggy shirt on. You just don't look like somebody I want to give my money to, right? So looking like someone that would be responsible with your client's money is a very important lever to pull. So now that we've gotten the basics out of the way, it's time to actually start the call. The first thing I like to do is connect with a compliment. Work, energy, physical feature. You can do this in one of 2 ways, either reviewing your setter's calls, recording the setting call that you made yourself and bringing something up on that call, or probably the best thing to do is do some research into their company, do a little bit of digging to their Facebook, their Instagram, their social media, and bring out something relevant that they have shared, that they have been talking about. It shows that you've done research. It shows that you're serious. It shows that you're taking, this call serious and you actually have interest in who they are. After you mention like a compliment, whatever that may be, make sure, and this is very important, you hit them with something like, that actually reminds me of X, and then share a personal story about your life. And the reason why is because if you just hit them with a compliment, it comes across as that you're just trying to build fake rapport. It's just you're faking things to try and build rapport, and it comes across as very dry. It comes across as very, inauthentic. But if you say, yeah, like the reason I bring that up is because that actually reminds me of, and then insert personal story, it shows meaning. It shows intent behind why you decided to bring that up at the start of the call. From there, where are you from, and then why? Now, it's typical that when people start sales calls, it's like, where are you from? Blah, 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 blah. The problem with that is that's like the social script that they've heard over and over and over and over again on their sales calls. And what happens is, like, it doesn't matter how good your product or service is. It doesn't matter how good, you are at what you do. If you come across as the 17 other agencies that they've spoken with in the past, they're just going to immediately associate you to be just like them. Doesn't matter how good you are, because the thing is they haven't seen that part of you, right? And the reason they're on the call is because obviously the past agencies that they've worked with in the past haven't gone too well. So if you act like them and you take the same approach as everybody else, they're going to automatically assume, oh shit, this is just like the last guy. I'm not interested anymore. Their guard's going to go way up, and you're going to have a very tough time getting to yes at the end of the call. So to be different, I like asking questions like, why? Like, let's say I'm from Vancouver. Why Vancouver? Right? That will also get them to reveal a little bit about their values and a little bit about their personal life that we can use as information as we go through the rest of the conversation. Why they got into mortgage is another great question. Not how long have you been a mortgage broker for? Oh, like, why did you choose mortgage? Again, gets them to open up a bit about their values and a bit about their personal life, making sure that, you're upbeat, you're happy, you're laughing a little bit easier, but obviously not fake laughing. And then mirroring is another great way to build rapport. When they say something, oh, I've been in Vancouver because, I like the ability to spend time on the water and snowboard. Snowboard? Get them to elaborate a little bit about that. If you snowboard as well, you can create a little bit of a connection right there. Once you've connected with a little bit of small talk, it's time to take control of the call. And how we did that is such. I have about an hour blocked off on my calendar. Are you good to jump in? Yes. Well, I'll tell you what. Typically, these calls are pretty short and sweet. Number one, I just want to make sure I can even help you out. And number two, if it sounds like I can, I'll offer you a game plan of our services, and you can let me know if it sounds like a fit. So we can go over as many questions as you'd like, but would you mind if I ask you a couple first? Right? Just a simple way to set an agenda, to set a framework for this call so they know you're professional, they know that you've done this before. You got to be confident through this. Even if you're not confident in the beginning, just fucking fake some confidence to get through this, because this is a very high leverage point of the sales call. If you can set frame right at the beginning, it's going to make the rest of the call a lot easier. Next part here is clarifying where they are and where they are wanting to go. Okay, awesome. So we can help you get more closed and funded loans, which is obviously the surface reason as to why you're here. But where are you currently at? Now, the reason we started with a question like that is because if we just say, oh, well, what interested you in getting this call? You're probably going to get some surface level answer, but it's like, well, obviously you were running an ad to help me get more closed and funded loans. So they're going to be like, well, I want more closed and funded loans. But if you bring that to the surface first, like using the 8 Mile effect. So obviously you're here because you want to make more money, but like, where are you currently at, right? And you kind of eliminate them just hitting you with that surface level BS answer by saying it for them, and then you can immediately peel back the onion and get to the deeper meaning behind it. How long have you been doing this for? Who's your ideal client? Okay, and where are you trying to get to? What's the biggest challenge? Now, the point of this is to clarify where they are and where they are wanting to go. Now, obviously, I didn't come up with this closer framework myself. I originally discovered it through Alex Hormozi when I was in that do or die situation selling for gyms. It's the one that I've used over and over and over again. I've just modified it for my own use and my own success, and that's the version that I'm sharing with you today. Now, here's the final question that we hit with the clarifying stage, and it's probably the most powerful question that we've used throughout this entire process is, okay, now I'm assuming you don't need to insert whatever goal they just said to survive. So why is your goal set at? Now, before you let them answer, you insert your own backstory and you insert your own why. Because here's the analogy that I like to use for this. If you are, let's say, you're taking a girl home, right? And you get her home, she's happy, she's into it, all that kind of stuff. And all of a sudden, it's time to, take the next step. Well, you're going to have a lot easier getting through that next step if you also engage in those activities, if you also begin to strip down, if you also begin to, become a little bit vulnerable, if you know what I mean, right? But what many people do on sales calls is they stand there with a clipboard in hand, standing there like this, expecting the chick in front of them to get butt ass naked, which is very unlikely for you to happen. So in order to get the other person to undress and show their vulnerabilities, the easiest way to do that is to first undress yourself and show your own vulnerabilities. And that is exactly how we did that. So once we've clarified where they are and where they wanted to go and why they want to go to where they want to go, we want to overview their past pain and using a lot of verbal pauses, which if you're unfamiliar with that, I would recommend that you check out Jeremy Miner. He was the person that I started to study, took a couple of his courses to understand how these verbal pauses work. Well, let me hear what you've already tried so we know what did and didn't work. How many leads are you getting? Number of applications? Do you have a system to get new clients? How are you currently getting new clients? So you've been using XYZ method for XYZ time. Do you like XYZ method? Using those verbal pauses, using that NAPQ formula. Again, credits to Jeremy Miner for trademarking that. But how long have you been doing that for? Has whatever problem that they just shared with you had a negative impact on you? Well, in what way though? Okay, well, what have you tried in the past? How long? How did it go? Biggest struggle? Why do you think it didn't work? Anything else? Now, are you working with or talking to any other companies right now, uncovering these objections earlier in the discovery phase as opposed to trying to fight them when you have no leverage at the end of the call? What are you looking for? And then the final question that we use is the consequence question. Now, if you're a little bit earlier in your sales career, if you don't have as much sales experience, I would probably actually recommend leaving this one out. But if you're confident, if you're happy with your tonality, if you've closed a bunch of deals before, this can be a banger question that can really increase your close rates. And name. I don't mean to offend you as I've enjoyed our conversation so far, but I mean, what are you going to do if we don't solve this? Right? That's exactly how you want to deliver that question. Now, once you've clarified why they are there, you've overviewed all their past pain that they've had, you label them with a problem. Okay, so it seems like you have this problem and this situation, but this is your goal, right? Anything else? Okay, I hear you. Awesome. Now, here's one of the most powerful things that we did. And this is one of the most game-changing things that we did through this script that we really haven't seen many other people do. And it's probably a big reason as to why we were able to grow as fast as we were able to grow. Because depending on whatever past pains and experiences that they had, we chose the appropriate script and we explained to them why they failed in the past, right? Because if they don't fully understand why they failed in the past, right? Like let's say they tried Facebook ads in the past, it didn't work, and you're selling Facebook ads. Well, you have to explain to them why they failed with Facebook ads in the past before you can even introduce how you were going to be different and why they're not going to fail with you this time. It's the biggest mistake that people make. Oh, I know you failed with this in the past, but let's just try it again. Right? Like people aren't going to want to do business with you if that's the approach that you're taking. So The four main problems that we saw when we were speaking with these people was number one, that they tried Facebook ads in the past. Number two is they tried real estate agent referrals. And number three is they tried open source leads, which is basically like downloading a list of leads and then like cold calling them. And then number four is they've been relying on word of mouth. Those were like the four main things that people were struggling with over and over and over again. And we created a script for each one of those scenarios so we could explain to people and reshape their beliefs as to why they failed with them in the past, and that it actually is possible to succeed with it. They just have to do it differently, which is our method, before we even got in with our pitch. So the Facebook ones, for example. Okay, so you've tried Facebook ads in the past and they didn't work. Have you seen Facebook ads work for any other brokers, competitors, or other LOs in your area? If they say no, well, I'm sure you've seen some of our case studies. What made you interested in this call then if you don't think that they can work? If they say yes, okay, well, what do you think that they do differently? Now, what they'll say here is, most LOs say that they're able to generate leads with Facebook. It's just that those leads don't convert. Would you say that's the case? Okay, well, that makes sense. Well, do you know any qualified homeowners in your area that doesn't already have an MLO that they'd work with? And this is very powerful because it was like very like common sense thing, right? It's like, if you're like a qualified homeowner and that you're like, ready to buy, like you have your shit together, you have money, you probably already know a real estate agent or an MLO, right? And that was the point that we brought up. It was like the obvious point that we brought up, and we're explaining to them why they failed in the past. And we'd be like, exactly, 98% of people who have their life together enough already have an MLO that they'd work with, which is why most MLOs grow through word of mouth or realtors. And the last time you ran generic Facebook ads, all you got was unqualified people. Then we'd begin to introduce the new opportunity, right? So we'd explain to them why they failed in the past. It's because 98% of people, like, they already have an MLO that they work with. And if they don't, they probably don't, like, it's just normal that they probably don't have their life together as much, and they're probably unqualified, right? Then we would introduce a new opportunity. Well, there's one loophole. It's the people that are about to move into your area. Be like, listen, every year that there's tens of thousands of families moving into insert the city that they're in that don't have any prior LO connections, and they need a loan ASAP, and they have the funds to make it happen. And if we were able to virtually introduce you to and have you shake hands with every new family and individual that is about to move into your area, do you think we could possibly get to goal? Right? So this was like the new opportunity that we were presenting to them. Listen, it's people that are about to move into your area that are qualified because they have the funds to move. They just don't know any MLOs in the area because they're not from here, right? This is the low-hanging fruit that we're going to get for you. Script number two is if they were struggling with real estate agent referrals. Okay, so we've had a few realtors that hand us referrals, which I guess keeps the lights on, except I'm assuming you have no control over how much your business goes as you're reliant on them, correct? Wait for a response. Okay, and I'm assuming it took a while to build up these connections in the first place? Okay, so if we could free you from ever needing to rely on realtors again so you can build your business regardless if your realtor partners are doing well or not, and you could do so in 180 days as opposed to waiting the number of years that they've been in business, would that be of interest, right? So the thing is like, yes, real estate agent referrals are great, but listen, you've been in business for 10 years and you're still at only 3 deals a month. So theoretically, if you wanted to get 6 deals a month, you'd have to wait another 10 years. Well, keep doing that. But if we get you to 6 deals a month in the next 180 days, would that be of interest? Great. Script number 3, open source leads, which is non-exclusive. So got it. So you tried using open source leads and you got leads, but they didn't convert, correct? Or was it just inefficient? Well, listen, you had to compete with other LOs to contact the leads that you pay for. You didn't have somebody filter out the low quality leads for you. Your leads weren't pre-qualified. And even if you did get in contact with them, the leads didn't know, like, or trust you. So it was a very tough sell, correct? We're explaining to them why they failed in the past. Okay. Well, if the leads were exclusive to you, all the low quality leads were filtered out for you, people picked up the phone, and when you spoke to them, they were pre-qualified. In addition to the fact that they already knew, liked, and trusted you to do business with them, could you succeed then? Again, this is us introducing the new opportunity. Script number 4 was word of mouth. Okay, so you've been going through word of mouth, which is actually how we got started and shows me that you're the real deal. But I'm assuming that you have no control of when new business comes your way then. Wait for a response. Okay, and I'm assuming it took a while to build up these connections in the first place. And again, we use a very similar framework here as we did to when they were relying on real estate agent referrals. Okay, so if we could stop you from having to wait on your friends to buy a new house and build you an inflow of borrowers over the next 180 days as opposed to waiting number of years that they've been in business, would that be of interest? Okay, so once we've explained to them why they failed in the past, so they understand that, okay, yes, I tried in the past, but this is why I failed. Okay, there is a better way of doing that. We would begin to actually sell them the vacation, sell them that new opportunity. And the first thing that we would do is we'd always drop a relevant case study. So it'd be like, awesome, Mr. Prospect, you actually remind me of XYZ. And then we would take 30 seconds to deliver that case study. And okay, with that in mind, I do have 100% conviction in our ability to help you get to whatever they said that their goal was, and do the same thing that for you as we just did for the case study I just shared with you. So I can show you how the broker deal system can be tailored to your business if you'd like. Yes, let's hear it. Awesome. Now, before I pull up the presentation, do you have another 20 minutes? This is very important because at the end of the presentation, obviously you're going to get to the closing part of that. And if they have to go right away, you're going to be screwed. So if they don't have another 20 minutes, you want to end the call there, set the follow-up, and turn this into a 2-call close. Now, if they do have the 20 minutes, you want to get in with the pitch. Now, here's the pitch that we used. This was the slide deck. I'm going to drop this in the link in the description. It's actually in our free community that you can get access to. The script and everything is in here. So click the link below to get access to that. I've taken out some of the confidential information that we had in our script because I don't want you fuckers just ripping what we used. But this is the exact same formula that we used for the script. So you can click the link below to get this. But more importantly, the script isn't going to do the selling. It's how you present the script. So I'm going to show you guys how we actually presented the script as we are going through it. So slide number 1 was the title slide. It was like kind of the hook slide. So the system our loan offers use to close 2 to 3 deals a month, even with today's high interest rates, right? So high interest rates were something that people were very much struggling with at the time. People weren't wanting to get loans because of how interest rates were high. So we use that as like how to X without Y. The bread and butter, the best, headline that you can use is always how to X without Y. And this was just our simple process. Now, very important though, is we didn't read it. We didn't sit there and be like, all right, so here's the system our loan officers use, blah, 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 blah. Because if you start doing that, it goes into, oh shit, he's gone into sales mode. I'm going to put my guard up and I'm going to stop paying attention. I'm going to, get really scared. So what we would do instead is, hey, can you see this? Awesome. Then we would go in with it. Okay. So we wouldn't actually share people what it actually was. We would just kind of, say, can you see this? And then we would go into it. And the second slide was our company background slide. We would spend maximum 20 seconds on this. Ideally, it was just 15 seconds. It was super quick. We quickly flex on them. The more you talk about your accomplishments, the less real that they appear. So that way it was very important to just keep this quick. And we would say that, listen, our evil intention is to gain your trust through our entry-level offers, then build out our masterminds on the back end, just like we did with Estate AI, which was the agency that I was partnered with as I was building this company. Slide number 3 was that your own system, right? So the main selling point that we had in slide number 3 is that instead of renting the system for $24K a year, i.e. paying an agency, $2K a month to just, rent their system for $24,000 a year, you're going to own the system and you're never going to have to pay it again. Then what we would do is after every single time we would explain the gist of our service, we would ask them, does that make sense? They would be like, yes or no. If it wasn't a fuck yes, we'd be like, okay, well, what are you still unsure of? And we would make sure that they were fully understanding, right? Because a confused buyer will never buy. And a lot of the times when we're not closing these deals, it's because there's a part of it that they don't understand and they don't really want to ask you because, maybe you've come across a little bit salesy. So they're going to try and do research online away from you to try and figure out that information on their own. But if they're fully on board, if they fully understand everything, you're going to increase the chance of them closing. Then you ask them, do you see this working? If they say yes, why is that? And then they repeat back to you why this will work for their company. Yes, they're saying it to you, but more importantly, they're saying it to themselves. And if they, I don't know, or unsure, or yeah, kinda, you say, I sense some hesitancy there. And you just pause, you just shut up. And what they will say is, oh, well, I'm just not sure about X, right? Now, the crazy thing that we've seen from when we're selling people on agency service is like, people will love every single thing about what you do, but they just might not be sure if your Facebook ads are able to sync up with their CRM. So they're not going to work with you. Right? It can be a super small one thing. And that is why you go through this now to uncover if maybe they're unsure about how this would work with their CRM, or if they would be able to work this for not only themselves, but also for their entire team. And once you can explain to people how that it's actually able to work for whatever unique situation that they're in, they're going to be much more likely to want to move forward with you at the end of the presentation. Slide number 4, our main selling point was the high quality leads. Listen, we're not going to get you hundreds of leads a day. I'll be straight up honest with you. And if somebody's going to come on you here and tell you that they're going to get you 100 leads a day, they're probably lying to you, or the leads are probably super unqualified. So run far away from that. But we'll only get you a couple leads, but they are going to be very high quality. And that was the main point that we would stress on them. And we would talk about how we're not going to, send them a bunch of tire kickers. So they're not going to waste their time dialing up people that aren't interested. We're going to do the pre-qualification for them. We're only going to get them in touch with people that are ready to move forward. Slide number 5 is that we're going to target out-of-towners. And this was the new opportunity that we presented to people and we touched on earlier in the sales process. So the main selling point is using the system that they own. We're going to run it for them, and we're going to target out-of-town individuals that are about to move into your area with no prior loan LO connections. Does that make sense? Do you see this working? Yes. Why is that? Unsure. I sense some hesitancy. And slide number 6 was the AI appointment setting process. So the main selling point is, listen, we'll set appointments for you while you sleep, and then we'll maximize the appointments through long-time follow-up. And we'd be like, listen, damaging admission. Damaging admissions were very powerful in order to gain trust. When you admit flaws about your service and then you follow that up with a positive statement, it makes the positive statement become much more genuine. And you just make sure that you admit the flaws that aren't actually going to hurt, right? So example of like, hey, listen, I'm going to be honest with you, month 1 will be the slowest for you, because what we're actually going to be doing is, as we're generating these leads, a lot of them might not necessarily be ready to move forward right away, but we're going to plant the seeds, and we're going to use our AI automation. We're going to use our long-term follow-up sequences to nurture them over time. So 3, 6, 9, 12 months down the road, we have a pipeline full of people that already know, like, and trust you, have been in contact with you for the last 12 months. And all of a sudden, as they're ready to move forward, it's going to be like, and all of a sudden, as they're ready to move forward, they're all going to be wanting to come to you because you've been the one that's been providing them value for them over the longest period of time. And slide number 7 was a mortgage mastermind. So this is basically a very powerful technique, because we were making a very no-brainer offer on the front end. And people were like, why are you making this offer? Like, what's the catch? We would tell them what the catch is. Listen, our evil intentions is to gain trust with you through our entry-level offers and then build out masterminds on the back end, just like we did for State AI. Like, listen, I know this seems too good to be true. You're going to pay us $5K one time, and we're going to make you $50K over the next, year or so, right? Like, that seems too good to be true. But the reason we're doing this is because we're massively discounting our services right now, so we can gain your trust, because we're going to be introducing longer-term partnership, longer-term deals, new offers, new softwares down the road that we want to roll into the people that we started with at a very entry level. Okay, that is how we got through the pitch. Now, before we got into the investment slide, before we got into revealing the price, we would ask a qualifying question. Do you feel as though if it might be what you're looking for? They would say yes or no. If they say yes, well, we ask a probing question. Well, why do you feel like it is? And again, they would, repeat a yes. They would tell you, but more importantly, they would tell themselves. Then they would reveal the price, and the way that we would do that is, so the funding needed to get you to whatever goal that they said earlier and give you access to the system is price. Then we would shut up, just like I did right there. After that, it seems like we covered everything here. Typically, the next step would be to begin onboarding, starting putting a plan in place so we can start getting you those 2 to 3 new closed and funded loans a month. Would that be appropriate? Can I welcome you to the Broker Deals family is how we asked for the close. From there, if we needed to explain away their concerns, I need to think about it. It's too expensive. I need to talk with my partner. Again, I've taken a lot of sales training from Jeremy Miner, Alex Ramosi. These have been the best objection handles that I've seen and used myself over the years. So the first one is, I need to think about it. Yeah, it's not a problem. What's your time frame in getting back to me in the next day or two, just to see if I would be available for you, right? We ask that to lower their guard down now. Okay, well, if you have your calendar handy, I can pull up mine and have you book a specific time with me. That way you don't have to chase me down and vice versa. Would that be appropriate? Showing that you have frame in this process. Now, before I go, what were you wanting to go over in your mind so I'd be prepared to being able to answer those questions with when we talk, right? We do this after we book the call, because now their guard has been down and they're much more likely to share you what their real objection is. So from there, oh, well, what do you mean by that? How do you mean by that? Diffuse. What if it wasn't what you thought? Would you be opposed to looking at it from a new perspective? And then we overcome and we get to the bottom of it, right? It's too expensive. Tell me, if you did have the money, would this be something that would work for you? Well, hold on. Why do you feel like it would, though? I can appreciate that money might be an issue for today, but how do you think you can resolve that to where you can find the money so that you can benefit the just said? If nothing, well, I guess what I'm trying to ask is, what other avenues do you have to find the funding so you can, the benefit that they just said that they were interested in, when you ask them, why do you feel like it is? Last thing here is, I need to talk to my partner. Well, how do they feel about this problem that you've been struggling with and the benefit that you just said? Okay, well, what are you going to do if they don't let you get the benefit that you just said? Then you go into with the same process as you do for the I need to think about it. We basically say, hey, let's book a call. Okay, well, when are you going to free? Just if you have your calendar handy, so I don't have to chase you down, and vice versa. And then lastly, okay, well, what do you think they're going to talk about? And then from there, it's okay, handle the objection, clarify, diffuse, overcome. So that is the exact word for word script that we used to scale from 0 to 36K in 7 weeks with a brand new mortgage agency. And more importantly, kept my fucking ass out of the courtroom 3 years ago. So hope you guys enjoyed this video. Hope you guys got 10x the value in comparison to the time that you invested to watch this video. Again, in the $0 to $1 million agency challenge, you can get access to this entire thing for free. It's 100% free. There's no upsells or anything like that. So appreciate you guys. I wish you guys all the best with your video and hope to see you guys in the next one.
All right. So the best presentation to sell in SMMA, also known as social media marketing agency. Anyways, I was in the second year of scaling my agency and I hit a financial plateau. And although in hindsight, I should have been more grateful because I'll admit I was doing a good amount of money for a 20-year-old kid. But I didn't care. I just wanted to make more money. And for all you high achievers out there, you're going to relate to this, right? You might be above average in every single aspect of life, but you still have that gnawing feeling inside you that you're not doing enough. And that is what I was dealing with, okay? So I began to look into hiring a coach in order to break through this plateau. And after a few sales calls, I ended up pulling the trigger on a program that costed the equivalent to a luxury vehicle. And as I joined, I realized they had a different way of selling than what I was used to personally. And because I was so desperate to get to this next level, I took blind faith and I dropped everything to learn their new method of selling. And after a few coaching calls and hours of consumed content, I crafted the perfect demo presentation. Then I launched my agency, scaled my outbound, and I waited for the appointments to roll in. Within 24 hours, I had appointments on my calendar. Finally, it was time to test this proven sales demo. And I bought on the sales call, but I didn't quit. One call, don't close, whatever. Get over it, move on. But 10 calls later, I was 0 for 10. This is when I started to panic. This is when I began to get a little bit frustrated. And on my 12th call, I was desperate for the sale. I refused to let this poor prospect who had responded to an ad leave. And I hard sold him for an hour. I handled every objection with some witty, made-up canned response that he had. Whatever he threw at me, I had something for him. But it didn't work. And soon later, I ended up leaving this program. And I was starving for a win. So I reverted back to my old ways of selling with a few minor tweaks. And then I launched a database reactivation campaign, which if you're unfamiliar with what that is, it's basically when you blast out an email or a text message to all the past leads that you've had or all the people that you've hopped on a sales call with in the past, and you make them a special one-time offer. And the guy who I tried to hard sell not too long ago actually agreed to speak with me again, which I'll be honest, I was a little surprised. And soon into the call, he told me, "You are so much more delightful to speak with." And 20 minutes in, he said, "I would love to work with you." So, are you wondering what this new demo deck was that I used the second time around? Well, it was to not have a demo deck and to do messy presentations instead. Just like your room, okay? Let me explain. Recently, I attended a mastermind full of 7-figure SMMA owners, and while I was there, I met Zay, who was a high-ticket closer for an HVAC agency doing $150,000 a month. He told me I would never show a prospect a demo deck. I would have to create 25 different demos for different prospects, which is why he would never do it. What does that mean? Well, think of your product or service like a bottle of Tylenol, right? Tylenol has the ability to solve a lot of problems. It can help you when you're sick. It can help you when you broke your arm. It can help you deal with a lot of problems that you may have. But you are only going to choose the Tylenol that claims to solve your specific problem, okay? And your service may solve 10 different problems, but people only buy to solve one of their problems, right? Back to the Tylenol example. You go there to solve your headache, right? You go there to try and fix your cough or your headache or whatever it is. But if you're going there to try and fix your cough or your headache, you don't care that the Tylenol also helps you with coughs, because that's not a problem that you're trying to solve, okay? And if you have a demo that talks about problems that your prospect doesn't have, they'll think it's not for me. So in order to deliver a high-converting pitch, you need to do these two things instead. Number one is you must have a framework that you can follow. Not a script, but a framework that you can follow. And number two is you need stuff to show. And I'm going to break this down for you in this video. But first, I wanted to remind you that I am a selfish, greedy individual. And I partner with 6-figure SMMA owners and scale them from beyond there. Now, selfishly, I only post content on YouTube in hopes that one day that you will give me your money. I just don't want it yet, okay? What I'm willing to do is I'm willing to help you get to 6 figures for free because I know that you may potentially want to partner with me then. And how I do that? Well, first of all, we've got the first client challenge where you can get 1 to 3 SMMA clients in 13.84 days. That is simply a statistic. I don't say that as a claim. You might suck or you might crush it and get it in 2 days. Only time will tell. Anyways, link in the description for that. I also have a free community, RSC free public community. There's over 1,000+ members. We do 2 calls a week. There's a free course and a bunch more stuff in there. All this stuff has all the tools and then some to get you to 7 figures and beyond. And I do this, like I said, because maybe if you pull it off, I will partner with you and we will scale to much higher numbers. Anyways, let's get back on the video. So, framework step number 1 is you want to ask questions to uncover their problem, right? Because until you know what problem that you are there to solve, it's going to be hard to pitch, right? Imagine if, trying to sell a bottle of Tylenol before you know what symptoms your prospect has, right? Imagine trying to prescribe medicine to a client, to a patient as a doctor without understanding, what the problem is in the first place, right? You need to uncover what their problem is. And here's a pro tip, because I know a lot of you guys say, oh, well, my prospect doesn't tell me their problem, or oh, my prospect doesn't open up to me. Well, what you can say when you're dealing with a prospect like that is if your prospect won't tell you, say, and you want to have a kind of a curious tone to this, it seems like things are going fairly well for you. Is there anything you would possibly change about X, whatever, you're talking about, if you could? Is there anything you would possibly change about your client acquisition if you could? Right? Have a very curious George type tone to that. And usually they'll say, oh, well, there's this. Boom, you've uncovered their problem. And then you can go and continue the conversation in there. As if you've been following this channel for a while, I have a video that did okay considering my follower size or my subscriber count. I break down the sales script that I used to close 250 or over 250 different clients. I'll link that in the description. I do a full 30-minute breakdown of my exact script that I use. Framework, but I use script because I know people on YouTube are more likely to click the word script than framework because they just want the cheat code given to them. Anyways, that's a whole other topic of the discussion. Point is, I'll link what I did to sell people in the descriptions. You can check that out. There's a lot more details on this. Framework step number 2 is to fully customize your pitch to relate to your prospect's current situation. Okay. Now, you want to use kind of like statements to make your service understandable. And now, what a kind of like statement is let's say, for example, I'm an agency owner and I'm selling Facebook ads to realtors, okay? So what an inexperienced salesperson would do is they would say, well, we're going to run Facebook ads and we're going to target this area and we're going to use dynamic creatives and we're going to run ads and we're going to target this age and we're going to target these type of, all that stuff, right? But you forget one thing. Your prospect barely knows how to log into their own Facebook account, never mind understand how the Facebook ad algorithm works. And a confused buyer will not buy from you, right? If they don't understand what they are purchasing, they are not going to pull the trigger. So you need to make your pitch so easy to understand that, literally a kindergartner could understand that. So if I was put in that situation and I was selling Facebook ads to realtors, I would probably say something along the lines of this. Well, bus bench ads, like those ads that people put on bus benches or something like that, and they usually advertise their like real estate services. Yeah. Okay, so what we do is it's basically kind of like putting a bus bench on somebody's phone. Because think about it, like you're driving down the street, like how many times do people actually look at the bus bench ad? Rarely ever, right? But how many times are people on their phones scrolling through Facebook? All the time. So we're basically putting these bus bench ads onto people's phone where all their attention already is, so they actually see it and they actually can pay attention to it. And that's what Facebook ads is like. Now, can you imagine if you're a realtor and you have no idea of Facebook ads, or you have very little, maybe it's just a term that you know. Which one do you think they would be more inclined to move forward with? The person who talked about targeting and dynamic creatives and all this kind of stuff and funnels, or the person who made it so easy to understand that they felt confident in what they were purchasing? It's the second, right? And the last thing that you want to do is you want to give a live walkthrough of ad accounts, go high levels, funnels, etc. And the reason why I much prefer that you do this live is because when you do this live, it comes across as authentic. It comes across as genuine. It comes across as you are not, manipulating people, right? You're just saying like, hey, here's what we do, okay? Here's how it relates to your problem, right? First step number one is you relate your entire pitch to solving their problem, right? If they're struggling with appointments because without, getting more appointments, they're not able to sleep at night, right? Talk about how, well, we're going to make sure that you get good night's sleep, because without good night's sleep, you're not going to be able to take care of your family, right? How much more powerful is that than, oh, here's another 20 appointments guaranteed, right? Relate your service to solve their specific problem, just like the way Tylenol and Advil do, okay? Step number two, use kind of like bridges to make it almost impossible to not understand. Because if you confuse your prospect in any way, they are not going to purchase from you. And step number three is to use live walkthrough of ad accounts, go ahead level funnels, etc., to appear genuine, to appear transparent, be like, hey, this is just what we're doing, right? Here's how it works, this is what it looks like, and just be super honest and authentic. And I guarantee you, your transparency will be so well respected. And if you combine this with telling your stories, and I have a bunch of YouTube videos as well as my entire sales call breakdown on how to tell your story, I guarantee you, you will start to close an absurd amount of people. And the one thing that you must remember is increasing your closing percentage will make you more money than booking appointments and doing more outreach and posting content and any other metric that comes related to the sales process. It is by far the number one biggest lever that you can pull, and so you should take it extremely seriously. So with that, I hope with the time that you invested into watching this video, you got at least 10x the value in return. And if you did, be sure to subscribe, because I'm going to be dropping everything that I know and that has helped me go from zero, the dropout kid making $300 a month, to working with over 300 different people, which I think is pretty cool. And now I have the opportunity to share that with you guys. So if you want to stay up to date on all this, appreciate it, subscribe. If not, I'll see you guys in the next video.
Okay, hypothetical situation. Imagine if prospects trusted you so much, they'd let you sleep with their daughter. How easy would sales be? Remember, if prospects believed 100% of what you're saying to be true, they would buy 100% of the time. So therefore, by establishing trust with your prospect is the biggest lever that you can pull in sales. Okay, and in this video, I'm going to break down how you can build massive trust with prospects using a simple little trick. Okay, this is a tactic. This is what you guys lust for. Okay, because without trust, they won't open up and share problems, and then you'll pitch to the wrong pain points, and they'll think, oh, this isn't for me. They won't believe your irresistible offer, so therefore your irresistible offer is useless. They won't trust your guarantee, and therefore your guarantee is useless. And they won't trust you with their money, which means you won't close the deal. So how do we establish trust? Well, there are many factors that go into establishing trust, but what I'm going to share with you is one of the most powerful tactics in the world to gain instant trust with prospects, or to increase trust with prospects instantly. Okay, so obviously, body posture, tonality, all that kind of stuff. It's a conglomerate of different things that is going to go into how much people trust you. But here's a tactic that you can use to put to your advantage and massively increase the amount of trust that you have with prospects. Okay, so we have a kid inside the Inner Circle. His name's Tristan Thompson. He runs a short form content agency. He joined the Inner Circle. He was doing $7,000 a month, and literally 2 or 3 weeks later, he hit $16,000 a month. Okay, and basically you can see, here all the stuff that he did. And basically what he did is he hopped on, he joined the Inner Circle, and he had all these, limiting beliefs. He had all these false, things that he was thinking, and, the way he perceived the world, because he has some personal struggles, with communication and whatnot, that he believed was, holding him back. And he believed that, people were going to be less likely to trust him because he wasn't the best communicator. Right? And so what he did is he leveraged the principle that I'm going to talk about in this video. He hopped onto the call and was very honest and open about that to increase his trust. And when he started to do that, he started to close people like clockwork. You can see this, $2K deal, $3K a month. He just pitched $7.5K. I don't think that one has closed yet, but $7.5K deals have a longer sales cycle. He did a 2-week trial for $2.5K. Imagine you guys get a trial for $2.5K. And then he also closes another client at 2.4K. And then Kenan, I've talked about him in some other content that we've put together. He uses this same principle to establish trust in the beginning of his calls and whatnot, which has massively been helping him with his sales too, okay? So introducing damaging admissions. So damaging admissions, also known as selective honesty, is when we openly share our flaws with prospects to earn their trust, okay? So after we have shared a flaw, we then follow that up with a claim that they are 10 times more likely to believe to be true now that we've admitted to our flaws first, okay? Damaging admissions should be delivered in the following way. Damaging admission, but claim. Okay, so here's the old way of selling. Here's what the gurus are telling you to do. Here's what most people do in today's world. Work with me and I will double your gym revenue guaranteed. Irresistible offer. But here's the new way of selling. Listen, I'm not very good at selling personal training, one-on-one sessions, or open group memberships, but you work with me and I'll double your group class revenue in 60 days and I guarantee it. Okay, which one of these would you believe more? Work with me and I'll double your gym revenue guaranteed. Or listen, I'm not very good at selling personal training, one-on-one sessions, or open group memberships, but you work with me and I'll double your group class revenue in 60 days guaranteed. The second one, right? Simply by introducing the selective honesty damaging admission first, we're able to make our claim have so much more power, right? And so, be delivered with so much, another level of trust that is going to help us close the deal. See the difference? Yes. Which one is more believable? Obviously the second one. So when do we want to use these damaging admissions? Well, damaging admissions should be used all throughout any sales call. That being said, there are two key moments to leverage this highly potent persuasion trick. Number one, as you open up the call, by doing so, we let our prospect's guard down, we establish trust, and we set the call off on the right foot. And then the second time we want to be using damaging admissions is before making any big claim, right? If we do this, we make our claims much more believable, okay? So here are some damaging and missing examples that you could use at the beginning of a sales call, right? Oh, this is just a cheap watch I wear to make people think I'm rich, right? If I was to hop on a call with this watch, or you're wearing something, maybe you're wearing a necklace or something, they ask about it. Oh, sorry, this is a cheap watch I just used to make people think I'm rich. Right? It gets a little laugh, it breaks the ice, and it's a damaging admission. That doesn't actually impact the deal whatsoever, right? Or, another one might be, listen, I don't think we're a fit together, but I'm open to hearing more about you in case there is a way I can help you achieve that goal that they put in their application, right? Imagine you hop on a sales call with somebody and they're trying to, you're signing up for a program, or you're signing up for an offer, some agency is pitching you, and they start off the call with saying, listen, I don't think that we're a fit to work together, but I'm open to hearing more about you in case there is a way that I can help you get more leads, right? How you would feel the sales pressure just leave the room. Any sales pressure would just get lifted off your shoulders and it would jump out the window, right? And that is how you want to set the tone for the rest of the call, right? Or another one, you can make a joke, right? You have to be good. You have to be a good communicator, right? There's a little bit more of an advanced one. You can say, well, so I'm sure you get asked, hey, is this the best place for questions by scammers all over the internet? What made you want to hop on the call with yet another internet scammer like me? Right? That's a damaging admission, right? Break the ice. Have a joke, right? That's an excellent way to start the call. You lower sales pressure right off the bat, okay? So here are some pre-claim examples, right? Listen, I'm 16-year-olds, but we suck at Google Ads, but we suck at selling detailing. We suck at selling open gym memberships. We suck at selling lawn care services, but listen, I failed at this for 2 years, but, right? These are just simply a few examples, but what you guys want to be doing is think about, these should be true. These should be honest, right? So the homework that you guys have today is to begin to, write down and add some damaging admissions that you can include in the beginning of the call, and then also before you make claims about what your offer is capable of doing, so you can use that to establish massive amounts of trust and increase the likelihood of them believing what you're saying, because remember, if they believed 100% of what you're saying to be true, they would buy 100%. Proper posture on sales calls. Okay, so many of you guys may or may not know this, but how you sit, your body language, all that kind of stuff is a huge contributor to whether you close the deal or do not close the deal. And in this video, I'm going to break down exactly the proper body language to have on a sales call, when you should lean back, when you should lean forward, and all that kind of good stuff so you can close even more deals, okay? So like I said, your posture on sales calls can make or break a deal. And a real life story about this is Kenan. So Kenan, he's an individual inside the inner circle, and when he joined, he started in the accelerator, he moved up to the inner circle, but he was struggling to close deals. And basically his biggest problem was he was nervous, right? He was nervous to pitch over $1,000, and that body language, that nervousness showed through on these sales calls. And then he joined the inner circle. We went through all the sales calls. We went through all this kind of stuff. And then we realized that like he was nervous. He was kind of shy. He didn't look confident. And he had bad body language on his calls. So we told him to set a new posture, and we gave him, basically what we're going to talk about in this video. And he tried that. And as you can see here, this was a conversation that we had when he talked about another client that he closed for 1K, which he finally got it before he was charging like $500. And his MRR went up to just under 3K, and this was like 2 weeks after joining the RC Inner Circle, where he was at 800 or monthly while he was in the accelerator, right? And that was just simply by making this adjustment to his posture, okay? And just, coming across as a different individual on this call. So I'm going to break down what we taught Kenan, and then what you guys can be doing to leverage this principle as well. So you may or may not have heard about this, but there's a rule called the 7-38-55 rule. And basically what happened was there was a test or a study that went on at UCLA, and you can read all those mumbo jumbo, but the real key takeaway this is that it concluded that tone of voice is a stronger indication of emotion than the actual words, a meaning of the word itself, right? Drawing on the combined findings of the two studies, they formulated the 7-38-55% rule, with the formula meaning total liking equals 7% verbal, plus 38% vocal, plus 55% facial. Okay, so I'll break down what this actually means here, okay? So 7% of verbal, right? So 7% of someone's decision as to whether they like you or not comes from what you say. Now, most people focus 80% of their efforts on this, right? Most people, they're worried about their script. They're worried about when prospect says this, I say that, right? That's only 7%. That's 7%. And most people spend 80% of their effort on that. And you wonder why they struggle at sales, right? It's because of this, okay? Now, 38% is vocal. So 38% of someone's decision as to whether they like you or not comes down to your tonality, right? How you say the word, right? If you look at, if I was to say Dylan or Dylan, same word, two completely different meanings just based on the tonality of the deliverable, right? And most people, salespeople, focus about 15% of their efforts on this, right? Their main thing is like, okay, the script, okay, what do I say? And then they try and practice their tonality to, try and, and handle objections in the best way. But that's not, the proper way to do this, because you can see, if you're only focusing 15% of your efforts that towards, 38% of what's going to contribute to you closing the deal, you're underperforming, right? And 55% is facial liking, which basically means body language, okay? So 55% of someone's decision as to whether they like you or not comes from your body language, right? You may have heard that most of your communication with other people is nonverbal, right? And most salespeople probably focus 5% or less on this, right? This never gets talked about, yet it's 55% of people, of what makes up 55% of the decision as to whether somebody likes you or not is due to your body language, and very few people ever focus on this. This is a huge lever to pull, okay? I'm going to break down this for you in this video here. So do you see the problem, right? Obviously you should by now, okay? So here's the perfect posture on a sales call. So the first one is a laid back, I don't give a fuck if you close or not vibe, okay? If you're sitting up here like this, and you're focused, and you're trying to listen, and you're nervous, or maybe you're like this, maybe you are leaned back, but you're not confident, right? I'll show you the perfect posture like this. You're on a sales call, you get your chair. I always tell people in the inner circle, lean that chair right back, right? Lean that chair right back so it locks, or at least that's how my chair works. And then just sit there. Sit there like this, right? Is this intimidating? No. Would you be open to having a conversation with somebody who's sitting on a call like this, right? Maybe they're twiddling with a pen or something like this. Is this relaxing? Would this let your guard down as a prospect? The answer to all those questions is yes, right? Now, the second point here is leaning forward only to emphasize points. And what I mean by that is you hold this laid back frame, right? Trusted expert, right? You know, not completely detached from the sale, or sorry, yes, completely detached from the sale, right? So you can release sales pressure. Because when you lower sales pressure, what do? You get your prospect to open up more, you get your prospect to trust you more. And remember, if people believed 100% of what you're saying to be true, they would buy 100% of the time. Okay, now what you can do though, is you can lean forward to emphasize points, right? So you're talking, and you know, somebody, you know, your prospect says, oh, yeah, we've been struggling with this. What do you mean by that exactly? Right? And you lean forward when you want to emphasize something, you want to go deeper, you want your prospect to open up, right? You know, maybe you're talking, they talk about their daughter at home. So, well, I mean, what's going to happen if we don't solve this problem, right? And you lean forward to emphasize those important points, right? And this is the, you know, you spend 95% of your time laid back, chill, relaxed, you know, confident. And then whenever something, you know, whenever things get serious, that is when you lean forward. Okay. Another, you know, 2 other things that are very powerful to be doing is, number 1, clean cut, right? Don't look shaggy. Don't like clean yourself up, right? Clean clothes and then clean communication, right? Those are 3 essentials. Clean cut, clean clothes, clean communication. You don't need to wear a suit and tie. You can wear a t-shirt, right? But just like, don't wear some like stupid graphic t-shirt. Like, just ask yourself, look in the mirror before the sales call and say, would I do business with this person? If the answer is no, go and do your hair or change something up until the answer is yes. Okay, and the last one is good, clean environment, right? And ideally, you can do this in a manner that can give you some soft flexes. So a terrible example of this would be as such. As you can see, I'm literally just sitting at this little desk in my bedroom. I have a cheap fan in the background on the TV, so this would be a terrible place to do it. But if you can situate yourself, you know, maybe you live in an apartment where you can situate yourself with the computer, your backdrop is the city, right? Soft flex. If you have, you know, awards, or maybe you've won accomplishments, or you have trophies, or whatever that case may be for your business, or even things outside of your business, your sports, your life, right? Show you who you are as a character. If you can hang those on the wall behind you to where you're taking those calls, it's that soft flex, right? Like we've all seen the guys on YouTube who have the ClickFunnels 2 Comma Club Award behind them, right? They're doing that for a reason. They're doing that to establish trust and authority without, you know, having to actually establish trust and authority. Okay, so that is the perfect posture and the importance of posture on a sales call. Appreciate your time. I hope you got 10x the value in return, and I'll see you in the next video. And we'll get into this. Okay, so how to tell stories. Now, I know that you guys are on this call for one of 3 reasons. Reason number 1 is that at some point in your life, you told a story and it helped you get what you want. And you're like, damn, I need to do more of this. And so now you want to learn, you know, how you can get better at telling stories so you can tell more of them and make more money. Reason number 2 is that you saw somebody tell a story and then you saw that person get what they want. Or maybe they told you a story and then you ended up working with them or something like that. And you're like, damn, this works. So I need to learn how to tell better stories, tell more stories so I can do the same thing that this person did. And reason number 3 is because your fucking sales calendar empty, so you got nothing better to do. So you might as well come here, learn how to tell stories so your sales calendar isn't empty anymore. Okay. So whatever one of those 3 reasons that you have, my goal for the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes, however long this takes, is to make sure that all those problems are solved. Okay. Whoever's been muted. Okay. So quick disclaimer before we get into this. The only thing that's going to make you better at telling stories is by telling more of them. You don't get better at soccer by simply, you know, watching Messi, watching Ronaldo, but by practicing soccer yourself. Okay. That being said, during this masterclass, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reveal what like I do so you can learn how to do it through repetitions. Okay. Now, first of all, who's familiar with the anatomy of a story? It's in our sales processes and that kind of stuff. Like, are you guys familiar with the anatomy of a story? I'm going to go over it, but I want to see, you know, depending on if this is like a brand new concept to you guys,
or if there's something you guys are familiar, it'll dictate how in depth I go into this. Is it brand new to you guys? Like you don't know the anatomy of a story? I'll take that as a no. Okay, so 14. So stories can be broken down into 14 different stages. And whenever you're writing a story, you simply just want to answer these questions, right? Now you answer these questions, you're going to fill up like an entire Word document or an entire Notion, whatever it is. And then you basically just trim the fat to make it flow together and become one fluent, compelling story. But phase one is when you talk about the backstory. If you do not set the scene, people will not care about the situation. The same way that people do not care about the inside jokes that you have with their friends. The reason why people don't care about those inside jokes that you have with your friends is because they don't have the context, right? They haven't had the scene set for them in that given scenario. And so they don't care. They don't find it funny. They think you're annoying. So that is why setting the scene is very important, because they don't have the same context. Your prospect won't have the same context on your life that you currently do. Okay. So in order to set the scene, the first thing is, what is your backstory that gives you that gives the prospect a vested interest in your journey, your challenges, like where are you from, school, past jobs, past businesses, past, who are you? And then what is the desire or the result that you want to achieve? Internal desires and external desires. Now, internal desires are usually brushed over, but they're the most important part of when you're talking about the goals, right? You don't want to make 50K a month to make 50K a month, because who the fuck needs $50,000 a month to put a roof over their head and afford food? Nobody, right? You don't need $50,000 a month, but we all sit here and think, I want to make $50,000 a month because there's some deep-rooted internal desire that we have, right? Maybe you're in high school right now and you fucking hate everybody in your classroom. And so you want to go make $50,000 a month so you can show up on graduation and know that you make more already than they'll ever make in their lifetime, right? That is a deep-rooted internal desire, right? That is the real motivation that you have, right? And this is when you want to talk about this in the beginning, okay? And then the next thing is, what are the old vehicles that you've tried in the past to get the same result that didn't work, okay? So you've set your backstory, like who you are. You've told the prospect or the person that you're telling the story to what you want to achieve. And now you're talking about the failed attempts. And the reason why talking about failed attempts are super important is because if you simply just share the success stories, you will not become relatable, right? One of the most important things that can happen when you're telling stories is to appear relatable to people and to be relatable to those that you are speaking with. Because if you're not relatable, it's going to be hard, for you guys to, or for the person that you're talking to like actually be invested in the story, right? The same reason, let me just see who's on this call real quick. Okay, the same reason that like none of us get like super, invested in like some story about like some female entrepreneur, right? It's because it doesn't relate to us, right? The struggles that a female entrepreneur goes through does not relate to us, right? That being said, if there was some rags to riches story from, a 15-year-old kid living in Texas, like Andreas, you would be like, damn, like I am interested in this story, right? And so that's why, finding ways to show relativity and, also, admitting the flaws that you failed in the past, because, a lot of the times the mistakes that you made in the beginning and the flaws that you share in the past can be which the person that you're telling the story to is currently dealing with, right? I tried Google Ads and it didn't work. And the prospect that you're speaking to is like, damn, I tried Google Ads and it didn't work too, right? And if that happens, you're going to become very relatable. Phase two, the journey, okay? This was like, what was the call or the reason that you made you want to start this journey? So if I was to tell my own story, that call, like that moment was, when I was sitting in school and I realized that I was the only one in my entire program that wanted to become an entrepreneur. That was like, I need to get out of here, right? Having that is like a very important, small but important part of a story. And then who or what is the villain that's keeping you from having success? Well, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to start a business. I didn't have any money. These were all the villains that were, stopping me from having success. And then you build suspense by talking about, well, what will happen if you don't have success on this journey? And you want to talk about what will happen externally, but then also internally. So externally, oh, well, I'll have to go back to school. But internally, I'll feel like a disappointment. I'll feel like a failure, and I won't be happy, right? Like that would be my internal consequences of not succeeding, which ultimately raises the stakes. Okay. The reason why people are fascinated with people who will like walk a tightrope amongst two buildings, but nobody gives a shit when you stand there on the side of the sidewalk trying to balance along the curb, is because of the consequences of what goes wrong, the consequences of what happens if it goes wrong. Phase number 3, new opportunity, right? So this is when you want to introduce like the guide that gave you the new epiphany. So most of the times this could be a person, it could be a company, it could be, something, it could be an animal, it could be anything that like, who were you speaking to? What did you do that made you think like, oh, there's something here, right? And then what was that something? What was the epiphany that you experienced? Like, what was that new idea, new thing that you thought of, okay? And then once you thought of this idea, what is the new opportunity that you created from this epiphany? So an example of this could be, I was running Google Ads, it didn't work. And then, I met this guy who was he actually worked in the UK market, but he was crushing it using Facebook ads. I'm just making up a basic story here. So that was when I was like, damn, like maybe if I brought his, Facebook ad formula into the American market, there could be something here. And that would be me, explaining like the new opportunity, the epiphany, and the guide. Okay. Phase number 4, the framework. So what is the strategy or frameworks that you developed to get you to the desire you wanted to achieve? Okay. This is when you'd say like, okay, so we started with an ad, then I went to a landing page and a survey. You basically just kind of explain like, what it is that you do, right? Or what is the 4-step, 3-step framework that you do in order to get you to where you want to be. And then you can talk about what were the results that you got by following the frameworks. And then what were the results that others have also gotten by following these frameworks, right? So that would be like the first time you tried it with the company that you partnered with, or your guinea pig or whatever the results that they got. And then since then, we've gone on and we've gotten results for this person, that person, and this person. Phase number 5, achievement and transformation. What end result did you accomplish? External desires. Well, we made 10K. How did you transfer them during your journey? Internal desires. Okay. Now, as I was saying earlier, the internal desires is very, very, very important to include at the end of the story, because look at this from like the example of you're watching a romantic movie and there's like a breakup. Okay. So I'm gonna give you like 2 situations. Situation number 1 is the girl and the boy break up. They both look at each other in the eyes. They go, cool. They walk away. They go live with their life. They go hang out with their friends. You wouldn't care. Nobody would care, right? But if the girl and the guy broke up and the girl started crying, and then the next day later, the man was like, oh, I'm going to go get her back. And then her friends were like talking to, no, you shouldn't do that. And then he felt lonely, and then she felt lonely. Like that would, touch you a lot more, right? Like there would be a lot more emotions that you feel as you're telling the story. And that's why, yes, you want to state the external desires, but really it's the internal desires that are going to relate with and emotionally sell these people that you're telling stories to. Okay. So that is the anatomy of a story. So now I have 5 different things that I wanted to go over that really separate good storytellers from bad storytellers. So the first one is open loops. Okay. So an open loop, also known as a cliffhanger, is probably the most powerful part of storytelling. It is what keeps people engaged in arguably 80% of what it takes to get good at storytelling. So an open loop, like, an example of this is when you ask a question, but then you don't answer it, right? Or you create a scenario that, you identify a problem, but you don't tell people why that problem exists, right? Or you talk about a consequence that's about to happen, but people don't know why it's about to happen. Or it could be somebody's just doing something really weird or really ridiculous. He was crawling down the street. Why? Right? Like that's an open loop. Now, what good storytellers do is they don't close a loop until another one has been opened.
And let me just check something real quick. Okay. So I have an analogy with this that resonated a lot with the guys inside the RSC inner circle. Okay. So maybe it'll resonate with you guys as well. But the analogy, the example that I talked about is like, it's kind of like if you close a loop, if you close all the loops in your story before it's done, like before you're done, it's kind of like after you finish having sex. You just aren't interested anymore. Right? But if you make sure that there's always tension in the bedroom and when you're telling stories, you're always going to stay interested. Right? And that was the example that I used inside the RC inner circle. They thought it was funny. They thought, and they resonated with it. So that's an analogy for that. Second thing is keep people on their toes. So I guess you could possibly just say that I kept you on your toes by making an inappropriate joke, which is a very powerful thing that you can do in order to keep people interested. And really, like, storytelling is basically going through these 14 stages while making sure that you always keep open loops and keep people on their toes. Now, obviously, this is to be used like salt, right? Not too much, not too little. If you just say outlandish shit for 20 minutes, like, people are going to be like, this guy's an idiot. So, you know, you got to make sure that, like, you're not just like, you got to use it like sparingly, right? If you're like doing way too much, like you're just saying way too many unexpected things, like, it all of a sudden it becomes expected. Okay. Now, what I wanted to do with you guys, because last masterclass that I did, there were some people, I think it's right here. Yeah. So last masterclass that I did, I talked about, I told a story about me dumping my girlfriend, and how, you know, why I lost motivation in that relationship, and why I never lose motivation in business ever. Right. And for those of you guys, well, I see a lot of similar faces right here that I do at the top of my screen right now. So those of you guys who are on that call, you remember this. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to break down, and I'm going to play the first 2 or 3 minutes of this call, and I'm going to pause it whenever I open a loop, close a loop, say unexpected things, and you guys will see like what this looks like in action. You guys will see how I am just going through the 14 stages of a story, while, you know, twinkling in open loops and unexpected things. So it will make, can you guys hear this okay? Not one, probably only going to take me probably 10 minutes to deliver this across, but I guarantee that if you listen and implement on these next 10 minutes, it will make as big, if not bigger, of an impact on your life than it has to mine. And to kind of put this into perspective, I literally had nothing going for me last year. I had all of my agency clients had literally talking about the backstory, right? And also opened a loop by saying, you know, opened a loop with my hook in the beginning. Guns pointed at me, wanting to sue me for every dollar that I had. There's another open loop. Guns pointing at me, wanted to sue me. You guys don't know why. You guys don't know what I did. And make sure that I was never going to operate a company again. And I found the motivation to stick through it. And eventually, you know, if I didn't, none of you guys would be here together on this call. And so who here was on Monday's call? Okay. So you remember, so on Monday's call, I forget why. Oh, Ahmed was complaining about something. What I talked about, how like nobody gives a fuck about your feelings. Nobody gives a fuck about your emotions, all that kind of stuff. The only thing that they care about, you know, is like the inputs that you put in that'll lead to the outputs. And in order to get my point across, I mentioned the fact that I broke up with my girlfriend. Well, we got back together. I'm just joking. We didn't. Right. Unexpected thing to keep you guys interested. But this actually stems, that event in my life actually gave birth to this masterclass. Open loop. Because over the last 2 days, I've definitely done some reflecting on that scenario. And I asked myself the question. I was like, okay,
why did I give up? Because really I was the one who gave up on that relationship. Even though like there was never a problem, right? It was as easy could be. She let me hang out with the boys. I literally lived my life, grew my businesses. Like I barely hung out with her, right? So why did I give up on that? Where, you know, like in the business world, like fucking shit ton of problems. So much harder, so much easier to lose motivation. And there's another open loop. Reason why I realized that I gave up on that relationship actually stemmed from an event that happened roughly 6 months ago. And she cheated on me. I'm just joking again. But we did chat. See, and there's another unexpected thing. So you can see now this in action, where I go through the 14 stages of a story. I'm talking about backstories while constantly creating loops, like basically putting questions into your mind, but then not answering them. Okay. And saying this to you guys now, you know, it sounds like I'm a evil person, right? But like what happens when you get really good at telling stories, I don't even think about this, right? When you have enough repetitions in the same way that like, you know, Messi or somebody can, you know, do crazy shit in soccer and like, they don't even like think about it. Like, that's just what happens. Right. So I like right now I'm at the point where it's like, I don't even try to do all this kind of stuff. And it's not until I review calls or things like that, that I realize like, oh, like that's exactly, you know, what I'm doing. Right. Like I'm just trying to educate and entertain you guys. But what's end up happening is like, I'm, you know, keeping things unexpected, keeping things on your toes, and, you know, constantly opening loops. Now, the last thing I wanted to go over was 3 bonus storytelling tips that can make or break your ability to tell good stories. So the first one is emotional effort. Okay. How you deliver your story can make or break how good the story is, right? If you are monotone and if you don't show interest in your story, the person listening won't show interest in it either, right? That's just like a basic human psychology thing. Now, what you should be doing is you should be matching what's happening within the story with your tonality. So when you're watching me tell that story again about how I, you know, told, you know, how I found all this motivation. I was like, you know, I found all this motivation, like all this kind of stuff. And then when I talk about something, it's like, well, it actually stemmed from an event that happened 6 months ago. I lowered my tonality to match, you know, this part of the story that I was telling. Okay. Bonus storytelling tip number 2 is to be honest. Like, don't lie. It's very hard to get away with lying in your stories, especially if you're doing it to prospects, right? If you want to lie to some chick at the bar that you're never going to see again, go for it. I don't really think, whatever, right? But if you're going to lie in your stories to somebody who you're then going to begin to work with and like all that kind of stuff, I promise you, it will come back to bite you hard in the long run. So it's easy to tell when people are lying. You use stories to build trust. This destroys it, right? There's things that people do when they're lying about a story that they don't do when they're telling the truth. Like they don't typically, like, when you're lying, you tell a story, you're not typically, you know, talking about using your hands a lot, right? If you're saying and pausing every 30 seconds, or no, sorry, every 3 seconds, how does this person not know his own story, right? These are things that people can tell, and it will cause them to lose trust in you, as opposed to what we're trying to do, which is gain trust. Now, the last thing is, you know, it's the hardest one to do, but it's to do shit, right? The crazier shit that you do, the better stories that you'll have to tell, right? And there's no ways to get around that. And the only way that you can, you know, use that is just remember, like just send it, like just take risks, like do funny things, like just because, like, you know, the amount of stories that I relate to the business world when I'm trying to help somebody or, you know, do something like that, from like something that happened while I was on the boat or playing golf with my friends on the weekend, and we tried to do something stupid. And then, you know, and then I'm able to like take that and turn it into like a lesson or something like that. Like if I was, you know, somebody who just sat there sucking on my thumb all afternoon, I would have no stories to tell. Right. And the more stories that you have to tell, like the reason why, let's be honest, one of the main, obviously there's more than just this reason, but one of the main reasons why Andrew Tate has completely blown up recently, because that guy has some crazy freaking stories to tell. Arrested, shot at, 10 chicks in the bedroom. Like, he's always got some crazy thing to say and always some crazy story to tell. And that's why so many people like him, right? That's why he's so interesting. That's why he's built this following. That's why he's built, that's why, a huge reason as to why he's become what he's become, right? But if he didn't have those stories to tell, even if they're unrelated to business or, personal stories or anything like that, he probably wouldn't be anywhere near the level of, success that he's had and whatnot, right? Because anybody can, hop on stage and start spewing crazy shit, right? But it's like when you have like the stories to back it up and like all this kind of stuff, like that's when you become believable. That's when you become credible. So it's just, always having that thing in mind. It's like, when you go into something or you're scared to do something, instead of, like just having the lens of like, well, this is either going to work or there's going to be one hell of a story. Right. And like, obviously it's not the easiest thing to do because like, I've obviously been through this myself. It's like when I was going through what felt like hell last year, right? When I was, all the lawsuit, like all that shit was going on. I wasn't sitting here thinking like, damn, this is going to be a great story to tell. Damn, the RC boys are going to love this story. No. Right? RC didn't even exist. Right? But as a result of going through that experience, now in hindsight, when shit hits the fan, like I remember about a month ago, I was in Vegas, but I was working during the day. It wasn't like a Vegas trip, but I was in Vegas. And I was on the phone with Alex. And I honestly, shit was hitting the fan. Like there's a lot of problems going on in our life. And I was pacing around the Vegas hotel room, right? Fucking swearing at the phone. And he's like, yo, this is gonna be one crazy story to tell when we talk about how you're sitting here in Vegas, pacing around the bedroom with absolutely no idea what to do, right? In hindsight, we sorted our shit out and now it's a great story that we tell and we laugh about. So yeah. So that's how you tell good stories. And that's how you tell stories that help you build trust and help you get what you want. Guess I'll open this up for some Q&A about your own storytelling abilities or questions or, how to convey anything when it comes to telling stories.
Like the thing is, I'm having this contradiction right now where with my story, I feel like I'm being too honest or like I'm like already the stage is like this and I'm getting myself more down. I feel like I'm not giving that authoritative figure that yes, I'll get you results, bro.
What are you saying?
Do you think telling too much of the story, saying too much of your story is making me down maybe?
What are you saying?
Nothing. I just
because there's a difference between like if you're just like shitting on yourself and it shows that you're not confident,
no.
You're done, right? But if you're like telling your story as in like this is where I used to be, it shouldn't, no matter how bad you were, right? Like Grant Cardone was addicted to drugs at one point at 25 years old, right? That doesn't, people don't look at it and, oh, you're just a drug addict now.
Okay. It's not okay. It's not exactly negative, but I thought they will feel like, oh, it's just a kid.
So what do you say?
So I have like a few pictures of my previous hustles. So yeah, it's basically I did video content for some restaurants and I did short form content for Sebastian Georgiou, and then I'm here now.
Did you actually do short form content for Sebastian Georgiou?
Yeah, but he didn't fucking respond.
Oh. Okay. I would more talk about various side hustles, because the one thing that you do, like if you were, I like to use the dating analogy because I find that it really makes just like a bunch of sense with people. Like it just, I find that, and it's so relatable to business. Okay. So that is why I always bring this up. But if you were talking to a girl and she was like,
yeah, so I slept with this guy on Saturday, but I didn't really like him. So then I slept with this guy on Tuesday, and I didn't really like him. But I realized that I'm into people just like you. So what are you doing Friday? You'd be like, ugh. Right? And if we talk about like, yeah, so I tried this and I failed, and I tried this and I failed, and I tried this and I failed, and I tried this and I failed. It could potentially come across as, oh, well, this one's gonna fail too. Right? And so if that's the case, like from the prospect, it's like, if you've only ever, if you're, you're 4 failures in and you're on your first month of like your 5th attempt, you're going to be like, well, how do we know this one isn't going to be like the first 4? And so in that case, what I would do is I would talk about various side hustles that you've had in the past, and maybe, relate to the people that, or why they didn't work, is to, give them an excuse for not working, right? I fell out of love. Like, I realized this isn't what I'm going to do. Like something that's more an internal excuse as to why they didn't work, not that I just failed because I couldn't figure out how to, create short form content for Sebastian Georgiou. Right? We want it to be more of like a blame it on like an external feeling, like I fell out of interest, like
I'm not that honest. I'm just telling him that, yeah, bro, I've been outside, I'm doing shit. Not like, oh, I failed. I just tell him that, yeah, this is what I did, this is what I did, this is how I ended up here.
And then then the main thing that I would focus on is like the internal side of things, right? Or the internal desires that you have and the internal transformations that you're after.
To like my goals and what was going through my mind throughout the stages.
Yeah, like why did you want to do this, right? Because it's like, the simplest way to look at this, and I remember one of the guys that joined RSC, his plan is to hit 100K. I'm like, bro, fuck you need 100K a month for? What are you gonna do with $100,000 a month? And the reason why he wants to make 100K is because then he wants to take all his money and go back to his home country, which is like Tanzania, somewhere in like Africa. And he wants to do this huge charity fund in where he grew up. Right. That's a much better, so that side of him, touched, and I started to really relate and trust and, like this guy a lot more than when he hopped on the call and said, oh, I want to make because I was like, yeah, I've heard that a million times.
Yeah, I use another story actually. I talk about my dad, like I want to retire him, and I talk about his, like, how my dad came from a really poor town and how he came to here. So that's like one of my real desires I talk about.
So another thing is too, it's like, it's not just I want to retire my dad, it's I want to retire my dad because.
Yes, because yeah, it's always so.
Right. It's not, oh, I want to retire my dad. Yeah, I want to make a mill and retire my mom. Okay, yeah, that's literally everybody who's ever watched an Andrew Tate video in their life, right? But it's like, why? Like, well, maybe my mom immigrated me and she worked 3 jobs for through my entire childhood, and now I want to make sure that she never has to work again, right? And every time I see her at the dinner table overworked and underfed, while I sit there with a mouthful of food, it breaks my heart, right? But she's not even hungry because she's so stressed about work. And so my goal is to retire her one day, right? So she never has to do that again, and she can live the life that she's worked much harder than I ever have or ever will to achieve. Right? That's
Bro, you're too good at this, man.
Well, that's just like a random, yeah. I mean, that was a lie. I don't think that's, I just made that one up at the top of my head. But that's how I would talk about it. I wouldn't just say, oh, I want to retire my mom, because it's like, yeah, I've heard that a million times.
Got it.
If anybody has any cues, just speak up. I will chill.
I have some questions because, like, a lot of my stories, I feel like would make them trust me a lot less, and they're very recent. So,
let me before you even say this, we had a guy in the RC inner circle. Do you know what Asperger's is?
Who?
Do you know what Asperger's is?
No.
Okay, it's like a form of autism.
Okay. Oh yeah. I know what that is.
Yeah. So we had a guy inside of RC inner circle who had autism. Has autism. And he felt the exact same thing.
And then he started telling people that he does have autism. And like literally overnight.
Okay, but it's not like those, like it's like.
No, I know, but I'm saying it's like admitting something like that made him more money.
Yeah, but that's like an inspiration story. Like mine isn't very good. So I feel like it's not really like,
okay, let me
if I tell him, it's just gonna make him like lose trust. Is like what I feel.
Okay, well here, we're gonna come up with this right now. Okay, so what is your story that you tell people?
Well, I'd like don't even mention it, but like my story, I used to be into like a bunch of like bad shit and just like like going out, like passing out like 3 times a week, like tattooing myself.
Right now.
What?
Aren't you 15 right now?
Yeah, that was like 2 months ago.
Okay. So continue.
So if I mention that stuff, I feel like I'm gonna lose trust. The only way I can think about it is like, yeah, like I realized how bad all this shit was and I try to like turn my life around. So that's why I'm like doing what I'm doing now. And I've been focused on this for like a few months now, but like that doesn't sound very, like I feel like they would just lose trust. Like it just seems like not good for my part.
This is the exact same story that Layla Hermosi, you know Layla Hermosi?
Yeah.
This is literally her story.
I didn't know her story though. That's her story?
Yeah, she did the same thing. She was the same way before she met Alex.
Okay.
And then she almost died. And that night, she woke up in her parents' place. And then her dad sat her down and is like, you're either going to change or you're going to die. And that was like her make or break moment. And then she went on and started working out and ended up becoming Layla Hermosi as we know her.
So I have to find like the switch that like turn everything around for me and then try to use that to my advantage.
The thing is you're telling the backstory, but you're not telling the transformation.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Like you told the backstory, but you have to also tell the epiphany that you had, the transfer. You have to go through the 5 stages of the story, right? Because if you just tell, oh, yeah, so I was a degenerate 2 months ago. Now, they don't really have a reason to believe that you're not a degenerate anymore.
So I have to find the switch, like the transformation, and then use that to my advantage to be like, yeah, like this is why I couldn't do this anymore. And I like dedicated my life to changing and like trying to do better for myself, for my family, basically.
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you.
Hey Dylan, I've got one question. But before that, I want to say thank you for like this lesson. I noticed that there was one very important thing that was missed. In fact, 2. It was the backstory and the epiphany, which is like the context, right? And the context is very important. I realized I didn't have any of that when I was telling my stories. It was just straight up story. But I want to thank you for that. But I have one question though. How long would you recommend me saying my story for? Because there's a duration of time before they start getting bored and stuff, right? So like how long would you?
Open loops and unexpected things will keep them engaged. Right. Now, the only answer to that question is, tell your story for as long as you can keep somebody engaged for. Right. Like there's a reason why you'll sit and watch a 2-hour movie. Right. Because they keep you engaged the entire time. Right. Now, like when I would tell stories on sales calls and stuff, when I do tell stories on sales calls, I may talk for 15 minutes.
Oh.
And the person will be like, I'll admit, not too long ago, there's one really got like emotional on the call because they like related with it so much. Right. And it was like a 15-minute story. Right. Now, I'm also, you learn over time like how to read the room. Right. Like you can kind of tell like if this person's interested or not. If the person's not interested, I'll get it out quicker. But really like opening loops and unexpected things are going to be what keeps people engaged. And so basically like the only answer to that is for as long as people, are engaged.
Okay.
And the better you get at storytelling, the longer you'll be able to keep them engaged. And the longer that you keep them engaged, the more, the more powerful your story will become. Right. Because if it's just like, oh yeah, this guy was broke and now he's rich. that's not as inspiring as if you get the full context of him being broke and the full context of where he is now.
That's true. So like you'd say just keep on saying it for however long they look like they're interested in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's something where it's like there's no like magic. If prospect looks to the left, that means end your story. Like there's nothing like that, right? So it's very just like, a gut feeling. The better that you get at opening loops and always making sure that the prospect has an unanswered question in their mind, and then also sprinkling some unexpected things to, make them laugh a little bit, the better, the longer that you'll be able to keep them in. Another thing is too, which I guess I forgot to mention, when you guys are saying those unexpected things, right? You have to make sure that they're relatable and like your prospect will actually appreciate them, right? When I hop on a call with a bunch of boys, I can make a sex joke because we're, teenager and 20-year-old guys, right?
Yeah.
If I was hopping on a call with a 56-year-old med spa owner, I wouldn't make the same joke.
Yeah, fair enough.
It wouldn't land the same, it wouldn't have the same effect, right? So when you were doing that, like another thing is too, is like making sure that like you do like the joke does resonate with the person as well, because that ultimately will also allow you to be able to go on for longer while keeping the prospect engaged.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
No worries.
Dylan, I have a sort of an unrelated question to the topic for today, not gonna lie, but just actually kind of a nerdy question too. But long story short, I'm into like computer programming and stuff like that. And I was actually wondering, because I sat down with a friend yesterday who like does all this stuff as well, and he's like far ahead, more even than I am. And I was discussing, do you think it's, I guess, plausible and it would actually do well to make a software that basically does the most important, I guess you can say, quote unquote, features that high level does? And I was specifically thinking of like, for example, the pipeline section, like the opportunity section, the automation, of course. And what else, I guess, I have it written down. I forgot what else, but basically the very significant features that high level has, right? And like not all the extra stuff that's like very fancy.
Yeah.
And obviously price it like significantly lower, right? And basically just get like the crumbs of the market, right? I know this is like very unrelated. Sorry.
Yes, contingent on one thing.
Okay.
That like you get help and or partner with somebody who can who has experience marketing and selling it, right? Because actually, let me are any of you guys subscribed to my email list? Did you guys get my email yesterday?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I sent out an email yesterday, and some people liked it, so I'll read it out for you guys. And it basically it'll help me get to my point here for you. Where is it? Be bad, make money. Okay. This is also, as I'm reading this, look for the times when I say unexpected things and I create loops and open them up. Okay. So title is Be Bad, Make Money. How much money you make has nothing to do with how good you are. Have you ever been to the bar? I have many times, LOL. And I noticed something funny. I see guys with their life in shambles. They're broke, they're fat, and they're ugly. Yet they still pull 9s and leave the 10s for me. But why? Surely it's not going to go over well when they ask the waitress to split up the $36 bill. So how do they still pull as a brokey? Well, because they focus on the girl. They know what the girls want and they make them believe that they can deliver. Newsflash, people only find out if you're actually good until after they paid you or have had sex with you. So that should be worried about after you get paid. These guys don't talk about the car they drive, where they go to school, or what they had for breakfast. No, they talk about how they're going to give the girl an amazing night. They make the girl feel special. They say what she wants to hear, and funny enough, they end up being the real winner. The lesson here is to not talk about all the fancy things that you do because your prospects do not care. And they will leave you for the guy who simply just promised an amazing night. Stay hungry, fellas. P.S. Don't chase girls and don't chase prospects. It means they're running from you.
So the reason I said that is because you could go and create the best product in the world. You could drive the fanciest car in the world. You could have the best, you could be the best individual in the world. But like, until we master the ability, or really get good at the ability to like market and sell, to give people what they want, it would be very hard to, like, a SaaS is a very hard thing to get off the ground.
For sure.
Right? So
yeah,
if I were you, what I would do is I would devote 80% of your time to the agency, 70 to 80% of the time to your agency, 20 to 30% of the time to building this on the back burner.
Yeah.
Almost treat this as like a side hustle or like a passion project.
Which it is. Like it really is. Like it's not like I'm going all in on this, but yeah.
Yeah. As you build up your agency and learn how to promise the girl an amazing night and not worry about, the fancy car you drive and all that kind of stuff, then you can take that skill and you can go sell and start any company.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. Sounds good. Yeah. Thank you.
No worries.
Oh, and just as a side note, sorry, real quick, that this will probably take a while, of course. And it's like I said, like I just sat down with my friend, I hadn't seen him in a while, and we just like just throwing ideas out there, and that's kind of when I pitched, because I'm like doing all this stuff now.
Well, but when this comes into fruition,
yeah,
I have when this comes into fruition, I have literally thousands of potential customers for you.
Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that everyone in RSC is gonna get a lifetime free membership. I got you guys if I make it work. All right, so we'll get there first. It'll take a year probably, but we'll see. But I'm just letting you guys. No more high level subscription. No, all love the high level though. They're really good, but either way, I just wanted to say that.
That's sweet. What else we got? Adam, you said F. Is that fail or we're supposed to be Q?
No, it was relating to something you said. It's out of context now.
Question unrelated to the current topic, but about Facebook ads. Q, is it all right to increase an ad set budget by 100% at once, or should you do it? If your ads, if it's like a low ad budget, like $10, you can double it. But don't double it from like 100 to 200. Andres?
It's about my advertisement. So my CPM is high and I have a broad range. So I assume it's the interest that's causing it. I'm in the fitness niche and I have like a 28 CPM or something like that, which I think is like really high, right?
Well, it's only $3 over, so it's not like really high. Now
is it like worth changing?
Well, how's the ad doing?
It has 2 leads at like a $6.50 cost per lead. In the first 2 days on a $10 budget.
$12.
So like I shouldn't change it yet, but like if it continues like this, then I should change it like tomorrow.
Yeah, but not right now. You've only spent $12.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so getting into some objection handling here, how to overcome the only 3 objections that you'll ever run into on a sales call. So every objection, no matter if it's I need to talk to my partner, I need to think about it, too much money, whatever the case may be, they stem from one of 3 false beliefs. Remember, people believed 100% of what you were saying was true, they would buy 100% of the time, okay? So every objection stems from one of 3 false beliefs. False belief number 1 is they don't believe in the vehicle or the mechanism, right? They don't believe in Facebook ads. They don't believe in Go High Level, or maybe they don't believe in you, okay? Number 2, they don't believe in themselves, right? They don't believe that, even if you were to get them all these leads, they wouldn't be able to close the leads. Right? Even if you were able to, get them all these clients, they wouldn't be able to service these clients, right? There's something about themselves. They have a lack of belief in themselves, which is causing them to object moving forward with you. And the third one is they don't believe in their situation, also known as an external false belief. They don't believe that they have enough money. They don't believe that they have enough time. They don't believe that because of something that is going on in their current situation, that they will be able to find success with your offer. Okay, so in order to overcome these objections, we must first understand why they have these beliefs. Like, why was this even formed in the first place? Okay, so beliefs are formed in one of two ways: experiences that we've had and stories that we've been told for sources we trust. Okay, my question to you: why do you believe that the sky is blue? Because you woke up one day, you went outside, you looked up in the sky, and the sky was blue. That was an experience that you had, and now you believe that the sky is blue. Okay? Now, why do you believe, or maybe you don't, but why do you believe that we sent a man to the moon? Right? Because you heard a story about the man who landed on the moon from a source that you trust. Okay? Now, in order for me to rewrite those beliefs, I'm going to show you what you would have to do, right? Here is how you rewrite people's beliefs. So in order to rewrite people's beliefs, you must first establish trust with them and then tell them a new story relating to their current false belief. Okay, so introducing the story log, and this is going to be your homework. This is going to be your objection handling masterpiece. This is going to be your little key that you keep on your sales calls. You can have it up on your calendar, or maybe you write it down on a piece of pen and paper and you have it just sitting there on your desk, right? It's not a script, not anything like that, but this is going to help you overcome so many more objections than you've ever been able to come before, okay? So you're going to create a story log, and at the end of this, there's going to be some homework, which is going to be to create one of these, right? And you're going to simply put 3 simple things. False beliefs. So what is the objection that you're hearing? Why do people have that objection? Like, what is the story or the experience that they had in order to, in order to believe that? And what is a new story that you can tell them? Okay. So an example of this, let's say we're talking about the RC inner circle, right? False belief is, oh, this won't work for me, right? Because I spent X dollars on programs and I'm still stuck, right? Well, I would simply tell them the story about Simon, an inner circle member who invested $40,000 in programs before. Right? He joined the inner circle. He saw right away that it was nothing like Charlie Morgan. It was nothing like Iman Gadzhi. It was nothing like any of those mass market programs, right? It was a small, tight-knit community of winners who helped him daily, and he found success, right? Or I don't have enough money, right? And maybe they believe that because their bank account is empty, right? I could tell them about an RSC member who had to split up payments using what he had. And I'm not going to reveal his name, just keep him safe. But 2 months later, he hit 10.4K a month, right? And he came from absolutely nothing. He had nothing to his name, right? And I could tell them that story so they could be like, oh, somebody who'd been in my situation before, went through this and had that, found success, right? Now I believe that it is possible, okay? Or another one is, I don't believe that I'm capable. Right? Maybe they failed at drop shipping. They failed at multiple business models in the past, right? Well, I'll tell them a story about Ishmael, right? Ishmael had 9 failed businesses before starting his SMMA. He joined the inner circle and he hit 16K a month in 5 months, right? Somebody who had failed 9 times in a row with every single business model you could think of hit 16K a month in 5 months. Right? So I would tell them that story if I was in a situation where I had to sell the RC inner circle for whatever reason. Maybe I was broke as a joke and I needed some money, spent it all on OnlyFans subscriptions or whatever it may be, whatever I get myself into, and I needed to sell RSC inner circle. This is exactly what I would do. And you could see if you had any of these objections, right, and I paired that up with a story, right, assuming that we had to establish trust first, you'd be like, huh. Right? And guess what? You would be coming to your own conclusion, right? It wouldn't be me combating objections head on, right? Because that's not a good way about doing things, right? Combating objections head on, is just going to increase your sales resistance. It's going to increase the sales pressure. It's going to, get your prospects guard up. But if you simply just tell them a story, it doesn't feel like you're providing any pressure. You're just simply telling stories, right? And they are coming to their own conclusions that, your offer is the best thing for them, okay? So here's some real life examples that I used when I was running my gym agency, okay? So if I ever got hit with the, oh, Facebook ads don't work objection, right? And the story and experience that they ran through was that they tried Facebook ads in the past and they wasted money, which I got all this one all the time. And I would simply tell them this story. So, I was working with this one gym. They hired a bunch of videographers, but ad costs kept going up. I sent an email to my client explaining that we need a new video, but they didn't want to pay for another video and offered to take a video themselves. The video was terrible. I almost didn't upload the video. And it ended up being the best performing campaign to date. Ever since then, we have focused on organic looking ads and basic textile ads. And our cost per lead benchmark went from $15 a lead to $3 a lead. right? And so most gyms said, oh yeah, we tried, we had professional video and it didn't work, and Facebook ads don't work. And I'm like, yeah, I know, because I used to do that same thing too, right? And you pair that false belief up with a story, and then you show them that this is the new opportunity, right? This is the new way of doing it. This is the epiphany, right? Or objection, low quality leads. Maybe they tried Facebook ads in the past and they got low quality leads, right? Well, the story that I would tell them is when I was working with this one gym and I was in the planning stages of a campaign, I insisted we raise the prices up from $144 to $600, but they responded with a long email explaining that everyone is poor and they can't afford it, or they're rich and they go to a country club, right? So nobody's going to pay $600 for our gym, right? After back and forth, we settled on approximately $400, but we changed their offer. Instead of associating price with number of sessions, we created a value results-based defined end program. We stacked a bunch of value. We launched this and we closed 70% of leads. Not 70% of calls, not 70% of appointments, 70% of leads. Okay, it wasn't the price that was the problem, right? It wasn't the price as to why they had to arm wrestle people for $144. It was the positioning and the value, right? And that's when they learned that people will price shop for what they need, health, but pay a premium for what they lust for, their high school body back, right? And so whenever I got the objection, I've tried Facebook ads in the past, I got low quality leads, I would simply tell them this story, right? Or I don't have the time, right? And maybe their experience is that they're already behind on tasks. Well, I tell them a story about a new client relationship that I started with some successful serial entrepreneurs. There's 5 businesses between the 2 founders. Everything checked out except for the consultation time commitment, right? They said that we cannot take on consultations. We cannot do sales calls. We cannot do sales appointments. It won't work, and our staff suck at sales. Okay, so then I asked them, what makes people stay and pay a premium, I asked. And they said, once their foot in their door, they're good. Right? We just need to get their foot in the door, right? They will see how high quality of a gym we run. Okay. What if I promote one free class, takes no additional time out of you and your team, and it gets people in the door, right? We launched it and things took off and the owners didn't even have to be there. Okay. So that's how, pairing up stories and how to overcome the only 3 objections using storytelling and making the lead or your prospect come to their own conclusion and overcoming the objections themselves in their own head. So you don't even have to do it. You don't even have to hard sell them. This is exactly how you do it. Okay. So your homework is to fill out your own objection eliminator story log sheet and keep it handy on sales calls. So we've created a worksheet for you. You can see it here. So you're going to simply come in here, write down what the objection is, write down why that objection was formed, why that false belief happened, and then a new story that you can tell. We've created 5 for each one, but obviously simply you can come here, right click, and then insert one row below if you have more objections that you want to be handling, right? You should constantly be updating this, and you should also be keeping this handy.
All right, so now we're going to share the inbound acquisition system that you can use to get clients coming to you without having to build an audience or without spending money on paid ads.
All right, so in your Notion, you come down to here, generate inbound leads with leverage, inbound acquisition system for agencies. You can see that right here. Okay. So basically, this is what I have been doing. It's been working quite well for me. This is what some of the guys inside the inner circle we've been getting to implement. Typically, we've been doing it in the inner circle with guys that are a little bit more of an advanced level, so 10, 15, 20, 30K a month mark. The reason why we're doing it with them is because we're doing this a little bit more of like advanced methods of this. But what I'm going to be doing for you guys is breaking it down for the basic level, like how to do it if you're under 2K a month, how to do it yourself and all that kind of stuff. So who here was on the call yesterday or last week when I asked you guys how many YouTube videos you watched before subscribing? Right?
Me.
You guys were on that call, right? And you guys remember what you guys were saying, right? 3 videos, 4 videos, et cetera, to hit subscribe, which costed you $0, had a completely no risk guarantee, yet you had to watch 4 videos to make sure that it was going to be worth your while, right? And then what I told you guys last week is, yet you're out here trying to close people on $1,000 deals after they get 1 DM, see 1 post, and stumble across 1 ad or open 1 cold email. Okay. So then the next concept we have to look at is like the hunter versus the farmer, right? So if you ask somebody, it's like, oh, who would you rather be in this photo, right? If I had to guess, a lot of you would actually choose that guy, right? He looks cooler, right? But who wakes up in the morning happier, right? Who do you think is, has more fulfillment in life? Who do you think is less stressed? Who do you think has a better family life? Who do you think has, a better life in regards to like what we actually desire, right? Well, it's obviously this guy over here. And the thing about the hunter is, the hunter is always going to be worried about his next meal. If the hunter does not hunt, like if he doesn't go out and he doesn't kill something, he doesn't eat, like he does not eat, right? He's literally living the rat race, right? He also must expand energy in order to hunt, right? So if he wants to go and, eat, if he wants to go and, get what he wants, he has to put in effort to make that happen. And he also has no leverage, right? He's one guy with one gun. He can only kill one animal at a time. The farmer, on the other hand, right, he will have 6 to 12, who knows how many months of food ready in advance. The food literally comes to him. It grows in his backyard. He never goes hungry. He expends very little energy in order to harvest his food. And he creates a bunch of leverage. He has animals that breed themselves. He has, food or crops that grow themselves, all that kind of stuff. Right. So even though the hunter might look cooler, the hunter, you might have better social media posts and whatnot. If I had to choose between one of these guys, I would obviously choose the farmer. Right. And that basically breaks down, the old growth model, which I know we talked about last week, but I'll go over here again, which is, we generate attention through paid ads, social media outreach, cold email, cold call, organic content, etc. From that attention, we straight up book a call. Did they close? If the answer is no, the prospect fucks off and you guys never speak again. If they did close, then the relationship forms and you make money. And I think I shared with you guys these stats last week, but this is stats from an old sales coach of mine. But 5% of people close the first time. 5% of people close the first time you get in contact with them. 45% of people close within 6 months. And 50% of people close after 6 months of your initial contact with them. Therefore, by not implementing the new growth model, you're missing out on 95% of deals. And on the flip side is that if you do implement this, you can scale your business by 20 times. Okay. That is the power of the new growth model, which is the farming method, right? And to break it down, you got your attention, your paid ads, your social media outreach, your cold email, your cold call, your organic content, etc. That all stays the same. The difference is now is instead of just generating attention and then getting them to book a call, you get attention and then you own the attention. Right. And when you own the attention, at that point, the relationship forms. Imagine if every time we hopped on a sales call with our best friend. Imagine how easy sales would be if we already had a pre-established relationship with all our prospects. It'd be a lot easier. Right. And through there, we nurture and educate attention through social media DMs, email lists, communications, short form content, long form content, etc. At that point, they will book a call. They're either going to close or not close. If they close, congratulations, you made money. But if they don't close, that's totally okay, right? Because then they go back and they continue to nurture and educate attention. And they go back into the nurture and educate section, and you continually to build and strengthen that relationship because they will book a call again, right? The amount of times when I was doing this for my own agency, where I would hop on a call with somebody and they wouldn't close, but then I would send them back and I would constantly stay in contact with them. I implemented everything that I'm going to be going through in this DM here, in this system here. And then like 2 months later, they'd hop on another call and it was basically an onboarding call, right? Oh, how you doing? Good. Okay, I'm ready to move forward now. It wasn't a sales call. It was basically an onboarding call where they paid the invoice. Okay. So breaking this down, how to build a farm so you can eat like a king 365 days a year. Step number 1 is to create attention and scale through leverage. So attention refers to people seeing you, your business, and your offer, and this can be generated in a variety of ways. So attention in itself also varies in leverage. Leverage refers to getting more output, more attention with the same amount of input, right? So to increase your leverage, that means like how much effort we put into something is in no correlation to how much output we get of it, right? If we put in this much effort and get this much input, that is low leverage. If we put in this much effort and get this much input or output, that is high leverage, okay? So we can create more leverage to get more attention without working harder or longer in 2 different ways. Number 1 is we use money, right? If we spend more money on ads, we will get more leverage without exerting additional effort. If we spend money to hire editors to post more content, We will get more output without exerting any additional effort. If we upgrade our software so we can send more emails, we will get more output without exerting additional effort. This allows you to, like I was saying, reach more eyeballs without exerting additional effort. Second way is that we just get better, right? If we write better scripts and we have more open rates, like if you're doing cold emails, right? And your current cold email open rate is 50%, but you start writing better scripts with better subject lines, and now your cold email open rate is 70%, you now have more leverage. You now are getting more output with no additional effort, right? You start creating better content that gets more views, more reach, more clicks, more follows. You now are getting more leverage, getting more attention with no additional effort, right? So getting better and using money and leveraging money are the two ways that you can create leverage within your attention, okay? So now here's a list of ways that you can create attention and then increase our leverage, right? So you can create attention through paid ads. You can increase the leverage with the paid ads to get more output without exerting additional effort by creating better ads, spending more money. You can create attention through outreach. You can write better scripts and hire VAs to send more messages to increase leverage. Cold email, write better scripts, upgrade software to send more messages to increase leverage. Cold call, write better scripts, have better training, hire more sales reps to increase leverage. Organic content, create better content, hire a team to create more content. Affiliates, create better training, recruit more affiliates to gain leverage. Word of mouth. Word of mouth, there's an asterisk beside it because word of mouth is a completely different ballgame, which the only way to create word of mouth is to create a better product, right? How you increase leverage by word of mouth is when one person tells two person, who tells three people, who tell four people, right? And that is only going to happen if you create a good product. So I know Alex Hormozy says this all the time. I don't even think he got it from him, but he always talks about this. It's like you can create an okay, you can spend a little bit of time creating an okay product and then spend a lot of time marketing it. Or you can spend a lot of time creating a really good product and basically never have to, and it'll market itself for the rest of your life, right? Leverage, okay? Step number 2 is to own the attention, okay? So owning attention is when you collect some form of contact information, which allows you to build a list that you own, right? And whether it's a list, a following, an audience, whatever that is, the key part is like owning it, right? And so, owning something, like owning an audience refers, like, it doesn't have to be, it doesn't even have to always be like tangibly own it, right? Let's put it this way, for example, we have 4,200 followers on my YouTube channel, right? I don't really own my YouTube subscribers, but if YouTube came to me and said, hey, Dylan, we're shutting your account down tomorrow, and I went and posted a YouTube video saying, hey guys, YouTube is shutting my account down tomorrow, go subscribe to me on Rumble, I would get thousands of subscribers overnight, right? Because I might not own the actual subscribers, but I own the audience, okay? So there's a variety of ways that you can own attention. Lead magnets, prospect gives you email in exchange for value. Outreach lead magnet, right? Prospect gives email in exchange for more info. So what that could look like is, when you offer to send more info via email, right? When you offer a value loom, where can I send this loom to, right? You created a video for them. Like, however, like there's a bunch of different ways that you can use to generate, use outreach lead magnets, in the cold email scripts and all that kind of stuff. We have a bunch of them there. Outreach farming. So this is what we kind of touched on last week, where VA adds all accounts to a contacted list. And I've created an RSC inbound farming sheet for you guys here, which I'll go into when we get into the nurture and educate section part of this masterclass. Another one is like a free community. Hold on, get muted. Another one is a free community, right? You start a free community, invite leads in and prospects to join that free community, because then you begin to own that community. Social media, you consistently post content like I do on YouTube, and you build a following over time. Okay, so this is owning the attention, which is step number 2, right? Remember, we generate the attention, then we own the attention, right? This is the part that's missing with the hunter growth model, right? At no point is the attention owned. There's no point do we build any assets here. It's just simply we generate attention, we book the call, they close or don't. Okay, so once we've owned the attention, it's time to nurture and educate the attention. Okay, so once you have your attention owned in the form of subscribers, followers, email list, community, etc., you must focus on 3 things: providing value, showing results, and being consistent. So how you provide value, you educate them, right? How you build trust is you show results, right? Educating them, showing trust, building trust, make sure they never forget who you are. Pretty self-explanatory there. So what is going to be of more value though, is I'm going to give you guys a breakdown of how to accomplish these 3 pillars, educating them, building trust, and making sure they never forget who you are through different lead farming methods. So number 1 is an email list. Like let's say you have an email list, whether it's from an outreach lead magnet or a lead magnet or a traditional lead magnet, right? You have your email list, you send out 2 to 4 emails a week, you provide consumable value, right? And you might be wondering, like, what is consumable value? Well, type a 1 in the chat if you've ever like watched content or like you watched a YouTube video and it like seems kind of cool, but like you don't really learn anything, and it's just like, oh, like that kind of wasted that was kind of cool, but it like kind of wasted my time, right? Like there's no like actionable thing that you can take, right? It's very popular. Like what people will do is like they'll read some book, right? And they'll just like regurgitate everything that's on the book, right? And it's like they do that, but it's like you don't really learn anything, et cetera, et cetera. And so, hold on, just getting this thing out of the way. And so what consumable value is, like consumable value in its short form, like in its a good example, it's like what we're doing right now is consumable value, right? Like I'm giving you step-by-step process that you guys can follow and implement as of today. I'm giving you guys, where is it? Somewhere in this thing. I'm giving you guys like lead like what are the things I'm looking for? Oh, like these sheets and whatnot, right? I'm giving you guys things that you guys can actually implement as of today, right? And so that's when I talk about consumable value, it's like you want to be giving value that people can like actually take action on immediately and improve their life as a result of it, right? So not theories, not textbook ideas, not like wishy-washy, woo-woo stuff. It's like, here is how to X, step 1, step 2, step 3, right? And then whenever you're doing that, back up those claims with case studies or stories, right? In the beginning, it doesn't necessarily have to be your own case studies. It can be, third-party case studies, or it can be stories, or it can even be, you can even talk about like movies that you watch or things like that. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever watched the movie Catch Me If You Can, but that's something that we talk a lot about when we're working with like beginner agency owners, right? Because, sometimes people come to me and be like, oh, well, I'm not an expert in the auto detailing niche, right? That's totally fine. You don't need to be an expert. You just need to know how to do one thing that your customer does not know how to do, right? I work with people who make millions and millions of dollars a year, right? I am not better than them by any means, but I know how to do one thing that they don't know how to do, and they will pay me for it. Okay. So social media following, consistently posting, providing consumer value, backup claims, outreach forming. So comment, DM value, and praise to prospects 1 or more times per week. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up that sheet so you guys can see that in 1 sec. Get here. So this is in the Notion. You guys all have access to this as well. Let me pull this up here. Hop back onto Zoom here. Okay, so this is the sheet. I want you guys to all start using this sheet as of effective immediately. Okay, so basically what you would do is you'd simply type in your prospect's name, you type in their Instagram account here, their email, their phone number, if you have it, and then when you last contacted them, right? So in the beginning, it was when you sent, maybe your last outreach message, or whenever you had that last form of communication with them, right? And then you can write the statuses, the status in here, whatever status they're at. And then what this is going to do is this is going to automatically add 7 days to whatever date this is, and put your next contact due date. So, right, let's say it's January 1st, and I say, sent them YT video, right? Because I came across an Instagram or a YouTube video that I thought was valuable. I thought it solved a problem that I remember, they were struggling with. So I sent that over to them to provide value. I didn't ask for anything. I didn't, do anything like that. And then, 7 days later, and let's say I did that January 2nd, right? So then when January 9th comes around, I make sure that I go and I contact them again. I comment on their post. I praise them. I send them another piece of value, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. And this is basically how you can track this, keep this thing organized over time. Always have the dates in right. And then making sure, like maybe in the beginning, if we don't have the capital to be able to create leverage by, getting a VA to do this at scale, we can just do this ourselves. We can do this ourselves manually. And then once we begin to make more money, once we begin to be able to create leverage within our company, we can, hire VAs, et cetera, to create more leverage within this system. Okay. So that is the sheet that I've added for that as well, which is where, you know, I talk about comment, DM, value, and praise prospects 1 or more times a week. And the next thing is like a free community, right? So obviously, you guys are all probably in the RSC free community where we're regularly posting value content, couple group calls. You establish like an industry leadership role and making sure that you're always backing everything up with case studies, right? And as you get more advanced, you can begin to combine these together, right? So as long as obviously you guys know at RSC, we do this, we do these 3. I don't do this personally because like I guess like it wouldn't make sense for what we're doing. At this current stage, I did this forever when I was, you know, when I was running my own agencies and whatnot. But right now it doesn't really make sense to do that. So yeah. So step number 4 is to book calls and close them, or don't. That's okay too. And simply just like as you deliver value, you basically simply end things off with the following message. If you want me to help implement this for you so you can dream outcome, schedule a call here. Right. So if you give them a whole bunch of value in whatever form of that is, if you want to help, and then you can just say like, if you want me to help you implement this for you, so you can dream outcomes, so you can, you know, quit your 9 to 5, whatever their dream outcome is, schedule a call here. Okay. Now to give you guys a real life example, I just wanted to share like how we scam you guys at RSC. So it's like attention, we generate attention through organic content, right? I'm just breaking this down of like, you know, showing you like the real life example of what we've been doing here, right? Then we own the attention through emails and discords. Then we nurture and educate attention, right? We have the email value, the free course, first client challenge, accelerator, Discord, Q&A, long form YouTube content, etc. Right? Of that, you know, some people, you know, who find success, see success, you know, they inquire about the inner circle, right? And then through the inner circle, yes or no, if they're not ready yet, if they're not accepted, if they're not qualified, that's totally okay, right? Because then it's the no, they continue to come back into nurture and education. Like I know there's some people on this call that have went 1, 2, 3, got to here, no, and they're back into here, right? There, I know, like I won't say it, but like I know there's people on this call that have gone through, you know, all this kind of stuff, and then through the inner circle, you know, that's when we have like the growth partner conversations, and et cetera, which is like a really kind of what we're you know, after and whatnot, right? And so then to kind of put this into perspective of what this, I did this as a joke. But to kind of put this into perspective of what this would look like is if I was to pull a reverse Uno on you guys, I would say, like, okay, well, if you want me to implement this, so you can scale within your SMMA, you know, apply to join RSC Inner Circle. Can you stop doing that, please? Can you please stop doing that? Thank you. So you can see like how this would look like in your perspective, right? I come down here, I started, you know, I shared case studies, and then I broke down. I just spent a whole bunch of time providing value to you guys and giving you guys, you know, tangible steps of everything that you want to do. So you guys believe that this will get you to your desired result. And then, you know, if I had something, like if this was, you know, if I had something to offer to you guys, I would say, if you want me to implement this, and then boom, I implemented this for this guy who joined the Inner Circle in his first 4 days. You know, they closed somebody on a 5K payment plan and another K on 2K or 2.5K up front. Right. And so that is what this whole thing looks like. As you can see here, you know, there's probably, you know, some of you guys sitting here like, damn, like, man, I, you know, interested in applying to join the Inner Circle so Dylan can implement this for me, right? And that is the, you know, feeling that you want to be creating inside your prospects that can only be done through this entire system right here. Okay. So that is the breakdown of this entire system, right? I got it in the Notion for you guys so you can access this. This masterclass is also being recorded. And I will add this masterclass to this as well, so you guys can rewatch this masterclass as well. But what I will do now is we'll open the floor up for questions, so you guys can ask, you know, questions that are more relevant to your agency or your specific situation about how you can implement this, or changes that you make, or ideas that you have in order to implement and execute, you know, on all the different things that I talked about in this masterclass here today. So if you have a question, drop a Q in the chat and we'll queue them up. Peter, what's up?
What's up, man? So yeah, this seems really cool, but I have a few like questions.
Yeah.
First of all, like when you're supposed to do this to people, put them in the farming sheet, you're only supposed to do it with people that you reach out to that have actually showed like some kind of interest, right? Like you're not supposed to do this to everyone you've contacted, right?
I guess I would describe it as people that were nice to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? They could be no thank you. It could be a no thank you. Like if it's like a screw off, maybe not, right? But if it's a no thank you, best of luck, thanks for the offer, but we're not interested, those people are included, right? People that hopped on a call with you and then no-showed, right? People that went back and forth and then all of a sudden started ghosting you. All those people go into that lead farming sheet. The only ones that don't are the ones that like blatantly said screw off, or the ones that never opened your message.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a lot of those people who've been like, no thanks, but your video was great, or oh no
Yes.
thanks, it
So
seems
all
cool,
those
but we're not
people,
interested.
100%, all those people would go on that sheet. Every
Yeah.
single one of them.
All right. And then also like the type of content that you're supposed to share with them, are you supposed to focus more on if you stumble over some kind of YouTube video that you think would be interesting to them, or should you focus more on stuff like that you do? Like, oh, you can message them like, oh, today I just tried this out with one of my clients. Like, oh, today I just convinced my client to have like it's back end offer when the member comes to the gym, so they can sell them, and it's been working really great. And I thought I'd tell you something like that.
I would only do that. I would only like if you're gonna send that, I would create a video. I wouldn't just type that out.
Yeah.
Because it like, but I would create like a document detailing everything that you did, and then sending them that video, right? I wouldn't like just type that out because then it seems like we're consistently pitching them over and over again. And I would make it very like, value based. Like an example that I have is I was at this mastermind, and do you guys know ClickFunnels?
Yeah.
Okay, so the media buyer of ClickFunnels was at this mastermind, and he was giving like a huge lesson on Facebook ads and whatnot. And he didn't pitch anything. He didn't offer anything. There's no pitching allowed. Like it was just a mastermind that everybody paid to be there. So there was no additional upselling that was going to be done. But he gave like all the sauce on like what he's doing at ClickFunnels. And then literally after he finished this presentation, everybody was saying, I want to hire this guy. 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 He didn't ask. He didn't make an offer. He didn't do any call to actions. And everybody at this mastermind was walking around telling everybody that they wanted to hire this guy. Right. And so that's the kind of effect that you guys want to create within like if you're going to be creating your own videos and then sending them to clients.
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause that's what I was thinking too. Like, how do you avoid not making it seem like you just want to keep on selling them and keep spamming them? Because if I were in their position, like especially now with the RSC making it so saturated and so many people are DMing them, they're just gonna be. I feel like they're just gonna get annoyed. But you have to just make it.
It's like the simplest way to not. It's just like understand. It's like having the right mindset as you go into this. Right? Like if you are sending ADM to try and get them on a call, you're going to have that intent. Like that intent is going to show through and they're not going to be interested. But if you are sending these DMs to build a relationship with them, because you know that if you do this for 500 people, you can have 500 people that know, like, and trust you in the gym space, and you'll never go without, you'll never go with an empty sales calendar again. Right? And you look at it from that perspective, you literally just go in there with the idea of, I'm going to try and provide value to build this relationship, because the relationship is the most important thing that I can have. Because everybody, like pretty much everybody in your industry will at some point need your services.
Yeah.
Right? Like at some point they will need your services. Right. And so if we have the best relationship with them out of all the other agencies in the space, when they do decide that they need your services, they're going to choose you.
Yeah, I get you.
And so that's why it's like the relationship is the most valuable thing that you guys can get out of this.
I get you. Yeah, so when you do these kinds of things, you just gotta always keep in mind that like don't even think about a pitch, just give them value and just try to be helpful.
Yes.
All right, I got you. Thanks, man.
Who we got? Jacob.
All right, so this farming strategy. I like this a lot, and it's been working for me really well so far, and I've only been doing it for a week. But this is a ask, give, and never ask again type of thing until they ask you, right?
Yes. Ask is in like if we're doing the traditional outreach method.
right? If you're doing the standard outreach of like, hop on a call, etc., and they say no, whatever the case is, then it's ask and then give, right? Like at true scale, like if we're, doing this for, when 10K a month, 30K a month, when you reach that level of agency, it's not going to be ask at first. It's just going to be give, and then they're going to ask. But right now we don't have enough leverage. We don't have enough case studies. We don't have enough, all that kind of stuff in order to be able to create attention out of thin air. Right. So in that case, we're going to ask first to create attention and then give until they ask.
Yep. That answers my question. Thank you.
Sweet. I'm good.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I just wanted to ask, I kind of missed the part where you're talking about the free community, right? So when would you say to like build something like that?
The free community is more of an advanced, that's an advanced method of growth.
Right.
Right. Like,
And
in order to do that, you have to be you're gonna have to have a lot of case studies. You're gonna have to be perceived as an industry expert. Because people want like somebody to follow. People want somebody to lead. The only other way is like you can build a community as more of like the recruiter, but then it's like you don't have the frame of a trusted authority. So I would wait until you have a handful of case studies and your agency's off the ground, become very well versed and become an expert in your industry before starting that free community.
right, sounds good. And what do you think about like a community for clients? Because I've seen it's estate.ai, right? Like those guys?
Yeah, and again, like the answer stays the same. It's like yes, 100%. That's an outstanding thing to do, but it's like you'd want at least 25 existing clients before you start that.
Right, sounds good. Thanks.
Right, you want to have 25 existing clients, and what you also really need to have is really good service delivery. Right, because does anybody know? Oh, I left the Discord. There was this Discord. I think it was called SMMA Network. And it was run by this guy named like Nick Erdl or something like that. Type of yes in the chat if you know this guy. Nick Erdl or something like that. Does anybody know him? Okay, a couple of you guys know him. Who saw what happened to his Discord the other day? Anybody? Okay. They went on an absolute revolt because his course sucks and he's like shitty service delivery. He never scaled an agency. Like he turned out like he didn't do what he was saying he was doing. His content, it was like a 497 and it was like not worth nothing. It wasn't worth the whatever, right? And what happened was it was this community-wide revolt against the leader, calling him a scammer. Like, people were in like these huge group chats where they were just like ripping him, like all this kind of stuff, right? And so it's like communities can be like super powerful, contingent on you doing good work, right? So in the beginning, when we're a little bit more rockier in our agency, which is totally normal and totally expected, but it's like until we have like, a whole list of case studies, a whole list of testimonials, and like we're very confident in our service delivery, I wouldn't like a community could be risky because it's like if it doesn't, like if you run into a mistake, it's going to be amplified. Right? That's the best way to describe it. It's like when you have a community, the good you do is amplified and the bad that you do is amplified because everybody's always talking to each other. Right now, on the other hand, is it's like when you have a community at scale, it creates ultimate like leverage, right? When you have like a big community at scale, right? Because the thing that Estate AI can do, and the thing that I know I can also do, I guess you could say, is like what Estate AI does is like when Estate AI has a client that complains, he'll be like, what do you mean? We have 300 clients that are using this exact same system and making a bunch of money. So if we have 300 people that are making a bunch of money using this system and you're not, is the problem the system or is the problem you? Right. And so when you have a community at scale and you do good work, that's like, it becomes like, you can become a bulletproof method as well.
Yep, thanks. That makes a lot of sense.
I just updated my Zoom today, so everything's all different now. But let's see what we got. Matto. Oh, that was a yes. That was an answer yes to the question. Anybody else got any other questions about creating the lead farm, et cetera, et cetera?
I have one question, but it's more like an idea that I want to run by you that has to do with this kind of thing.
Yeah.
So about like the content creation, I was thinking like, because obviously it's great to have like value when you do content creation, to like have videos where you give value to your specific client.
Yeah.
But as you said, like when you're still early in the agency game and your service delivery, it's kind of rocky. Like my service delivery right now, I've gotten to the point where I'm pretty good now. I can get some results, but I can't like promise any guarantees or anything like that. And I'm not an expert. So I was thinking, I got this idea of just making like daily kind of vlogs of my SMMA journey and posting it on my Insta or like a YouTube, something like that. Like making daily vlogs for telling everything I did today, what I learned, and you know,
100%.
all that stuff. Yeah. Well, do you think that would be good?
Oh, that's a great idea. It's a wonderful idea. And I also have another thing too. I have a funny story to tell you that also answers like
You always got a story, man.
the other limiting belief. So
yeah,
I'm a member of a golf club, and at this golf club, I have there's like 10 guys that's like my core golf group, right? Between my friends and my father's friends, all my father's friends have kids. The kids are around like, young mid-20s. So it's just like this 10 group of guys, right? And there's this one guy in the group. Actually, you guys will never know him, so I'll just say his name. We have this guy in the group named Reg. Okay. Reg is like 40, 50 years old. Okay. He's the worst golfer in the group. The worst golfer. Like undeniably the worst golfer. But guess who gives the most advice out on the course? Guess who's always the one that's telling you that you should choke up on your club, that you should turn your wrist in, that you should stick your foot that way, that you should swing like that. It's him. Okay. And he does it, and it just pisses everyone off. Cause like he'll be giving you a tip and you'll be like, Reg, your ball's in the bush right now. Okay. And for the longest time, like he started doing it, and then it came into a meme, and everybody just chirped him for it. And every time he would give advice, they would just shoot him down instantly. And he lost all of his authority. Until this year. Reg started doing something this year, which was pretty smart, because now you can't argue with him anymore. Because instead of saying, oh, you should do this, what he does is, well, I was chatting with this golfer and he told me this. Okay. So the real life example is 2 weeks ago, I was lining up my tee shot with the driver, right? And he was like, what he would have done last year, he's like, see that, like, basically the theory was that like if you aim for really small target, you just aim for like a really small target, like a specific branch on a tree, and that's just like where you mentally aim for, right? So what he would have done last year is he would have said, Dylan, you should start aiming for like a really small branch. You should find a really specific point that you want to aim for. And if he said that to me last year, I would have been like, Reg, your ball's in the bush. Right? And everybody else would have laughed and he would have lost all authority. But this is what he said to me this year. He's like, hey, Dylan. So a couple weeks ago, I was golfing with this other golfer who's like a really good golfer. Like he's a borderline pro. And one of the things that he does was that he finds a very specific point out on the golf course and he aims specifically for that. I can't argue with Reg anymore. I can't make fun of him because his ball's in the bush. He still gets to scratch the itch of being able to give other people advice. And he does it in a way that protects himself, because nobody can make fun of him anymore, because he's just telling a story, like he's just sharing some advice that he got. Right? And so as a beginner, and as we're going through that phase, it's like, if we want to give advice, we can, right? I would just have that frame. Right? Not the frame of here's what to do. It's here's what my client did, or here's what my friend did, or here's what this person did, or here's what that person did. Because then nobody's going to argue. Like nobody's going to say, oh, your ball's in the bush.
You always got a story for everything, man. I love it.
Well, I've been in the game for like 6 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Been in the game for 6 years. And
All right, well,
yeah, I've been in the game for 6 years, and I wasn't as smart as you guys when I started. It was like I was like 4 years in business before I bought my first like I invested in my first program.
well, you had more balls than all of us because you were dropped out of college and all that stuff before this was a big
I
thing,
was
you
hanging
know.
out with a friend. I was hanging out with a friend last weekend. He started his agency. He bought a program right away. And he was doing like 10K a month within like the first couple months. Right? Matt Shields, or not Matt Shields, Matthew Bison, like there's so many guys inside of RSC that, you know, some first client challenge accelerator, but you know, also like the inner circle, where it's like they started their agency and in like 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, they're doing like multiple 6 figures. Right? Because they are with somebody who's paved the path before them. Right? Which is good, right? Now, the only benefit to the lone wolf mentality is that you learn everything the hard way. So then now you know like the reason I have a story for everything is because I made every mistake in the book. But if I did the smart thing, like if I joined the equivalent of like obviously it didn't exist back then, but if like 4 years ago I joined an RSC, I probably would have scaled my agency 4, 5, 6 times as fast. Right? We even see this all the time. Like we collect data on people when they join the first client challenge. Right? And so many of them will say like, oh, I've been trying to start my SMMA for 12 months. Oh, I've been trying to start my SMMA for 7 months. Right? I bet you there's people on this call. Who here on this call started was trying to start an agency for more than 3 months before joining the first client challenge, joined the first client challenge, and then got a client within the first month? A bunch of guys on this call. Right? And that was the mistake that I made. I didn't do that. Instead, I went 14 months and just struggled and struggled and struggled. Yeah. Started my agency last July. It's almost a year ago. Or last July is it? Wait, hold on. Last July is in like 9 days ago or like 12 months ago. Big difference. What else we got? Almas, what's going on with you?
No, nothing much, bro. I'm actually doing all right. I think I told you before I was having a problem with one of my clients' ad accounts, and he was just making a bunch of like useless excuses on how to like, because he just didn't want to start the ads, but I managed to get him through, and the ads are running now. So yeah, I'm hoping that I can build a good case study out of this, and then stop offering free trials and actually get paid.
100%. How could we implement this lead farming method into your agency?
I guess because I think in the video that we made, right, I told you I had so many like good lucks and whatnot. So I gotta get a list of all of them and then just share value that I come across. Also maybe make another page. Just start pumping out content, right, on what I'm doing and whatnot. And then kind of use that to do outreach, and then they'll see my page and hopefully they might follow even if they say no. And then over time they might soften up to the idea of hopping on a call.
100%. Last thing I'll wrap this call up with. Who here is here to learn? Who here joined RSC, joined the accelerator, joined first client challenge, inner circle? We don't have any inner circle guys on this call, but who here is here to learn? Of course, everyone is here to learn. That's why you guys are here. So you guys only actually learn stuff if action is taken after these new things have been taught to you. Right? Like if you hop on this call and you learn all these amazing things, but then your actions do not change as a result of learning these things, you didn't actually learn it. You just were entertained. You weren't educated. Right? So if you don't want to be entertained and you want to be educated so you can grow your agency, that starts with actually, that you have to take action. You have to change your behavior as a result of these new things that you're learning. Okay. So I think every single buddy on this call will see dramatic increase in their agency, not this month, but next month and the following month, if they introduce this lead farming method. And I'm so bullish on this idea. I mean, it's completely changed my life doing this myself. So that is why, you know, I took the time to, like, I really wanted to build this out. I really wanted to break this down into bite-sized chunks, so you guys can implement this as well. We have one last question from Barry, and then we'll wrap up this call.
Hi, Dylan.
Hey, what's up?
I'm good. I've got a cold outreach question.
Yeah.
So I started doing cold calling yesterday, and I've been having some issues with some of the numbers that I've been calling.
Okay.
So typically on the sheet, I've got mobile numbers and landlines. So anytime I get a landline and I'm directed to a front desk officer or receptionist, it's been a hassle trying to get them to direct me to the owner of the business. So I was wondering if you could share some strategies for getting the front person.
If every time we make a call we get talked to the or sent to the receptionist, I would try a different form of outreach.
Okay.
Right, because gatekeepers are like, if we're really, really good at sales, we can trick the gatekeeper into giving us access to the decision maker, but that's not an easy thing to do, right? We're much better off choosing an outreach method where we can directly go to the gatekeeper, right? So like, you know, for example, if we're in the dental niche, we can cold call all day long, but the dentists are busy, right? But the dentists do check their email, right? Okay. So if we're in the accounting niche, right, and we can never get past the front desk, like email, right? Then we can go straight to the accountant itself. Right. So that's just simply a mismatch between our targeted method of outreach and you know, what we're sorry, our chosen method of outreach and our target, how our target niche operates. So in the accelerator, like, to give you some actionable steps, in the accelerator, we have a, you know, a whole cold email guide, how to set everything up and all that kind of stuff. You know, that is what I would be looking into that. I would be studying that, you know, and begin the process of, you know, setting that up, because that's going to be a more direct way of getting in contact with the people that you want to get in contact with.
Yeah, go take a look.
In the Notion asset. Alrighty, guys. Unfortunately, I am 3 minutes late to my last call. So I don't want to get in trouble too bad. But wrap up this call. Good chat with you guys today. Always fun delivering these masterclasses. As always, if you want any help, jump in the Discord. We'll be there for you. And this Friday, I'm in town. One of the first Fridays in a while that I'm in town. So I should be there for you guys on that agency accelerator call this Friday. Me, Alex, Stefan, and we'll get all the boys on there, and we'll go deep in you guys' agencies and whatnot. Until then, keep grinding, and I'll see you guys.
Before you go, man.
Yeah.
Where's the Notion for this thing? Like the Notion for the farming thing? I can go check it.
Do you have the accelerator Notion?
Yeah. Is it in the accelerate?
Yeah, it's in the accelerator.
Accelerator Notion thingy?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. All right.
Awesome.
Got to meet you, man.
All right, so now I'm going to cover the basics of agency marketing, and we're going to talk about two different things. Number one is how we can warm up and pre-sell our prospects before they hop on the call with us. And the second thing we're going to talk about is how we can create a value ladder to ascend people up in their commitment to working with us without having to constantly resell them and kind of do it on autopilot.
Okay, so how to generate infinite amounts of SMMA leads for a whopping $0. So back when I was trying to like start RC and whatnot, I was like, it wasn't an easy thing to start. I don't know if you guys ever heard this story, but there was once a point in time where I paid people $20 per day to talk in the free chat. I went through a phase where I paid people to talk in the free chat. So it definitely wasn't an easy thing to get off the ground. And the reason why is, like, very few people trusted me because I only had results from a different service delivery. Like, you know, as we know, like the RC, it's community based, it's, you know, peer-to-peer help, peer-to-peer support system. The only results that I had gotten were either from on my own or from one-on-one consulting, one-on-one help. Like, I know, and a lot of you guys know, like Matt Bison, Tony Lee, like all those guys that were like ended up being like our pioneer case studies. I worked with them one-on-one. I chatted with them every day. Like, I actually hands-on was inside their business and whatnot. And so
it was tougher to take like the case studies from me working one-on-one with somebody and apply it to like, a mastermind type group. And this was around the time when I read Expert Secrets. We implemented the value ladder. And that was when RSC, at that time we were probably doing about 4 or 5K a month. And literally in a month, I think it was the month of January, we like 4x'd it in like a month just by implementing this value ladder. And then I remember, obviously I knew that this was in the book, but I remember when I went to that mastermind, out in Missouri, and I was like, this is the value that I'm going to be able to share with everybody else. Like, this is the value. I'm going to break down my value ladder. I'm going to break down how we ascend people, et cetera, et cetera. And turns out that literally every single one of these successful agencies already had this in place. I was like, oh, I'm not so special. So what is a value ladder, right? A value ladder is a series of complementing offers within a business that ascend in price and value. The idea behind a value ladder is that customers start with your low ticket offer and love it so much they come back wanting for more. So, you only market your front end offer. They love that offer so much, and they're like, I want more. Then you ascend them up over time. And as they come back wanting more, the business, the agency, the SMMA has higher priced and more valuable offers to give them to keep them satisfied. Okay. So now, when should you guys implement a value ladder? Okay. There are two answers to this. Number one is right now. And number two is after you're doing 25K a month. Okay. So let me explain. You should implement a form of a value ladder right now, no matter what your agency monthly revenue is, because value ladders are essential to build trust with prospects, right? Like every single one of us should have a value ladder on this call right now. But as a beginner, your value ladder should be 2 steps, and your low ticket offer likely won't be paid or really even an offer at all. Instead, it should be a lead magnet or your reason to jump on a call, right? So you're in the beginning, you're generating attention for your value ladder, not through ads, not through organic content, but like your outreach, right? Your outreach offer we should have the mindset of when we're outreaching to people, we're offering them our low ticket offer. We're offering them our front end offer. Okay, so here's some examples that I just created on the spot. So free brand new offer creation, upselled into Facebook ads, go high level. An SEO audit upsold into SEO services, a free value loom up into Facebook ads, upsold into Facebook ads to go high level. Right. So these are like some, if we're just doing outreach to generate clients right now, these are some different, low ticket offers, front end offers that we can have to implement a value offer. So now let's say you've scaled your SMMA to 25K a month, 20, maybe 20 is fine. Like I just put that as a number. At this point, you should have 4 things. A deep understanding of your niche. By now, you should be an expert in your industry. By now, you should have capital to invest. And by now, you should have case studies to talk about. And the reason why I said I don't want to see people creating like an advanced value ladder right off the bat is because unless you have these 4 things, you're going to have a very tough time getting people to automatically buy your value ladder or automatically purchase your low ticket offer on autopilot. Right. So instead, if we're in the beginning, your low ticket offer is free, and it's in the form of like more of your reason to jump on a call. Okay. So here are some advanced SMMA value ladders. It could be like a $50 course, $1,000 done with you consulting, and then a $5,000 done for you agency service, $47 community, $500 course, $5,000 coaching, whatever the case may be. Right. So getting into most of the issues that we ran into, like Alex and I ran into a bunch, but what I have to believe that most people run into with low ticket offers, right? Because I'll scroll down to the very bottom here. When we crack the code on value ladders, it can become an infinite money glitch, especially if we were leveraging paid ads as well too, right? Because let's say your low ticket offer is $100 and it costs you $99 to acquire a customer. You generate infinite amount of leads for here. Like if it costs you less money, like if this is $100 and it costs you $90 to acquire a customer, you get paid $10 to generate a lead for all these feature services. So then you just start spending thousands of dollars a day on ads, right? You make $10 per sale, which really is your break even, but you're getting infinite amount of leads into your backend services. Right. So then the reason why people aren't buying your front end offer or aren't taking you up on your front end offer or aren't interested in your value looms or aren't interested in your free new offer recreation or whatever it is that you're offering up the front is because of this.
Doesn't matter if your low ticket offer is a free loom, a $47 community, or $500 course. The reason they're not taking you up on it is because their perceived value in your low ticket offer is less than how much it costs. And cost can be manifested in a variety of ways. It could be how much it costs in dollars, how much it costs in effort of implementation, and how much it costs in time, right? So if we're selling, a $50 course, we're probably going to be more, struggling with the how much it costs in dollars and making sure that what we're offering is in much excess of how much it costs in dollars. But if we're offering like to jump on a call, if we're offering a free value loom, or if we're offering an SEO audit, we don't have any SEO guys in here, but the principle stays the same. They're more going to be concerned about how much it costs in effort of implementation and how much it costs in time, right? So we can make sure to include that in our messaging to help mitigate these concerns and to visually display this. Your offer price is here, their perceived value is here, and so they will never take you up on this, right? And this is just a simple visual demonstration of what is happening when people are not taking you up on your outreach, when people are not taking you up on your front-end offers, when people are not taking up on your ads, or whatever the case may be. Okay, so the question is, how do we fix this? Well, we leverage Alex Hormozi's value equation for our low-ticket front-end offers, right? We've all seen this before. Dream outcome plus perceived likelihood of achievement divided by time delay times effort and sacrifice equals value. Okay, so increasing dream outcome is the first thing that we can do. Saying that you'll make $100,000 is more value than saying you'll make $1,000. Simply by increasing the dream outcome, we increase our perceived value. Increased perceived likelihood of achievement. Leveraging case studies in your landing page, outreach scripts, etc. Case studies should be based around your low ticket offer, not your high ticket offer. Okay, this one's super important. Case studies should be based around your low ticket offer, not your high ticket offer, right? Look at Ishmael, for example. He's on this call, right? Ishmael has become very successful in his agency, right? And he's been in RC, he's become very successful in his agency. I don't talk about Ishmael when we're selling the first client challenge, right? Because even though that could be perceived as a case study, right? Ishmael didn't use the first client challenge, right? And saying like, Joe made 10K from this course is a lot better than I worked with Joe, he made 10K, here's a course on how he did it. And so if we're selling, if we want to offer people, get people to jump on a call to redo their offer structure, or if we want to get people on a call to rewrite ad copy for them, or whatever, whatever our low ticket offer is here, free new offer, SEO audit, value, and whatever that is, when we are outreaching, when we are, creating content, our landing page, whatever that case may be, the case studies that we include should be based around the low ticket offer. Not, here's let me restructure your offer. I ran Facebook ads for this gym and made 10K. Okay. Now, showing case studies that are also relatable to your target audience is, if possible, ideal, right? If you are reaching out to a 26-year-old female and you have another case study of a 26-year-old female, talk about that one. Show case studies of people that overcome vehicle false beliefs. So they didn't believe the mechanism was going to work. Internal false beliefs, they didn't believe that they were capable. External false beliefs, they didn't think it would work because of time, money, etc. Okay. So the next thing is decreasing time delay. I had to do the research yesterday, but it turns out Netflix is a $190 billion company. And they almost eradicated almost all of their competitors at the time. Obviously, we have, Disney Plus and Hulu and all that stuff today. But they almost eradicated all their competitors at the time simply because they delivered your desired result fast. Right? That's why they took Blockbuster out of business. That's why they took all these companies out of the business. Same service delivery, same everything. They just delivered it fast, and now they're a $190 billion company. Okay, so if we talk about how fast people can achieve their dream outcome via your low ticket offer to increase your perceived value, right? And once again, when we are offering this on the front end, whether it's in our outreach or a landing page or an ad, it should only be talking about this offer, right? Somebody took my free new offer creation consulting offer, whatever it is, and they saw results the next day, right? Not, oh, I did this, and then somebody worked with me on Facebook ads, and the person that worked on me with Facebook ads saw results the next day.
Okay. Last one is decrease effort and sacrifice. So most gym owners struggle getting people through the door for their $120 a month memberships, while most plastic surgeons have wait lists for their 5-figure operations. This is because of how much effort the customer must go through in order to achieve a desired result. And by talking about how little effort it takes to achieve the desired result via your low ticket offer, you increase the perceived value. Right? If you talk about how easy it is for them to implement it, how easy or how effortless it can be, or how you're going to do everything for them, that is going to increase the perceived value. So to recap, in order to get this, where your perceived value is much higher than your price, and remember, price can be cost, price can be time, price can be effort, right? You must include the following 4 components in your outreach, ads, content, etc. Share the dream outcome, the bigger the better. Share case studies, tell stories, share how fast people can see success, and share how little and effort and sacrifice it takes. Okay. How do I ascend people up the value ladder? Ascending people up the value ladder is accomplished in 2 ways. Number 1, delivering a 10x ROI on your front end offers. I think that should be like the bare minimum ROI that you give on your front end offers. So you must bite your tongue when delivering a front end offer and give away much more value than your customer paid for. Right? Probably one of the most common compliments that we get from people about like the first client challenge and whatnot is, oh my God, I spent $1,000. I spent $1,500. I bought Agency Navigator and I didn't get my client. I spent $100 and this is like the most valuable course I've ever done. Right? And that's what it's like. That's where it should be, right? That's where your front end offer should be, because what you're doing is you're not doing this to make money. You're not doing this to you're not doing this to make a quick buck. You're doing this to build a relationship that will serve you for years. Okay. So when you do this, oh, I guess I wrote that here. When you're doing this, you're sacrificing a short-term gain for a relationship that will serve you for years. Okay. So for example, if you were selling a course, I would do industry research to find out what $100 or $1,000 course contains, build out an equivalent, and then offer it for 1/10 of the price. Right? Like literally build out your competitor's price, or like a competitor's course. Obviously don't copy it, but literally build out an equivalent to your competitor's course and then offer it for 1/10 the price. And you might be thinking, well, that's a lot of work. Yes, it is a lot of work. But if you do this, you get the infinite money glitch. So the ultimate goal is to have your customers think, oh my God, if I got all this for $100, what would I get for $1,000? That is the ultimate goal with this. Okay. And then number 2 is soft call to action. So throughout your front end offer, you need to include soft call to actions. An example of this could be at the end of your course lesson, a simple one-liner that says, if you want me to do this for you, click here. Okay. Here's a big warning. If you hard sell your high ticket offers, people will perceive your low ticket offer as a scam to get you to pay more. Right? People will think that they've been tricked. They bought a course that was really just a sales letter. Right? And that will have negative ramifications amongst your brand. Okay. Next important thing. You must solve a problem and deliver quick wins with your low ticket offer. Okay. So in order for your low ticket offers to be a success, they must solve an actual problem and deliver a quick win. Okay. So examples could include signing your first SMMA client, generating 100 leads, hitting 100 Instagram followers. It can be anything, right? It can be anything that's a quick win within your niche. Okay. If they do not, the likelihood of your customer ascending is low. Okay. So for example, I bought somebody's low ticket offer the other day. I can share it with you guys too. I bought this. Okay. And this guy's way more successful than I am. But this was just my feedback on this thing. Okay. So I bought this document. It was like $40 or something. Read here first in this document, scripts, hooks, and also new material coming soon, blah, blah, blah. Basically, the idea was that 60 hooks to get 1 million views in 60 days. Okay. If you want, right, like there's their upsell. But like, I get all this information, I get all these hooks, but like, there's no quick win that I got delivered.
Is this the guy with 1 million followers on Instagram?
This guy.
A bunch of fake followers.
This guy?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So anyways, like
yes, this is cool information, but this didn't deliver a quick win. Right? Like this didn't deliver a quick win. And I haven't even really gone through it yet. Right? So the likelihood of me ascending up the value ladder is low. Like in order for me to ascend up the value ladder, I would have to put in all the effort. Like I'm just saying, like I would have to put in all the effort to make like, 60 videos, then get 1 million views, then be like, oh, now I believe this works. Right? But like what percentage of people are going to make 60 videos after buying this $40 hook thing? Very few. Right? So because this didn't deliver a quick win, because this didn't deliver a dream outcome, and it was basically just vomited information. Now, granted, the information looks good. Like the likelihood of me ascending is low, right? Alternatively, for those of you that were in, and for those of you that know the first client challenge, it's like you got your first SMMA client at the end of it. Okay, so yeah, so getting back into that, therefore, it is on you to reverse engineer the steps needed in order to achieve the desirable result and put that together inside your low ticket offer, right? So when your customer is going along their, their journey from, starting point to whatever their dream outcome is, that there's going to be problem 1, problem 2, problem 3, right? In SMMA, in its simplest form, it's problem number 1 is getting clients, problem number 2 is servicing clients, and then problem number 3 is just scaling the business. Right? Now, obviously, there's a million mini problems inside those things, but I'm just simplifying things to make this an easy diagram to understand. Right? So if you can solve, whatever their problem number 1 is, but like actually solve it, and then you can upsell them to problem number 2 and problem number 3, and that should be, the premise that that should be the mindset that you go into that, and then it's like, okay, what is problem number 1? It's like, how do I hit 100 followers on Instagram? Okay, what do we need to do? Okay, now let's reverse engineer it to step-by-step process. Make it a challenge, make it a, whatever it is that you have to post 3 times a day. Here are the hooks, here are the scripts, here's everything that you do. Follow this to a T. And then, after 7 days, you hit your first 100 Instagram followers, and you're like, oh my God, this works. Right? And then they're on that high, they're on that, oh my God, this works. Right? What's next? Right? If you can upsell them while they're on that high, it's really good. Right? We joke about it all the time, where it's like the reason why, the first client challenge to accelerator can be so easy is because they just signed their first free trial client, or sometimes first paid client. So they're at the peak amount stupid. They think they're hitting 10K next month. Right? And so, okay, well, accelerator it is. So after you deliver a quick win and solve their first problem, they will naturally ascend up the value ladder to solve subsequent problems. Okay. And the last thing here is just an infinite money glitch that I was talking about earlier. So when you crack the code on value ladders, you can rapidly scale even if you're broke. Right? Story about Russell Brunson. I forget the competing companies, but Russell Brunson, a funnel software or whatnot, he was competing against like 3 or 4 companies that were like venture capital backed, and had like, hundreds of millions of dollars pumping into ads, like all that kind of stuff. And Russell was like, a broke wrestling student. Right. But because he implemented a value ladder, because it's the book, and then it's the ClickFunnels, and then it's this higher ticket programs and whatnot, he was able to beat out all those companies, and now it's a multi-$100 million company, just by leveraging the value ladder infinite money glitch, quote unquote. And so yeah, that's low ticket offers, value ladders. We'll just open this up for Q&A.
What should I do?
Question?
What should I do?
What do you mean?
Well, how do I glitch the matrix and make an infinite amount of money?
Well, the matrix glitch comes after you've scaled to 20K a month, and you can offer a low ticket course or something like that. But until then, it's like in your outreach, having that low ticket front end offer, which is their reason to jump on a call with you. And then leveraging Alex Hormozi's value equation to give them the perception that the effort and sacrifice that they're going to have to give to go on this call
is down here, the value that they're getting is way up here as a result of being on this call. And so one of the things that, you know, I think we should all make the switch to is, instead of like, you know, if we're doing these front end offers, right, instead of like sharing a case study about a client that we worked with, just sharing a case. Now it can be the same person, but sharing case studies about the person that took us up on this free call. The person that took us up on that free value session, whatever it is. And then during that free call or whatever, or that first call, that discovery call, whatever that may be, then we can talk about, you know, our real case studies and whatnot. But the simple question to ask yourself is like, what is a problem? What is a quick win? What is a problem that you could solve? Or what is a quick win that you could deliver for people in your industry, right? And then how could you deliver that? Could it be in the form of a loom? Could it be in the form of a call? What could you do to deliver that? What else we got?
Andreas, weren't you making a course for your guys?
Yeah, I'm implementing a different thing though in terms of like the value ladder. Like I started doing this yesterday, where I'm trying to, instead of like getting people on a call, I'm trying to get them into a community or into a group. And in the community or group, to join, you have to like answer like a short questionnaire, just basically like where you are, your goal. And then I have an appointment setter who's just gonna DM them and like, oh, what's up? Like I saw this and like this is where you want to be. And then just like talk to them, try to book an appointment. But yeah, I have a course, but that's more of like a downsell. Like on the sales call already.
Yeah. Because I literally bought this guy's course. He said, "Do you want to do Facebook ads? Are you a photographer?" I bought his course because I thought he knew something I didn't, and it's literally just like a walkthrough of how to do Facebook ads, like very general. So I'm just gonna copy that, and that'll be my like low ticket, I think.
Yeah, that could work.
Well, no, but that doesn't work.
Well, also, I don't think anybody's just
like Emery. That breaks one fundamental flaw. How much did you pay for that course?
$99.
Okay, so then the most you could offer for it is $10.
That's fine. Cost me nothing.
But does it deliver a quick win?
Yeah, I mean, it'll show them how to use Facebook Business Suite or whatever.
Yeah, but okay, so this is what I would do. If I was to do that, I wouldn't just throw a bunch of videos at them. I would give them like checklists and workbooks and stuff like that, so they can actually have their Facebook business account fully set up by the end of it. Right? Like, you know, in the first client, you went through the first client challenge, like level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. There's a reason we didn't just give you guys the course right off the bat. Right? But if you made it like, okay, step 1, log into your account. Okay, log into the account, check mark, submit, however it is. Okay, now step 2, this is what you do. Check mark, done. Right? Because if you just like give people a bunch of information right off the bat, they don't like.
Yeah, but I can still do that in video format though.
Oh no, you can for sure. Yes.
Okay.
But just like breaking it down to like making sure that like they actually get these quick wins delivered to them, you know, etc.
Yeah, I mean the guy
with running the ads, like the cost of effort and money, like they have to actually do something, right? Like they have to put in, like they invest in their time, their money, and effort into doing this, like building a creative, a copy, all this stuff. And so using it as like a front end offer, I went through the same problem. I like struggling about how to find something I could use in the front end, just because like I'm running ads. Like if you teach someone to run ads, it's not as valuable because it costs their money, it costs their time, and all that stuff. So I came to the solution that like, okay, like I'm gonna offer ads, but like great, when somebody sees your ad, what are they gonna do? They're gonna click on your profile to see if they like you. So the second thing I'm gonna offer is to grow your brand, to help you identify with other people, right? And so then my front end offer can be how to set up your profile to do this so that you can actually attract more people, or how to monetize your audience in 10 minutes, something like that, which is a lot more valuable than how to run ads when people don't want to spend $1,000 in a month.
Yeah, no, for sure. The only thing, it was like, we must deliver a quick win. Right? So what quick win would that deliver?
For me,
Like, okay, here's another way to look at it. In a way, that could kind of be like you making them a free logo. Where it's like, cool, I got a new account now. My account looks cool. I got nice story highlights. But it's like delivering a quick win.
well, I don't know if it counts, but I made
I
it
know
through
what you should do. I know what you should do. This is what you should do. Okay. This one would be banger for you. Okay. Hold on. Check this out. This would be a sick front end offer for you. Okay. Who's over here? Boom. Okay.
That's part of it already. It's like how to monetize your audience. That was like the stories. It has like a question framework. It's like it's a few things. That's one of them though. Oh, like actually give them a swipe file.
Okay, so this one I thought was genius. This one worked very well because I talked to this person, and it worked very well for her. If you've ever struggled with self-sabotage, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, send me DM believe. I did this one for a gym that I used to work with. Right, this is they're looking for coaches. You basically just create these posts for them. Right, and then what happens is they get a bunch of leads. So if I go back to Notion here, right, I've even broken this down where, story sequence number 1, if you've ever struggled with what they struggle with, right? Like an example of that. Another example of that. This is because of why you're struggling with that, meaning elaborating on that reason. So if you're dealing with slide 1 issue, I can help with this. Send me a DM saying buzzword if you're interested in learning more. Right. And if you created these 7 sequences for your client, like 4 people on a call, right? If you created that for somebody, they upload 7 stories, they get 14 leads. Holy shit, Andreas knows his stuff. Right. And that would be an example of a front end offer that would work and that would deliver a quick win. Right. Because the profile optimization is good. Right. You can help them with that, but that doesn't deliver a quick win. Like that doesn't get leads in their inbox. That doesn't get the actual result.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I was also a little bit hesitant on because I was like funnel hacking Serge, Guittari and everything. And his outreach process, it's like he does like the intro message and everything. And then he sends like the VSL, right? And the VSL is like breaking down what he does. He's like, is it cool if I send you over like whatever? And then he sends a VSL explaining what he does without necessarily giving them a quick win, but with giving them a process. And he frames it like, this is the exact process I use to get my clients to 200K a month. This is the exact process I used that you can implement today. I just sell the implementation. I'll do it for you instead to ensure that it's successful. So he's giving them kind of like a win in terms of like, I'm giving you the information that I already gave this person 200K a month.
Yeah.
So would you consider that like a win?
Well, that's like my 2.5 hour free course on the internet or on YouTube. And if you want the implementation, join the First Client Challenge.
Okay. So in terms of like the quick
Yeah,
win,
we got value ladders for our value ladder.
yeah, I know. I'm like, what the fuck? But what do you like in terms of like outreach and stuff? Like when I'm outreaching, I'm not gonna outreach to book a call anymore. But the way that I should get them into the group, should it be using like what value? Should it be using the story highlights or like the story, like whatever they should do? Or should it be selling like okay, this is what you can do to get the results that I've gotten for the rest of my clients. That's like kind of confusing.
Well, here's the thing. We are not at the stage yet where we can be perceived as an expert in your industry.
True, but I feel like if I DM'd a trainer and I was like, look, I know you're probably at 5 to 7K. This is the exact way I monetize this dude's followers to get him to 10 or 12K that you can do today. Like, even if I'm not like an industry leader, they'd probably take that like.
Yeah, but you start by delivering them a quick win to gain their trust, and then then you talk about that.
Okay. So just take it even like a step further than search. Just like fucking value bomb them.
Yeah, deliver them a quick win. Like Serge can do that, but Serge also makes 500K a month and has case studies up the wazoo, and he's an industry expert.
True. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Devin.
Right? Like, I don't know. Has anybody been through Max Perzon's course?
I've gone through it a little bit.
So one of the things that I hate about that course for the beginners is I've never been through the course. I don't know much about it, but I was told from other people that were like in the First Client Challenge that said, they compared First Client Challenge to that. And they said like Max Perzon had me creating VSLs before I had my first client.
Yeah, it's true. It's like it's a lot more advanced.
And I was like,
he also tells you to hire a media buyer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like all this stuff, right? And so, it's like, we're not when we're at like the stage of like, it's like matching like our outreach, matching everything for like the stage that we're at. It's like the basketball analogy that I always use, right? LeBron's practice routine is different than high school's basketball practice routine. Both work well. What else we got?
Yeah, I have a question. I have a question about that quick win.
Yeah.
So what I do is I'll just give them like a couple Google reviews. I think
yeah,
it's a quick win.
It is a quick win. Yeah, it is a quick win. That would pass the test.
Yeah.
Only the only downside to that would be it's so like it's quite a mismatch from your actual core service.
Yeah. And what about this? Like I have like a group where I'm getting everyone in, like on Facebook. Do you think that's like something?
Yeah, no, 100%.
Okay.
Right? An example I could do for that, the Google ads, it's like, imagine if the First Client Challenge was like a 6 weeks to 6-pack program. And then once you get your 6-pack, I told you to join the agency accelerator. Right?
Yeah.
Now that's more extreme, but like the Google reviews to it is a little bit of a mismatch. That being said, it all falls under the umbrella of marketing. So I would, yeah, I mean, like, I would definitely test that out, right? But then also remember, it's like with our outreach and whatnot, it's like the case studies, the perceived, like everything is revolved around the Google reviews, not the Facebook ads.
Yeah, but I've noticed like it actually works because I had this guy, he had like 4 reviews. I left 3, and I think if I didn't leave those reviews, he wouldn't continue. Like, so it actually like it had some effect at least.
Yeah. What else we got? Any other questions? Matt, home improvement guys? Any ideas for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, low ticket, anything to do with the course, it wouldn't work for us
Oh, I
because
know.
the guys have no idea. But in terms of like the Facebook group that Kenan was on about, we're thinking about implementing something like that because that is pure value. You can get them all in one place, do like group calls and charge monthly for it. Yeah.
The one thing is to deliver a quick win, right? And just figuring out, it's like, what are all these people struggling with?
Mhm.
Right? Like, what are these people struggling with? What is something that you could do? Like, well, wow, quick dopamine hit. That is the
And
goal.
Matt, I wouldn't even charge, like I spent like probably like 10 or 11 hours like just researching that yesterday. I wouldn't even charge for the Facebook group. I would just make it free and then just give them value like in the chat and then be like, look, like the rest of the value is in this group. You can join, it'll take 10 seconds and then you'll see. And if they think the upfront value is like good enough, then they'll be like, okay, it makes sense to join. And then you can just nurture them inside the group and then just DM them once they're already in the group. It's so easy.
Yeah, it's a good idea, actually.
I saw this guy literally sign like 20 clients out of 35 people from just like one of his week-long webinars. But like he gave so much free value up front. Like he showed the ads and stuff. Like he showed what he was doing on high level, but like it didn't just deliver like a quick win, but it was like so much value that like people just wanted to join immediately. And he never sold until the very last moment. Very last like 5 minutes, he said he has a special offer, but he can only take on, you know, so and so people, and people just started signing on like that.
Well, that's a whole new type of like actual, I guess, way of fulfilling this. The way I was, I guess, categorizing it, that's called like an indirect solution, right? Because as much as, well, like to start off, right, what makes somebody convert as a client is like, hey, they have a perceived likelihood that you can alleviate their pain. Right? That's what makes somebody buy, right? And when you provide them value like that, it is indirectly showing that you have the ability to solve their problem, right? If that makes sense, right? So if Grant Cardone messaged a realtor right now and said, hey, let me run your Facebook ads, he doesn't need to provide any value up front because he indirectly, because of who he is, gives that person a perceived value that they can solve their problem, right? And it's a whole different approach to take. But in terms of like the actual lead magnets, that one's a little bit tougher, right? And then the other thing is that both can compound on each other, right? Like an indirect solution can happen along with a lead magnet, so you can double it up and have double the effectiveness. That's where you become someone like Iman. Iman has given people indirect belief that he can alleviate their problems and combine that with the fact that he has like a good value ladder, and it just goes to the moon. So it's like that's the approach that I don't know. I like the value ladder one more, but both work.
If you're gonna do outreach to join a group, do it with the frame of a recruiter. Like have like a recruiter frame. Like, yo, like instead of like, hey, join my group, it's like, yo, I came across you, I think you'd be perfect for this group. Here's why. You know what I mean? Or it's like, hey, I've been in this group, I think you'd crush it. You create a fake outreach account of other you create a fake outreach account of a home improvement guy, and then use that to recruit people into the group. Right? Or if it's a real estate group, create a fake outreach account of a realtor, go into AI to generate, you know, all that stuff. And then you know, recruit other realtors into your group. That's how I would be doing that.
What do you think about using the frame? Like, I don't have space for clients right now. Like, I'm not taking anybody on, but I just like what you're doing. So I just want to like give you some value that I use to get these people from this to this. This is how I did it.
It's tough. You need to be really good at sales, right? Because you have to make them pull into you really hard in order for them to actually commit, right? Because there's some people that are like timid and they might not say like, hey, I want to work with you. They might just like take that as, I guess if you're too much of an authority, if that makes sense, and you don't make sure you have a really good balance, people will take that as like a hard, fast rule and not something that's flexible, and because of that, not even ask.
Well, no, I mean, like, say, like, I don't have space for clients right now. Like, I want to do this, blah, 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 blah. Would you mind, like, if I sent you a video just like explaining how I did this for this person? And then at the end of the video, just be like, as I said, I don't
I
want
used
your
to say
money.
that a lot. I used to say that a lot in value looms.
Yeah, something like that. Except I was thinking like give the value, but then the call to action instead of like asking to book a call or like help them out, it would be like just join this group and I give more value here or whatever.
That's gonna be
Like,
very tough to scale. That's gonna be very tough to scale, right? Like you can get people to join a group off a DM. Why would you have to send them a loom?
no, not a loom. I would make like one. I was thinking like a mini VSL, but like in a video pitch format, and then just make one mass one. Literally show the results live, and then just make two. One for people like over 2,000 followers. One for people like under 2,000, and then just be like, depending on like where they fit, my appointment setter could just send that same one to everybody in the chat. So literally just be a video inside the chat, and then the call to action would just be like, join this thing.
There would be a lot of objections to watching that video, right? Because
You
they
think
would
so?
wouldn't know, like they wouldn't know the call to action was to join this free group. They would just assume the call to action is to jump on a call because you're not the first person to send them a video.
They also probably wouldn't watch the whole thing and miss the call to action.
Yeah.
It happens more often than you think.
Well, I would, yeah, I guess. But I was even thinking of like maybe being like, I don't want to get on a call with you or something. That might be extreme though.
Yeah, because like then you, okay, this is what I mean. Like you screw up your frame by being too much of an authority, right? Because now if they take that as a hard, fast rule, they're never gonna inquire about having you work for them.
Okay.
Right. So
Yeah,
like, you want to keep a neutral-ish frame so that they can still like impede on it. Like, hey,
You know, I know you could do. You leverage damaging admission with this. You'd have to get creative with the wording with that, but it's like, hey, you know, you could talk about like how, let's say in simplest forms, like don't say this, but let's say in simplest forms, you run Facebook ads and you run Go High Level. Okay. Be like, hey, doing this, you could be, hey, now right now I'm struggling with my clients Go High Level. We're running into a couple automation bugs, we're running into a couple of things. And so I'm dealing with that right now. So it's like I'm not looking to take any new clients, but they're crushing it with Facebook ads, and here's what they're doing.
That's like almost too damaging. Like that's super damaging.
Well, no, because you talk about that like you're working on like a new project with your clients and you have to you're troubleshooting that right now, and that's what's occupying you. But they're crushing it with Facebook ads. Right? You could frame this new project as something very advanced, like some AI automation bullshit, right? But the Facebook ads to generate them leads is going super well. So here's what we do.
Okay. I guess I can split test a couple of things.
Like you
See
just
how that
make up like a fake, like you almost just like make up like a fake service. Say that you're going through the gutter trying to figure out this fake service, but your core service is crushing it, and here's what we're doing.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'll say another thing too, of like, if your service is something that you do for somebody, it's infinitely more valuable than information, right? Like in SMMA and like for the example of RSC, it's pretty difficult to give them anything but free information because like that is what you need in order to see success. But if I were in any other niche, I would not be offering information to people. I would be giving them a service, right? Because that has more of a tangible value to it. So, for example, like Ken, I think you had a really good one with the Google Ad review, right?
Yeah, reviews.
Yeah, so like I would do a sequence where you give them the review and then you have to do the review fast, right? Like the speed of you do it is super, super important, right? Because even if you have a good product, if you can get it done within like almost instantly from when they opt into it, and then as you deliver, you call them, right? Like that's how I go about doing it in your case, right? So like you give them a review and then you call them to deliver the review, quote unquote. Like you send it to them, but then you call them up as you send it. It's like, hey, dude, I just sent you over the review. Like, let me know what you think, right? And then from that point, it can act as a discovery call, and you have reciprocity built up. And if you call them before they see it, you're gonna have the reciprocity given to you while you're on the call with them. So they're gonna have like the, oh, this bubbly feeling somebody just did something for me on the call while you're talking to them, which is a very strong emotion to sell somebody on, or at least get them into a sales situation with. So as long as you can find like a good hook to get into that, I think that'd be like by far the best bottom of the value ladder. Well, what do you think of it?
Like me?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were
It's for
talking to
you.
me. Oh, I didn't know. So, what did you just say?
So
I was like in a different.
you give them a Google review,
Yeah.
and then as you deliver it, you call them, right? So like you
Oh,
send them the
okay.
like, hey, I just sent you the review screenshot, but then as you send the screenshot of like whatever you did to them, you call, right? And then if you can do it before they check it, you get the reciprocity and the emotion while you're on the call with them,
How
right?
about
And then you can
I just
leverage
do it
that
like in
towards
the
the
sales
appointment.
call. Like I just give them one of the sales call, like a review or two.
What do you mean?
Like on the sales call, I just give them a review.
Kenan,
Like
he
wow.
means like
I
leave
mean,
the review
like in
Discover.
the Instagram DMs,
Yeah.
right? Like on the Instagram
Oh,
DMs, you
okay.
don't do
No,
this.
okay. I got it. Yeah, I got it. So you pitch and then you just call them up and just leave the review and then say like, hey, I also dropped your review.
I wouldn't even pitch. Like I would just mention like, hey, we're looking at your brand. I dropped you the Google review. Hopefully shows like, and then as you drop the Google review, call them. Right. So
That's
you can
actually
find
smart,
like
man.
if you can find like an introductory networking message, you go like, hey, I'm a marketer in the auto detailing space. Like, I am looking for clients, but I learned the hard way not to pitch people on here because
Mhm.
there's so many guys like, hey, that's what, and you can make a message like that, right? And they'll probably go like, oh man, how's it going? Cool. And then you hit them with the Google review, reciprocity, and you call them before they actually get to check it. And then now you get the reciprocity on the call. Like, hey man, appreciate it so much. And then you can use that emotion to get on your sales call and get them onto a sales call.
Yeah, got it. Yeah. And how about this? Like, let's say they don't have a Google page. I know like some don't have a Google page. So what should I do then? Like, think
Well,
maybe make
how
them a post or
no, like how many have like just disqualified people that don't, right? If this works, just disqualify the people that don't, right? Because
okay,
they're probably
okay.
not going to be like highly qualified leads anyways. If you
No,
can't
yeah.
give them the upfront, then you can just pitch them normally. Like that's fine.
No, makes
But
a lot of sense.
that strategy, if you can give the Google review quickly and call them,
Yeah.
and then have a good introductory pitch, where you don't even pitch a service, you just pitch yourself. Over.
Okay, I'm gonna try it, man. I have some leads to call, so I'm gonna try that. Let's see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries.
What else we got? Anything else to wrap this up? No.
Like Andreas, what if you did that delivery for your thing too? Instead of like instead of the group necessarily pitching that, like what if you were to create like send them like a swipe file for a story pitch that they can use and go like, hey man, like as you're calling them by the way, so you have to have their phone number to do it. Do you get PT's phone numbers?
No, it's like really hard.
Fuck. So I was gonna say
I
like if
can't
there's
like
any
get
way
reciprocity on the call. That's why I wanted to get there, like get them into somewhere where I can like I can own the attention and I can
okay, well
control
when
it.
you own the attention, that's the funnel you use. Right? Because you'll have their submission form, like to enter the Facebook group, you just add like the hey, enter your phone number, and then I know some people do it on like the Facebook ad server. They go like, hey, do you want a free X? Right? If they say yes, then you go forward and do it. I don't know if that's the best way to do it. I would rather have like you, quote unquote, might be like a VA on your account, but your account messages them like, hey man, I was going to sorry, join the group. And then you hit them with the hey, just send you the swipe file and you call them up as you send the swipe file.
Yeah, that's my plan.
Okay.
That's what I'm doing. Like when they get on, like they get on because I'm gonna give them some value by them joining. Then when they join, they have to say like where they're at and then their goal. And then I have a VA that's gonna be on my account and he's gonna message like I was about to approve your request. Blah blah blah. Here's the thing. I don't know why, but Serge, he says it's super important not to DM them, but just to or not to DM them the value, but to tag them in the value that's already in the group.
Yeah. Well, I
And
wouldn't
so
do that. Like I would just send them a swipe file.
or I can
Because
just do that.
that's like a mini database reactivation campaign. Right?
Yeah.
Like that is the epitome of a quick win, because
Yeah.
they will get messages from it if you pick
Yeah.
a good swipe file.
Yeah.
Like that is a quick win, because they can do it immediately, and you've just given them the files, and there's such low friction to do it.
Mhm.
That is the best fucking thing you can do. Everything else is pretty superficial compared to the amount of wins it gives. Right.
Yeah.
So like I would just send them the swipe files, like, hey, like if you got, training clients that, might be interested, like here's this swipe file. Like usually gets our guys like 2 or 3 interest people that you can try and convert. And then as you, like, you're saying it to them on the phone call, because you call them up to deliver it. Right. So it's not just your VA who does it. You call them and speak with them. And then that's like a mini discovery call.
The only thing I'm worried about is that a lot of trainers, they have like a negative correlation with like trying to get clients through like their like stories and stuff, like calling people out and stuff like that. I've noticed that. I don't know why, but a lot of people have like a negative correlation with that.
False
So
belief.
sending
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that's because they believe that it will damage their reputation. But if you just
Exactly.
insert case study of like, and you can maybe make a joke when you get them on the call, like, hey, like, we usually PTs have like this day, because you're on the phone with them right now, right? So you can handle this objection live. It's like, hey, some people have like objection to say that. It's like, I made sure this isn't salesy, and usually with the guys, right? Like anybody who, like, your girlfriend sees, your friends see it, like they'll just see it as like another day in the life, nothing major, doesn't look like a hard sell. But the people who are interested, they will be like, move forward. And that's how I go about selling it.
Yeah. That makes sense. Cool. I'll try that out. I'll let you know how it goes.
And I'll also add another thing. This has like I think it's called a popcorn effect, where you will start this today and it's only going to work in 60 days. Right? Like there has been ups and downs in the first client challenge and like the whole value ladder. And it's a direct result of what happened 30 days ago and not the current day. Right? So like if you are starting this, it is going to suck at first. Like it's really going to suck.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. But I'm kind of like now I'm playing more like the long game, because like I know I have like this one semester where I just have to like try to set myself up as best as possible. And then when I move to online school or drop out, that's when I have to like start pushing some money in.
Good chat today, guys. See you guys tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is straight from you guys' Notion. Nothing fancy here. However, what I am going to share with you guys today is for the next 20-30 minutes, however long it takes me to get through this, and then we'll do a Q&A after. And like always with these master classes, unless it is an absolute house is burning down, I am about to die question. Let's try and keep the questions related to the topic of discussion today, so you can go very deep into this. The analogy that I literally just used on a private RC call was like, hey, you're trying to cut down a tree with a Swiss Army knife, right? That's not what we're trying to do on these calls. We want to create an axe so we can cut down the tree. Anyways, so today I'm going to talk about an indoctrination sequence, which is basically how to sell your client before they even show up to the call. Okay. Now, I originally discovered what an indoctrination sequence was about maybe 18 months ago. I was building my agency, and it was funny. I scaled it up pretty quickly. And then I think it was an accelerator call, or maybe it was a free call, where we were talking about the Dunning-Kruger effect, where you ended up on, the top amount stupid. And that's exactly what happened to me. I went from 0 to about 22-ish K a month. And while I was on the up, I was like, oh, I'm going to be rich by the end of the year. But then, I got to that 22 grand a month mark, and I began to feel stuck. I began to feel like I didn't know, how do I get past this? And, I began to, understand or start to realize all the, problems that come within an agency once you achieve that level, right? Because the problems that you deal with, getting your first client are different than the problems that you deal with getting your second client, which is completely different set of problems than you deal with, at that level, because, you got staff and like, there's a whole nother things that, trust me, you guys will get there. And anyways, what happened was, I was in the valley of despair, as I'll say it. And I was scrolling on YouTube, and then I was on YouTube, and this ad came up, and it was like attention agency owners between 10 and 20K a month who feel stuck and are trying to get to 100K. I was like, holy shit. this guy knows a thing or two about me. And I clicked on the ad and I went through the VSL and I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. So then I booked a call. Okay. And then between the time I booked the call and the time of the appointment, I got a bunch of emails, and I read these stories from these people that were or from people that were just like me in the industry. And I went through these case studies and I watched all these testimonial videos. And then I read the owner's story about how he was a law student, how he dropped out of school, and I was like, wow, that's like just like me. And I was like so sold on this program. And then I hopped onto the sales call, and the salesman that I was talking to, I hated. He built no rapport with me. Like, I didn't even want to talk to the guy. He was annoying. I knew every tactic that, like, he kept doing the classic sales tactics, which I thought was a stupid thing to do, because like his offer was 25K US, right? And people in the market to buy a $25,000 US program, right? They probably know the basic sales tricks. And despite that, he was still like pricing like all this stuff. And I'm just like, oh my God, get this guy off the phone. Okay. So after, sitting through this, sitting through this agonizing sales call for 30 minutes, I gave him some BS objection and I hung up the phone. Okay. Then I went into my room, I pulled out my laptop, and I dropped 25 grand on this program. And the reason why I did that was because, well, I ended up calling my friend who ran an agency, and then we did it. He watched me do it, but it was basically the same thing. And the reason why I did that is because I was so sold on their indoctrination sequence. Their indoctrination sequence had sold me so hard that even though I was speaking to the salesman who I hated and I had zero rapport with, and he sucked at sales, I was still willing to buy. Okay. And since then, I took that same indoctrination sequence. I basically funnel hacked everything that they did. And then I began to model it and, use it in my own agency. And I remember the first time I did that, one of the people, like the amount of people that would like hop on a call with me only because of the indoctrination sequence was like absurd. And like almost every single call that I hopped on, at some point they would bring up the story of that gym, which was my original case study where I wrote the story about this gym and I made sure that everybody read it before. So I'm going to go into this. I'm going to talk about like, the indoctrination sequence, how you guys can set it up. And then I'm going to pull up Go High Level, and I'll show you how to do it like actually in a workflow. So at a basic level, the indoctrination sequence is broken into 2 separate emails. 3 if you want to be a little bit more advanced, but we'll talk about 2 and then I'll mention what the third one is. Okay. The third one's more of a frame set, but the first one is your My Story email. Okay. So as you guys know, and if any of you guys, I think most pretty much all of you guys were once in the First Client Challenge, right? So you guys already know how powerful using stories is, right? I'm assuming all of you guys here have clients or are currently working with people because at some point you decided to tell somebody your story, right? So you know how powerful stories is. Okay. And that is why, with the first email that you want to send, about 10 minutes after you first schedule that meeting is your story email, right? And then you can break it through this framework of your backstory where you set the scene, you state your goals, you state your desires, journey, your attempts to attain these desires, failures. Now, a lot of people are so reluctant to include their failures because they're going to assume that, oh, this person thinks I'm a failure. They're not going to want to work with me because, I failed. Right. But if I came to you, if I came to somebody and said, hey, I make 10K a month. Yeah, I've heard that before. If I came to you and said, hey, I tried drop shipping and I failed. I tried Forex trading and I failed. Then I tried SMMA and then I finally hit my first 10K a month. Obviously, you're going to believe the second one more. Right. And you're not going to view me as an idiot for failing at drop shipping. Right. Now, that's how it sounds when you hear it. But what happens is when we're so involved in our own situation, we're so scared to admit our failures. Right now, I haven't done, I did drop shipping. I haven't done Forex or anything like that. But, that is like an actual representation of what happens when you admit your failures. It increases your level of trust and authenticity. Like it skyrockets it. Okay. Then you can talk about the epiphany, like what finally did work. Results of the epiphany. Okay, what were the first like spark of success that you got? The framework that you built to double down on the system, and then the end results. Okay, so a lot of you guys know that I was partnered with Tony Lee, and here's the one that I wrote for him. So hey, name. Hey, hey, Stefan. This is Tony Lee, and I figured I'd share a little bit about myself before our call on date and time. Okay. Then throughout 2022, I've been able to scale TL Digitals beyond what I ever thought was possible and help tons of auto detailers at a stream of consistent, reliable new business. However, that is not how things started. Okay. So here, here we're setting the scene, right? We're talking about the backstory. My New Year's resolution was to start my own business, but I had no idea what to do. That's the goals, and these are the problems that we were running into. So I decided the best thing to do for me was to find an internship at a digital marketing company so I could begin the process of educating myself. Now he's talking about the journey, okay? But after a few months, I needed to make money because I hated my situation. Okay, well now he's adding to the journey. He's increasing expense, or I'm increasing the level of suspense. I was stuck in the school heading down a path that I didn't want to go to, surrounded by people I didn't like, which is originally why I started TL Digitals. I chose the automotive industry because I've always had a passion for cars. And with a little help and a little luck, I landed my first client. But I dropped the ball. Now we're admitting our failures. Nobody clicked on my ads and no one was calling up my client. I felt terrible. I felt like a fraud. And ultimately, my client fired me. But I didn't quit. And when my next client hired me, I was nervous. I was so nervous that I offered to pay for his ads for him. Because after my past failure, I tweaked my process. And again, it didn't work. But now I had the ads on my card. And at this point in my life, I had no money. So I desperately started to try everything. And that's when I realized that my marketing was the same as everybody else. So I started to create some wild ads, offers that stood out, and ads that got noticed. And it worked. My clients started getting $7 leads and went on to make $8K in 30 days. And so I doubled down on the Codings on Demand system. And in the last 3 months, it has brought each shop an average of 31 new jobs in 90 days. That means 50% see more than 31. I look forward to hearing more about your story on the next call. Right. So imagine if before you hop on a call with somebody, they've already read this story about you. Right. You'd have a lot less explaining to do on the sales call. You'd have, it'd be a lot easier to build rapport and to, come across as a trusted authority, right? Especially if we're not selling free trials, right? Especially when we're selling a paid offer. Okay. So that's the first one. Now, the second one is when we want to share case studies about people that we've done in the past. And this can be very simple. The one key element with this is that we position our case studies in a manner, like we don't say, hey, read this case study, because when we, come across in that manner, it appears as though we're just trying to show you how good we are so we can sell you later, right? We want to position them reading this case study to be in their own benefit, right? I originally learned this in, the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, where it's like, if you were to go fishing, right, you wouldn't put a nice juicy cheeseburger on the fishing hook because the fish just wants a worm, right? So you have to give the fish or your client, like you have to bait it with what they want, okay? So an example of this is, before we get on our call today, I wanted to share a little bit about my processes and expectations to help you get a better understanding so we can make the most of our time together, okay? Or another example of this is, hey, before we get on our call today, I wanted to share with you what this looks like from the perspective of X, from the perspective of somebody just like you. And then you can input your case study, right? So now they're reading this to get a inside look at what you do, even though it is just a case study, right? But those little language shifts can make a huge difference. That's gonna be the difference between somebody clicking on your case study and not. Right. And if somebody shows up to the call and they've already read your story and, gone through all your case studies, well, they're going to be a lot easier to close than if they haven't. Right. Especially if they've done it on their own. Because when we're showing case studies live, they're not going to be as powerful as when people are figuring it out on their own, doing their own research. Right. People will trust their own research more than they'll trust you, even if it's the same asset. Right? Because they believe that you are only showing them this asset in order to try and persuade them to give you money. Alternatively, if they, find it on the internet and they look through it on their own, they believe that they are doing the research and they believe that they are in control, which is going to ultimately make them feel, make them believe the case study a lot more. Okay. So this is where the indoctrination sequence is. This is the only indoctrination sequence that pre-sold me on a $25,000 program, even though I hated talking to the sales guy. Now, the last one that you can do, and this is one that some of the guys inside a private RSC do, I would recommend already having a paying client before you do this, but you basically send an email about an hour before the call or 2 hours before the call and say, hey, just confirm, like you basically say, hey, wanted to confirm our meeting today. Please reply yes. If I don't hear from you by time, I'll cancel the meeting. And if you don't hear from them by time, you cancel the meeting. Because what it does is it sets frame. Right? The worst thing that you could possibly do is say that and then still show up to the meeting. You're not closing, like you're done. Right? If somebody gets that email, they don't reply and you still show up to the meeting, you're done. Right? Now, what's going to happen? One of two things, right? They're either going to respond to that and then that they're going to show up to the meeting and all is well, or they're not going to respond to that, or sorry, one of two things, or they're not going to respond to that and then one of two things are going to happen. They're either not going to respond to that and you just save time by not going into this meeting because they were going to no-show you anyways, or they're not going to respond to that, no-show them and they reach out back to you and you have the ultimate frame now. Okay, so that is the third email that you can use in the indoctrination sequence. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pull up a Go High Level and I'm going to show you what this looks like as if you were to set it up on your own. Pulling up a Go High Level account. Go High Level. Whoa, we got a lot of Go High Level accounts. Okay. Alrighty, so in Go High Level here, right, you come to the automations, start from scratch. Okay. Add new workflow trigger. Okay, so what this could be, it could be appointment status, event type, normal, add filters, appointment status is confirmed. Boom, save trigger. Okay, now when a new appointment gets booked, when a new appointment status is confirmed, this trigger will fire. Okay, so now the first thing that you could do your basic confirmation email. So I'm just going to put this, that's just like, hey, something like that. But I won't go into that because that's pretty basic. Test. Okay, so you send your confirmation email. I'll title it just to be a little bit more clear. Now that you've sent your confirmation email, you're going to want to add a wait. You're going to want to wait anywhere between 10 to 20 minutes. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Okay, so we'll do wait 10 minutes. Save action. Add another email. Okay, now this one is going to be the my story email. Put my story in here. There you go. Then you can do, maybe what I would do is I would go wait event appointment time. Then I would do, maybe 4 hours before appointment. 4 hours before. Then you can send another email. And this one is going to be the case study email. And then the last one, you can again do wait. Again, event appointment time. And you can do 2 hours before. Send email. And this one can be, the confirmation, show up. Are you showing up or not? Does this make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Oh, one thing though, can I add one thing?
Yeah.
So, can I use Calendly? Like, let's say I use like
Calendly doesn't really work with this.
So just
the
use
reason
the
the reason why is because Calendly, you can't, like, all emails that you send in Calendly are the same. You could just send
Yeah.
the same appointment reminder.
Okay. Yeah, I have to switch that up then.
Right. Now, I believe with the SaaS that you guys have, there's an indoctrination sequence that's already built out that you guys can leverage. But confirmation email, wait 10 minutes, my story email, 4 hours before the appointment, send them the case study, and then 2 hours before appointment, send them the yes, no email. And this is how I was pre-sold on a $25,000 program, at which I bought, despite hating the sales guy. So that is the indoctrination sequence. Now, if you guys have any questions related to the indoctrination sequence, let's do this.
Yeah. So, a question.
Yeah.
Let's say the case study. Yeah.
Yeah.
So should I just make like a PowerPoint of it, or like just put a testimonial there?
No. You definitely want to create, and again, there's the within the SaaS, you have like a pre-built website and whatnot.
Yeah.
So what you can do is with that, you go to the case study section and then write out your case study as a story. I believe Daniel, I don't know, is Daniel on this call?
No.
Okay, Daniel did this very well for his painting company. There's examples in the Notion. If you go to Six Figure Agency Playbook and then scroll down to marketing your services, long form case study template, that is the case study that you want to send them. So you want to create a case study following the long form case study template that's in the Notion, and then send them, and then host it on a site, i.e., like an example of this would be, your Go High Level website, and then link that in the email.
All right. And do you think like this can actually like help with the show up rate? Because what I've seen, like I have to call them like 1 hour before now. That's what I do.
Yeah,
Do you think I should
100%.
stop doing that or just keep on with this?
Well, this will make a major. This will greatly increase your show up rate.
All right. That sounds good then. Thank you.
Hey Dylan, how you doing?
Good, are you?
Good. Whoa, so I noticed that you said like you tell them like reply yes or like I'm gonna call off the meeting or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering because I'm 15, so I like sell myself a lot. Like I'm like, you can trust me, and I like try to become friends with them. So if I said that, wouldn't that kind of ruin that? Like ruin
No,
that
it gives you
connection?
respect.
But if I'm trying to play as like the small fish in the room, wouldn't that like kind of ruin that?
No. You
So
can
you
still
think
be the
that would
small
still
fish.
work?
It's just like respect, right?
Yeah.
Right. Like
Okay,
you're
yeah.
not like you're gaining respect for yourself. You're not, changing you're not big fishing them.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Right.
Okay,
Like,
thank you.
Like if somebody younger than you wanted to work with you and they wanted your mentorship and they said, hey, I know we're meeting in an hour. Can you please let me know if you're still good to meet? Reply yes, no. If I don't hear from you, I'll just assume it's a no. Right. I won't show up.
So just frame it like nicely.
Yeah, just frame it nicely.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Any other questions related to the indoctrination sequence?
Yeah, I want to just clarify really quick. So with the case study one, you
Mhm.
write out the story of your case study and then link to your website where you have it on there already.
Yes. Yes.
Cool.
Do you guys see how this could make a big difference to your current sales process?
Yeah, definitely.
Like, do you see how, you know, a lot of more people would probably show up to your calls and, you know, all that kind of stuff, and then also really be warmed up when you do start speaking with them? Yeah. That's why like that's 100% like it is the truth. I mean, I'm the biggest case study of this all. I'm as big of a case study as it gets for this working on me. And so that's why I wanted to share this with you guys.
Do you like put a good amount of like detail into the subject line on the email, or does it really not
My
matter?
subject line is full transparency.
Okay. So for the story and then just case study or something for the other one.
Before full transparency for the story one, before our meeting for the case study one.
Okay.
Or more info for the case study one.
Gotcha.
That's a very powerful one too.
My bad, I joined it late. What were you guys talking about?
I did a whole masterclass on an indoctrination sequence, but don't worry, this is recorded.
Okay.
Yeah, we got this recorded. Stefan will drop this in the Discord. Does anybody else have any last questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
No, not about the indoctrination sequence. So later.
What is it?
So I had I saw that video of you on your YouTube channel of how to stay consistent, because bro, like I feel like I just can't stay consistent, bro. Like I just can't.
Why?
Like because bro, I don't know, like I think it's just I get distracted too easily. Like
why?
Man, that's a good question. I don't know.
What's
Like,
distracting you?
I don't know. Like it's just like when I sit down, I just can't fucking focus. Like I can't focus. It's like I have like I don't know. Like if I had like so much sugar or something, I don't know. I don't know what it is, bro.
What's your screen time on your phone right now?
Let me check.
Yeah, Dylan, I watched your video on that, like the deep work, and then I set like a special focus thing on my phone.
Yeah.
So I can turn it on, then my whole screen like turns red when I flip it. So it like reminds me and I just like shut it off.
Yeah, it's 1 hour and 35 minutes.
What time is it where you live?
It's 6 p.m.
So you've only spent an hour and 35 minutes on your phone.
Yeah, but I don't have that much on my phone. I spend most of my time just on the desk.
What have you done all day?
Outreach, just basically just watch, bro. I just watch too much YouTube, man. I think that's the thing.
Okay, stop what like literally newsfeed eradicator. Download newsfeed eradicator. Solve.
But it's just mainly with outreach, bro.
How about this? How about this? How about this? Who wants to make some money?
Me.
I.
Okay, Adam. You're about to make some money, okay? From now on, if Kenan spends more than 1 hour a day on YouTube, he sends you $50 for the next 2 weeks.
Deal.
Okay, I just solved your problem. Any other questions?
let me block this side, bro.
Because I promise you, right? Like the reason why. Okay. My brother.
Yeah.
And his friends, and he's 13 years old, and he's in elementary school, right? And everybody, you know, all the parents, oh, they have ADHD. My kid has no, he fucking doesn't. Okay, here's the thing.
Yeah.
They spend all fucking day on TikTok, where every 3 seconds there's some hot chick or some whatever, just
that
they keep watching, firing into their brain. Like oh, cool. So when they're sitting there in math class learning about World War I, no wonder they don't care.
Yeah.
No wonder it's hard to focus. Right? Now, here's the thing. I personally don't do monk mode. I don't do any of that shit. Now, I don't do it for my own personal reasons, right? Because I believe that in the beginning, like when I was, earlier on, I used to do things that were more, along the lines of that.
Yeah.
But over time, you get like over time you train your brain you get stronger over time, right? So in the beginning, if you're really struggling with, staying motivated or getting bored or stuff like that, well then, the simplest way to make your work more interesting is to reduce, other levels of reduce dopamine from other sources in your life, right? Because at the end of the day, our brains are wired to just chase dopamine, and we're gonna do the thing that gives us the most amount of dopamine, right?
Yeah.
And if the most amount of dopamine is scrolling on TikTok or watching YouTube or watching the next Iman Gadzhi video, then that's what the brain is naturally going to want to do, and we're going to have to fight against that if we want to do work. Right. But if we limit the brain's ability to get dopamine from there, well, then it's going to look for the next best thing to find dopamine. Right. And eventually the next best thing to find dopamine is going to be to sit there and do outreach because of how fun it is when you finally book a meeting.
Yeah. True.
Right. And so if you eliminate these, and you don't have to do this forever, right? But if you do this for a short period of time, right, you will see you'll see a massive increase in your ability to stay focused and stay disciplined all day long. But the good news is, right, and this is what I found that Iman and these guys, they don't talk about. You don't have to do this forever.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'm 4 years into entrepreneurship, right? I've done the monk, like I've done it all in the past.
Yeah.
Now, like I can, like, I don't do this often, but like 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was actually down in Scottsdale, Arizona with my friends, right? And we golfed, and let's just say there was a lot of dopamine that happened over 2 days. Okay. But then on Monday, I came back and worked like 12 hours on Monday. Right? Because, over time, I built that up. But if I was, on my first year of entrepreneurship, it would have taken me a week to get back into the swing of things.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. The other thing is too, is like, I don't believe in like, not that I don't believe in it, but like, why would you try and will your way through a task when you could force your way through a task? Right? Like, willpower is easy to break. Right? Like, if you have TikTok on your phone, then you're consciously, using willpower to not go on TikTok.
Yeah.
But if you just delete TikTok off the app, off your phone, well, then you don't, like, willpower or not, you're still not going on TikTok.
Yeah, and also like I think like I know like Iman talks about this, like meditation, this and all that. So what do you think of that?
Well,
that
here's
did
the thing.
help in the past for me.
Yeah, so here's the thing about meditation, right? And again, so let's say you have $100 in your bank account. Actually, no, that's ridiculous. Let's say you have $100,000 in your bank account. Okay, it's better. I like that number better. Okay, and you wake up in the morning and you meditate for 6 hours. Well, you're gonna come out of your meditation, and your bank account is not going to change. Okay.
Yeah.
So the only thing that is actually going to make you more money is to put into the actions that will result in more money. Meditation, cold showers, fitness, none of that stuff is going to directly make you more money. That being said, if you can use meditation as a means of, sharpening the axe before you cut down the tree, well, then 100% go all in on it. Right.
Yeah.
But you don't want to do it to try and make more money. You have to do it as, training who you are as a human being. Right. Like, I work out pretty much every day, but I don't do it to make more money. I do it to train myself as a human being and, all the other benefits that come with that. But like, when I'm at the gym, like, there's no money is being made at the gym for me.
Yeah.
Right. So whether you do it or not do it, that's okay. But the worst trap that I see people fall into is when they meditation to try and make more money. Right.
Yeah.
And I find it funny. And this was a topic that we talked about a lot inside of RSC, where we talk about like so many people come into the entrepreneurship world to escape the matrix. But then guess what happens? They fall right into the entrepreneurship matrix. And the entrepreneurship matrix is when you wake up at 5 a.m. and you have a cold shower, and then you fast till noon, you meditate, you journal every day, you read 10 pages of book. Like that is the entrepreneurship matrix. Because that person is going to lose to the guy who just sends 100 outreaches a day, no matter how the fuck he's feeling.
Yeah. Yeah, that made a lot of sense. That made a lot of sense. Thank you, man.
Yeah, Dylan. Hi. I have a question, but also not about the indoctrination sequence.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So I basically lost a client. I mean, it's not final yet, but I basically did. Because I didn't get him any results. In total, we were like running ads for, I don't know, about 4 weeks, and I'm in the home improvement remodeling space. I got him some estimates and stuff like that, but he didn't get any results, and he basically said, I have a cheaper way of getting jobs, and this is just not working for me. Yeah. And I mean, I completely understand it's not his fault. It's actually directly my fault. But I haven't been able to in the end I almost like found an ad that performed well in all of the metrics except like the form conversion rate, and maybe the CPM was a little high, but it was over 2% click-through rate. The people liked the offer, they liked the picture and everything. And yeah, I was just wondering. I've been split testing for the past 2 weeks my form, and I don't know. I've even tried messaging leads, like messenger leads, messenger campaigns, and stuff like that. And nothing has been working well, good enough for my clients.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm in the end I was getting leads for like 24,
Okay, yeah, I
$25.
get like I get you've explained to me your problem, but like what question do you have? Like how can we solve this?
Yeah,
Or, like I don't have any context. I just like I get that this is but like what is the
Yeah, so basically my question is that in my niche, I mean, like, is there something I should focus on more in my niche, like remodeling and home improvement and construction, stuff like that? Is like I feel like there is something that I'm missing in this space. That it's not just about testing. Of course, I believe that most of it is, but it feels like there's something missing in my ads or in my process or something like that. And I've been trying to talk to other people who are in the home improvement and who are doing well. Yeah.
I don't like where's the drop off happening?
So I mean, I can show you the data if you will let me screen share.
Okay. But yeah, like where's the drop off happening? Right? Because in order to solve any problem, right? So actually let me backtrack that. A lot of people come to me with problems, but they're really just telling me symptoms. And they don't actually know what the problem is. But in order to get rid of the symptoms, like in order to get rid of your headache, in order to get rid of the fever, in order to get rid of your knee pain, you need to first figure out what the problem is. Right? That's why when you go to the doctor's office, they figure out what the problem is before they solved it, before you begin to solve it. So that's why it's like we need to figure out right now like what the actual problem is, like what is causing this, right? Like I get client left, like all that kind of stuff, but it's like, why?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to figure that out, because in the end, even when I did get leads, which would in the end it would have been fine if these leads were like high quality, or at least moderate quality, like a percentage of them converted into estimates and then into sales. But like
Yes.
the funnel seemed
Okay, like I get that, but like what is the like why? Like where's the drop off?
well. I mean, like I said, the drop off usually happens. I mean, the data says that the drop off happens in the lead conversion form.
Okay.
So I
So
was
then it's a
was
bad
actually
offer. So then it's a bad offer.
so. I mean, what do you mean? I mean, people click on the ad, but
Like what is
because
the offer? Like yeah, but what is the offer?
So I tested multiple offers, but the offer was like a dollar percentage off. It was either a thousand or 2,000 off. There was also a free design consultation, and I also added some other benefits which are secondary. I mean, I can show you.
Okay.
Yeah. So first of all, this is the data from like last 6 days of this ad, which I've been constantly split testing on, because it's the only one that has been performing relatively well.
Okay.
So the CTR was good on almost every day, and the CPM was, I don't know, decent, I guess, not very well, but still, even in these leads that converted were not high quality, and like let me just find my offer was, just a second, it's loading. Yeah, so basically this was I funnel hacked one of the ads in the ads library that I saw, which was running like for 2 months for
Yeah.
like a battery remodel, and
Yeah.
this was the offer that I mean, this is one of the variations. I split tested it as well, but it's
Yeah.
basically something like this.
Okay, well, it's become very evident that like the only problem is the offer. So if you click on the form,
Right. So this was the
yeah, sign up and get $1,000 off. Like that's assuming, first of all, getting $1,000 off a free design consultation is contradictory, because do they get $1,000 off or is it free? Oh, sorry.
Right.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see the plus. I had this chat.
Yeah.
Okay, sign up. Okay. I would just do free design consultation. Right? Like make it very neutral. We are just meeting these people for the first time. It's like when you walk up to a girl right off the street, you don't ask her, "Hey, sign up with me."
Yeah.
Right? You want to be very neutral, very, inviting in the beginning. So offer the free design consultation right now. Like honestly, it's like get a free design consultation to potentially see if there's ability to transform your bathroom. Like that is kind of the frame that you want to have. Right? So
Right.
if we go back to the numbers are good on the ad, so I'm not even gonna look at the ad. Go back to the form. Do free design consultation.
Okay. I mean, you want me to create it now?
Yeah, or like it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, like schedule.
Okay.
Like I would just schedule a free design consultation. Like that's a beginning right off the bat. Like schedule and like there you go. Like that's all.
Something like this.
Yeah.
And add like and in the description, like what, like tap next or what?
Yeah, like the benefits of the benefits of doing this.
All right, so the next lesson here is how the guys on my team have managed over 100+ setters and booked over 200 appointments in 30 days. And we're going to walk through all the process of hiring the setters, actually building that team, recruiting them, training them, so you can have them go in there and do the outreach for you and set appointments for you, so you can continue to focus on the high leverage things so you can ultimately make more money.
All right, so I'm going to show you guys how to run your team, hire, train, manage, fire, whatever it might be, just like a football coach. And the inspiration I got from this was a book I read. Big thing that it talked about in that book was all about learning how to actually motivate people, how to get people on board. And then I'll also break down like the nuances of hiring VAs and editors, because they are two different things, right? Having somebody who works in-house for you and like has to be on the ball, understand stuff, and it's more of a person-to-person dynamic versus VAs and editors where it is kind of up in the air with how things work. So I guess we'll kick things off with a little bit of story made for you guys. And excuse my bad presentation skills. I also do my YouTube videos like this. So I was sitting down 10:30 p.m. on a Saturday night. This was almost a year ago, maybe 8 months, 10 months ago from this day. My friends had asked me, if I wanted to go play tennis that evening. It's 10:30. I play tennis at night, and I said no to them. The reason why is because I had a sales call. There's supposed to be this lady who ran a fitness boutique. She was in Cali, so 7 hours behind. It was 7:30 her time. I was waiting for her to show up. And because it was a Saturday night, even though she was 7 hours or 3 hours behind, she didn't show up. And I just got my fucking weekend screwed because she no-showed. And it felt like shit, is the honest feeling behind this. This was also the month where I made the most that I ever had with my appointment setting agency. $24K, full commission, meaning that there was no base attached to this. It was purely getting paid per appointment and per deal size. Right. And the reason why I say that is because I had 2 different closers operating. I had 3 different setter teams and 10 different setters. So the way that actually looked in theory, I'll just open up a whiteboard here with how all that worked is with the setter teams I have. So we got setter team number 1, 2, 3. And on those teams, we'd have, let's say setter 1, setter 2, setter 3, and we had 4 on one of them. So setter, setter, setter. And what happened is these guys would work 24 hours around the clock. So they would work from, someone would have a shift from 8 a.m. my time to 4 p.m. Then someone from 4 till 10, then someone from 10 till 2. And it wrapped around 24 hours of the entire day. So there was ultimately no time that I had off. And I had 3 different teams this, along with closers who were operating at the same time. Again, yeah, setters were scheduled for all times, so I was responsible for them for all times. And imagine a world where every time you go to sleep and every time you wake up, every time you go away from your office, from your desk, from your phone for 20 minutes, few hours, you come back and you got 20 messages and it's all just shit hitting the fan. Somebody's fucked up. Someone did something wrong. The conversion rate's off, for 3 different accounts, closers and setters. It was the most miserable time of my life. I would hop on the RSC calls and I'd be super jealous of everyone that was on the call. Absolutely everyone. So they'd all go on and talk about, hey, I'm running my own agency. There's no constrictions. Because I was working with guys who were 7-figure entrepreneurs. And the issue with that is that they'd be up my ass every single day, telling me what I need to do, what's wrong, what needs to be fixed, etc. And I was super jealous of people who didn't have that, right? I knew I wanted to make a change. I couldn't keep doing what I was currently doing. So the first 2 weeks, I avoided the problem. I distracted myself and I started doing faceless YouTube channels. And I'll show you guys one of the channels I did. Here we go. This was like 1 of 9, and it was just the worst content ever. I just distracted myself from actually, going in and making a change. And this continued on. Yeah, it's not a joke. I really decided at this time that I wanted to be a part of RSC after all the channels flopped. But this wasn't the RSC that you guys know and talk about today to any extent. There was no first client challenge. There was no accelerator. There was absolutely nothing at all. There's only 5 to 7 people on calls in the first place, right? People were only even coming on through referral. So it was a very different atmosphere overall. And it wasn't a sinking ship yet, but I knew it needed a change. And for some reason, I really believed in RSC. I really believed in the vision that Dylan was putting together. So I decided, hey, I want to quit my appointment setting agency and I want to get on board to scale this thing. Because I think there's a lot more potential than what I'm currently doing. Didn't happen all at once though. RSC was not making a lot of money and we didn't have enough to hire support anyone for me to come fully on board. So I had to keep running my own agency while it was actually being built, but I didn't give a fuck about anything related to my own agency. I didn't care
about any of the setter teams or how much money it was making. So I designed the METM, and that stands for the minimized energy to maintain. Essentially, I became a wizard of systemizing processes and removing myself, even though I had all those teams running, because I had the selfish desire to spend all my time working on RSC. This included the hiring, firing, managing, communication, and training part. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pull up a Paint. I'm just going to walk through pretty well first on this list, which is going to be the hiring process. So the hiring process, if you guys are trying to onboard VAs or editors, this is going to be really, really relevant for you, right? The way that I would go about hiring is the first step that you're going to want is SOPs, right? So SOPs is just an explanation of what you need to be done. Essentially, you should have a document or video laying out the instructions of exactly the tasks that you want to be done, right? So Tristan, I'll use you as an example for this because I want to help you out anyways with this. So for editors, right, you would have to have videos where you demonstrate exactly how they can go on Premiere and add clips to videos, add subtitles to videos, add the sound effects, add everything to the videos, and you would just make documents about how to do that. Once you have those, a litmus test you can use is you can take somebody who has no clue what to do, like absolutely no clue. So you can take, I always use my friends as an example, right? So you can take one of your friends who doesn't really know what they're doing, see if they can complete the task. And if they can, you can move on to the next step. Step after that is going to be Upwork. So Upwork is a hiring platform. I personally believe it is the strongest hiring platform. What you're going to do is you're going to go onto Upwork, and as you're building out your Upwork hiring system, you are, instead of, just making a job post and qualifying people and doing all that shit, we don't have time for that, especially when it comes to VAs and editors, because as much as I love them and as much as they are equal as human beings, in the like the whole business economy, the whole business sense, they are not really human beings. Not because, anything to do with them personally. It's just they don't speak English that well. They're not valuable for the ideas that they bring to the table. So given that, it's not worth it to go through an interviewing process where you speak with each one of them individually. And that's why when you go on Upwork, you're going to go and make people jump through hoops. So I'm not going to explain that. I'm just going to show you what I've done in the past. So here is an Upwork dashboard, right? And the account is suspended for a reason I'm not sure of. But anyways, what I'll do is I'll show you a bunch of postings. So here are a bunch of postings. The example, again, I'll use is video editor post. So on the video editor post, what we do is it would look something along the lines of this. So what we do is explain exactly what the job is going for, what the actual expectation is that they need to deliver on, an example of the content they're going to have to produce. And then once they come in, right? So once all the people that actually go through, I think we got 70 or 27 people that we interviewed, we would go through the messaging process. And this is where we really qualify people. So this guy, we hit him with a completely automated message. This was just me copy pasting off of a document. The biggest part is this jumping through hoops part. Once you nail this, you'll be able to qualify people at a way faster rate, right? And what that is making them complete all the tasks that you actually have and you want them to do before you hire them. So if you're going to make them and you're going to turn them into an editor, make them edit videos, right? Make them edit the videos before you actually hire them, because it's not worth it to continue the conversation if they don't have the skills. So in this case, if we say to this guy, here's the trial content, here's what I want it to look like, here's the SOP to do it, there's no reason why this guy wouldn't be able to deliver on it, right? And he obliged to do it. That he wants to follow, sample video, download this. We'll check it out. We'll see if it's good or not. Look at this. And it's fucking terrible. So we wouldn't hire this guy, right? And that is the concept behind how we do this. And because there's so many people, we can qualify all of them, right? And make sure all of them are good. And we can just keep, playing and keep testing to see and hopefully get our person, because you're going to have so many chances and you don't have to commit time into this person to see if they're worth it or not. All you have to do is copy paste the message. So if you're, again, doing something with appointment setters, right? Maybe you want to create an SOP on how to do lead generation, how to scrape leads. Ask them, hey, make a list of 25 leads for me. Hey, send out some messages, whatever task you want them to do, make sure they do it before you hire them. And after that, you move on to step 3, which is the Discord server. So this is now going to segue into the second part, which I want to cover, which is all about management of the team. In terms of how to actually set up and run your Discord, once someone is qualified, if let's say we're going to go to our guy who didn't really make a great video, all I would do is say, hey, for the next steps, hey, please join the server. Still haven't hopped on a call with him or spoke with him at any extent like that. Once you've done that, you're going to invite them to a server. Ideally, what that server is going to look like, and is Stefan on this call? Okay, cool. So Stefan's going to see this after the fact. Here's an example of how you'd want to set up somebody's profile, right? So the way we've done it here is you can see server status and the category name is Stefan. If I were to be Stefan here and I were to view this, what it would look like is Stefan would only be able to see the channels that he has for himself. So you'd only be able to see the server status of the chat. You wouldn't be able to see any of this or any of the other people. And it would just continue down on a list like that. And what you'd be able to do from that point is you can now communicate with this person in a way where you don't have to, track your whole DM inbox and it's super complicated. You just put it all in one place, right? And you run the communication off that. You can also do this on Slack if that's what you prefer. Past that point, really, it's about minimizing and starting to narrow down your prospects. So if you're hiring for one person, what I like to do is a 1-to-5 ratio, right? So if I want to hire one editor, okay, I'm going to pick 5 people that I like and I'm going to invite them all into the server. And then from that point, I know this is going to sound like a weird tip that doesn't actually help out, but you will know when someone is worth hiring and when someone is not worth hiring. It's pretty easy to see like when somebody's good and when you want somebody on your team versus when somebody shouldn't be on your team. So of these 5 people, it's going to be pretty easy to decipher which one you actually want to go after. And if you can't, all you have to do is pick one and you can lead people on pretty damn far, right? So if you have 2 people that you're not sure about hiring, you can onboard both of them, get both of them started. And then from that point, let them know, hey, there's one other guy trying to work for this. If, after a week, we're not sure if it's going to be you or the other guy or not. So for this week, we're just going to be testing out to see, right? Doing that, you let them know, because the goal is that we're not going to completely X out and just lose all these 5 people that we did qualify, that we did bring on. We're going to keep them around and at least in conversation with them until we've actually finished the hiring process. And the first guest is going to be our test of who we think is good or not, right? Because the goal here, you don't want to get screwed when you pick somebody, you made the wrong choice, and now you got to go all the way back to Upwork, right? The goal here is that once you've left Upwork, you're not going to be going back, at least for this hiring role. So then after you've done that, next thing I want to transition into is management. So the best way to do management is to make people come to you. The example here I'm going to use is Stefan. We quickly realized that Stefan is an extremely competent individual, so you don't need to do this anymore. So these are super, super old. But when we first started the first client challenge, I wanted to make sure that all the tickets were done every single day. So I would ask Stefan, like, hey, are you able to go ahead and do this? Right? Hey, are you able to go ahead and come to me every single day, filling out the status that you've completed? And what he would do is he would go on a spreadsheet that I've created that was pinned to the top of the channel. And he would say, hey, the date 0413 complete, and then a loom of him reviewing it. So that all I have to do is check to make sure. So I don't have to go to him. And I don't have to ask, hey, Stefan, are you doing this? Da, 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 da. And another recent example of this is in the RSCX affiliate server. So these guys come to me every single day saying that they've done their work, right? It's a whole frame switch. I don't need to check in with them anymore because I've set up the conditioning that they come to me to verify what's going to go on, right? And if you can do this with your VAs, if you can do this with your staff, it becomes extremely easy to do from that point because you don't need to chase people down. All you need to do is facilitate what's going on. And the way you set that frame with them is just explain it. Like, hey, here's the system, da, da, da. And if you establish that from the jump when you're hiring them and you have the expectation that they need to report to you every single day, it will save you a lot of time. Because the biggest mistake that I made when I started my setter teams is I would DM each and every single one of my setters every single day, check in with them. Hey, how's it going today? Hey, are you getting your videos done? Hey, are you doing that? The fast way to do it is to say, you report to me with what you've done, and if not, fuck off. I don't want you on my team, right? And make sure that it's known from the start that you want people who are going to come to you. That's the biggest thing for management. After that, I think everything else is a huge waste of time, right? All the strategies, everything else like that is really not that important. Past this and past that system, it's all just about interpersonal relationships. So understanding the person and being able to motivate them. And the best way to do that is this thing. So this thing might look really confusing, but I'll explain it with the analogy of riding a bike. So I want you to look at this top part here. So only this part of the Ds 1 through 4. The way this works is like, imagine this is the analogy of learning to ride a bike. So when you first hear about riding a bike, you don't know how to do it. So you're low competence, but you're high commitment. So you're motivated to do something, right? Hey, I really want to learn how to ride my bike, but I don't know how. The next phase that you go through is when you get on the bike for the first time and you fall. So now you're not motivated because you fell on your ass, and you also still have low competence, right? So you're not really that good, but you're still better than you were in D1, but now you've messed up. So your motivation isn't as good. Next phase is when you're really good at riding your bike with your trainer wheels on, right? You're moderate to high competence and you have variable commitment. It's just every day, right? Riding with the trainer wheels. And then D4 is once you've taken the trainer wheels off and you're good to go completely by yourself. And the reason why I say that is because this applies to every single task that everyone does every single day in any aspect of business. So if I have a video editor and their responsibilities look like edit videos, post videos, communicate. Let's say those are their 3 big tasks. For each of those tasks, they range somewhere from Ds 1 through 4 in their competence. And based on how competent they are, you can audit what type of behavior you need to give them. The way you do that is by looking at this diagram and going down based on where you see. So if they are first beginning and you see, hey, they have low competence but high commitment. Let's say they've never learned to edit before, but they're super excited, right? Okay, well, now I know that if I go down, I need directing behavior. And you can barely see this, but directed behavior is not a lot of motivation. So not a lot of supportive behavior, but a lot of, hey, here's what you do, because they already have motivation. The next one, so if they, mess up for the first time, kind of like starting an agency. When you started your agency, you're super excited to start. I'm going to retire my mom. I'm going to make Wi-Fi money. I'm going to travel the world. You start outreach. And it fucking sucks, right? From that point, you're going to need high directive and high supportive behavior, right? So this is the most intense one. You're going to have to motivate these people and give them direction behavior because they're still not good at what they're doing and they're demotivated. Next phase is low directive and high supportive. So this is when someone is already good at what they're doing. You don't need to explain to them what to do. All you have to do is motivate them to keep doing it every single day, day in and day out. And the final one, which is high competence, high commitment, you don't really need to talk to these people. It's just routine work. And he was just on this call, but a great example of that is Wyatt. Like Wyatt is super good. Stefan's super good, right? So I really don't have to, go and support them, help them, anything like that, because they're so good already. And that's a really strong framework for making sure that everyone you're working with is super good to go. In terms of the next thing, right? So interpersonal relationships, that's cool. Hiring, that's cool. But how do I even train people, right, when they first come on board? The way I do that is through shadowing. I'm not going to give you like the training SOPs. I think the best way to train somebody is just through spending time with them, right? And the way that I would always split that up is through doing calls with them every single day. So when you first onboard somebody, I would chat with them every single day for days 1 through 7, days 7 through 14 bi-daily. So every other day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then from days 14 to 30 onwards, then you can move into whatever schedule that you want to chat with them on. But these first 7 days that when you onboard somebody are so important for shaping the behavior and the expectations going forward, right? You need to really set the rules for what you expect, what needs to be done, what they need to know how to do. Because if you don't do that here, it's going to be very difficult for somebody to relearn new processes, to reiterate, especially when they're not getting paid a lot of money, right? If someone's getting paid on a base salary, it means that their income's likely not going to go up. So because of that, if you're going to add salary or you're going to add expectation, they're also going to expect added salary. So that's why it's so important to set the expectation from the beginning. And then past that, quick note on hiring. A lot of people say, hire slow, fire fast. I believe you should hire slow and fire slow, right? And I don't mean that when you're kicking somebody off the team, you take your sweet time with it. You should still kick them off extremely quickly. But the point is that you should really think about your decision, right? Especially not necessarily how it makes the person feel, but how it impacts your business. Because I've done this more times than I can imagine, where I want somebody gone from my team. I've decided I want to fire them. But then because I didn't make the right preparations, I end up screwing myself over when you fire them, right? So that's the only note that I'd have on firing. Just make sure you do it properly. Other than that, it's a very simple game, right? The Upwork like shenanigans where you make them jump through the hoops is extremely good to actually get people in, vet them. In terms of managing, setting the expectation that they have to come to you, setting up a Google Sheet so that they can fill out every single day, so they do in a loom of how they've done it. And then along with that, just making sure that you shadow people when they first come on board. So these bi-daily calls aren't like 30-minute calls or like an hour calls you hop on with them. It's 10 minutes. Hey, how's it going? You good today? Okay, here's the plan. Bye. You do that maybe 5 times, and on 2 of them, you sit there with your camera off while they do whatever task you ask them to perform. But the point is that you're showing up there every day to make sure that the expectations you have of them are getting reinforced constantly. And then past that point, it's pretty easy to run a team, right? The biggest thing is just being active with what you teach people and setting expectations, right? I always used to be the guy that would dance around the topic. So if I wanted somebody to do something, I would try and use like persuasive language to make them do the task. If you have a VA going like, hey, are you able to maybe sometime get around this? If you're doing that right now, cut it out. Just start being direct with people, right? And the way you do that is not by being an asshole, because I've met people who do that while being an asshole. I work for one. What you want to do is set the expectation of how you communicate, right? So if I were to say to somebody, hey, this is not done, can it be done? It's going to be perceived differently than if I hadn't set the expectation with the person that I'm just going to say things extremely objectively when I speak with them, right? It's almost like a robot of sorts, right? Sometimes I even did this with the RSC leveling up tickets. I would get on a different account so I can be extremely direct with people, right? Because that is the best form of communicating. Especially when running your team, you want to be so clear about what's being done. And if you're really, really scared of the confrontation and you don't want to do it, make a fake assistant account. Make a fake assistant account and use that account to message people. Message your staff, message your VA, and you can be extremely direct and it'll have no tie to you or your conversation or relationship with the person. But that is the biggest thing, right? So it's about setting expectations to make people come to you in the management. And then after that, making sure you stay active and communicating with people. And if you can do that, you can hire or run any other team. And then, yeah, the Upwork hiring as well. So that is the bare bones, the mini masterclass. I want to know right now who's like in the process of hiring, because I can do a little bit of an audit to see if there's any value places that I can help you guys out with. I know, Tristan, what's your situation looking like?
Well, right now I'm not really looking to hire anyone.
Yeah.
What I did was I tweeted out a Discord that I set up, and there's a bunch of editors in it. It's like 50 people in here now. And I actually found a guy off of it, and then I was looking into using Slack, but I don't really like Slack. So right now I have 6 editors that all like know what they're doing. They're competent, and they're like they're kind of like my friends in a way too, so it's easier. But I mean, the only issue I have right now is the outreach on Twitter, and I think I'm gonna go with setting up a Discord like you did instead, because this app is ass, to be honest. I don't like Slack.
Yeah, like Slack is just a worse version of Discord. I think they've just done really good marketing by moving it away from, like, they directed it towards corporate people. But yeah, if anyone doesn't have any questions about hiring, we can kick back into the usual swing of things. Emery, Matt, I know you guys have VAs and stuff. You guys got any questions or anything?
Would you be able to?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead,
No, you go. You're good. You're good.
I have no questions. My girl, she's running my entire business for like very little money, so it's pretty good.
Yeah. Does she do like the come to you management style? Like, do you have that set up? Because that will like save you a lot of time.
Yeah. So yeah, she sends me a message at the end of the day. She's like, signing off, sent this many messages today. And then obviously if I need something from her, I just message her. But we use WhatsApp. I think Slack might be a good idea, but
yeah, like as you expand the team, I definitely invest in like a software to keep track of everything.
Right, so now we're going to talk about a little bit more of the advanced marketing that comes with an agency. And we're going to, first of all, break down fundamentally what humans want and fundamentally what we can use from what's called life's 8 forces and the innate human desires that we all have to increase the conversion and the power of our marketing and our sales process. And then at last, we're quickly going to touch on how you can create a simple VSL that can warm up and pre-sell your prospects before they begin speaking with you.
Front end video sales letters. Okay, this is going to be fun because now we're getting into the fun side of running an agency, right? You know, the marketing, the flashy, now we're going to soon to be driving Lambos, right? Maybe this isn't fun for you, but it is fun for me because I like looking at myself on camera. Anyways, so I'm gonna be breaking down how you guys can be creating a front end video sales letter, which for the point of this is going to be a 1 to 2 minute video that is going to position them jumping on a call with you as something that is extremely value and in much excess of value than the time and effort that they're going to have to go through in order to jump on that call with you, right? So this isn't going to be a 10-minute video, a 20-minute video. We're not selling anything. We're not selling a low ticket offer or anything like that. We're just saying, here's what we do. Here's who I am. Let's jump on a call to see if we can help for you. Okay. So the framework that we're going to be using is to first grab their attention, then use selective honesty to build rapport and make everything else that we say in this VSL be so much more believable. Then we're going to insert some social proof, share the offer and how we help people, talk about some case studies that we have, and then the next step. And yes, all of these parts are necessary if we want a front end video sales letter. So if you're sitting on this call and you're watching this video and you're like, oh, well, Dylan, I don't have a bunch of case studies yet. Well, then you're probably not ready for a front end video sales letter. Okay, that's just the truth. Okay, so getting into, I'm going to break down each individual step here, and at the end, I have a VSL script writing worksheet that you can fill out to be able to spit out a VSL script for you. Okay, so number one, attention grab. Right, start your VSL by calling out your specific avatar, and the more specific you are, the better. Right, saying, hey, gym owners running group classes. Hey, auto detailers who also offer window tints. Hey, bathroom remodelers with 5+ team members. Right. Imagine you're a bathroom remodel with 7 team members and you hear that. That is going to, pique your interest. You're going to be like, damn, this is for me, right? So figure out who your specific avatar is. Don't just say, hey, gym owners, right? Hey, gym owners running group classes. Hey, gym owners who offer one-on-one training. Hey, CrossFit gym owners, right? The more specific you are, the better. Okay, so once you have grabbed their attention and said, hey, gym owners running group classes, right, you then want to insert some selective honesty, right? So we talk about this in the damaging admissions module inside of the sales course and whatnot, but using selective honesty, using damaging admissions is probably the best way that you could possibly build rapport with people and build trust with people, right? So after we have called out our target audience, we want to admit our flaws to earn their trust before we make our claims, right? So, hey, gym owners running group classes, I am yet another internet scammer. I am yet another one of those people in your DMs asking, is this the best place for questions? Or I suck at running Google ads, or I have no idea how to get service one appointments, right? So an example of this would be like, hey, gym owners running group classes, I have absolutely no idea how to get you more one-on-one training appointments or more one-on-one training clients. Hey, gym owners running group classes, I have absolutely no idea on how to get you more, sports training clients. Or hey, gym owners running group classes, I've had about 14 people who have paid me $5,000 and I absolutely got them no results. The next thing you want to do is you want to insert some social proof, right? So after you've used that selective honesty, you want to follow up what you just said with but, right? And then, make a claim or then insert some social proof, which is the third stage of your front-end video sales letter. So after we have admitted our flaw, we say but and then subtly flex accomplishments that we have, right? So, hey, gym owners, hey, gym owners running group classes, I have no idea how to get you more one-on-one training clients, but I have helped dozens of people fill up their gym with group class customers, right? Hey, gym owners running group classes, I am yet another internet scammer promising you the world, but I've actually helped over 200 people achieve X and Y, and here are some more stats, right? X amount, hey, gym owners running group classes, listen, X amount of people have paid me $5,000 and got absolutely no results, let me actually add some numbers in here. So, hey, gym owners running group classes, we've had about 14 people that have paid me $5,000 and they absolutely got no results, and then they got very mad at me. But we've had about 140 pay me that same $5,000, and I've completely transformed their gym, and they've gotten a 10x ROI on our services. Hey, excuse me. Hey, gym owners running group classes, I am not as good as business as some people think I am online. I actually failed my first 4 businesses, and my girlfriend at the time dumped me to be with a real man because I was broke and I couldn't afford to hang out with her. But since then, I have made 7 figures, and here's how I did it. Okay. After we've inserted some social proof, we want to talk about the offers and mechanism, right? So we do not talk about the features. We position yourself as a problem solver, right? So the way that we do that, and we talk about this in the sales side of things here, in the accelerator and whatnot, but it's, you know how niche can sometimes struggle with problems? Well, I help niche through systems so they can benefit, which means how it impacts their life. Okay, so from the top here, I'm going to take this slow. Okay, so hey, gym owners running group classes. There's been 14 people out there who have paid me $5,000 and they got absolutely no results and they got very mad at me. But I've had about 140 people pay me that same $5,000 and on average got a 10.2x ROI. Okay. Now, you know how gym owners can sometimes struggle with trying to do everything themselves, and because they get so caught up in the day-to-day admin tasks and managing their team, they don't have enough time to dedicate to actually generating a consistent stream of inbound new members, right? Well, we help gym owners, set up that system to, generate a consistent stream of new members so they can get back to what they want to do, which is, serve these clients, which means, they can feel fulfilled in what they're doing and actually, accomplish, actually accomplish what they set out to when they first started the gym, right? That's an example I'm making off the top of my head, okay? Then after you've talked about the offer and mechanism, but you've positioned yourself as a problem solver using this exact formula, you want to share one study, share a case study of someone who overcame a vehicle false belief, right? So you want to talk about, and I, like, for example, we did this with Sally, who thought, who had worked with 7 agencies in the past, got burned by all of them, and then she worked with us and, achieved X result. And then you want to share one case study of someone who overcame an internal false belief. And then we worked with Susie, who, didn't believe that, she was even capable of making 6 figures, right? She had all these false beliefs, like she had a very limiting mindset. But then when we started to implement this, she realized this, which opened up her mindset, and now she makes this, okay? And then you want to share one case study of somebody who overcame an external false belief, right? So, or we worked with Jerry, who didn't have much money, right? He was down to his last couple of $1,000s, and he was, at risk of having to shut down his gym. But then when he was able to install this system and, start to generate a new stream of income, or a consistent stream of new members, now he's making X amount with his gym, right? So sharing one case study of people who overcame, like, I didn't think this was going to work. I didn't think this mechanism was going to work. Oh shit, here it did work. Here's my results. Sharing a case study of somebody who overcame an internal false belief. Oh, I didn't think that I had the capabilities. Oh shit, I do. Here are the results. Sharing one case study of somebody who overcame an external false belief. Oh, I didn't think this was going to work for me because of something going on in my environment. Oh shit, it did. Here's the results, right? Sharing these 3 case studies after talking about the offer mechanism is how you want to be doing this. And the next thing is directing traffic to book a call or to fill an application, whatever your next step is, right? So after you say, if you want to be like Jim, Sally, and Susie, you can book a call with us, or you can apply now to see if we can actually do this for you. Okay, so your homework. So what I've done for you guys is I've created a front-end VSL script writing worksheet where you can go through and you can just simply ask or answer these questions. So who is your ideal prospect? Call them out. What are some flaws that you can admit to establish trust? What are some high-level social proof you have? Fill in the blanks with this sentence. What is a case study of somebody overcoming a vehicle, internal, external, and what do you want people to do next? And then you can put it all together here to write your VSL script. So then you can record it and put it on your landing page so people will start to book appointments with you without you having to call them up. Now, how nice would that be? So I'm going to pull up my notes here. Now, what I want you guys to do is, I don't have any like screen sharing or anything like that. I just have a couple notes that I took in order to relay this information onto you. So if you guys want to get out a notepad, a piece of paper, Notion, whatever the heck, I highly recommend you guys do that, because this is going to be a very like an easy to take note type masterclass. So what I wanted to talk to you about today is the 17 things that you should have in every single sales asset you create, every single outreach script you create, every single piece of content you create, every single, like literally anytime you are ever trying to persuade somebody to do something, you have to have at least one of these 17 things. Really, you have like 4 or 5. Okay. And these 8, I'll talk about the 8 first. because the original 8 that I'm going to go over for you right now, they're actually like baked into like the human desires of like who we are as a person, right? Like it doesn't matter where we're from, doesn't matter a race, ethnicity, like male, female, it don't matter, right? And that's why I share these 8 with you guys, because whether it's your clients' ads, your sales, your outreach, no matter what, they must have these things in it. So what I'm going to go over, I'll start going through the list right now. We'll just jump straight into it. We don't need any pre-stories to get you guys warmed up. Okay. So here are things that here are 8 things that every human desires. Number 1, survival / enjoyment of life, right? So if they're in a situation where they're trying to survive, then it's survival. If they're in a situation where they are at no risk of dying, then it is enjoyment of life. Number 2, enjoyment of food and beverages. Okay, pretty self-explanatory. Number 3, freedom from fear, pain, and danger. Number 4, sexual companionship, a girlfriend, boyfriend, pretty self-explanatory. Number 5, comfortable living conditions. Number 6, to be superior or to keep up. Okay. So depending on who you're targeting, some people, if it's alpha male, that type of stuff, you'd get better off by, talking about how they can be superior amongst others. Maybe if you're dealing with perhaps a more beta individual, or, not to stereotype, but more common amongst women, to keep up, right? To keep up with the Joneses, to keep up with everybody else in their environment. Number 7, care and protection of loved ones. And number 8, social approval. Okay, so I'm going to go through these one more time. Number 1, survival / enjoyment of life. Number 2, enjoyment of food and beverages. Number 3, freedom from fear, pain, and danger. Number 4, sexual companionship. Number 5, comfortable living conditions. Number 6, to be superior. Number 7, to care and protect your loved ones. And number 8, for social approval. Okay, now what you should be doing with these 8 things is you should be making sure that your products, your services, your offers, your ads, your every single thing that you do in the world of persuasion adheres to helping your ideal customer get one of these 8 things, or perhaps multiple, right? You want to position your product or service as a means that your customer can use to get one of these 8 things. Okay. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Now, there's more to this. Those are the 8 most important ones. Those 8 are like really all you should care about. Those are the most powerful, and the reason they're most powerful is it because it stems back to who we are as like human beings. Like the natural like makeup of a human being is going to desire these 8 things, no matter where you live, nothing. That being said, there are 9 things that humans have learned to desire. Okay. These ones are not as strong, but they are still powerful. Okay. And the 9 things are: number 1, to be informed. Number 2, curiosity. Number 3, cleanliness of their body and surroundings. Number 4, efficiency. Number 5, convenience. Number 6, dependability and quality. Number 7, expression of beauty and style. Number 8, economy and profit. And number 9, bargains, deals, or they want to really get a value. Okay. And so now with these 17 different things, with the original 8 being by far the most important ones, we again want to make sure that everything that we do helps, we position our product in a way that makes their life more convenient, helps them appear superior amongst their peers, gives them a higher chance of getting sexual companionship, right? Helps them enjoy food and beverages. You make sure that they're informed, make sure that they keep cleanliness of their body and their surroundings. Okay. Now it's up to you guys to basically every single time you post something, you do anything, anything, you ask yourself, does it do this, right? Does this message, does this copy, does this whatever adhere to one of these 17 things? Ideally, the first 8. Okay. Now, to continue on to this, muted. To continue on to this, the next question is, it's like, how do we get somebody to take action so they want one of these 17 things? Like, how do we get them? Okay, so now we've made them interested. We know that they want, care and protection of loved ones. How do we get someone to take action in order to actually get them to take, to do what we want them to do? Okay. And it's broken down into 3 key steps: tension, desire, and an action. Okay. So tension means something happens. Okay. This is usually, can be a story. It can be a situation. It can be an event, right? A simple example is, you see another guy flirting with your girlfriend. That is something that happens, right? And when that something happens, you now create desire, right? Something is going to happen. In copy, it can be the form of a story or a fact, right? You can talk about how, let's say you're selling pillowcases, and you can talk about how, the average person with, 10% of the weight of their pillow is like dust mites or something. It's something like ridiculous, right? And so by them hearing that can be the tension that gets created. And so after the tension's created, that leads to the desire. So as a result of hearing this, seeing this, whatever that is, we now want X. So as a result of hearing that 10% of the weight of our pillows and our sons and our children's pillows is made up of dust mites, we want to protect our loved ones. Okay. Once we have the tension and the desire created, we now position our product and service as something that they must do in order to get X. Okay. So we read the article, we read the line that talks about how 10% of the weight of our pillow is full of dust mites. Okay. As a result of hearing that, we want to protect our loved ones. And in order to protect our loved ones, we take advantage of this ad, which has this dust mite repellent pillowcase. And that is how you write copy, persuade. Like, that is like a simple way to get people to take action to do the things that you want them to do. Okay. And one final note here is to write copy that causes your prospects to visually demonstrate your service inside their head to build the desire for the satisfaction of the 8 wants that your service promises to provide. Okay. So instead of just saying, the dust mites, 10% of your pillow is made up of dust mites. When you lay down at night and you feel the pillow amongst your ear, 10% of that surface area is actually live dust mites. That is a lot more powerful than just saying, oh yeah, there's dust mites in your pillow. Right? Same message we got across, but the first one, like, the more that you can visually demonstrate, the more powerful the tension and the desire will become. So that is the quick mini master class. If y'all have any questions related to these things, fire away.
Is it okay if it's not related to what we talked about?
We'll get through these first. We'll get
Okay.
through these first, yeah. And then I have a couple minutes to, we can do a couple of questions like that. Any questions related to this? Does it make sense? Drop a spell out the alphabet in the chat if it makes sense. So like if somebody says A, the next person says B, the next person says C. I knew this wasn't going to work. That's why I wanted to see how you guys do it. Anyways, you guys have no questions? Nada?
Can you go over it again real quick?
Yeah, what part?
Like, just like a theme of it, just like a summarized version of it, wasn't it? You were telling us to sell like the dream outcome instead of like to take it.
I will drop the entire chat, my entire notes here. Hold on.
Oh, my bad. I see. Like, this is what are human motivators.
Yes.
So our product should be positioned to hit all of them, or
No,
just
that's
one?
impossible. As many as possible.
Okay.
But no, I lied. Maximum 3.
Okay. Efficiency, convenience. So I don't have. It's a different question. It's about something else, but I'll
Yeah.
save.
So yeah, so it's like with this, it's like if we don't like talking about here's the thing. Talking about go high level automations does not adhere to one of these 8 things. So when you sit on a call with your prospect and you talk to them about the go high level automations, none of that conversation adheres to any of these 8 life forces.
Does it isn't it supposed to frame you as the expert in the call?
Yeah, but you're just confusing them.
Of course, you don't go.
Nobody,
into
okay,
so much
nobody
details.
every single person I sold, nobody knew what they were getting until the onboarding call. I never told anybody what go high level was. Never once did I ever explain to them what go high level was on the sales call.
Just say automations that we use to help you get
I said,
that.
I am going to make sure that you do not have to shut down your gym. Right. You know, one of the times, and like I was so, because here's the thing. The second you start talking about go high level and this and that, and do you know what? They start assigning the price that you're paying them to go high level, to Facebook ads, to that creative that you made, to all this kind of stuff, which they're going to then think, oh, $500 for go high level. I'm sure I could get that for cheaper. Right. But if you assign your price and it's $5,000 to them becoming the person that they want to be, them achieving one of these 8 life forces, they're going to be like, okay, let's do it.
This has so much value that they cannot put it into numbers.
Yes, like you cannot be focusing on like the intricacies of like what you guys do, because you're just going to confuse them, and they're going to start assigning how much you charge in direct correlation to go high level and to Facebook ads and all that kind of stuff. And I guarantee you there's always going to be somebody else cheaper on the market. Like you're never going to win that race.
How do we tend to do that
What?
without over promising? How do we do that without the risk of over promising?
What is the risk of over promising? Like you just use like comments, like use comment, like, you know, just based on that conversation goes, it's like, what does that person want? Right. And I guarantee you none of your prospects want more leads or more appointments. They don't give a shit about that. They don't want more leads, more appointments. There's something bigger, deep rooted.
You want to spend more time with the family. That is the thing they get from financial freedom.
Yes. So I am going to make sure that you can spend more time with your family. Right. And they'll pay a lot of money to make that happen, but they won't pay that much, but they're going to be window shopping, price shopping, if you're just trying to sell them go high level automations and ads. Right. Like they do not care. You know, I put out an email the other day about, it was titled Be Bad, Make Money. Okay, I'll read it out to you guys. How much money you make has nothing to do with how good you are. Have you ever been to the bar? I have many times, LOL, and I noticed something funny. I see guys with their life in shambles. They're broke, fat, and ugly, yet they still pull 9s and leave the 10s for me. But why? Surely it's not going to go over well when they ask the waitress to split up the $36 bill. So how do they still pull as a brokey? Because they focus on the girl. They know what the girls want and they make them believe that they can deliver. Newsflash, people only find out if you're actually good until after they've paid you or have had sex with you. So that should be worried about after you get paid. These guys don't talk about the car they drive, where they go to school, or what they had for breakfast. No, they talk about how they're going to give the girl an amazing night. They make the girl feel special. They say what she wants to hear, and funny enough, they end up being the real winner. The lesson here is to not talk about all the fancy things you do, because your prospects do not care, and they will simply leave you for the guy who simply just promised an amazing night. Stay hungry, fellas. And P.S. Don't chase girls because it means they're running from you. Right? So that is in the same way. It's like when we talk about go high level and Facebook ads, and they don't care. They just want to be promised an amazing night. Right? And if we can shift this mindset of like selling the, blah, 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 blah. Think about it. Who here drives a car? Like who here has a car? Okay. So when you went to the car dealership, did you buy the car because of the tires and the steering wheel and the this and the that and the transmission and the engine? No. You bought the car because you wanted the car because you needed to get from A to B. Right? And it's the same thing. It's like you need to sell that this will get you from A to B. Or you need to sell that this will get you from A to B and it's also going to increase your status. Right? Like selling a car really does adhere to, life's 8 forces of like convenience, enjoyment of life, social approval, to be superior, depending on what car you're buying. Right? But when you go to buy a car, you're not looking at the thickness of the tires, the engine, like all that kind of stuff, unless you're like into cars. But like most of the people that buy cars
aren't into.
Right? Like, let's put it this way. I drive what like some people would consider a luxury vehicle. I know nothing about the vehicle. I did not buy it because of the tires or the horsepower or anything like that. Right? Now, it is something that's harder to wrap your head around because I guarantee there's a reason why there's people who build the cars and people who sell the cars and they're completely different. Right? I guarantee you if you put the people who built the cars on the sales floor, they would not do well. Because they'd be talking about the type of oil it takes. And they'd be talking about, the engine and like all this stuff. And the prospect doesn't care. Right? Now, one of the downfalls that we have mentally as a solopreneur is that we are the person who builds the car and we are the person who sells the car. Right? And so that's why we have to have this bipolar personality and mindset. When we're working on our product, we have to work on our product like we are an engineer, right? And we have to worry about the oil and this and that and the automate. We have to geek out and become that person. But then when we switch to the sales floor, we have to just fully focus on the customer and what they want. I don't like using this analogy because I think it's way overused and cliche, and because of how overused it is, I find that people don't actually fully understand what it means and fully understand what it resonates. But it does come down to the same cliche analogy of like sell the vacation, not the plane ticket.
I have a question regarding that. I see that most of us here, the thing that is the bottleneck for us and not making us get to what we want is actually sometimes and most of the time fear.
100% it is.
And
that's
fear
the only thing.
of,
That's the only thing. That's the only thing that's stopping you guys.
How do we overcome that? How did you?
Well, you have to be courageous. Like, how did you overcome any fear? Right? Like anything that you guys have ever done that's, worth talking about, at one point you were scared to do it. Right? For those of you guys that do drive, I remember my first time getting in the car, right? My dad picked me up from school and he's like, "You're driving home." I was like, what the fuck? Now, I mean, I don't know if any of you guys were on the one of the RC calls a couple months ago, but Jesus, like I was on an RSC call, had the thing up on there, going over the limit, and got pulled over, and like just disaster, right? Because I have no fear when it comes to driving, right? Like that goes back to, I think it was is the email I put out yesterday.
I didn't see that.
Hold on. Where is it? Yeah. Oh no, I put it out 6 days ago. The email was titled, "Why You're a Bitch."
Okay.
And yes, I did do that because I knew a lot of you guys would click on it. But anyways,
We did.
the content is really powerful. And I'll read it out to you guys again. Okay, that was mean. But I was put on this earth to make you better, not to make you feel good. When I started my SMMA, I hated calling leads. I had no confidence and negative thoughts flooded my brain. Then one day I found myself in a bad position. I had clients threatening to sue me unless I made them $1,000 a day. In this moment, you better believe I didn't care how I felt. I called the damn leads, 200 to 300 of them per day. And the results were honestly as expected. I got a ton of confidence and I got really good at sales. Confidence is a myth. Most people think they need confidence to do courageous things. But in fact, it's the opposite. Confidence is built through past accomplishments. And in order to get your first accomplishments, you need to have the courage to try. I only have the confidence to sell high ticket because at one point I sat on a Zoom call with courage. I only have the confidence to run ultra marathons because at one point I laced up my cheap runners with courage. I only have the confidence to help you guys scale your agencies beyond 10K a month because at one point I had courage. See what I mean? That was the email. Right? And if we stop looking at this from a perspective of like, how do I get rid of fear? But instead embracing the fact that we're supposed to have fear and like fear is obvious, right? Like everybody's going to have fear. And instead we need to just look for courage. That is like the jump that you guys need to make.
Let me ask a question that is going to answer what I'm trying to solve inside of my head. How many times did you pitch people, get paid from them, and then under-deliver?
I don't know. I've worked with like 400 people. Like, I don't know. But here's the thing. Like, in the beginning, obviously the percentage was higher. I don't know the percentage. I don't remember. But most of the time, no, once you figure it out, the problem isn't your service. The problem is your prospect. Okay? There is guys inside the RSC inner, okay. There's a guy inside the RSC inner circle who just passed 100K a month. If I took his script and I gave it to somebody, maybe in the first client challenge, they would not make 100K a month.
0 results.
They wouldn't get, like, literally. I think I told this story on the last. Oh no! So another thing that happened when I've been working with 2 agencies recently, and I installed the same acquisition template that I used when I launched my gym agency, which it was like this Instagram outreach with like a Loom, and it was the one that brought me 22K in the first 5 weeks. Well, the first week I made $0. So then 22K in the subsequent weeks. But I literally took the exact framework, the exact step-by-step framework, and I installed it into 2 different agencies, both in the same niche that I was, both in the gym niche. Okay. One of the guys can't book a single fucking meeting. The other guy has a full calendar. They have the exact same framework and template. Okay. The difference is one of them, he's 24 years old. He's working a consulting job. He's well-dressed, in shape. Like, he's a people that people want to do business with, right? And so in his case, he can send a loom. People are like, yeah, let's hop on a call. The other person is still working on developing those skills, right? And I sat down recently with an entrepreneur, an SMMA owner who does like 3 mil a year. I uploaded the video yesterday, I think it was. So if you guys want to check out that interview, I highly recommend that. But one of the things that we were talking about off script, I don't know if it was on the podcast or not. I just remember talking about it with him in person. He was talking about how, you know, most of the time, the business owners that we work with, the problem isn't that they need more leads. They don't need more appointments. That's not the problem that they have. The problem is that they're shitty fucking business owners. Right? And because they're shitty business owners, they can't convert the leads. They can't, you know, call up the leads. They have slow fall, like all of this kind of stuff. Right? So that is why it's like, you know, let me just like put this into perspective for let's like you know, RSC for example, right? There is people that come into RSC, get absolutely no results, and then leave. And I don't care. Right. And the reason I don't care is because we have literally hundreds of people who come in here and get absurd results. Yes, a ton of people that hit 10K, but then we 100K. We have a guy in the inner circle that does over $500,000 a year. Or sorry, $500,000 a month. Right? They have the they get the same support, same information. Right? So the difference isn't me, RSC, Stefan, Wyatt. The difference isn't us. The difference is the kind of people that we are working with. Right? Now, over time, we get better and better and better and better at dealing with the right person. So everybody that does come in can go on to see, you know, those results that the latter half of the people do. Right? But it's like having that same mindset with you guys as well. Right? Like if you can, if your service works for one individual, then your service works. Right? If you can make it work for one individual, then your service works. It's just about finding more people that fit that same demographic, that fit that same type of individual. Right? And the higher level of business owner that you work with, the easier it becomes. Right? Like these guys, like the guy that is in the inner circle who makes $500,000 a month, I text him once a week. Maybe we'll jump on a 15-minute call once a month. He takes that information and he comes back. Yeah, so I made like he makes so much more money than I do. He's like, yeah, I just made a ridiculous amount of money from that. Right? That being said, there's other people that'll hop on a call with and talk for 2 hours and they still can't figure it out. The difference isn't the information. The difference isn't our service. The difference is the people that we get to work with. Right? And so if you guys understand that, you guys are going to feel less stressed when, you know, your client isn't getting results because they're not calling up the leads. Right? And you're going to understand that the problem isn't you guys. The problem is that you chose the wrong person to work with.
Is it me, or I can't get over the fact that I got paid for not getting some more results? Or
How much
should
did
I
you get paid? How much did you get paid?
I didn't get paid. Okay. But I can't, this is the big hurdle that I can't really go beyond. The main thing is, should I just restructure it in my mind.
How do you get over the fear? How would you get over the fear of skydiving?
You skydive. That's it.
Right? Like that's the only thing. Right? It's not the YouTube video. It's not the deep breaths as you're flying up on the plane. Like nothing. The only thing that's actually going to get you over the fear of skydiving is jumping out of a fucking plane.
Should I just think of it as if they are just paying for my time? That's it.
No, because then you're going to charge what, like $15 an hour, $20 an hour?
No, I'm not. My thing is, I think if I get paid, for example, 2K for a retainer,
yes,
and I don't deliver, I will just feel
do you know how
bad.
easy it is? Do you know how easy it is to get results for somebody who's willing to throw around 2K?
No, I don't. I don't, because I did.
Like the reason you guys have a false perception of how hard service delivery is because you guys, you know, we're in that stage where we're doing free trials or charging $200, $300, $400. So because of that, we're working with shitty business owners. Because the same reason that they're going to work with you guys for $300 and not pay somebody else $3,000 is because they're shitty business owners and they don't make enough money to be able to pay $3,000, right? But the reason they don't make enough money to pay $3,000 is because they're shitty business owners. So when we do our marketing for them, you know, it's not going to be like we're going to run into all the same problems, because if they didn't have all these problems and they were able to call the leads and they were able to make money on their own, they would be working with somebody charging $3K. Now, I'm just giving you guys the brutal, honest truth with this, right? You do have to go through this phase where you get through your first couple free trial clients to hone in your service. Like, I'm not telling you guys to not do this, but I'm just saying it's like you have to, like, when you understand that this is what the process is like, and don't think that you're an anomaly going through some like weird, like, you know, unexpected, like, oh, why me, why me, why me? It allows you to relieve a lot of the mental stress that comes with this. So you guys can fully understand that this is part of the process, right? Like when you're charging $300, it's very hard to get results for somebody because you're working with somebody, like you're not working with a quality person.
One question about, like, since we're talking about pricing.
Yeah.
So for higher ticket businesses, like for us, we charge anywhere between $5,000 to $7,000 for the whole year term.
Okay.
Now, the problem is a lot of agents, because we're in with real estate agents, right? So
Yeah.
a lot of them will essentially be like, okay, no, that's too much money to do upfront, even though we offer payment plans.
Yeah.
So for other reasons, I opened another branch within the company because we're incorporated. So I opened a SFC branch essentially.
Okay.
And I already signed on 2 clients for $9.99 a month, $1,000. And one of my friends, he's actually a fitness influencer. So he's my videographer. I send him out once every 2 weeks for an hour session with them. Do you think I should start to utilize that SFC branch that I opened as kind of like a gateway into pushing them into a higher ticket sale?
What do you mean by that exactly?
So right now, because we're targeting agents, right? So like the first client we signed is actually someone I went to high school with. He's a land developer, realtor. So he told me that majority of agents would pay the price that I'm offering for short form content, right?
Yeah.
Includes the videography and the editing, 30 videos a month.
Yeah.
So that would be $9.99 a month, right? That's what they're paying me. And then from there, maybe within the first 2 to 3 months, start to kind of push them towards the higher ticket sale of actually working with the consultancy, right? That's where we do all the lead gen, course base, everything.
I work with 2 guys. One guy, his name was Christian Rodriguez. When I worked with him, he didn't have a client, didn't have a dollar. And he hit in like 3 months, he hit his first 10K month. Now he's much beyond that. And then I'm working with another guy right now, like literally met with him yesterday. His name's Nick Grayson. He's also in the real estate niche. Christian was as well. And he's somewhere between 10 and 15K a month right now. And both of them just charge 3 to 5K upfront one time for 3 months.
Okay.
And their service delivery, it is heavily like Nick Grayson. It's heavily video based. It's like it's like this weird YouTube offer and whatnot.
Yeah.
Right. But the thing is, it's like, circling back to the beginning, it's like realtors don't care.
Yeah.
They don't care. The only thing that they care about is hanging out with their kids or whatever their own like internal desire is, right? And if we start, looking at how much we should charge based on what we're doing, our prospects will as well. Right? And that's a very tough sale if we're charging based on what we're doing, because there's always going to be somebody willing to do what we're doing for cheaper.
Yeah.
Right? So instead, if we look at what we charge based on the value that we create and the value that we provide and how much money we could potentially make our prospects, assuming that we're working with the right person, doesn't even matter what you do. Right? Doesn't
See,
matter
that's
your
the thing,
funnel.
because within our sales script, it is a very, sell the dream to them, right? So that's what our sales reps follow. So it's not about that we're basically pricing what we do with go high level, the course
Yeah.
space. We don't factor any of that into it, right? We're not associating our price with essentially what we offer. It's a
Yes.
very sell the dream of you'll be able to have a team take care of everything for you. Just sign some docs, sell the home, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
The problem is that for agents, because I'm working within Canada, I'm not sure if you guys know about the whole housing situation right now. It's
Where are you from?
Toronto. I'm based out of Toronto.
I live in Vancouver.
Oh shit. Yeah. So I think it's
Yeah.
it's a pretty bad real estate market. So a lot of the agents they don't have the finances for it, or they're very, very smart about what they're going to do with their money.
Yeah.
Right. Homes aren't selling or anything. So because I've been noticing out of a lot of the sales calls that our reps have been having recently is they're not closing the deal because agents are like, this is just too much for me right now. So I was thinking, because I was in another mentorship program with Prob.
Yeah.
Prob, yeah. So that's basically where I white label our consultancy work from. And shoot, how do I explain this? So he has different programs, right?
Yeah.
So essentially, once you cross a certain threshold, he offers, hey, if you want to join the RE University program, it's $10,000. So it goes from 6,000 to 10,000, and then 15,000.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the pattern I wanted to follow, but I don't know if that's a good idea to do.
Not yet. Right?
Okay.
Like in the beginning, one service, one offer is like all you need.
Mhm.
Like you are at least 25K a month before you start downsells, upsells, value ladders, all that kind of stuff. Right? Because like if you just get really good at doing one thing, like yes, it's not going to be easy because there's going to be disqualified people and like all this kind of stuff.
Mhm.
But it's like you get really good at one thing, and it's like you will make more money. I guarantee it. Right? You just like they say the three things that ultra successful people have. Number one, they have a superiority complex, and when they walk into a room, they genuinely believe that they're the best person in the room. Number two, they have crippling insecurity, so they genuinely feel that no matter how much they make, no matter what they do, no matter what they accomplish, that is never enough.
Mhm.
Number three, they have impulse control, so they don't get distracted. They don't look at what other people do and try and do that. They just stick to what they're doing. Right? And like, for me personally, like even in like the RC ecosystem or whatnot, like the amount of people that I have had reach out to me offering me like money and like services and like, hey, I'll pay you this to like come into my like all this shit, right? But I say no to everything. I say no to everything. And I wasn't always like this, right? Me 2 years ago would have taken everything, right? You spread yourself too thin. You make the same amount of money, but now you have to service 4 different offers, right? You don't end up making any more money, but now you have like 3 different service deliveries, and you have to have a team, and you have to have like a work, like you're running 3 different companies for the same amount of money.
Yeah.
Right. But now it's like, now I just say no to everything so I can focus on RSC. I can focus on, the arrangements that I have with people inside the inner circle and like all that kind of stuff. And ultimately, like June was like ridiculous for us, right? June, was like a huge month for RC, and none of that would have happened if in May and April I actually took that guy up on the DM he sent me, or actually took this guy up, or actually took this guy up, or actually took this guy up, right?
Yeah.
I said no to all of that, focused on like the one thing that we do. You know, and now it's like good.
Yeah, no, I've been putting a lot more time towards the consultancy. Like for the SFC branch that I opened, it's running at 75% profit margin, and I'm doing an hour of work a week for that.
That's good.
Right. And it's pulling me about $7,000 a month.
Yeah.
Now the problem is just that the price with the consultancy, it's a very high ticket business. And
yeah,
you know, I like a lot of people like Prob, for example, he has that personal brand built. I got nothing there.
Yeah.
So a lot of the times people are like, okay, that's a lot of money. I don't really know you. You know, like they just can't justify.
Yeah.
So that's why I was thinking of doing that. Or should I just focus more on building a personal brand, like push out my own short form content, really build my own brand?
You know what? I didn't know that you were at that level. I'll be honest.
Oh,
I thought you were like just starting. I didn't know that
yeah,
you were at that
no.
level. How about this? I'll send you a DM. I'll get a bit of a better understanding of like what you're actually doing. Because maybe, yeah, like if you're already at that level, a personal brand can be huge. Right? Like a personal brand gets you to 50K a month.
Yeah.
What's your Discord?
Let me pull that up. It's REZZA and then 2304.
REZZA. Okay, I'll send you a DM. I got a couple things on the go today, but we'll chat over DMs and I'll get a little bit more of a context of your situation. I didn't know you were. I thought you were. I thought you were just starting.
Yeah, no, I haven't really been joining the calls for the past like 2-3 months. It's been a little hectic.
Okay, well that makes a little sense, and then we can chat more and set you up on the right direction.
Awesome, man. Appreciate it.
Sweet. Anybody got anything else?
Can you tell us more about the RSE Inner Circle?
Yeah. What do you want to know?
Like, what would you say is the biggest difference between us and the accelerator and the Inner Circle? Besides, like, you know, they're making more than 5, 10, 15K a month.
Yeah. So, do you guys know my story about what happened to me last year? Like with the lawsuits and shit? Right. So, okay. So, a lot of you guys know that story. For those of you guys who don't, I launched my gym agency, made a lot of money in a short period of time. Found myself at the peak of Mount Stupid, and I was like projected to hit 100K a month in like 60 days. And I was like, fuck yes. 6 weeks into that, everything came crashing down because of one small mistake that I made in my contract. Because I had learned how to sell, and because I learned how to really emotionally get people to bet everything that they had. Like I was getting people to take out loans. I was getting people to take out like the last fucking dollar they had to pay for our agency services, right? Because of that, you know, I created a lot of stress on them, right? And with that, I also made one small mistake in the contract that ultimately led to a very tough time for me personally, which was I said 5K right now plus $100 for every person I send to your gym for an appointment. If you don't make money after 90 days, I'll refund you the difference. Now, the one thing that I left out of the contract because I thought it was going to be implied is that you have to close it at least 10%. Because all the calculations and projections that I did to make sure that I was safe on this offer assume that they close at 10%. But as somebody who's always closed at above 50, I didn't think that fucking mattered. I was like, okay, well, obviously you're going to close at least 10, right? But that was just me being stupid. And 6 weeks into that, nobody was making any money because they couldn't close. They were gym owners. They were borderline fitness people who came up with this grand idea to start a gym, had no idea what they were doing, decided to give some random kid on the internet $5,000. And so obviously they were shitty business owners and didn't know how to close. Okay. And then I had lawyers coming after me. I had lawsuits and like all this kind of stuff. And I stopped making any money because I, ended up selling for the gyms. And I found myself in that situation that I hinted at earlier where I had to make $1,000 per day for these gyms as their sales rep. And I had to do that for about 40 days to make just under 40 grand back for them. Or who knows what the fuck was going to happen. Right. And that was like a moment where I went from, this 20-year-old kid making a bunch of money, living life to fuck, what am I going to do here? Now, eventually I pulled it off and I made it through that. And ever since that moment, I kind of figured like, okay, like what's next? And the biggest thing that I've been chasing in my life is like security, right? It's like putting myself in an environment where I really can't fail, putting myself in an environment where no matter what the fuck I do, I'm going to win, right? And the way I believe that is possible and the way that I know that is possible, because I've seen it firsthand, and like, like last month, I made the most money I've ever made in a month, and I didn't even work that many hours, right? I went on like 3 trips last month, right? It is by creating a network and creating a brotherhood of, a group of guys who like every single one in this group is like super successful, right? And the analogy that I give myself, it's like, imagine if you woke up and you had the boys group chat, but everybody in the boys group chat was making 50K a month and you were struggling in your business. The boys got you, right? And you would never fail, right? You have a new SaaS company idea. You launch it. It doesn't do 10K first month. It does 10K the first week because you got a guy who's been crushing it with info product sales to come in and help you. And you got a guy who's been crushing the back end. Then you got a guy who knows a guy who can build out the SaaS from a back end perspective, right? And you put yourself in these environments where literally no matter what the fuck happens, you're going to win, right? And that was that is why I created the RC Inner Circle, which is basically, right now I think we have 36 or 37 guys. We're capping it out at just 50. Once, right now I'm still looking for, the next 13 guys or the next 14 guys to find our group. Then I'm going to make sure that everybody inside gets to at least 10K a month by the end of the year. I think with how everything's going, I think September, everybody will be there. And then, from there, it's going to be this environment where we meet daily, but it's, it's not a coaching program. It's not a mentorship. There's no course. It's just like a group of guys who literally know, like, trust each other. We have Snapchat groups, like everybody there, like the guys that make $500,000 a month are there too. And it's like having this group of guys where it's just like really becomes impossible to fail. And through there, I have I have partnership deals. Like I work on other people's agencies. Some guys I work with more closely than other guys, and all that kind of stuff. So that is what the RC Inner Circle is. Realistically, the first client challenge, and the accelerator, was my kind of way of like prospecting, I guess you could say. Because there's been a lot of guys, like, I don't know if you guys know Asa, Mason, Julian, Kenan, a lot of guys from the accelerator. We invited into the RC Inner Circle and they joined it. And so that is kind of what the RC Inner Circle is. It's like, it's my way of creating an environment where it's impossible to fail. I'm looking for my 50 guys that, I'm willing to first get to, 10K a month, like whatever, but then like, oh, like, let's start buying buildings together. Let's start buying investments together. Hey, why don't we buy this business? You come in there, you know how to flip, turn around their sales organization. Okay, you come in, you build a better back end, and then we flip that business for $500,000 profit in 2 years. Right. And it's so hard to do that on your own. Like, it's so hard to become somebody who can literally like just go and do that on your own. But if you have, 50 guys who are there with you and are like smart as fuck and make a bunch of money and, have their shit together, it becomes like much more attainable. Right. And the dream that we have one day is like, I always say amongst the boys, it's like, hey boys, it's like, realistically, none of us here are going to buy a sports team together. Or sorry, none of us here are going to buy a sports team. But if we all come together, it's like we could own the Dallas Cowboys. We could own the Miami Dolphins, right? And that is kind of like the big long-term vision of like, imagine like, you know, you own the Miami Dolphins. So yeah, that's what the RC Inner Circle is. It's nothing like the accelerator.
So you could get in even if you're like, obviously you need to pay for, what's the membership actually?
We'll make offers based on who people are, right? So we get like 60, 70 applications a month. I speak with like 10 people. Of that, I'll accept like 2 to 3. Usually for the first like 2 or 3 months, there'll be a little bit more of an intense boot camp, all that kind of stuff to, you know, get them up to speed, to get them to that 10K or to get wherever they're at. Like if they're coming in, depending on whatever level they're at. So it'll vary based on like, we make like independent offers, and independent invites based on, you know, who they are. And also like what kind of value to the group, right? So when I met the guy, he was, you know, already over 100K a month and he wanted to join, you know, he wanted to, you know, speak with me and whatnot because he believed in the long-term vision and, you know, he saw like, yeah, like 100%, like, you know, this could make him a shit ton of money. We made him a different offer than, you know, like when Canon or Asa, you know, applied and went through the ringer. So yeah, that's the RC Inner Circle.
Yo, I haven't been able to talk. I've been driving. Is there like a minimum amount someone has to be making to apply for that?
No. So you guys know Ishmael?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is only capped at 50, Ivan. So Ishmael, when I met Ishmael, he was broke. He didn't have any clients. He didn't have any agency. He had 10 failed businesses. I talked to Ishmael for a long time. He's an immigrant. 4 out of 10 English, right? He lives in Toronto, Canada. And I could tell that like he really wanted and he really needed to make this work the last time around. And I believed in him. And so even though he wasn't making any money from his agency, he wasn't in the accelerator, he wasn't in the first client challenge. That conversation that I had with Ishmael, he told me a story, made me believe in him. So I invited him in. And I mean, I think 5 months later, he hit his first 10K in a month. So I don't do income requirements. I don't do anything like that. It's like, do I believe in you as a person? Do I believe that you're going to be somebody who in 2 years from now is still going to be in this game and we can, you know, start buying Airbnbs together? Because I say this a lot. If you're still fucking sending outreach messages in 5 years from now, you screwed up. Like you took a wrong turn. You messed up. Right.
Yeah.
And so that is why it's like what we're doing is like we're using SMMA as like just a vehicle to like begin our entrepreneurial journey and build wealth. Right. But once you get past this initial stage, it's like, you know, investments, bigger companies, venture capital, buying other businesses, flipping them, starting franchises. Like that is where, you know, you create like real wealth in business. Right. You can only
that's crazy.
handle so many cheap gym owners complaining that their Facebook ad lead cost has gone up by 20% for so long. Right? Like that's not business. That's like us trying to learn the foundations of business. So yeah. Alrighty, boys, but I got another meeting here in 25 seconds. So I got to wrap this call up. It was a pleasure speaking with you all, as always. If you guys if that did interest you, I think there is an application somewhere or the link where you can apply to the RC Inner Circle. I think it's somewhere in the Discord. If it's not in the Discord, you can DM like Stefan or something. He'll send it to you. Other than that, next call Friday. And as always, if you need anything, send a message in the Discord and we'll help you out.
Sounds good, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dylan.
No worries. See you guys later.
Take care, everyone.
Take care, everyone. So now we've given everything that you need to make your first $100,000 online. And the only thing that could potentially stop you from actually getting that is if you procrastinate or you lose motivation and you don't stick to it. So the last module, the last lesson that I'm going to share with you here is how we can eliminate procrastination and unlock infinite amount of motivation. So we stick to this over time, because if we do that, that is the only thing that would prevent you from making your first $100,000 online.
Okay, so a lot of people see me on Instagram, see me on social media. They see that I've, run 100 kilometers. They see I've in shape. They see I've built multiple companies. They see I live this life, and they think that I'm just this big ball of energy and big ball of motivation. And yeah, I would say I am, honestly. And the reason why I do say is that I am is because, not too long ago, only a few short years ago, I was nothing like that. I used to struggle with, getting out of bed on time. I used to struggle with, waking up and actually being able to execute the tasks that I needed to do in order to grow my company. I used to procrastinate about everything. I used to really just not be able to stick to the routines, not be able to constantly put in the work to actually grow my company. And why it's this is my 5th, 6th year in business. Right, a lot of you guys watching this video is probably not your 5th, 6th year in business, and if you learn this lesson that I'm about to share with you right now, you will be so much farther ahead than I am right now by the time you get to your 5th and 6th year, okay? So in 2019, I attended university to study business, but at that time I was miserable, I hated school, and I felt like I was the only one who wanted more out of life than just a safe 9-to-5 job, because me, I wanted to be free. I wanted to prove people wrong, and selfishly I wanted to make a lot of money. So I dropped out, and at the time I was making about $300 to $400 per month editing on Fiverr and whatnot. But without that safety net, I had to go all in. But as you may have heard my story in the past, I lacked tangible advice, and all this how to grow a business information had me feeling overwhelmed. I didn't watch Iman though. I didn't watch Iman. I used Google and all that kind of stuff, and so I tried, right? And I failed, and I tried again. But as the failures racked up, my anxiety started to increase, and I didn't know if I was ever going to be successful. And around this time, I met a good friend of mine, known as Patrick O'Driscoll. And Pat was the first person that I met who actually thought like me. Pat and I, we began to talk to each other weekly, right? We called each other, we would talk business. He would share what was working for his business, I would share what was working for my business. And when I met Pat, he was doing about $3,000 a month with his agency, and about 18 months later, a year and a half later, Pat's agency was well into the 6 figures a year. Okay, and for me, I originally 4x'd my original income goal, right? And my original income goal was to make $50,000 a year by the time I dropped out, right? And that's when I began to realize that, having like-minded people to form relationships was the key to rapid success. And so I got excited and I wanted more. And honestly, this was the birth of RSC, right? So, Pat and I, we started to set up weekly calls with a group of entrepreneurs just like us. We started to share what was working for them. And, we added our secrets to a shared Google Drive. And the result was everybody's business that was in this group began to take off, right? And that was the beginning of RSC. And, I have another story for you here, just to, kind of talk about this as well. So the first week of July this year was absolutely freaking wild for me, okay? So I'd made $50,000 in the prior 4 weeks. I drank 50 beers, and I also ran a 50-kilometer ultramarathon. But really, I was just simply a byproduct of my environment. So let me explain. So Sunday to Thursday, I spent my morning hanging around killer entrepreneurs inside the RSC inner circle. We talked breakthrough business strategies. We helped each other solve problems. And the result was, well, you can see some of the results here, right? Win after win after win. And because of this, I felt inspired. I felt confident, and I carried that momentum into my own business. And the result is, well, we did okay, right? And these screenshots that I'm sharing with you here don't even include another $6 or $7 grand in bank transfers and PayPal, et cetera, et cetera. And these are the 2 Stripe accounts that we have. So after this, though, right after I was, working in the morning, everything changed, right? I worked from 7 a.m. to about 1 p.m. last week, or during this week, sorry, and I was able to get shit done. But after 1 p.m. came around, I changed my environment again. At this time, I wasn't hanging around killer entrepreneurs. No. I was hanging out around degenerates who were partying just hard enough to forget how much of a loser they were. Right? And as a result, I caved. I adapted to my environment, and I probably drank 50 beers over 6 nights while hanging out at this festival. Well, it's not really a festival, but we'll call it a festival to make the explanation easier, right? And you can see me here, right? Degenerate stuff. Yeah, here I am again. Hope we're in the same hat. Then on Thursday night, I arrived back home, and my environment changed once again. And I actually surrounded myself with elite athletes, guys who live by the warrior mentality, guys who challenge themselves to 50-kilometer ultras just to say they did it. And I was one of 2 finishers among elite athletes in a 50-kilometer ultra marathon on Sunday. And this is Martin. He's another RSC Inner Circle member. He's actually the RSC's fitness partner and whatnot. And you can see here we are I think that was about halfway through the run. This is me, this is us when we are done, right? And I wanted to make this video to show you that I'm just like you guys, right? I am not perfect. I cave into temptations just like you. There I am caving into temptations, right? But the difference between you and I is that I am in environments that allow me to effortlessly become the elite version of Dylan, right? And with that, I can be a degenerate every once in a while and not lose momentum, because I understand that if I hang around guys who make $50,000 a month, I will make $50,000 a month. If I hang around degenerates, you will be degenerate. If you hang around elite athletes, you'll become an elite athlete. So I ask myself am I happy with my environment? And if the answer is no, I will always do something about it, or I'll wake up one day regretting the years that I wasted, right? Okay, so your homework here is I want you to, hop on a one-on call with 5 different members from the accelerator. I want you to do this. I want to form you a relationship, and I want you to hold each other accountable. Okay, so make sure that this gets done, because I promise you, if you begin to build your tribe, right, if you will unlock infinite motivation, and you will, rapidly be able to get shit done, and you will be able to actually achieve all these goals that you achieve, right? With the roadmap that we provided for you in the accelerator, the only reason as to why you would not see success is if you don't put in the work, right? And if you can leverage, a tribe, you get a group of people going to execute this together, you will see success.
All right, so that is it. I hope you enjoyed this course. I hope you got value from it, and I hope you take action on it to actually begin to take the steps so you can get that lifestyle, you can get that financial freedom, you can actually achieve that dream life. And maybe there's people in your life that you want to tell and you want to prove wrong. Maybe there's people in your life that you want to make money so you can prove right, and so you can support, whatever that case may be. You must be doing this for you. And with this video, you now have the action steps to be able to go implement and make that life a reality. If you enjoyed this video, I would appreciate if you hit the subscribe button or drop a comment below, and I'll answer any questions that you may have about building your business. If you want to jump on 2 calls a week with me for 100% free and access all this course content in a little bit more of a segmented module format, you can click the link below to apply to join my private community. And other than that, I wish you guys all the best with your business, and I hope to see you guys in the comment section of this one and future videos.